I can't, because it's nonsensical.
Pardon?
It's a nonsensical statement on its own, so I cannot place it in context.
What's nonsensical about it? Like, that was your description showing that you don't need a container for gas pressure, right?
What?
You were saying that we don't need a container, and this was your fucking idea that the reason why we don't need a container, right?
Not that sentence alone. That wouldn't make any sense.
Well, then explain it to me, Peter.
What would you like me to explain to you?
How
Subdued.
antimatter doesn't need a containment.
Matter doesn't need or not need.
I'm not talking about matter. I'm talking about antimatter. Like you were.
Antimatter is the same as matter.
It is it?
Yeah. So neither of them need or not need containment. What nonsensical statement is that?
It was your nonsensical statement that you made, your proof, Peter.
And I deeply apologize for saying such a nonsensical thing.
Anti-inflammatory is the same as inflammatory.
It is not.
Israel are a bunch of baby-killing bastards. Fuck Israel.
So how about some globe proof, Peter the globe prover?
It's boring. Most people don't like to hear me prove.
Yeah, you don't have any, we know.
No, I have the same one.
What, the antimatter one?
No, what would that have to do with the globe?
Oh, so then what's your proof, dude?
Measurement of a curvature.
Can you show that, please?
Yes.
You were asked about an hour ago to show it, and fucking we still haven't seen it.
I had to consult with my employer.
Does she have the globe proof?
Yeah. Here's the proof, you guys.
You want to explain it to us, or just a picture?
Happy to explain. Where should I start?
From the beginning.
Okay. This is what the relationship between 3 points on Earth should look like on a flat Earth. A is the observer, C1 is a point being observed, alpha 1 is the angle. The relationship should be alpha 1 equals arctan of h divided by d, where h is the known elevation of point C1 above B1, and d is the distance on surface, in this case flat surface, between points A and B1. So far so good?
Yep.
On a curved Earth, the relationship would be broken. That equation would not hold true because the surface here denoted as a blue line would be curving. Therefore, the
So
distance...
how did you measure that curved surface?
I did not.
Oh.
I'm just explaining the geometry.
Oh. So this is hypothetical.
Absolutely, yes.
Curve
Hypothetical.
Oh, not proof. I get it.
This part is not the proof. Correct. You're very good.
So you're pointing out a curve isn't a horizontal. Okay.
A curve is not a horizontal.
We're
Absolutely.
with you, brother. In a horizontal.
Another brainiac here. So yeah, on a curved surface, such as a ball, that relationship of alpha equals arctan of h by d would not be true. Instead, we would measure a different angle, alpha 2, that would be smaller than arctan of h divided by d.
Where are you getting the
So,
angle from?
yeah, he's assuming a curve, right? I get it.
I'm not assuming a curve, I'm showing two possibilities here. Yellow triangle,
No,
flat
you're
earth,
going with the curve.
red triangle,
Angle.
spherical earth. Make sense?
On the curve, how you get the angle?
From the vertical.
From what?
And how did you get the vertical?
Do you have a ball to show us
Plumb bob.
A vertical? There's no vertical. What do you, dude? Hold on.
There is.
You're the only vertical on a sphere. You.
Yeah, the black line shown here is the vertical.
Right. Yeah, but do you have a real ball to show us this?
What do you mean, do I have a ball to show you
A
this?
fucking 360. A ball. I mean, I'm sorry, not a 360. A sphere, not a 2D flat piece of paper, brother. A
What are
sphere
you,
in your hand is so you
what
can
are
do
you
a sphere
smoking
arc
right now?
tangent, right?
He's
I'm gonna
asking you
go
for
on mute
reality,
until you're
Peter.
done.
He's
I'm
asking
not
you for
talking to
reality,
the
dude.
idiot. Well, it's coming. This is
Yeah,
just a foreplay.
You can't talk to D-Mock. He's too stupid.
Yeah.
I know.
As long as that
because-
guy talks, I'm gonna pause this. Okay?
Well, I
All
know,
right,
but
then why don't you just leave, dude? Fuck, man. If you don't want to talk to anybody, I get it.
Yeah, D-Mock is too stupid.
Yeah, I know. So is you in a ball. So is you with no ball and a flat fucking screen on a computer that doesn't represent a ball at all. I'm
You have
sorry.
a flat Earth.
Matt's just a trigger fucking troll, dude, and he's triggering you every fucking step of the way.
I think D-Mock is like defaultly triggered.
No, I think the ball is defaultly triggered because it won't never
You're not
come
even
out.
able to engage in a
You're not
in a
even
discussion.
able to
dude.
fucking
Yeah,
do
just
anything with
talk
the
over him.
ball. The very only thing you're supposed to be proving, you or your buddy. So don't get a flat computer screen and tell me about all your fucking arctangents, your variables, and your fucking lines of degree without a sphere in your hand. I don't want a flat 360 for you to make shit up, hula hoop boy, Glober, hula hoop Earth. That what you're living on?
Hula hoop,
He's
flat.
too
Hula
stupid.
hooper. Fuck, I know you don't live on a hula hoop, right? So don't show us a hula hoop. Show us a ball. Get the globe out of the fucking thing. Pull it out of your classroom. Put it in your hand. Put the camera on. Sit it down. Take it out of your hand. Sit it on the desk. Keep it on its little ore reposition metal thing, base, whatever you want to call it. Its axis. And then show us how you get to the light in your or put a dot on the ceiling. Get your tangents and stuff. Show us, brother. How you do it with dots on the fucking ceiling.
You're too stupid to speak to.
Yeah, because it's called a real demonstration of what you're trying to say you're doing only with the ball. But you're
Just keep triggering him, Matt. It'll
No
work,
ball.
buddy. Just keep triggering. Call
He's
him
already
stupid
triggered.
again.
What do I got? I got to trigger
Call
a
him
dumbass.
stupid again,
He's
dude.
already
Fucking it
triggered.
works for you, right?
The only thing triggered is the light, the star they don't have on the ceiling, and the ball they don't have in hand to get the tangent to, the zenith, the angle, the X, Y, none of it. They don't got shit. They
The
got
X,
I have
Y,
a
Z
plumb bob. I
tangent.
have a
Like,
plumb
just
bob.
throwing a word salad, bro. What are you doing?
Plumb bob.
Yeah, yeah. Said the guy with an imagination he's trying to prove. No
Plumb
ball,
bob.
just
And
imagination
it
salad.
points to the center of the earth, the plumb bob, right, Peter?
Plumb bob.
Show us on a ball, dumbass.
Plumb
Stop.
bob.
I already debunked you with your plumb bob. I showed it to you. Well, I debunked your shit the last time. You don't have a plumb bob that pointing to the center of a ball.
I don't care where it points. It points down.
Oh, so it's not pointing to the center then, right, Peter?
I don't know if I'm on a flat Earth or a spherical Earth. I'm
Oh.
going to determine that.
But you're the globe prover.
Because at the end, I don't want to spoil
But
the
you
story
don't.
for
But
you.
you don't.
At the end,
You don't know if you're on a
there will be
globe.
a globe.
You don't know if you're on a globe, but you're the globe prover, right?
I know how this presentation ends because I wrote it. So spoiler
So
alert.
you don't know
the
if
Earth
you're on
is
a globe, but you're the globe prover, right,
Not
Peter?
yet. Not
I
yet.
get it, buddy.
I'm going to measure the curvature, brother.
So far, you haven't measured shit.
So far, no.
Neither
I
have
just
you.
spotlight. You
This is how
cannot
you
wait.
don't
You're
have
afraid to
right
advance to
angle.
the next slide.
This is how
You
you
are
did not make
afraid.
a right
Bring it
angle
on,
to
buddy.
the surface of a ball. I'm posting it for you. You're
The
not
only
making a
thing
right angle to the surface of a ball.
you and the globe proof is you allowing me to advance to the next slide.
You don't even know if you're on a globe, dude.
I don't. We're gonna find out together. How about that?
On with the show, dude.
Do
I
people
just
want to
debunked
find
you.
out? You
I
guys have
already
been
debunked
waiting
you
for this
just
for
now.
years. For years you've been waiting to find
Debunked
out.
you, dude.
So I see a Theodolite up there, Peter. You want to get on with it?
Only if you want to.
Does that tool there measure curve?
Yes.
I'm pretty sure it measures straight lines.
Just you've never thought through this, so let me think through this for you.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so do we agree that there are two cases shown here? One, a case of a flat Earth with the yellow triangle, where the relationship between the angle and those values will be alpha 1 equals arctan of h divided by d. And the other case shown is a case of the spherical Earth, where that relationship would be broken in such a way that alpha 2 would be smaller than arctan of h by d. By performing this measurement, we can determine which one is the case. Are we looking down a yellow triangle, aka flat Earth, or looking down a curved Earth? Here are the parameters of that particular observation. If you guys want to take a screenshot and run it by your elders later, that would be a good time. Here's a portion of the video showing that measurement being taken. And here are the results of that measurement. The degree measured was negative 0.044 degrees. In these two tables, you see how close that measurement is to one of those triangles. It is far off from the flat Earth prediction, and it's less far off from the globe prediction with the radius of 6,371 kilometers, give or take. When no refraction is taken into account, the flat Earth model is 6 times more wrong than the globe model. However, and we thank Heretic for asking for this to be included, when we do include standard refraction, then the flat model is 89 times more wrong than the globe model. Welcome to the Earth.
Great presentation, Peter.
Here's a biconditional statement that supports this argument. Thank you.
You know, now that you mention it, man, when I look out, man, it is kind of curved.
Absolutely.
We're done here, guys. Pack it up.
Are we finally closing this channel once and for all?
I mean, it's still useful for social reasons, as a kind of a forum to reminisce. Why don't we just come here every day and reminisce on the good old days when humanity was confused about the shape of the Earth?
The good old days.
So you're going to measure the curve by not measuring the curve. I get it.
Sub dude, what's the chance that you don't want the Earth to be a globe? You want it to be flat. So you just
Dude,
make an
you're in the same
imagination.
fucking boat, man. I can ask you the same fucking question, man.
Well, it seems like you don't want evidence. It seems like you want it to be flat, regardless of whatever you're shown.
I want you to show me a curved fucking Earth, dude. I don't want a fucking bunch of fucking bullshit measurements on a piece of paper, man.
Curved elevation on the wall. Can you do that? Get your fucking marker and crayons out, Wilbur, and draw your 5 feet on the wall. Just your continuous 5-foot curve that goes down past below your fucking feet, idiots. Why is this so hard?
Why do we have to have an atom at every...
Vanek, shut the fuck up, you fucking troll.
Why do you not have a marker in your hand?
Suck my dick, whoever said that.
So no marker. So is that what your Earth curve looks like? Must be fucking small. That's why you can't find it, huh?
I figured it out on my calculator. The Earth's fucking not curved, dude.
I figured it out looking at Snoopy. I was watching Snoopy one day, and then what's her name pulled the ball out from Charlie Brown, and he missed and busted his head. And I was like, "Son of a bitch, it's flat. What the hell?" Can't live on a ball if that was happening, you know. I mean, look at the squiggly line on Charlie Brown's shirt. It's not a curve, brother. It's not a curve. I mean, we can all be stupid and look at cartoons and say they prove stuff, right? But at the end of the day, we're going to need physical attributes, like a ball that you're supposed to be getting the tangent to and showing us how you get, you know.
Would you like to see how you can do
He
that?
wants to say it's a ball, but he doesn't want to fucking conform to any of the other fucking rules that inquire or that require it to be a ball.
We
I
know,
want you to
dude.
get a ball out of
want
your
it to
room
be
and
flat. We
calculate
get it.
I get it. He doesn't even know what a fucking plumb line is, dude. Fuck.
I want a ball calculated for the curve right in front of us right now live. Go get any ball out of your fucking room or somewhere, your neighbors, somehow. Come back with it and calculate the curve of it and show us how you're doing it. Of that ball, the ball size you got. Whatever ball you get, calculate the curve of that. Let me see how you do it. I bet you're fucking stupid and don't know how.
Okay, let's test you on. Since
Test
you
me on what? Something I don't, a religion I don't agree with? I don't think
calculating stuff.
5
Tangents.
plus 5. What we're going to need to do is find out, right, how you calculate curves of balls. A real ball in front of you.
Can you do that for this image?
When you can't do that, we're not, brother, we're not going to pair it 5 plus 5 equals 10. That's not what
5
we're doing.
plus 5 equals 10.
Yeah, that's all you're doing.
Exactly. So can you...
You understand I can use math and fucking make a video game any fucking way I want it to be, right?
Yeah, and if you use the math that govern our universe, right? Like our laws of physics, you're gonna have the same stuff that you live on.
Your reified math, dude? Is that what you're talking about?
Have you ever worked with the engine yourself? I don't think so. Me, I did. And that's why you can simulate words. Because you give them the same physics that you live on. That's it. Somehow things happen as well in the world of virtual stuff. Wow. How's that possible?
You have a physics engine that replicates reality, and you worked with it? You're telling me you had a physics engine that worked
you can
to
have
replicate
any
the-
graphical engine, like a game engine.
Like Unreal Engine, maybe?
Yes, for example.
No.
And you can make whatever fucking video game you want.
Yeah.
You can make the map do whatever you want.
You can even create your solo flat Earth on that.
He can't make a spherical video game where he lives on a sphere for real and what it would look like. That's the one he can't make.
I can make a word where there's
Yes, right,
gravity
though.
and stuff goes down and shit like that. And guess what? You're gonna reproduce a planet somehow.
You could make a world in which the sun turns off for a brief minute to create an eclipse, right?
What you said? No, you might
You could make a game.
Don't be putting words in our mouth, Peter, because you heard some fucking guy on Twitter tell you that.
Yeah, but a game like that could be created. I'm just strengthening your point.
But the thing is, we run simulations so many times. Like, we have tools, we have free tools that everyone can use. Like, you just need to check the math if you don't believe it. And you see the result.
Check the math. Fuck, the math works.
Well, the math works and means that it works. That's why we have
the
car
video
engines.
game works. I get it, dude.
What you're trying to say is that you can change the variables, right? Yeah, you can do that. I'm just telling you, if you set the variables same as the laws of physics where you live in, it's going to be the same. Like I can make a game with less gravity, like a moon game or some shit.
Let's
like
just assume a fucking globe and fucking make the math fucking work, right?
Yeah.
Or let's measure the curvature and use math to show that we live on a
Let's
globe.
measure the curvature, Peter, instead of fucking straight lines off into fucking space, dude.
I just have. It's still on your screen.
You want me to get the Unreal Engine out and show you fucking the same fucking thing, dude? And make it
No,
flat?
I would like you to do that in reality.
I'd like you to do it too.
Well, you had the documentation of this being done in reality presented to you just now. And you're still upset and your voice is shaking, so maybe you should review that one more time.
Oh my god, is this guy bringing back again the Theodolite? I already owned you on that subject the last time, and I'm not gonna go back at it. Theodolites, when used for 1 second, Theodolites when used for long distances, they take into account flat.
How long of a distance are they used for, Vanek?
It depends. It can be short distances, it can be long distances.
Well, what's the long distance?
Well, it might be long when you have to take into account, like when the curvature is not negligible anymore. Like after, I don't know, 3 kilometers.
What's the
miles.
accuracy on a certain distance, dude? Like how far can you shoot a satellite?
It depends on the location, boys. Like between, like after 3 kilometers.
Do you even know?
Not the precise number, but that's the one.
So you're talking out your ass.
You want me to Google it, or should I do your homework?
Sure, go ahead and Google it.
Okay. I even pasted the papers for that shit last time. Where are they? I already did this.
I mean, all you guys can come in here in a row and repeat the same thing that Professor Dave and whoever taught you guys and parrot it so beautifully on paper, like A plus B, C squared Y X Q V over the tangent. Put the arc. Like, what the fuck are we even saying here? Is you need to get a real ball, small ball, medium sized, big ball. Then calculate the fucking radius and the sphere of that in front of us. Show us you even know how to do that with something that's real, not something somebody told you to repeat. And you think repeating shit like a parrot makes you smart. It doesn't.
I'm sorry, but what you do is repeating David Weiss and all these men's like.
Yeah, where's the ball is what I'm repeating.
Yeah.
Do you have an experiment with the ball? What you guys keep repeating is no.
I just showed you one.
No, we're allergic to a ball. Where's the globe at? Put the globe in your hand.
Underneath your feet.
Calculated the curve of it. Let's get it. Let's go.
Underneath your feet.
Neener.
So, Peter, in your measurements, did you assume a ball of a certain size?
Nope.
No.
In my measurement? No.
So how do you know the difference between a flat and a curved Earth?
Not in the measurement.
Oh.
The measurement is agnostic of the shape of the Earth.
So it's not of the Earth then?
No, it is a measurement of reality. The shape of the Earth is unknown.
Is reality the Earth or not?
Yeah, it is. We don't know its shape when we take.
Well, you just told me it wasn't of the Earth.
No, it was agnostic of the shape of the Earth. It's the whole point of performing the measurement.
Hey, where'd that guy go that was going to give us the max distance for Theodolite?
Well, you didn't ask it the max distance. You asked me what's the long distance. When they start to take.
What's the difference? Long distance or max distance?
Well, there's
no difference. It's a nonsensical question.
No, it's not a nonsensical question, man. Each one of these tools have their own fucking distance.
If it's going to be 3,000 miles, they're not going to use Theodolites, aren't they?
Vanek, you're not explaining this.
Am I explaining what? As I said, they're going to start to take into account the Earth's curvature after around 3 miles. As I said, as I even typed it.
Where?
Because the Earth's curvature starts to be not negligible at that point. Like
that's not a problem with Theodolite.
Where?
So why are you telling
I'm not
them
saying
this?
It's a problem. I'm explaining how things work. Like they asked me what they do with it.
Vanek, what does a Theodolite do?
Oh man, listen.
Simple questions, baby steps with these people. What does a Theodolite do?
Why are you asking me this? Ask your friends. They don't know.
Well, tell them this. Walk them through it instead of giving
I
them
already did,
unnecessary
and I'm not
information.
going to repeat the whole convo. The guy asked me a
It
specific...
measures an angle between two lines.
Right.
And it's not a function of how far the point is. It could be
It is
millions of
because...
miles away.
No,
No, it's
it
not.
is because lasers go in a straight line, and you have to start to fucking calculate the curvature after a little bit. If you want to be precise with the measurement.
Dude, you measure, and I'm presenting a presentation where a theodolite is being used, and you're telling me what I need to do?
How far away are you using the theodolite?
31 kilometers, it says on the slide.
31 kilometers.
Yes, and this is the view through the viewfinder. And what the
tell me,
theodolite does,
are you up above anything?
measures the angle
Are you up
between the
above?
vertical and whatever you point it at.
Are you up above something?
It doesn't care where you point it at.
Are you down on zero?
Between
Are
the
you at sea level
vertical
or are
and
you
where
up
you
above?
pointed it.
Are you at sea level or are you up above?
It also tells you on the slide where I am, you ignorant fool.
You stupid
I am
bitch.
at
Oh, you're streaming? No, I didn't see
I'm
it.
not looking at your screen. Shut
Then
up
look
and
at
just answer me.
Then shut up.
Fucking idiot.
Shut up and listen.
So how high are you? What's your elevation?
Your asshole is my elevation.
So you don't know your elevation? Please tell me it's not. It's definitely zero, right? It's not higher than zero, right? It's not. It's not higher than 1 foot, is it? Tell me. Please tell me you didn't go on a mountain or up really high. Is that what he did, guys? Did he go up high?
He's at your asshole, dude.
I don't know how tall that is, but...
That's not too high. That's a couple feet. About 3 foot. 3 foot.
Look at that, Matt. Fucking the stupid guy just fucking debunked Peter.
The funny thing is that he could have told you any number and you would have accepted it.
No, we wouldn't have, dude.
Yes, he would, because you never check when you post pictures.
You don't have
like
a fucking idea of what you're talking about.
Let me finish
man.
one
I don't even know
second,
why you're here, dude. Fucking telling me about your fucking rabbi and your grandfather going to the fucking moon with Neil Armstrong. Like, fuck you.
Oh, you are schizo, man. Like, you keep bringing this up like some nonsensical
What,
shit.
did you not say it? Are you going to lie?
No, I never said it. What the fuck?
Lie.
Go on, show me then. Show everyone that I said that. Exactly. Anyway. As I was saying, you guys never check on those famous videos of yours when the boats reappear magically. What elevation is the guy? He just gives you a number and you just believe it. Like, you don't need any further proof. It could be anything. 1 meter, 3 meters, 7, 10. Who cares? Variables are not important apparently in equations. And yeah, Subdued, you need to check yourself. Like, this anti-Semitism that you have is a little bit concerning.
I can't see your thing, dude. Just tell me the elevation, could you please?
It's literally there if you guys read. Like, I don't know why.
Brother, I'm on a phone. I'm telling you for the 10th fucking time. And your thing doesn't load.
It says observer's height 17 meters, 56 feet.
You got up 56 foot off the ground?
It even gives you the target height. It even gives you the target height. It gives you the distance. It gives you everything.
56 feet?
Yeah, but that's where he is. Like, do you want him to dig a thing?
Why are you trying to create your own triangle?
The important is that you know where you are, right?
No, you don't know where you're at.
He just told you 56. I mean, I told you.
If you're on a ball, how did you find 0 to go 56 feet from that?
56 is sea level, from sea level. That's how we calculate.
What's that look like? It goes below itself, right? So sea level
goes below itself,
correct?
It doesn't go below itself at that point where it is, though.
What?
It doesn't go down at the point where
Sea level doesn't drop below itself. It doesn't drop below a horizontal line.
he's literally on it. Like he's not on the horizon. What are you talking about? Do you know what you're saying?
Yeah, we're looking for an arc. We're not looking for a fucking horizontal. And I want
First
to know
of all,
why
you can't even look. So why are you asking me? We can't look. Like, why are you saying that? First, open the stream, look at things, and then chat about them.
I thought you were looking for an arc. I thought you were trying to prove a globe.
You're all wrong.
So he's proving flat Earth? Shit, we're good then.
You're wrong again. You should go
There's a
tempt
guy
your
that
ground
can't
child.
open the stream said so. All right.
So when's he proving a ball?
Right now in front of your face.
Oh, he's doing it right now, but he's not doing it now. But
No, he's doing it, but you're not unwilling to open the
You're
stream,
not
so just
paying
shut the
attention.
fuck up. Like, literally, man.
Paying attention to what?
Okay,
The globe
enough
proof.
talking to you. It's like literally a
Globe proof? Globe proof is on that whiteboard? That computer screen?
Absolutely.
Well, get up, turn your camera on, and draw the Earth curve on your wall. Show us.
I have.
You have?
Yep.
Yeah.
You have to go get your Nobel Prize then, won't you?
For proving the globe? I don't think so.
For being the only human who can draw a curve, an Earth curve.
You may want to read up on the Nobel Prize in Physics.
So how did you find zero on a ball? How do you find your point of tangency? When
I
zero
don't need
is
one.
below your feet.
I don't need one.
You don't need to know where zero is to know where 56 feet high is?
Oh, for that we use mean sea level.
So
I don't think you can picture that thing.
So what part of the arc are you calling zero?
No, not a thing.
Where are you at on the ball?
It's like we're talking about peers and he's talking about bananas, man. Like, I don't know.
So what state are you at on the ball? What country? I'm sure you're not standing on the top of a circle, right? A hula hoop? I'm sure you're somewhere in a weird ass offset 1:30, 2 o'clock country, right?
You even have the coordinates of the point. All
Coordinates of what? A flat plane? Fucking, they're awesome. Check out an atlas book. Go check out an atlas.
So it's crazy how you give them proof and then they just
What proof, man? He won't give them fucking any proof. He tells them fucking to look at
They
it.
literally look. They present it to you in front of you, and you just
Brother,
get
where are
like,
you getting zero from on a
Why,
curving
man?
fucking 0 point?
Mean sea level.
The Earth curves below your feet, right? Where is your zero to start from? How do you know your elevation?
I just told you.
You just told me
sea level.
by putting a fucking dot on a circle on a piece of paper. That's how you went outside and found out where you were and marked the location, longitude, and latitude, and which country or city or state you were in.
Absolutely.
You just wave the fucking one, man.
So every human is on the top of a hula hoop at 12 o'clock.
Absolutely.
So, Peter, hypothetically, you should be able to point your theodolite across the water and see curvature, right?
And that's exactly what I'm doing, yes.
Yeah, except you didn't do that, but whatever.
Yes, I did.
I don't see that in your image.
It's
Can
right
you
here.
Can you show me the picture where you measured the water?
Yes.
He didn't have his phone. He couldn't take a picture of it, dude.
That's the slide that I'm presenting right now shows you that.
That sucks. Did it fall in the water, your phone?
So a piece of paper with some numbers on it shows me the curved water.
Yes.
Okay.
It's crazy how you never ask this question when you guys post these funny low quality pictures like this one. Like you never go and ask the guy, "Oh, yo, show me how did you come up with the number of elevation and all this stuff." Like you just take it. Oh yeah, this is enough proof for me.
That's because these are people. They don't have any incentive to lie. They don't get funded because they get
Of course,
shut down
people
by
don't have
YouTube.
incentive
There's no
to lie.
like
Yes,
reason to.
yes.
There's no. I'm sorry, dude. There's no like organizational institution that backs up this theory. It's like laughed at constantly.
And there is a whole movement that is making
would-
money out of grifting. That's what's behind it. So there is a motive to lying.
Show me one person making money on proving flat Earth models. Like, are we making
all
money
the
in here? I don't get a
YouTubers,
paycheck.
all the groups, like you maybe, but the people that you listen to, you're giving them views, you're giving them money. They're even making applications. They're selling you applications on the phone.
How
so
many
you can have like
100,000 a year do they give you for making a flat Earth map?
They can't monetize it because it's classified as disinformation.
They literally have an applications on the web store.
How much do they pay you for making a flat Earth map, buddy? You made one, you said, right?
I can't tell you. I signed an NDA.
Oh, you said. See, there we go.
It
Now
was like 279, something like that.
we figured it out. Now you're
50K
sitting across the
downloads,
table.
crazy.
You got 37 buddies that couldn't hamburger help you a ball or tell you how to calculate a real radius of a marble, a cue ball, a sphere, a little globe, a real basketball that has a regulation fucking radius size. This is crazy to me.
He can't even tell us how a fucking plumb bob works, dude. So
Any child can tell you how a plumb bob works.
I asked you, Peter. You said you didn't know, dude.
Yeah,
I asked you.
it points down.
No, helium plumbs point up. I've got a helium plumb and it points straight the fuck up vertically.
Once you know down, you know up, and vice versa.
So it doesn't work the way the globe says it works, right?
Yeah, the globe says it points down.
Is that what the globe says, Peter?
Absolutely.
What's wrong with my helium plumb then? Why is it pointing up?
Actually, the definition of down is where the plumb bob points. So there you go.
So my helium plumb just disproved everything you said, correct?
No, why?
It goes up, brother. It points up.
Okay, once you know up, you know down. When you know down, you know up.
No. When does it point diagonal? We need to know when the helium balloon hits 10 degrees, 18
Up
degrees.
is 180 degrees from
45
down.
degrees, you fucking idiot, to the center of the earth. The more it goes up, the more it has to deviate. You send 3 balloons up next to each other at a certain distance. They have to be a certain distance apart on a globe, you fucking idiot. So show
I'm
us.
just sorry that little children are involved in all this.
Listen.
Oh, Peter has to resort to
Really
fucking
disturbing.
bullshit. We get it, Peter. We understand you have to resort to bullshit when you fucking not. You
I
can't make
wouldn't
any
be
sense
swearing in front of
Yeah,
little
like
children.
mentioning rabbis and some other bullshit like that.
Yeah, I wouldn't be talking if I couldn't even fucking demonstrate helium balloons and plumb bobs.
Stop swearing in front of little children. Do us a favor, okay?
Stop swearing in front of me. Don't say the word globe ever again. That's the worst cuss word you could ever say in front of the kids.
Stop swearing in front of little children.
Don't
tell him how to run his fucking life, Peter, man.
I just did.
Yeah, well, you should just fuck off now, dude. Like, you're not going to get any clips here today.
I just want to see the 3 millimeter difference after a couple feet of horizontal water. Just go show us up close and personal the 3 millimeter difference where it goes lower than itself.
Should be easy to show, shouldn't it?
You did.
Yeah, 3 millimeter high ant curve spec objects they do with National Geographics all the time. They can measure all kind of shit at 3 millimeters, brother. You'd be amazed. But these guys can't measure the Earth curve. None, not a zilch up close and personal. They can measure it on a piece of paper that's fucking pencil lead and ink. Weird, huh?
That's literally what he showed me, dude.
He didn't understand it.
Pathetic. Really.
I tried to watch it.
I'm literally showing you the measurement right now.
I know, but it won't let me. It won't let me load up your shit, dude.
Oh, it must be the Illuminati that are blocking it.
No, I probably got a piece of shit phone. That's pretty self-explanatory.
Nah, D-Mark, straight up, it's a spreadsheet with a bunch of numbers on it, dude.
You probably have an Obama phone.
I already know exactly what it is without even looking at it, and that's why I know it.
Tell me, what is it?
7 foot in the fucking air, right?
Tell me, what is it without looking at it?
It's like Jesse, right?
Tell me, what is it without looking at it?
Oh, Peter, they just gaslighting you at this point. Like, stop engaging them. You gave them proof.
This is not the first time I'm here. I come
Let me
here
guess.
for entertainment.
0.034 degrees of a fucking tilt, right?
Look at him. He didn't even look at what you're presenting him and he's chatting. Like, I don't believe that.
Can you hear me? Let me guess. You're going to present 0.034 of a fucking degree of tilt, right? Now, like that's your
No,
number.
wrong, wrong.
What are you seeing with your Theodolite? How off are you? How tilted is it?
What? How tilted? What's the angle?
Whatever you're looking at, you dumb bastard. What you're supposed to be proving. The angle
Curvature.
of not Plumb and Plumb. Surely if you're looking 30 fucking 1 kilometers, the plumb bob down there isn't Plumb, idiot.
Why would I be looking at that?
Why would you not, you dumb bitch? That's the only thing you should be looking at. You fucking
Why?
idiot.
Why would I be looking
Why
at
would
that?
you look at a plumb bob that's supposed to be off by fucking 20 degrees?
Who told you
Why
that?
would you not, you dumb fucker? And why
Who
would
told
you
you
have a
that?
side view? Let me guess, you don't have a side view either. Do you? Do you have an observer on the side of you? Invite me
Yes.
out next time, and we'll get all this settled out.
I don't think so.
Why? So you can keep lying, bitch? We don't like liars. So if you can't invite somebody
I
out,
just want to
fuck
be a
off.
few thousand miles away from you at all
Listen,
times if I can help it.
shut up with your excuses, liar, of no fucking...
Peter, how much curvature do you think there is between you and him?
None.
How
Not a
much
fucking...
curvature?
None.
Yeah.
6,371 kilometers.
Okay, let's calculate that.
Where do you live, Peter? Are you in the States?
Yeah, Washington State.
Washington State? That place is nice. I live in
It
North
is, and
Carolina.
that's where the measurement is taken as well, so
It's expensive up there.
bonus points for that.
Pretty expensive up there with your NDA, isn't it?
Not necessarily, no.
Oh,
It's
it's
a
not
large
too bad.
state.
Well, maybe we should be roommates.
The only way we're going to be in roommates if I make a big mistake in my life and I end up sharing a prison cell with you.
Hey, I own my home. It's okay.
You ever been to the gorge?
Yeah.
Can you see the Earth curve across it?
Yes.
Wow.
Oh my god. Put a buoy right on the curve, right where the curved water is. Put a fucking buoy or a fucking...
You put a buoy.
I can't find any curved water, brother. I don't know
It's
how you
your
get
problem.
elevation off of a ball. I don't. When elevation is everything to the ground and below. 5
That's for
foot,
you.
1 foot, 2 foot, 10 foot's all 0 foot on a globe. I don't know how in the fuck you guys are doing any math. I think you're retarded.
You didn't go past high school.
Past high school, I don't think you went past middle school.
Yeah, that.
Doesn't matter though, because all of these things do not require any sort of education. They just require a little bit of effort.
Playing without geometrical horizon. What the fuck?
Hey, bud.
Yeah, Jesse Patholite. That's his damn name. He does the same thing. He gets up with, I've got 11. He's got 11 of everything. And he climbs up to the top of mountains and hills. And he says he looks so far away and sees 0.034 degrees of a tilt through his crosshairs.
How amazing, right? The Earth measures curved everywhere you go.
Except for the water, right, Peter?
Even
Including the water. You can see it in the picture right now. You're looking at it.
Set your Theodolite up on the shore of the water and fucking shoot it straight out, dude.
Look at it.
Show me a curve, man.
I just did. I'm showing
No,
you the
you
curve
didn't.
right now. That's the curve. That's what the curve looks like.
I don't know. That picture kind of looks like it's pointing at a building off in the fucking distance.
Yeah,
dude.
it is. But you're looking over a curve.
So,
How amazing.
Listen to what I say, Peter. Set it up on the shore of the water and point it out straight across the water, dude.
Oh my goodness, I'm doing just that right now.
Oh, it looks like it to me, man. Show me
I
your
wish
little
you could see it.
spreadsheet again.
I wish
Jesse
you
had a
could see it.
spreadsheet too, man. You guys are kind of the same. You should fucking hang out with him.
Ask me how much of curve I'm looking at right there in that photo. Ask me.
Show me the curve, Peter.
I dare you to ask me how much of a curve I'm showing to you right now.
How
in
wide
this
is it compared to your crosshair?
I dare you to ask me.
I want to know how wide it is compared to your crosshair.
I dare you. I double dare you.
If you were showing curvature, dude, fucking I'd ask you, but you're not, so.
Okay, I'll keep it to myself then.
I'm looking at it. I see it.
What do you see, you fucking moron?
I can't see the bases of these places. I can only see the tops.
Doesn't matter though, because that's why we have the precise measurements, so we don't have to trust our eyes.
Yeah. I mean, refraction could be lying to my eyes, but lasers don't.
This doesn't even use a laser. This is just a crosshair.
Normally they do.
You're so obtuse. Obtruse. Your hypotenuse.
That's the incorrect way to use a Theodolite.
It's my
You've never
favorite
used
fact.
one in your life.
I told him that.
I don't always use
I
it the other
actually
way,
have
but when
used
I
them,
do, I use
and
it
that's
like
the
that.
incorrect way to use them.
Yeah, you don't use it that far away, brother.
Yes, you can.
No,
you do.
don't.
I only use them that way.
For example, when you build bridges,
bridges,
when you build bridges, you have to do that.
You go from stations.
Every
About
bridge is 31
500.
kilometers. Is that what you guys just said? Every bridge you ever have to do is 31 kilometers. I know there's bridges.
You need to be very low IQ to
I know some
to
bridges
understand
that are 10
that.
foot.
Nice.
10 foot. So you guys are going to use a Theodolite to measure a 10-foot fucking bridge across the hole? Are you serious?
I never have. I only measure the curve of the
Well,
edge.
what do you use it for then? If it's not good for 10 foot, it can't be good for 31 fucking miles or kilometers.
Say a 10 foot is negligible.
Yeah, it can be.
It's nothing.
10 foot, what do you mean? You're supposed to use a Theodolite, right? To make your bridges. Fuck you
About
mean?
the bridge, have you ever seen a 10-foot bridge?
I've never seen you measure anything 31 miles away. Not your door frame, not your house, not your backyard, not your car, not a fucking thing ever in your life.
No, that's you, but this guy clearly did.
That's me. So this guy measures stuff from 31 kilometers away. Okay. Do you want to put your money on it that he can't measure something from 31 kilometers away?
Yes, I can put my money.
I'm going to pop up on the screen. Where are you guys going to beat me? Well, I'm gonna bring an object you don't know what it is, 31 kilometers away, and you tell me what the fuck it is, how much it weighs, how tall it is, you know.
From the screen of your from Discord.
Hello?
From the Discord screen.
Shit, I'll just get in the distance. I'll just pop up in the distance, say, look, I got this object. I'll describe it to you, what color it is, like polka dotted orange, right? And I'll say, what is this object and how far away am I? You get one guess.
I don't have to do that from a screen, like I have to be there.
Use your Theodolite and film it. You get one guess.
I have to be there. I can't do it from a screen. Are you mad?
That would be CGI.
Exactly. You should be showing me some green screen or some bullshit like
You're
that.
building and look at me when I pop up somewhere. where you don't know and get the measurement?
I
What are
have
you
to be
talking
there
about?
with you.
I don't know about
Let's
you,
follow you.
Vanek, but I don't want to look at any content that guy may generate. All
Yeah,
right,
that's
I'm
very
just
suspect.
gonna kind of like click delete on everything that shows up.
So your theodolites are broke now.
Don't send me any DMs, bro.
So your theodolites don't work anymore because they won't
Don't make
invite
me go and get a restraining order.
something that's in a non-set location, right? Pop up, and then they tell you everything about it, how much it's tilted, where it's at, what it is, right? And they measure the object with it, with the theodolite. I mean, we're just waiting.
Good for you.
No, good for not you. Because you can't use a theodolite to measure stuff with.
Yes, I
who?
can.
Go
Look,
show us. Go outside and go measure
I
stuff.
just showed you.
No. Go somewhere you've never been before, and then
That's
start
what's in the
measuring
picture.
shit.
I've never been there before.
It's 31 miles away.
Right there.
Yeah, because I need to know how big, wide my windows are.
Does your cell have windows?
From 31 miles away, how do you measure windows with your theodolite?
You don't.
We're measuring with the theodolite. What the only thing you guys can use. That's all you got. It's all you can use to see curvature.
That's
And
all we're using. Yes, you're right. Yeah.
Yeah, I
You're
know.
correct.
So if you can see degrees of fucking curvature, clearly you can measure my doorway, my car, everything, right?
I could, but I won't.
A tree. You'd be like, that tree is exactly 2.5 meters wide. Or it's 4 inches. I mean, you could tell us, right? With your theodolite. You can tell us how tall it is.
Probably could. I probably could.
But all you're going to do is stick to this cartoon diagram. You can't venture from.
Yes. If I ever go to a VC that's about measuring windows, I will show window measurements. This VC is about measuring curvature of the Earth.
All you tards get about 30 miles away, and you act like you make any fucking sense. And you do the same thing, all of you. And none of you make any sense. You're all writing the same shit
Yeah,
down.
we all do different experiments and we come with the same conclusions.
Where's
I
the
wonder
side?
what does that mean.
Show me the side.
6,371 kilometers.
Side view of a boat dropping below a fucking horizontal line. The observer, the boat, the side view, and where the boat's dropping below your horizontal line of reference.
Where did the boat come from?
They love both, man.
You don't do any observations other than lie and look forward, you fucking losers.
I don't even see a boat in that picture.
He's using math. Motherfucker, he's using math. He is using math. And you are not giving any nothing. Like he's using a diagram.
Math head fuck. Side view that math, retard.
Bro, you understand that the Earth has topography, right? The guy that says he's using math?
How's that hypocrisy?
I said topography.
How's it topography?
What about topography?
Oh my god.
How is it?
Right. Hills and valleys. Ups and downs, elevation from mean sea level, topography.
Alright, bet.
So he's measuring topography and telling me it's fucking curved, dude. I'm telling him to measure the water and he's telling me he can't.
The water? What's the deepest ocean? What's the deepest?
Measuring the water, he says.
Oh,
Measure the water.
Yeah, set your fucking theodolite up on the water, dude. What's the big deal, man?
He's not measuring the depth. Hold on, Peter. He's not measuring the depth of the water. He's measuring the surface of, or should be measuring the surface of water to see if the water is curving or horizontal.
Jedi's got it.
But he's using like the actual thing over top. So I think that's like.
So hold on. What's he actually doing?
What?
What is he actually doing?
I don't know.
Right, so why are you saying what he's actually doing and going on to ramble about something and ask you what he's actually doing and you say, I don't know? Are you an idiot?
No, I'm not an idiot.
Then don't talk about things that you don't know, especially when asked if you know, you don't. You just said, I don't know.
Maybe I do. Maybe I do.
Oh, so maybe you
Maybe I
do. So
don't.
what, you're some kind of secret king now?
Yeah, I'm a secret king. Yeah.
You're a fucking idiot.
Maybe you're the idiot.
Well, listening to you is making me dumber. I grant you that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know.
So what's he
I
doing?
know.
What's he doing?
Math.
Math. Based on what?
Math.
Math based on math. No, he's doing math based on measurements.
No, math based on math.
No, measurements, dude. That's why he's
Math.
using a theodolite. Because he's at a
Waste of
known
time.
distance from an object and he's measuring the decrease in angle from a horizontal with his theodolite. Feel better now? You know what's going on? Dumb fuck.
You think he said math?
He said math 2 times in a row. He said they use math to measure math.
I mean, one is doing math, the other one is just throwing results.
Pointing out that he doesn't know what he's talking about, but decided to add a colour commentary to something he doesn't know what he's talking about. That's why people like me are listening so you understand what's going on instead of making comments like this guy.
I mean, yeah, it's not very productive when it's like that.
No, it hasn't been very productive for the last 20 minutes, dude.
Well, we know who's at fault.
Everyone in the room.
Not particularly.
Okay. Do you like it here? So, Peter, what's the distance, mate? Is it like 30 odd kilometres or miles or something? What is it?
Here you go.
I was looking at it a minute ago, dude, but you changed it, so I can't remember the distance.
34 kilometers.
Awesome. What theodolite are you using? What's the name and make of the theodolite you're using?
Pentax ETH-120F.
Okay, can you write that in the text for me, please, mate, because I'll forget it.
No worries.
Thank you. And we'll go and figure out how far you should use a theodolite for before you start having errors in your measurements. Cheers, dude. Thank you. Quick copy and paste of that. I'll be back in a minute.
So, Peter, do you think that all the land on the Earth curves at a specific rate?
Well, obviously it has topography, but if you pick the same elevation, then yes.
So
and
that part that you measured has that specific curve to it that you can distinguish the difference?
Correct. So the Earth is not a perfect sphere. There's a tiny deviation from sphericity, if you will.
How tiny, Peter?
I think it's 0.3%.
So anywhere on Earth, the deviation will only be 0.03%.
No. If you're in the same area on Earth, there's almost no deviation. The deviation is at the extremes, the poles versus the equator.
So the Earth measures locally flat.
Locally it measures as a regular sphere.
Oh.
Yeah. At a distance is like 30 kilometers. The difference in radius, going from the pole in the direction of the equator is super tiny. Negligible.
How much of a difference did you just measure?
I measured 6,371 kilometers of radius.
No, I'm asking you, how much of a difference did you measure between the flat and the curve?
That's what I measured.
You measured a difference of 6,000 what kilometers?
Yes, 6,371
Yeah, we're not on the same page, buddy.
I think we are.
See, the thing with water is, Peter, that it has to conform to the surface of the Earth, right?
It absolutely does, yes.
And the thing with land, it doesn't, right?
That's correct.
So why wouldn't you measure the water?
I did in a way.
You didn't, Peter. You keep saying that you
Yes,
did,
I
but you
did.
didn't. No, you
No, I'm
didn't. You
just
measured
speaking
a
the
building
language you
across.
choose to
You
speak to
measured
me.
a building across a fucking
I'm not a
across a bay.
sucker, dude. I spoke to you people before. I know how to use the same language you use.
I'm not using any kind of language, dude. Fuck, you
Yes,
can't
you are.
understand what I'm saying?
I can understand exactly what you're saying.
So then what fucking language am I using?
The same language I'm using.
All right, now we're on the same page, Peter?
Yes, we are. I told you we are on the same page.
So you weren't measuring water, were you, Peter?
In a sense, I was, yeah.
Are we speaking the same language, Peter?
Yes, we are.
Did you measure water?
Absolutely.
Did you measure water?
Any other questions?
I don't think I need any more. I'm pretty sure I just fucking ruined you.
Oh. For the rest of you and the VC, currently on the screen is the measurement of water. Whatever your friend means when he says, "Did you measure water?" I'm showing you this on the screen right now. The blue line is the water.
In your imagination, right, Peter?
On this slide, yes, but not on this slide.
It looks like your theodolite's pointing at a building.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So what did you measure?
The elevation of the surface of the water is what I'm pointing at.
Is the building on the water?
It is above the water, yes.
Oh, how much?
68.27 meters.
And how did you get that measurement, Peter? Did you go measure the building?
I did not. I did not.
Of the water?
I did not.
So how did you get that measurement?
The people who built it told me.
That they measured it from the water?
Yes.
Can you cite that for us?
No.
I'm just curious, Peter. In your spreadsheet, do you have ocular or optical drop calculated?
What does that mean?
You're joking, right?
No.
You don't know what optical drop is?
No.
Wow. So you're using a theodolite, but you don't know what optical drop is?
No.
So you have feet and inches value, and this is according to height above sea level?
Yes.
So sea level 0 is between you, the device, and the building.
Yes, you're looking at the ocean there.
So level, a plane, horizontal, flat.
That's what we determine later in the presentation.
I just asked you if the building was above sea level, 0, and you said yes.
Above
So
sea level, yes.
okay, so the feet and inches value above sea level, the elevation, you would say, is above 0. Same as your height above 0, correct?
Yep, yep.
Okay, so you're on a flat plane then.
Nope.
So you're on a yeah.
No.
No, you just said yes a second ago.
No, you didn't say yes.
No, I said yes above 0. No.
Okay, so flat, level, plane.
Where are you, Peter?
No.
No, the whole point of the presentation is, let me jump to the conclusion. Do you see this conclusion here?
I'm sorry, how high above the sea level is that building?
Oh, Jesus.
68.27 meters.
Okay, so that's its elevation above sea level. And how high are you above sea level?
17.07 meters.
So you're both on the same plane, 0.
No.
No.
That's the whole
So
point.
you're both above sea level, you're both above 0, but it's not a plane.
Yeah, clearly a difference altitude. What the fuck?
So 0's curved then?
Yes. Yes, you got it.
You got any citations for me about that? Especially in regards to surveying?
No.
No, you don't have any of that. So in surveying, you don't have any way to back up that 0 is apparently a curved datum?
No, but it is. Trust
You
me.
don't have that. So you're calling it a curve is 0, but you can't back that up.
Absolutely. On a sphere, common level of elevation will be curved.
Elevation above what?
Above any reference point.
What is that reference point in this case? Is it sea level?
Mean sea level, yes.
Okay, so level is now curved in your mind.
Absolutely, on a sphere, yes.
No, not on a sphere, just in general. Elevation is above 0, which is level, and level is curved.
Would you like me to explain?
No, I've already heard this bullshit 1,000 times. You're saying that level is curved, and you don't have any evidence for that, right?
No, I have proof for it, no evidence.
What is your proof that level is curved?
On a sphere, points of equal distance from the center.
Oh, that you mean equidistant from the center, so you can get me the measurements equidistant from the center.
Yep.
Of the presupposed ball.
On a sphere.
Great. I'm going to give you 2 minutes to give me the distance from the center of the Earth to the edge. I want you to get me that radius from the center.
Okay. 6,371 kilometers. Didn't need 2 minutes.
No, I want you to get me the measurement, Peter.
The measurement is here.
From the center.
Yeah. Are you looking at my stream?
Peter, I want you to go to the center
This is the
of the
measurement.
sphere, and I want you to start from there and get me the measurement.
I don't have.
You don't seem to be understanding what I'm asking you for.
Oh,
yeah, you do. Because number one, you're begging the question that it's a ball. So I just want you to go to the center of the ball and get me
I'm begging.
the measurement.
You're begging me. You're asking me questions all the
You're
time.
begging the question.
Me to tell you, and I'm indulging.
I want you to go ahead and go to the center of the Earth, Peter, and I want you to get me this measurement.
And I don't have to.
We can just imagine it, right?
Great.
Peter?
Well, then I guess I don't have to let you stay in here, do I?
No, we can just calculate it.
Calculate it. How would we do that?
Crickets.
How do we calculate the center? Give me 1 second.
And who's ever been there to do that while you can't do it too, though? I mean, I'm just curious, But yeah.
When people start telling me equidistant from the center of a sphere, well, then let's go ahead and go find the center of that sphere.
Oh, I'm down. I just want to know who the hell's been in there in their NASA suit. I want to go too. Just got to put in there too, brother. Flat earthers are going to put a museum everywhere on a curve.
You should be able to go. You should be able to go to a volcano, a live one, active one, and jump down in the center of that and swim down to the center of Earth. That'd be the best way to find out.
That's what I would think. You know what I mean? Or go to the lowest point and find the lowest point volcano, and then get down.
We're asking about how do we get the distance? Here it is.
I would suggest though jumping into a live volcano because then it's not blocked.
It's just elevation off the surface of a sphere.
How far have you been down in like the deepest cave or cavern or hole? I mean, how many thousands of miles have you went down to, so you know what you're talking about?
Oh shit! Can't post this much.
Last time I checked, the drill bits
the surface of a sphere can be 0, right? Your elevation off the surface
can be 0.
That's curve.
Can be a 0. Show me that with the ball in your classroom. Show me how it's 0 from a horizontal.
There's elevation off the surface of a sphere.
Yeah, horizontal line is your reference frame. Show us what you're talking about. The horizontal line would be your start of elevation.
No. The surface of the sphere is 0. Every point on the surface of the sphere is 0.
That didn't make any sense. 0 compared to
Why
what?
not?
0 to what horizontal, brother?
It should make sense because it does make sense.
To what horizontal level?
0
to what level? I got a little level in my hand. How many fucking places is it 0 if it's all 0? You're not making no sense, brother.
You want to know the height above the surface of the sphere?
No, a horizontal line is 0. Do you understand, stupid? And then below that would be below 0. Now,
I don't think you understand.
Is that a globe matches a fucking horizontal line? Where did you go to school? Please burn it down.
You're measuring elevation.
No, I'm not measuring shit to do with no curve that's a horizontal. A horizontal is not a curve. A curve is not a horizontal. You or no teacher that ever taught you anything in school that was worth 50 cents should have ever told you that a ball with a horizontal line of reference on the top is going to be 0 everywhere. That didn't make any sense, dude.
All you need is elevation, your latitude, and knowing that the shape is a sphere. That's all you need to know the distance.
Elevation from where to where?
From elevation where you're at, to sea level, depending on the reference that you choose.
Sea level, it goes below itself. From where to where?
What the fuck does that even mean?
I have a horizontal line, sea level on a globe. All the globe drops below it. I got a globe in the classroom and a horizontal ruler.
It's not horizontal. It's just a perception. That's
a horizontal line.
At 16 minutes after the hour, I posted a globe with a horizontal line over it. But I tipped it so we could kind of get it in reference. I could have made it horizontal or parallel to the line above it. I decided not to.
Yeah, if you want to know the height above the surface, you treat the entire spherical surface as 0.
As a horizontal line?
From where?
It's the height above the surface.
Where is it 0 from?
Yeah, go ahead.
The entire surface of the sphere is 0.
You might be off by a few hundred meters or tens of meters, but if you just straight it,
getting that reference point from?
You don't need to. You just take everything as 0. You just yeah, not make it up, but you just assume that.
Said, yeah, I hope you.
If you want to be imprecise, yes.
Make it up, and he said yes.
Yes. I said yes. If you want to be imprecise, if you want to be very precise, you need to take a point of reference.
So to be precise, you just make it up. To be very precise, you need to measure it.
No, to be precise, you have to take into account the reference and then use the formula. That's it.
You don't have a center.
I just told you that's how you know the
Has no
distance.
reference. He's asking you where you got your reference to get 0 from.
You don't need a if you just told
You don't need a reference to claim the fucking imagination that you think you live on, trying to prove a ball is 0 to start at a horizontal, which is 0. You're trying to prove not horizontal, stupid fuckers.
That's a word salad that doesn't mean anything.
It's not my fault you didn't go to 5th grade, brother.
I mean, it's not my fault you can't understand the simple thing that he said. Like,
a
physicist specialist will understood him.
Horizontal are not the fucking same. You guys need to stop trying to explain a horizontal line of 0 and 0 at the front and the back and the end, a level, right? When it's level, that's 0 elevation on both points. Now you'd have
What
to
if I want to know the height above the surface?
Your globe is not that horizontal line, you fucking idiot. That's flat Earth. Now start your globe after you see my 3-foot fucking level sitting there. Draw a horizontal line across the wall. It's level at 3 foot high. Now start your globe math, fucking idiots. Show us your reference of where you're getting 0 from below my horizontal. And keep going. Draw your Earth curve to show us what you're getting fucking where your reference is. Show us your 0. Draw it out. Let me guess, we're gonna get crickets and retards and stupid fucking excuses now.
If you ask retarded question, you're gonna have crickets. No more.
Yeah, I got a horizontal line on the wall. Flat Earth is done. That's your 0. Now show me how your globe matches that. Let's go. Don't jump in front of each other, guys. It's okay. One at a time. One at a time. There's room for everybody to draw on the wall. Oh, don't claw his eyes out and jump in front of him to do it, Bobby. It's okay. You'll all have a turn, I promise.
More retarded questions?
Oh, nobody's drawn anything. Nobody's got any. Nobody knows what an Earth curve looks like up close and personal on a wall. Huh? How fucking idiots? How many idiots we got?
Well, if you look at the image, I'd like to tell me what kind of shape is that? Where is it? You seem to be an expert on shapes and drawings and shit. Where is it?
You guys are telling people the top and the sides and the bottom of a fucking ball are at 0 with each other. What kind of crack are you guys smoking?
Yo, Dimok, check on chat. Please tell me what shape is this? Is this line flat? Yes or no? Is it horizontal?
Whatever, dude. Fucking, you're gonna zoom in and out of a fucking line. Holy fuck!
Go get a ruler and check it. Put the ruler next to it, and we'll see.
Yeah, do it.
You got a ruler.
No, I'm asking you if you know.
So you're saying it's locally flat then, right, Vanek?
Get a ruler and put it on there and match it.
Hold on, stop. Hold on. You can't just draw lines using a computer and then zoom in and out and claim that as a flat line.
Yep. Yeah, pixels now, I guess. Is the Earth pixelated? Vanek.
If I do that on a basketball, which
Vanek.
One second, I'm talking.
Vanek. Is the Earth pixelated?
One second. I said, actually, you have a resolution, right? Your eyes have a resolution. I'm asking.
Is the Earth pixelated? Vanek?
Do your eyes have a resolution? Yes or no?
Vanek, is the Earth pixelated?
By your sight, yes, we have a resolution.
Oh, so everybody, the Earth is pixelated like it's frickin' Minecraft. There you go. That's who we're dealing with.
I said your view has a resolution, which is your view has a resolution, which is determined in what pixels. Yes, but the word itself, no, is not made of pixels.
So your sight is not determined by pixels.
People with glasses just have pixelated. They see at a lower resolution.
Would you like to know how much is the human resolution?
Now we're on resolution.
Well, if you're talking about pixels, that's what.
No longer pixels.
Why are you keep inhaling your microphone, bro?
Pixels on my eyeball screen.
It's like 576 megapixel. Is that your average human sight?
Pixel Earth theory. We got a Pixel Earth channel.
Megapixels, actually. Yeah,
Just zoom into a granite or a crystal ball, something beautiful, smooth, like a metal steel
But I
ball.
don't
Just put a
understand your
horizontal
argument of
line on. Just put a
pixelated
ruler
screen
on that.
versus
Zoom in
pixelated
for us.
side.
Show us how it matches,
Same
brother.
shit.
Show us horizontal. Show us how much of a sphere can fit your horizontal on it. We're waiting. A real sphere, not a computer one. A real one, brother. Don't be afraid of real spheres. So the thing you're trying to do the geometry of.
Can you put your questions in chat, please?
It's not a question. It's you demonstrating. Or go get a real crystal ball and show us where it's horizontal.
Yeah, can you put whatever you just said in chat?
Bring the crystal ball.
Keep it there.
Shit, put a cube on there and show us how it matches up to a crystal cube. Crystal ball, crystal cube, line them up. Let's see how the corners all match up, snuggle all in there.
Is this a question?
Just telling you how much of an ignorant how ignorant you guys are. Saying go get a fucking cube that has sharp edges like a glass one or something and put it on a glass sphere and show us where they match each other.
Ask Terrence Howard for that.
Are you okay, brother? I mean, you're the one that believes you live on a fucking ball because you don't understand how a ball works. I'm
Well,
trying to give
you are the one
that
literally presented with
the corners are not going to touch that ball. They're going to levitate off.
Needed.
I was speaking.
Zoom in.
I understand my own thoughts.
He doesn't think he lives on a ball. It's a frickin' disco pixelated. It's not even a sphere at that point, is it?
That's a
it's
a showman.
bringing it 2D. I think he lives in a computer. That's what I'm thinking. They got me convinced.
I'm the one.
Computer globes that are flat computer globe 2D.
You can't live in a flat computer, man.
Computer Earth.
Look, it's flat because my program and my resolution on my screen are so bad that it just shows a flat line at that point. Derp.
Wait, let me show you with a basketball a real object then.
We already did that.
Yeah? You're gonna say that's pixelated too, or some shit?
That was your claim. You say it's pixelated.
Your site is pixelated.
Your site is pixelated. Holy shit.
People will argue that life is pixelated, but they got to talk about Planck's constant, and that's like a whole nother can of worms, dude.
I don't know whoever said that. But I don't care about other people.
Yeah, I don't care about Planck's
That's called
constant.
appeal to
Pixelated.
authority. I don't give a shit
Okay,
about
buddy.
that. Get it?
Are you guys trying to talk about how gravity breaks down with the Planck length?
No, we don't believe in
They don't
gravity.
even know that.
Oh, you believe in atoms? Have you ever seen one in your house?
Yeah.
Are they pixelated?
I don't
You
believe
in
them.
particles?
I've
No.
HD
Wait, actually, you guys don't believe in empty space. What's in between an electron and the
fuck?
nucleus?
Anti-space, dude.
And I said you guys don't believe in
You're
space.
right. I don't believe in your fairy tale.
What about those yellow as seen
You
on
guys-
TV glasses?
Is it God?
What is it, God? Yeah, probably God did that.
Yeah, that's the answer.
There you go. God made space, made the globe, and made the planets and the universe.
Bible says.
I don't give a fuck about fairy tale, man. That's appeal to authority. Well, on top of that, a false authority.
Yeah, I believe in empty space. It's what's in between your ears, bro.
But there's actually a lot, 99%. Hey, guess what? Guess what?
With an anime profile picture, dude. Sit down.
99% of space is actually empty between my ears. That's true. Between yours too. Who would have
It's
thought?
yours.
Huh?
Anyways, guys, any flat Earth evidence?
I mean,
We don't
been
need
shitting on
evidence,
that
it's
for
just
3
a belief.
hours.
Yeah, we got water.
Muted himself.
It's not 3 hours.
Matt
Actually,
muted himself already.
Isn't that enough?
Matt tries, but he doesn't know how to give globe proof.
I'm pretty sure we can all agree water's flat.
Space time is flat too. Yeah.
Oh, so you're up in fairy tale land, are you? The panic?
Am I the one believing in the Bible? You guys believe in the firmament?
What? Space time?
No, we believe in flat water molecules.
Like space firmament. Where's the firmament, guys? What this?
Isn't space
Ask
time?
Peter. He knows all about the firmament.
Let me
He
talk
tells
to
me
this
there is no
guy.
firmament
He
to
seems
compute.
like he's done his homework. So
The ground is the firmament.
Everybody be quiet. I want to talk to the guy with the accent. So hey guy, how you doing? What's your name? Zanuck?
Am I the guy with an accent?
Yeah,
Have you heard yourself?
Can you speak up?
Dude, don't be an asshole.
I'm an asshole.
Calm your clam.
Meritards. Anyway.
Yeah. So I'm trying to say hi. What's your name?
Vanek. Just said it.
Okay, cool. So yeah, I got a few questions for you. So you believe in the globe, right?
Isn't that evident at this point?
Yeah, just test the water.
Or maybe you just came in. Sorry, you probably just came in there.
No, I've been listening for a while. So, how does over the horizon radar work?
Oh, shit. Have I ever claimed I'm an expert on radars or some shit? Like, what the fuck?
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Maybe you don't know. Okay. So
I don't know. I don't know that.
Yeah, it's cool to say you don't know. So allegedly, there's curvature in the way, right? But it looks like we can, see past that curvature. That's why it says over the horizon radar. So where's the curve at?
How long can it see though?
Pretty far.
Yeah, but there must be a max distance. I'm not sure. I don't think they use it for the opposite side of the planet distance.
Well, no, that would be a ridiculous claim, right?
Pretty
But
much.
they do use it over the horizon, right?
I'm not aware about that, to be honest. But yeah, what about it? So they can see a little bit over the horizon, is that what you say?
Yeah, they can see further than the globe predicts.
Yeah, I wish to know how long, because if it's not that big of a distance, I mean, maybe it's possible with some fucking.
Well, let's find out together,
refraction
shall we?
Well, isn't radar just based on line of sight?
Yeah.
I said over the horizon. Well, let me check that.
Yeah, how does that work if there's a curvature in the way?
High frequency. Oh, they use radio waves. Okay.
Did you draw this yourself?
Wait, sorry. Yeah, if they use radio waves, they're just gonna pass through Earth itself. So yeah, you can detect stuff.
They pass through the Earth. Is that what you said?
Yeah. I mean, radio waves can pass through matter, right? So if there is an edge and there is a curvature, they can go.
You're saying the radio waves pass through the Earth?
I'm not saying that's how it works specifically, but I'm aware of radio waves, their ability to go through matter and stuff like that.
Wow.
The ionosphere reflect. Okay, actually, they do like reflections on the ionosphere. That's how it works.
Is that what you call the firmament, the ionosphere?
Nope.
Why are you bringing up the firmament? I thought you didn't believe in the firmament.
Oh no, somebody brought up the Bible, and that's why I brought it up.
Yeah, but you're talking about they bounce radio waves off of something in the sky. I thought you didn't believe in anything.
No. The firmament is literally penetrable. It's like a container in a sort.
Right, something you could bounce radio waves off of, right?
Nope.
I
mean, I don't know. Sorry. I don't know, because if you tell me what's the firmament material, maybe I can answer. Since nobody knows.
Talking about firmaments and bouncing radio waves off of stuff up there.
No, so I didn't mention I didn't mention the two things together. I mentioned the firmament when I was spoken about the Bible, and now you're asking me something different about the radars, and I just went to check on it, and apparently they just reflect fucking radio waves from the ionosphere.
The ionosphere. Is that what you call the firmament? Is that what you're calling it?
Is the ionosphere the ultimate limit that we cannot pass to?
I don't
So
know.
I wouldn't really call it like a dome.
Can you go past it?
Yes, you
can.
can.
Go past it? Like you and I tonight? Can we go?
What do you mean specifically by you and I? Do we have the ability to? Yes. Do we have the means to? I don't know.
Okay, that's a different question. You said we could go past it.
Yeah, we can.
What do you mean by we? Objects. Like you and I could send an object past it.
Object or possibly people. inside
Elon Musk
objects.
tried to break
I don't
it
think you
recently,
can
but
do
he
that,
couldn't.
bro. I don't think you're.
He tried to blow it up.
Do you
Good thing
believe?
you don't
I mean,
think for a living.
one second. So you don't believe in rockets? Do you believe in balloons?
Yeah, of course, I believe in rockets and balloons.
Oh, you do believe in rockets? Oh, most of the people
Yeah.
here don't believe. I don't know. They say it's like.
Believe in them, dude. I can just.
Sorry,
go
not
build
rockets. Not
one
rockets.
in
I'm talking
my
about
backyard. What's
my
wrong
bad.
with
My
you?
bad. I'm not talking to you anyway. I wanted to say satellites, not rockets. My bad.
Elon got the go-ahead to break the firmament, and he failed last year. End of last year, everyone was really disappointed. Didn't you watch the video? They had a video on it, and they were all like crying like little babies because they couldn't break the firmament.
Oh, so you're claiming the firmament? There is a firmament.
No, I'm claiming that.
No, Elon
the
did.
video that Elon claimed.
Oh, are you guys talking about the video,
he claimed,
with like
he
some
said that
weird aerodynamic
the
shit
higher
happening
ups-
with the exhaust? Is that what you're talking about?
The higher ups told him that he can go ahead and break the firmament. So he went along and he tried to break it, but he couldn't break it. And his little rocket blew up, and he was so sad, and they all cried, and they all looked like little
That's not what
babies.
happened. Anyway,
And then
that's besides the
everybody
point.
clapped.
Listen,
They were
that's
like
not what
little babies,
happened.
and they were like
You're
they were so
just,
sad.
just like
And I
you're
laughed
just
at
lying
them,
about
and I
facts
just
right now. That's not.
laughed and laughed at Elon and all his little baby friends because they just couldn't break the firmament. And I knew that it was just a big joke for me. I just thought it was so funny, and I had the biggest laugh on earth. It was hilarious.
I mean, I appreciate, but that's your interpretation of what happened. That's not what happened. Anyway,
So funny,
can I
and they
go
were
back?
crying little
Can I go
crybabies.
back to speaking to the other guy? Can you stop interrupt, please?
Well, can you stop inhaling your mic, bro?
Yeah, I can.
I turned you down to 60%, and you make my subwoofer levitate each time you get
Nobody
close.
cares.
Yeah, nobody cares anyway. So who was asking me?
Yeah, I was just asking you about the ionosphere. You invoked something that we can bounce signals off of up there, but as far as I know, the only thing that's up there is thin air.
The fact that
How
you
do
can bounce signals. 1 second. The fact that you can bounce signals doesn't mean that you cannot make objects pass through, or even the signals themselves. Matter of fact, you can. To know like the distance between you and the moon, you use radio waves. You transmit them, and then you wait for an echo response. Like right, like there is a reflection.
No,
on
don't
the moon's
say
surface.
right when talking about the moon. You got it. Don't say right like we
I'm
all
talking.
agree.
I'm not talking to you anyway. Shut up. 1 second. I'm explaining how radio wave
I'm
pass the
moderating it
ionosphere.
for you.
The radio waves.
So how do we verify that story? Because you just told me a story that we can.
You want to verify it? So go buy an antenna transmitter that can transmit above like 100 watts, I think, and have like a was it 4.1 dBi for the antenna as well for the transmitter, and you can do the experiment yourself. It's not even expensive to do.
Radio Shack, $20.
No, not $20. It's probably going to be
What
like
am I sending?
a couple hundreds.
Am I sending a rock song? Am
No,
I
a
sending
couple hundreds,
music, and
couple
then I get
$100,
music
something like
back?
that.
I get music back, and I bounce music towards it, and then I get music back later.
I don't think music would be the best thing to send. You want to keep it a little bit more simpler so you can actually measure the response.
That would be ultimate proof.
No, you're just going to send a very simple sinus wave signal without going with crazy dynamics and crazy frequencies. And you just measure that. You wait for a response, and you calculate the time, and you can get the distance.
So who's done that?
I said you can do it yourself with a couple $100, and everyone did it.
So nobody's done it then?
Oh no, people did it. I don't know about specific names. Would you like me to Google that? Well,
Sure.
I'm kind of tired of doing Googling for you guys. So I just told you, so you just Google
You're
it.
tired of citing your own sources?
We don't do our own research.
I'm sorry.
Please
Yeah, you
Google
clearly
it
don't do
for
your own research. I know that. I mean, it's kind of fun. You don't do your own research and you come up with claims.
We've made no claims.
Yes, you do.
We're very careful not to make any claims.
You make the claim every day.
Who's that guy saying that we don't make claims?
Anyway,
He's
you asked me the
LARPer.
question.
I got rid
You
of
asked
him.
me the question how to verify that. I gave you the instructions. Now go and do it. It's not even expensive. I told you it's like probably maximum $1,000 something, $2,000. Save a little bit of money and go experiment.
Right, so we can bounce signals off of the moon, but there also seems to be signals that bounce off of something that you're calling the ionosphere.
Well, are you an expert in frequency reflections and of waves and stuff like that? I'm not. Neither are you. So
How do you know that?
just go and educate yourself.
How do you know that I'm not an expert in radio frequencies? Do you have a dossier on I?
No, what was the first question you said?
You said that I'm not an expert on radio.
I don't know. I asked you.
No, you said that I wasn't. You said I'm not, and you're not either. How do you know that?
I asked you because before that I asked you and you didn't reply, so I assumed that you were.
Okay, so you made an assumption.
Yeah, because you didn't answer. So
right.
Are
so
you?
no, I'm not. I'm not gonna lie.
Okay, that was correct.
Right. I mean, I have been playing with CB radios through most of my young adult, but I wouldn't say that makes me an expert. But yeah, so bouncing signals off of the moon and then bouncing signals off of something else. What exactly is that other thing that we're bouncing signals off of up there? You said ions. That's like
What's the
ionized.
composition of the ionosphere?
Yeah, so it would be some sort of plasma, right? Because free ions or ionized gas, that's plasma. So where is this plasma out there that we're bouncing radio waves off of? Because doesn't plasma make light?
Plasma.
Is there like a plasma dome up there that you're talking about or something?
Is there? I mean, you can have the argument. No, not really. Why would you call that?
Well,
like my definition of a dome is it's something impenetrable, like, and it's stated that it's the edge of the universe itself. This so-called dome, like, is it? Is the ionosphere the edge of the universe? No.
I don't know. This is your claim.
We clearly have something past that, and we went past that.
We did. When did we go? Like on Friday when I was passed out drunk?
Would the drunkster that go on Fridays on the pub would like have the knowledge or the skills to do that?
I don't know. You said we went. I'm trying to figure out when did we go? Because I don't remember going.
You asking me about yourself personally? Like, I'm not in your life.
Well, what do you mean we went? You didn't go anywhere, did you?
Humanity.
Oh, so you identify as all of humanity?
Well, don't you? Aren't you a human?
No, I'm a man, bro. You didn't know that?
And isn't that a human?
No, I'm not a human.
Or are you?
Who told you that you're a human? Where did you learn that?
I hope you have 2 arms with 5 fingers each. More than just me. Torso,
You're describing a man. You're describing a member of mankind. I don't know what this humanity
a man is just the sex of the. Are you into that LGBTQ genre? I hope not.
I like females.
Oh, thanks God.
Yeah, I've been married to a woman for 20 years.
Define that.
An adult female member of mankind.
Humankind. Mankind. Same shit, man. They are just synonymous.
Right, so either we're bouncing signals off of some kind of dome up there, or
Stop
there's no
calling it a
curvature.
dome. That's not
Which
the
one is
correct
it?
word.
I'm just asking a question. Try to follow. So we're bouncing signals off of some sort of dome up there, or the signals are traveling over a flat stationary plane. Which one is it?
Sorry, repeat the question.
We're bouncing signals, according to you, off of some sort of, ionosphere dome up there, or it's going over a flat surface. Which one is it?
Or it's going on a flat surface.
The over the horizon radar.
Yeah.
Like it's either one or the other. It's either one or the other, right?
What's the other? I didn't get it.
Flat Earth or dome.
Oh no, well, those are another 2 options. Stop calling it. I just already told you that I don't the use of dome for the ionosphere.
You can call it ionosphere if you want to, but
yeah, but it's not a dome.
Hang on a second.
And I don't know what kind of shape you have in mind when you say a dome, because to me it's not a sphere either. Yeah, we'll speak to that. You guys kicked him? responding to him. Like I just wanted to
No,
precise.
he's not talking to the Globers right now. If he wants to ask a Glober a question,
I didn't specify to who he asked the question. My bad.
okay, we're
I was
just
just
gonna
precising. Yeah.
we're just gonna finish the conversation. See, he has precedent because he's new. He's that he's.
I'm
new.
joking.
Nah,
I'm
he's
not new.
new. He's here every day.
Not
Who am
new.
I talking to?
I know
Not
this guy.
new. Who's asking a Glober?
He's trolling me, man. I know that. It's not the first time.
Damn. Okay. Yeah, I didn't recognize your voice.
It's all good, bro.
Neil.
I'm just trying to get the convo started.
We were kind of in the middle of a convo, actually.
I don't know. It ended. You said it ended, so I just started.
Okay. Yeah. So yeah. Anybody else who wanted to know, that's how it's done. You go check it out for yourself. That way you don't have to believe what you see on TV.
The thing is, somebody before came and did that, and you guys started. You didn't even want to look at what he presented. Like you just started to make fun of him, insult him, and do so much other stuff that was unproductive. I don't know. Like it's like asking for
Try to
something,
be forward
getting
here.
it,
I
and
don't think I
then
did any of that.
complain about it.
I don't know.
No,
who
not
you're
you
talking about.
specifically. I'm saying about the rest of it.
Yeah, Peter's been in here with his presentation before, and he gets laughed at for it.
Without even checking it. Like that's the funniest part.
Yes, because we've seen it before.
Nah, you didn't. And if you did, you would understand.
How come he cried when I showed him that you can't make 90 degrees on the surface of a ball? He cried
I
about
actually
it.
showed you how. I gave you the formula for that, and you're
No,
still
you
talking about
can't.
it. Yes,
No,
I
you
did.
can't.
I gave you. I just told you go educate yourself about spherical geometry, and I gave you the formula for that. My bro, on your image.
We're using trigonometry, the way the Earth is measured.
Listen, you're asking me a question. I showed you the opposite of your claim, so stop going on that.
You didn't show me the opposite of shit. You can't make an angle off the surface of a ball.
I just told you you can. I even gave you the formula. Would you like me to paste it again?
Tangent point means point.
Oh my goodness. See, that's what I'm saying. Like presented with the evidence, you just go blind. Where's the formula?
So Vanek, so you're a glober, correct?
No, I'm a flat earther.
Okay. So is there anything in the globe model? Well, it's not a model, but
It is a model.
all right, whatever. Is there anything with the globe that you disagree with?
I mean, I don't find anything to disagree with
Or
so
like
far.
or do you think like everything with the globe is feasible and is possible? Or is it something you're like, that doesn't seem right, I don't trust that.
There was a point in my life when I was very young that I thought the moon shape, like the moon shape, moon phases were like due to the shadow of Earth. And then I realized it wasn't the case. So, but that, I mean, it still didn't make sense. Just like a misconception.
Okay, so you agree with
Apart from that, no,
100?
everything else, yeah.
Yeah, you agree with 100% of the globe right here. Okay. Good. There's some things on there that like, if I was a glober, I'd be like, that makes sense. But there are just some things in the, it just blows my mind on how you can believe in all that.
Do you have any specific example?
Yeah, just how we're like the Earth is spinning at 1,000 miles per hour at the equator, and we're also moving at 66,000 miles per hour, and everything is just like going everywhere, just all that stuff. And then they show animations.
I mean, it doesn't make sense at first, but then when you learn about conservation of momentum and stuff like that, I mean, it makes sense. And you even see it like there is a car literally moving like a trampoline on the back. It's going like, I don't know, So it's moving. The guy is on the
Yeah,
trampoline
don't
jumping.
show us
He's not
that.
falling out. So
Don't show us that freaking stupid meme. That's the most retarded shit you can ever use. Holy shit.
sorry, Neil. This guy just
No, it's
interrupted.
okay.
But yeah, this is just like
I'll move
the
on
most
to another.
retarded proof about
Oh, yeah, go for
why
it.
we don't feel the movement or stuff like that.
All right, I'll give you that one just because I'm generous.
So it's not
What about
generosity,
the core? Right.
I think we already spoke about the core and like
We did?
digging. Yeah, like digging about a certain depth, like 7 miles, something like that.
How do you know though? Oh, we did. You were there for that one.
You had a discussion with me about it.
Oh shoot! I don't even remember you. Okay. Thanks for
Bro,
remembering.
it was like last week or not even. Yeah, probably last week.
No, I was on vacation last week. Anyways,
the one before.
Yeah, I just don't get it how you map that out, but we haven't been down there, but it's like thousands
Same
of
way
kilometers.
you can use radio.
So you use like radio links that are from Radio Shack, and you're just like, oh, there's molten lava in the middle of the core, and it's this far down here. I just don't get it.
You
I
can
don't
even
think I
get the
ever will.
different. You can even get the
You can
different
detect
straits.
molten lava using radio waves.
Specifically lava.
And seismography also.
Yeah, it's the same thing. Like seismography is. I mean, yeah.
How far down is lava under my house?
I don't know where you at, man.
Ohio.
Ohio. I don't know. Google that.
How far down do I have to dig down to hit lava?
You expect me to know that by heart?
To be able to give me a good guess.
By
So I know how
heart?
much
In Ohio?
fuel to buy, at least get started.
Nah, man. No guess that like that. I have to sit down and take the data and do calculations and shit. Too much work.
That's
Or
okay.
like 2 a.m.
That's all right. We can move on from that one. I'll give you one more just because I'm feeling it today.
You're so generous, man. You're so generous about conceding me about the facts. Thank you.
I am.
Tell
I'm
us
just.
about the trampoline and what it means.
This guy gets triggered by the word trampoline or something.
It's okay. So according to you, is your up and your down down, or do you
There
go
is
like
no up. There is no up and
sideways?
down. It's all relative.
Okay, so like, how would you dig to China? Would you have to go like sideways? Would you go down and then go sideways, or like because
Why such an effort, man? What the fuck? Just
I don't know. If you're gonna dig to China, if you're gonna dig from one side of the earth to the other, supposedly, and you're gonna go, oh, we're gonna dig a hole to China,
would
That's
you
what the
even
whole
be able
thing is.
to like maintain that hole open? Like, good luck with that.
I don't know.
I
It's
don't
just
think
like
you're gonna be. I don't think you're gonna be able to excavate to a certain point anyway. With
When you
current
get to the
technology.
center, you have to start digging up. And the dirt just falls down. You don't have to worry about getting the dirt out of the way, right?
What you said?
You're going to dig to China, then you get to the center. Well, there's a few things. Are you just going to float around in the center, and then you just start digging into dirt, and that's up because up is in all directions. So you're always trying to dig out of a hole, no matter what you go. Once you get to the center, right? While
It's
you're
gonna be a
floating
very
around.
weird experience. Yeah, to be in the center of the gravity.
And once you get there, do you climb out, fall out, or moonwalk out? Do you
Well,
strut out
that's a nice question. That's a nice question.
or do you climb out on a
Was it
ladder?
like
Do you
you
fall
mountain climb straight up?
You lose all sense of equilibrium in general. Like
59 miles.
you're gonna lose all the sense of equilibrium. It's gonna be a very weird experience. I don't know how it would be.
No, you can just say, look, there's the side I came from. We'll draw a line. There's the side we're going to go to. We don't lose any fucking sense.
If you got the sense of the gravitational pull, you're probably not gonna be able to move and gonna be crushed by the pressure anyway. Like,
So
that's
gravity's
what I'm
strongest
saying.
at the center then?
That's what, of course. I mean, that's what I'm saying.
So it can't pull gas into a hard ball around a ball of air and water in a vacuum,
What I'm
right?
saying is that because of that, you're not gonna be able to dig that far.
That's cool. They got all
Just
the
making
answers.
sure that I understand gravity is weakest the farthest you get from the center. So when you're super far out, it forms a hard shell because gravity stops it, or gravity's so weak it doesn't stop it.
Is gravity high or low when you're on a mountain compared to sea level?
Is gravity high or low?
Like from like the top on the mountain compared to sea level?
How do you measure gravity?
You can measure your weight. You can once say you can measure your weight, and then compare the two weights. So we have points on the planet, like for example the corner of India. There is like way much more pull than
There's
anywhere
more
else.
air pressure, you're gonna weigh more.
Gravity is weight.
Pressure is
right.
exoger.
He's right. Gravity is weight.
I didn't say that. I said you can measure the gravity based on your weight.
Yeah, based on weight. Yeah, you're hilarious. Nice weasel words.
What is weight? I'm sorry, stop.
Gravity is weight.
Kim, you seem to be an expert. What is weight? Crickets? Okay. Thanks.
Wait, you asking me?
Yes.
My name's Rob.
Oh, I don't know. I see Kin or some shit. Keen.
Yeah. It's so you can pronounce my last name properly.
Oh yeah, I didn't need the tip on the parentheses. It's quite obvious.
Some people do. It's cool if you knew how to pronounce my last name.
I use Scandinavian.
But my name is Rob. And what is gravity?
No, what is weight?
Well, gravity.
Oh, is that your claim?
That's how you measure it. You said with weight.
That's not answering my question.
That's what
That's
you
something
said.
different. So you can deduce. I said you can deduce gravity by knowing your weight. That's not. It's not the same thing as saying gravity is weight.
Weight is relative to the medium.
Relative to what exactly? Relative to the gravity.
The medium that you're in.
Relative to gravity.
You don't weigh the same when you're in a pool, right?
No, you still weigh the same. What are you talking about?
Put the scale at the bottom of the pool and go try and stand on it.
Yeah, but you have water pulling you down, but your weight is still the same.
No, water's not pulling me down. I float. I'm fat.
Sorry, up. It's lifting you up because you float. Yeah, I said down, up.
So there's a buoyant force then, I guess.
In the water?
Gravity?
Like in the water, not even your balance technically is not going to be able to give you the correct measurement.
So there's no gravity in the water?
No, there is gravity, but there is also water. You are in a different medium, right?
So it's relative.
It's not relative. It's not relative. I told you, even in the water,
what's
your
the correct
weight.
measurement? How do you determine that?
Stop. If you weigh 60 kilos outside the water, you're still. But since water is different density and it interacts with different weight, the measurements. By balance, I mean a scale. Like I don't know what
Did you cut out for everybody or just me?
Have you heard me?
Me too.
Cut out for me, but I've got terrible reception, so I wasn't sure.
I didn't cut up. I didn't cut up.
It must be him because he cut out for all of us.
No, it's so weird.
All right,
Vanek, just back off a little bit from the mic, will you?
Well, you're gonna say I cut up if I don't do this. That's why.
No, you did cut out a little bit there.
Anyway, I just said, regardless, if you're in the air like normal and you're in the water, you still weigh 60 kilos. But then
If you
the
were
water.
trying to whisper, your mic would work properly.
But you can't weigh yourself in water, can you? So
Why you can't? Because water is a different medium and is.
No, actually, hold on. Actually, you can weigh yourself in water. If you float, you displace exactly the amount of water weight that you weigh.
Volume and weight are different.
Right, but displacement is you displace exactly the amount of water you weigh to float. That's what Archimedes found out.
Yeah, like I weigh 160, 170 pounds. So the amount of water displacement would be the water. If you took that water and weighed the amount of water I displaced, the water would weigh 170 pounds.
If you
understand
floated,
that?
if you sank to the bottom,
Yeah.
it would weigh less.
Yeah.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah.
If you went to the
Thank you.
bottom,
I
it
just wanted to make
wouldn't
sure
be
that
less than
everybody
170 pounds.
understood that. Because I don't think he understood what the displacement meant.
You could probably measure your weight. Let's say you attach to a cord inside the water and you have something that pulls you, even horizontally.
No, you got to weigh the water, the amount of water that you displace.
For volume with weight, like a bowl that is 3 kilos and a bowl that is 5 kilos, but the same size, are going to displace the same amount of water, regardless. It's the volume that is important, not the weight. It's Archimedes' principle, man. But anyway, that's why you're not gonna be able to weight yourself properly. So if you go, for example, to a place that has less gravity, your weight is gonna be less. That's why, for example, the moon landers, I know you guys don't believe in them, but they were able to jump higher and move that way because they weighted less.
Well, we can't go to the moon, but we can go to the bottom of the pool. Do we weigh less at the bottom of the pool?
Why would you?
Why would you? Because the buoyant force?
Your weight is the same again. I just told you. But if you're gonna use the same, I just told you, if you use the same scale that you use, for example, do you have a scale in your toilets or at home to measure your weight? If you use that same object.
I'm at work here, Larry. If you could help me out, that would be great. Thank you.
Anyway, if like a regular scale that you have at home, you cannot place it inside a pool and then pretend to have the same measurement. You have to use something else, different tools. If you want to do that in the water, of course. But I don't know, why would you complicate your life? Just do it.
Complicate your life? You said go to the moon. I said go to the pool.
Yeah, but I just told you, even if you go to the pool, your weight is still the same. Doesn't change.
No, I've been to the bottom of the pool. I have to strive to get down there.
Your weight doesn't change. The water pressure, though, it's another thing.
So if I put a scale at the bottom of the pool and weigh myself, you're saying that I'm going to weigh the same?
Unfortunately, if you are at the bottom of a pool where there is a lot of water pressure, you're going to have the measurements about the water pressure plus yourself, probably. So that's not going to be an accurate measurement.
Couldn't you just zero that in, though, and then do it?
Sorry? Or what you could do, actually, is take into account how much pressure there is at the bottom of the pool, and then take your measurement there and, calculate your real weight. You just need to input more data, like volume of water, pressure, etc. That's it. It's quite intuitive.
So would I weigh the same or would I weigh different? You said the same, and then you said...
You yourself, your body, will be the same. Yes.
So if you zeroed in with the pressure, had a scale underwater, do you think that the weight you'd put on that would be the same as out of a pool? I failed to see that.
What you would read is different, but your weight doesn't change. Why? Because there is also the water pressure pulling down on the scale, so you wouldn't have a correct measurement. Plus, there is water that is, like, as you said, buoyancy and other shit, that is gonna make the measurement incorrect.
To me, it just seems like that when you're talking about gravity and weight, it doesn't have anything to do with the bending and warping of space-time.
But you still haven't defined weight to me, by the way.
Me off. You're
Oh, sorry. Sorry.
Yeah, weight is the amount of pressure that you put against the scale, right? That's what you're... Because, we all got a bathroom scale, right?
It's not the definition, though.
That's not the definition of weight?
Yeah.
So why do they call it weighing yourself?
I asked you about weight, not weighting yourself.
Wait, are you saying those two are completely...
They're related? They're related, but I asked you about specific definition of what is weight. You have to be a little bit precise on that.
Right, weight. It's, the amount of pressure you push against the scale.
That's not the definition. It's not even one of the definitions.
Okay, what's your definition of weight?
It's a force which a body is attracted to Earth.
Pressure, force, okay, I'm agreeing with you so far.
I don't know, pressures can be... I mean, there are very different types of forces.
Well,
they're not all pressures.
Pushing against the scale, that would be a force. You're adding force to the scale. Okay, so let's find out where we disagree at. Continue.
Yeah, no, I mean,
Go ahead. What's the definition?
I just told you the force which a body is attracted to Earth, or another celestial body, or a measure of the heaviness of an object. You could have said that, or
Wait a
a
minute,
unit
that's
of
what I
measure.
said. You said you disagree with my definition, then you gave my definition.
Not really.
Yeah, you said force. I said pressure.
Yeah, I just told you it's slightly incorrect. You should use the different one. If you want to be correct, I mean, up to you.
So what's the difference between pressure and force?
I told you there are different types of force, and they are not all pressures.
So if I'm pressing against something,
All
how
pressures
is
are
that
forces,
different?
but not all forces are pressures. You get
Okay,
what
go
I'm
ahead and
saying?
explain that. Yeah, go ahead and explain that to me. Go ahead.
I mean, I'm not gonna be here talking about semantics and shit. It's just a
Oh,
definition.
so you want to correct me about my definition of weight, but you don't want to talk about semantics. Do you always contradict yourself?
No, I don't. You are contradicting yourself
How?
by
I
saying
didn't
that
say
force is.
I
By
didn't
saying
say
that.
let's talk about the definition of words, and then I don't want to talk about the definition of words. That's what you did.
Yeah, you just doing circle work.
You know what? I will just go with your incorrect definition. What is this pressure?
What
Right,
incorrect?
so relative density between the object and the medium. You know about relativity, right? How all motion is relative?
So it's about density.
Yeah, you know about relativity, about how,
I don't
according to
know. I don't
Einstein,
take the same relativity.
yeah, it's different, but I'm making an analogy. I'm asking you, do you know about Einstein?
Yeah.
Okay, so general relativity, right? So if all motion is relative, right? But instead of mass attracting mass, right, it's mass over volume, right? So mass and volume between the object and the medium that it's in, that's what actually causes things to go up and down. Do you want me to
Okay.
demonstrate?
1 second. What is mass?
Well,
And what is
it's kind of
volume?
really hard to define it.
Not
So I'm
really.
just using like the colloquial definition of mass, right? So let's say that it's stuff or particles or atoms or molecules,
Mm-hmm.
right? Something from the periodic table or some compound from the periodic table. How about that? Is that good? We're good so far? We agree on mass? Or do you not want to talk about definitions still?
Have you ever heard about inertia?
Well, we're not talking about resistance to inertia because resistance to inertia attracts resistance to inertia. That doesn't really make sense. So let's not go down that road. I don't want to. I don't want to make you look bad. So let's talk
I'm
about
sorry, but mass is the measure of inertia.
mass is the measure of inertia.
Yes.
Can you cite your source for that?
Sure.
Mass is the measure
Here's
of
the
inertia.
Britannic.
Britannic.
Here you go. It's in the first line.
Quantitative measure of inertia. So you left out quantitative. So it's like
Was that
measuring the
important?
amount.
Was still a measure, though.
Mass in physics, quantitative measure of inertia, a fundamental property of all matter. Right, so when I said matter, like stuff from the periodic table, you should have said, yeah, that stuff.
Yes, but no, you were very.
So do we want
distant
to
from
talk
the.
about... Okay, so I'm sorry. You said that you wanted to talk about definitions. You wanted me to define weight. And then you said you don't want to talk about definitions, and now we're talking about definitions again. So I'm confused. Do you want to talk about definition of words?
You know
I'm
what?
fine
Let's talk about definitions. Yeah,
I'm
since you
fine
want
with
to
that.
go there, because I don't know why you think you're gonna win on that point. Let's go.
It's not about winning. We're just having a conversation.
I don't know what you're trying to prove, but go on.
It's not
Good luck with
about
that.
winning. This is not a game.
I'm
Okay,
not saying it's a game.
so
But you know what I'm saying.
mass, right? You think it's a quantitative measure of
No, it's
inertia?
not. I think it is.
Okay, it is. Okay, a fundamental property of all matter, right? So we're just talking about stuff. Can I say stuff like from the periodic table? Is that a good definition?
No, I don't. I don't really like that.
You don't like it? Well, where does,
If
stuff,
in the regard of mass specifically.
well,
Remember, the
quantitative,
questions were
right? So
define mass and define volume.
quantitative, so that means they're counting something,
Right, yeah.
right? Measure of inertia.
hmm
So a property of a body by virtue of which it opposes any agency that attempts to put motion, or if it's moving to change magnitude, direction, or of its velocity.
I bet
So
you can't count to 1,000,000.
for $1 million, I might. So the point, the
100
point
bucks,
is,
you can count to 1,000,000.
no, I'm good, but you're interrupting. So we're kind of caught up on this definition. Okay, I agree with the definition. Okay, so do you think that the reason the oceans are held down is because mass is attracting mass?
Well, you didn't finish your previous point. Why are we jumping into something else?
Well, because you interrupted me, so I'm agreeing with your definition so we can get to the deeper level of the conversation.
Can you finish defining volume? And can you be at least
I've
correct?
agreed with your definition. There's nothing else to define.
No, this was mass. So that's why I asked you, because I wanted to make sure that you knew the difference between the two, like mass and volume. Because before you didn't seem to be like it didn't seem to be clear to you about the whole water displacement thing.
Yeah, you're right. I had no idea what volume was. Thank you for clearing that up.
I'm
I'm
just saying I don't know. I'm asking you. That's why I need confirmation from.
Okay, I agree with your definition, no matter what
Just
it
so we
is.
can just so we can agree on definitions, so we can move on.
Yeah, we agree on definitions.
So mass is inertia. I have a quantitative measurement of inertia, and inertia is what?
The resistance to move.
Okay.
Okay. So you think mass attracting mass could be defined as the resistance. Sorry. The resistance of inertia is attracting the resistance to inertia, by your definition. Got it. Okay, so
No, so
I'm gonna.
what did you say?
You're defining mass as resistance to inertia, right?
No, mass is the quantitative measure of inertia.
And what is inertia? The quantitative
It's
measurement
as
of
you said it
a
in simple
property or
terms
body
enough, is
by
that,
virtue of which it opposes any agency that attempts to put
as you said it, the
it in
resistance from
motion.
motions.
So it's resisting motion, right?
But so mass is the measurement of the resisting motion.
Right. So mass
Resisting
is
from motion, sorry.
the resistance of motion. So the resistance to motion attracts the resistance to motion.
No.
By your definition.
Oh, by my definition?
These are
Is
the
that what I said?
definitions you gave, bro.
I didn't. No, I gave you the definition of mass and the definitions of inertia.
Right. And it
Nothing
says
else.
it opposes
Nothing
any
else.
agency that attempts to put it in motion. So that's the resistance to motion.
Yeah. The measurement of
Okay.
the resistance to motion.
Right. So by your definitions that you provided by Britannica, the resistance to motion attracts the resistance to motion. That's what mass attracting mass means. How you defined it. Correct?
Well, how is this? Stop 1 second. How is this resistance to motion? What it is? How it is? How does it act? Is it like a hand that pushes down, or
it
like
resists
pushes
motion.
against? Or?
But it somehow attracts it even though it's resisting it. Going by your definition, are we in agreement? I think I'm trying to agree with you. You're not trying to disagree with your definition,
You're
are
trying
you?
to say that I said that the measurement of inertia is attracts the measurement of inertia. I never said that.
Okay, let me just break this down real fast. You gave me an article from Britannica. It's a definition. Mass in physics, quantitative measure. Sorry, mass in physics, quantitative measurement of inertia, a fundamental property of all matter. So, if I want to know what inertia is, I click that and it says inertia, a property of a body by virtue of which it opposes any agency that attempts to put it in motion. So that means what? It's resisting motion, right? Opposes any agency that attempts to put it in motion. So it's resisting motion, right?
So far, so good.
Okay.
Therefore,
so
mass is
attracting mass, according
Stop.
to
Stop. Stop.
Newton,
Stop.
right?
Where is that? Where is the word attracting in this whole definition? What did you?
Okay,
What did you
because
get?
we're talking about gravity and weight, right? So in a conversation where we're talking about gravity and weight and mass, you might hear the words mass attracting mass. Why are you surprised by that?
But did we ever brought up this whole topic? Like I've never said the thing you said.
So you never
The
said
way you
mass
say,
attracts
like the
mass.
wording is important. That's why we are here talking about
Do you
definitions.
do you
right?
agree
As I said.
with the statement mass attracts mass or not?
In a sense.
In a sense. Okay.
Yeah, that's why we have to be
So
precise.
the resistance to inertia attracts the resistance to inertia. That's what you believe, right?
Which kind of gravity are we talking about?
Oh my goodness, dude. I'm asking you a question. I'm
Yeah,
using your definitions.
Yeah.
And I'm
To
just
describe my answer.
clarifying, trying to agree with you. All I'm trying to do is agree with you. We're not even at the debate part yet. We're just
I'm
going over a
asking
few
you.
definitions.
Yes, you asked me a question. I
Yeah,
just
I'm
answered
asking you a
you.
question. So,
Yeah.
resistance to inertia attracts resistance to inertia, and that's what you think is holding down the oceans, right?
I'm asking you. Are we talking about which kind of gravity are we talking about? So I can give you the answer to that.
Oh my goodness, dude.
You've just given a you've given a definition for mass, and he's just supplementing that statement with the definition. So it's the same thing. He's just
So when he
saying the
says
definition of it.
again, you think I didn't understand? I understood. He's saying
Oh
mass.
well, what are you doing? You're just circling around,
I'm not
pulling
circling
strings,
around.
man.
Listen
You are.
carefully. Listen carefully. Listen. You told me mass attracts mass. You asked me if I agree with that. I asked him, can you please tell me which gravity are we talking about? Which type of gravity?
Dude, it says it right here at the bottom of the page. Newton's laws of motion.
Okay,
Obviously, if we're
you should
talking
have it.
about
Perfect. Stop. You should
Bro,
have said
I was
Newtonian.
asking you a
Stop.
question.
Yeah,
And
my
you're not
answer.
answering.
The answer would have been Newtonian, and then I would have told you yes. In that case, we say that mass attracts mass in Newtonian gravity. Yes.
Okay, so according to you, the resistance
Einsteinian
to
gravity.
inertia
Einsteinian gravity is a
attracts the
different thing.
resistance to inertia.
Yes.
This is what you think gravity is, and this is what you think is holding down the ocean. Correct?
According to Newtonian gravitation, yes. Gravity, yeah.
Okay.
Dude,
So
stop with according to different types of gravitation. You got to pick one. There's not 100 different kinds.
Unfortunately, there are.
are you trying to troll these guys on purpose?
No, I'm
'Cause
not. I'm not. There is
I
Newtonian
think that you're
gravity.
trying
There
to
is
frustrate
Einstein.
them.
No, they are uneducated, and I think I'm trolling them. But there is Newtonian gravity. There is Einsteinian gravity. So there are different types of gravity.
Right, then there's Malgromian gravity, then there's all kinds of dark gravity, and yeah, I get it. Okay, so we're just talking about simple things here. This is like,
Yeah,
you know,
I
first
am
grade
keeping it
physics.
simple. I don't know why it's getting triggered.
It is weird because you were talking about mass attracting mass, and then you asked which gravity are we talking about? Which other one is mass attracting mass?
Because another type of gravity would have told you that gravity is the curvature of
I
space.
feel like
It's
you
not
know
mass
where the
attracting mass.
conversation's going, Vanek, and you're just sort of weaseling around the subject because you know where this is going, right?
No, what is it going?
Yeah,
It's going on me
I feel like
giving
you
you
do.
precise. It's going on me giving you precise definitions. That's where it's going.
You're just speaking shit, mate. That's all you're doing. You know where this is going, so you just working
So you
around,
don't.
working around.
All right,
First of all, I'm not speaking to you, and you know.
Okay, so we're going to move on now that we got some definitions that we've agreed upon.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm completely in agreement with your definition. So now let's move to the science part of the conversation. So I'm claiming it's not the resistance to inertia attracts the resistance to inertia that's holding down the oceans, or mass attracting mass, as you've defined it. I'm saying that it's actually the relative density between the object and a medium that it's in. So if you look at the ocean, you're claiming that it's mass attracting mass. I'm claiming that it's actually the relative density. So let's do an experiment.
And
What's
by
holding
that
down?
you mean?
I'm about to get there right now. So let's do an experiment. I'll show you mine, and then you show me your experiment. So my experiment's real simple. You take some ocean water and you heat it up. That's your independent variable, right? And it causes it to boil. That's your dependent variable. Like if you witnessed a volcano eruption, right? And it would cause the water to boil. What's causing that? Maybe it's the heat. Okay, so you add heat, it boils the water. It's no longer sticking to the surface of the Earth, right? And there could be multiple causes, right? Because science has never settled.
There is
So now
definitely
let's do. Bro, can I just go over my experiments?
Yeah, go on. I'm not trying to.
Sure. So now let's do another experiment, right? Same dependent variable. What's causing the water to drain out of my glass, right, or out of my pond? So let's say that maybe I have a hypothesis it's low gas pressure. So I put the water in a vacuum and I leave it on for 3 days, and eventually all the water boils out, right? So those are two things that can be scientifically demonstrated to show what is actually holding down the oceans: low temperature and high gas pressure. Do you have an experiment that I can do where I can manipulate your presumed cause? I'm assuming it's resistance to inertia attracting the resistance to inertia, where I can manipulate your cause and get the ocean to not stick to the surface of the Earth? Go ahead.
So first of all, you're asking for an impossible experiment, like to dry the whole oceans. Second, you didn't explain why things go down or up and not left or right or oblique. You say it's like this density, relative density, and that's what separates stuff, but you haven't explained the direction.
Gases do, though.
Hmm?
Gases go sideways.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, where they are pointing up, expanding up. If they are lighter
Well,
than
it's real simple why they're going up. There's a phase change, and that manipulated the
consider
relative. Hold on, bro. Hold on.
But hold on. Considering there is no wind and like we are kind of vacuums.
Okay, just let me know when you're done. Just let me know when you're done.
Like, yeah, I just want to correct him. Gas doesn't go sideways.
Yes, it
follows the
does.
wind, but normally
It's
no, it
a
doesn't.
lie. Yes, gas is going all directions.
Stop. If it's on the same pressure level, yes, they're not gonna go on like all
Okay,
directions.
so you're
They're gonna go
not. So
towards
you're
it.
not correcting me then.
Yes, I am. But anyway, because it was talking about oceans evaporating, where does the vapor go? It's up.
Yeah, go ahead, Larry. Sorry, mate.
That's why we have clouds, right?
Oh, good. But sometimes there's fog, and that's clouds on the surface, and that would be the water in gas form expanding in all directions, right?
Yeah, but as you say, the pressure gradient is not the same in that condition, right? There's a different temperature. There's different things. So, but again, it doesn't. You didn't explain the direction of things.
What do you mean I didn't explain the
why?
direction? Okay, if you'll just let me get in for a second. Okay.
Hmm.
The reason that it goes up is because once you add the high temperature or the low, or take away the pressure, to the low gas pressure, this causes the water to phase change. And, you know, water's usually pretty dense when it's in liquid, but when it's in gaseous form, it's actually very, very buoyant. It's very lightweight, right? So if you look at water is made of, allegedly H2O, these are lightweight materials. And once you break those bonds, it allows the molecules to spread out much further, and there's much more buoyant force, right? So the buoyant force is causing it to go up due to the phase change that happened when you broke the molecular bonds, when you added the temperature and took away the gas pressure, and or, right, because there could be two causes to the same phenomenon. In this case, that's what's going on. And I can't help it if your claim is not falsifiable and I can't do the experiment for your claim. That would be on you to come up with a better claim.
Well, again, your claim doesn't talk about the direction of things. Like, for example, if I have a glass of water and I add oil, right? There are different densities. But you can see that the splitting is definitely up, down. It's not sideways. It's not diagonal. Why?
Because you didn't spin it.
What?
Because you did not spin it. That's why.
Because you didn't spin it, so the Earth is spinning?
No, because you didn't put the oil and water in a what are they called?
In a glass.
Subterfuge? No.
In a glass.
No, you're asking why it's not spinning. I'm trying to answer you.
Oh, no, I'm not saying spinning.
You didn't.
No.
Dude, you said why doesn't. Bro, listen. You said why doesn't it fall sideways? Because you didn't put it in a centrifuge.
That's very different from spinning, right?
No, it's not. If
so
you
imagine,
spin
sorry,
it,
maybe you don't know what I'm
sideways.
imagining.
Okay,
like
maybe you don't know what a centrifuge is, right?
I know, but you have a glass, right? And imagine like a middle cross section of the glass. Imagine a tangential line from the top of from the surface of the table, basically. So make that line, make that vertical line, split it. Like you're not going to see the water on the left and the oil on the right. It's always the oil on top and water down. It's always vertical direction.
You will if you put oil and water in a 2-liter and spin it really fast around the
But why do I have to spin it?
That's what makes it sideways. You said, why does it go sideways?
No,
I just
but not
told you.
sideways. Not sideways in that sense, as in sideways. Let me make you a picture with paint, like 2 seconds. Visualizing what.
He asked me why it doesn't line up sideways, and I tell him because it's not being spun. And then he's like, no. Yeah, that's exactly why it doesn't go sideways.
No, you didn't
because you're
understand.
not
I see
spinning
what
it.
you mean. I see what. Let me do the other example for you.
Why do you expect things to go sideways anyway?
Well, that's what you're not a question, right? Like, why do things go up down instead of sideways?
But gas
They just
doesn't.
do.
Gases go sideways.
Even gas says, like we were speaking about ion, like ionosphere and everything above, it's in a vertical direction. It's sideways.
Yeah, if I look over a helium balloon, it's going to go all over the place. Besides
ever
just
been-
going up, it's going to go up. It's going to go sideways. It might dip down a little bit, go up.
Without
It
wind?
does all kinds of crazy shit.
Without wind?
Yep, without wind. Yep.
Without wind, I don't think so. Or you have to point it out into some
And then,
direction.
and then you pop the helium balloon.
You've never been into a
spread
balloon
in all
anyway. You wouldn't know.
directions. Yeah.
So what's the name?
What's that,
Rob.
mate? What did you say?
Rob. Said you don't
What
even.
did
You've
you
never
say?
been in a balloon anyway. And I'm
What
not
are you
talking to
talking
you.
about? I've never been in a balloon.
So Rob,
Have you been?
as you,
Have you
shut
been
the fuck up, man. I'm speaking to Rob. So Rob, on the
If
left
you're
side.
gonna speak to me like that, you can fuck off, man. I didn't speak to you like that. You can go fuck yourself, you stupid cunt.
Yeah, did you hear how he said that, like, what you're asking is for an experiment that can't be done?
Yeah, it's
That's
impossible.
not my fault. That's not my fault. You can't demonstrate the resistance to inertia, attracting the resistance to inertia. Like, that's
It's
on
just-
you, bro.
Just trying to weasel
Hey Larry,
himself out
what
of.
definition of mass were we using today?
The one that he gave.
What did he give? I joined late.
Resistance to inertia.
Oh, what a noob.
Yeah, Vanek is a noob.
He treat him gently. He's just warming up.
No, he told me to go fuck myself, so he can go fuck himself.
Oh,
I wasn't rude to him.
That does sound fair.
yeah, but the man is ease him into this world. It takes a while. We all,
Okay, well,
all of
maybe
us
he
Globers had a hard
should. Maybe he should speak to everyone a little bit better. Then no one spoke to him like that.
He should, and he should be more careful with his words too. You know, like we all know the correct definition of mass, and he didn't use it. So
What
he'll
is
get
it?
himself.
The Glober is calling out another Glober, but he was so confident before you said all these things. He was so confident.
Yeah.
That's why I spoke up, because of his confidence.
I know, and you got to
What's
be
the,
careful when Larry.
What's the correct definition of mass?
You don't know?
No.
Yeah, Vanek, you got to listen to this guy, Peter. He knows you got to be careful with Larry because Larry's accent might fool
Larry,
you.
tell him.
Right?
Larry, tell him the definition of mass.
There's many definitions. I don't think there's an agreed upon
There is.
consensus.
There's only one that makes sense.
Okay, you tell us, Peter.
Yeah,
I don't
tell
know.
us.
You tell me.
Yeah.
You tell us.
It's density times volume.
Oh.
Oh, the equation.
Yeah. Density over volume. That's mass.
Vanek. If only somebody could have came up with that, like, in the beginning.
Problem solved, right?
Yeah. That
Always start
redneck
with-
Larry, he doesn't know what he's talking about. He's just a dumb redneck.
Always-
He eats tumbleweeds for breakfast. There's no nutrition in that.
Always start with the right definition, you can agree on, and then proceed to discuss.
Larry had to spend 20 minutes for him to agree to a definition. That was even stranger.
He did not want to go to the deep end. He didn't want to go to the deep end. He didn't want to go to the deep end of the pool with me. That's what it was.
Right, now he knows the definition. Let's unmute him and see what you can talk to. All right, tell me to go fuck myself again. I'll mute you again. I didn't speak to you like that, so there's no need for that. You're unmuted. Go ahead. If you want. If not, you can sit on mute. That's
He's scared now. Well, he's scared
I'm
because
scared about
Peter
what?
called him out.
Scared about what? Peter, what the fuck do we disagree on?
See that? We got the Globers going at each other now.
I don't think we
I'll
disagree.
tell you what
actually.
we disagree on. We disagree on how to talk to these guys here.
Yeah, but
They use a very special language. No, seriously,
Exactly.
you're new to this, right?
No,
So
I'm
you
not
gotta
new. That's
use their
exactly why I
language.
was. Sorry, that's exactly why I was pointing out on semantics because they use language
Listen,
like with word
I
salads.
know,
Not semantics,
I know,
dude.
but that's the lesson you need to learn. I'm serious right now, as a fellow Glober. You can't explain to them the proper language. You have to adopt their language and then use it truthfully, but speak their language. So when I speak to Larry, Larry recognizes density. He believes he knows what density is. Actually, he doesn't, but let's not ruin it for him. He ridicules mass. So you just say mass is density times volume, which is true, right?
Mm-hmm.
Density and mass are the same thing. These guys don't know it. They think that density, when you ask them density of what?
Had enough of that shit.
Okay, Peter, time out for a second, because he just agreed that density times mass is true. Sorry, mass times volume is density. He agreed that that's true. But 20 minutes ago, he told me that that wasn't true, and he corrected me because I'm dumb and I didn't know the actual definition, and he said it's the resistance to inertia. That's what mass is. So I said, okay, according to you, the resistance to inertia attracts the resistance to inertia, and it took me like 20 minutes to get it out of him, but that's what he was saying, and all I was trying to do was agree with what he was saying. But maybe I am
don't
a
know why
dumb.
you. To be honest, I don't know why you're acting like you agree with him. But
What did I say? He said mass times
if that
volume.
was so simple, why didn't you just say that first? I asked you. Just tell me that straight away.
Now
Instead, you went on to-
it's Larry's fault that you gave him a
wait.
definition. Yeah.
I don't even know who's this Larry, bro. I'm talking to Rob.
You don't know who I am yet?
Why are you talking to someone in the chat on the live stream?
Isn't Rob Kin the one that I was talking to all this
No,
time?
you've been talking to Larry. I am Larry.
You guys
This
have a
whole
similar
time.
voice. So where's the
Yeah.
other guy, man? What the fuck?
I don't know.
Yes,
Who gives
they
a
don't
shit?
have the same voice at all.
I don't know, man.
Yeah,
the
it
fuck?
makes it all right to feign. He didn't know who he's talking to, so it's
I
different.
swear to God, I was talking. I thought you were speaking.
Yeah,
Anyway,
fucking
doesn't
moron.
matter. Yeah. So you see, this is allowed to.
So Peter, how do we define
Fucking
mass?
moron.
Who are you talking to now, dude?
Peter. Is
Peter is
gone?
muted. Peter is muted because he was giving definitions.
He
Yeah,
called
but can
himself
you
a moron
stop?
because he didn't know who he's talking
Yeah.
to.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay. I just can you. I thought you were speaking to people in the text chat.
Bro, relax, man.
Yeah, but I thought that. That's why I said, can you just speak to who you're speaking to? Because you thought you were talking to Rob. That's why when you said Rob, I thought. Stop
Oh, you
talking to
see,
people in
we're
the
both
text chat.
confused, man. It happens. We're human.
Yeah, well, you confused me. That's why.
Oh, no,
I wasn't confused. You confused me because you didn't know who you were talking to. So I'm not the one that's really confused.
Okay, buddy.
All right. So what? 30 minutes later, and we're still trying to figure out what mass is, right?
30 minutes later, and we're trying to understand what you believe mass is.
What? I think Peter agreed with me because
You never mentioned the word density times.
Okay, Vanek.
No,
What's
okay, doesn't matter.
Vanek?
Doesn't matter.
Vanek, what's mass? Go ahead.
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter.
Vanek, what's mass? So you guys can agree on it.
We already did. I don't know why we're going back at this.
Go
You
ahead.
said you didn't agree.
Yeah, but after we made the
Okay,
whole
what's mass? Just define mass
Motherfucker,
so we can
you
continue
better
with the
fucking
conversation.
define it for Timbo right now.
Larry, didn't we agree about the whole quantitative measure of inertia thing? I thought
Yeah,
you said
sure.
we agree.
Yeah, I was trying to agree with you.
So why are these guys saying that we didn't?
Because in the
So
beginning
you're
we
sticking with resistance to
Yeah, but
inertia.
we already solved that.
That's
So
your.
Yeah, he thinks that Peter's a dum-dum too because he's sticking with resistance to inertia.
Yeah.
Right, so can you back this up? The resistance to inertia attracts the resistance to inertia?
I'm sorry, but you didn't, since I got muted by Timbo, you didn't finish to address what we were talking about. The glass and the oil and the water. Did you see the image?
Density tower.
No,
So
I
we
know what a
talking about?
density tower is.
Sorry, let me repost it for you.
All right, so what's causing that density tower? The resistance to inertia attracting the resistance to inertia?
So, no, my question was, you never gave me an explanation of the direction of things. Why doesn't it split that way? So you see the water is on the left side and oil is on the left side, right side.
Because you
Vice-
did not spin it in a centrifuge.
So
That's
if I would
why
spin
it's
it,
not split like that.
if I spin it, the oil is going to be outside and the water is going to be inside. But that's not what I pictured.
Okay, you're asking me why it doesn't stack up sideways.
Or
in
any
nature,
other direction.
In nature, it doesn't. I don't know why, other than because you didn't spin it. Because that's what causes it to stack up sideways.
Even if I spin it, it wouldn't stack sideways.
Yes, it
Funny
does.
question, isn't it? He's asking you for something that doesn't exist and explain something that doesn't exist.
Yeah, it doesn't exist in nature. You have to manipulate the blood in a centrifuge to get it to stack up like that. That's how they
Listen,
separate bloods in the blood in the hospital.
If you spin things, you're gonna have like an outer circle and an inward circle. That's not the same thing as I draw.
Well, I don't know what you drew. I'm not looking at it. You're just asking me why it doesn't line up
I
sideways.
posted it twice. Like the left side is the why it doesn't happen like this in your explanation.
I'm only using
and the
half
right
of my
side
brain
is-
right now because I'm playing video games.
Ah, makes sense. Never mind. Take your time.
All right, let's see. What you got? That's exactly what I said. Okay, so the picture on the right is what we witness in nature whenever there's, specific gravity going on, right? That's relative density, for those of you who don't know. And the one on the left is when you got blood in a centrifuge, right? When you put, yes,
let me picture
it
you
is.
I will make
Have you
a
never
drawing of
seen
that.
blood that's been separated?
I will make a drawing of that. Though. What we're talking about is this.
Dude, he's telling you what it does. You don't have to make a drawing. He's telling you.
I will show him that is incorrect, if I may.
How can he be
Okay.
incorrect when that's how it works?
You never.
I'm telling him the
blood lab?
drawing that I made is not the centrifuge. It's as simple as that, man. Stop twisting my words, please.
Nobody's twisting your words.
Okay, so
when you put blood
here's
in a
the
centrifuge
image.
and you spin it, when you pull it out, it's all laid sideways, like that, with the dense part of the blood towards the outer part of the spin, and the more buoyant part of the blood towards the inner part of the spin, like you said and like you drew. So why don't things go sideways once again? Because you didn't spin it.
Stop 1 second. Okay, this is
Because the centrifugal force, which is a real force in my opinion, not a pseudo force. But that's not what the textbooks say, so don't go trying to correct me on that because I don't want to hear it. The part is spinning, the parts separate, right? Like a density tower. But because the centrifugal force is countering the downward force, right, which would be the lack of buoyant force, that's what causes it to do that. So why doesn't it line up vertically, like you said?
So look,
because you didn't spin it. Like, this is so
look
simple,
at that.
bro.
If you spin it, this is like the new image at the center, the top-down view. That's what's going to happen. You're going to have a outside circle, which is the oil, the yellow one, and an inward circle, which is the water, which is very different from what I said from the other drawing on the left side, which doesn't happen in nature. And that's my question: why it doesn't happen in nature without rotation, without any centrifugal force, just with still?
Because buoyant force is pushing things up.
Okay.
So if
What
it's
is-
not going
stop.
up, then it's going to go down, right? It's going to seek equilibrium. So if you take, let's say, a rock out of the river, right? You're adding energy to it. You pick it up out of the river. Well, why does it go down? Because you released it, that energy you added to it. And when you do that, it's going to, appear to seek equilibrium.
So if I lift it horizontally, so wait, if I move it like in a diagonally way, what you're saying is this gonna go down diagonally because the force that I charged it with was diagonal?
Yeah, throw a rock
Really?
diagonally, it's going to go diagonally. You didn't
No,
know
no,
that?
I'm not just saying throwing. Like literally, you pick it up and then you just release it without throwing it, without adding extra, like more force.
Then it's going to go straight down because the lack of
Exactly,
buoyant
it
force.
doesn't go exactly. But okay, what is buoyancy?
You can describe it however you want to, but buoyancy is the force that pushes up when there is a higher volume and less density in an object as compared to the relative density to the medium.
Is this what buoyancy is, Peter? Maybe you can tell us.
Yeah, the displacement, the force that's pushing up.
Why do so you say that it's the force that's pushing up?
Mm-hmm.
Why does it push up?
I don't know. It just does.
Mm.
Displacement. The displacement of the medium pushes up.
You never answered it. Like you never questioned why does it go up and not other directions?
Well, why would it go in another direction? The buoyant force ain't going to push you sideways. No one's ever witnessed this before, unless you spin it. If you put a child on the merry-go-round, listen, bro. If you put a child on the merry-go-round and his feet are in the center, they're going to receive the least amount of force possible. But if his head is towards the outside, all the blood is going to rush to his head, and this is actually very dangerous. So don't try this at home, kids. And he may pass out. Right? Why? Why is that? It's because everything in his blood is going sideways towards his head because the centrifugal force is strongest near the edge. So when you're asking why doesn't it fall sideways, because you didn't spin it. Do we agree now?
So what you're saying is that my blood doesn't up or down, or is not subject to any force pushing me down while on a centrifuge.
What?
What you're saying is, while me, human being, on a centrifuge, there is no force pushing me down?
No, that's not what I'm saying at all. I'm saying the centrifugal force of the merry-go-round, or the roundabout, whatever you want to call it, is countering the down force, or what you can call specific gravity or weight, and it's making it go sideways. Centrifugal force sideways.
No, it doesn't go sideways in that sense.
So you're telling me that if I got a bicycle tire on a rim and I get it really wet and then I hold it sideways and I spin it, the water is not going to fly off left or right?
It's going into a centrifugal motion, but it's not left or right.
Okay. Front, back, left, and right then?
It's expanding outwards.
Right. So you do agree with me?
Nope.
What do you mean no? Does the water fly off 360 degrees from the center of the wet spinning wheel?
It expands. It doesn't go left or right.
So you're telling me if I got a water wheel and I'm spinning,
if I'm going in a
you're on the
circle in all
left,
directions, is
if you're on
that
the
left or right?
Bro, I'm asking you a question. If you're on the left and there's a girl in front of you on the right and the water wheel's in between, are you saying that you won't get wet?
A girl in front of me on the right?
Yeah, in front of you on the right relative to the water wheel that's spinning.
She's going outwards. She's not going left or right.
She's not moving, bro. The water wheel is.
Anyway. I keep
What do you
telling
mean
it's
anyway?
not
What do you
left
mean
or
anyway?
right.
Okay, listen.
The expansion, when you go in all direction, it's very simple.
This is getting old. This is getting old.
Y'all can mute if you want. He's not a good
mute
learner.
yourself.
Your
Like, you don't
mind
understand.
is closed and your mouth is open. You have verbal diarrhea and mental constipation. This is very simple. When the merry-go-round is spinning and it's raining, where does the water go? Sideways.
Which is not left or right, right? It goes in all directions.
Oh my God. I said 360 degrees from the center.
Which
Two
is
of
not
those
left or right.
directions. So you're saying the water doesn't go off to the left and off to the right?
It's expanding
It goes
in
in
all
every other, so it goes in 358 degrees, but not left and right.
Why
right?
it's not all the water going left and all the water going right?
Did I say that?
Yes,
Did I
that's
say
what
that?
you're trying to say. That's the
No,
funny
that's
thing.
not what I'm trying to say. You're straw manning me.
I'm not
Larry, he's wasting your time. Now he's talking about left and right. For crying out loud, dude.
I am the one talking about left and right.
He must.
Dude, you're just trolling. It's
It's sad.
son of a bitch.
That's all he has is to troll. He's got nothing else.
He must be the one eating tumbleweeds.
I've been sitting there for 4 hours listening to him go back and forth, right? He's the most insincere, disingenuous asshole I've listened to. Sorry for my words. It's just frustrating.
Put that guy on mute. No, I'm just joking. But yeah, I could see how you guys would be frustrated by him, but he hasn't worn me down yet. I think it's quite funny that he's asking, why don't things fall sideways? Why don't things fall sideways? And then you say, because you didn't spin it. And he's like, no.
He should be asking why things don't fall up.
That's a stupid question, though, isn't it?
Yeah, things can't fall up. They either sink and fall down, or they rise up.
Matt comes in to get muted.
Yep.
Matt's like, mute me, please.
Just a very stupid question.
Why don't things fall up? Why don't things fall sideways? Globe team 0, flat earthers like 999 million.
Yeah, I mean, the very simple answer is if things fell up, then up would be down and down would be up, and they would still be falling down.
It's funny how they can grasp general relativity, classical relativity, no fucking problem whatsoever. But if you start talking about relative density, these people lose their minds.
Of course.
Well, they don't understand physics.
Well, it's all relative until we're talking about density, right? So everything in the universe is relative except density. That's not fucking relative. It's obviously the resistance to inertia is attracting the resistance to inertia, you stupid flirfs. You better. And don't talk to people for 30 minutes before you realize who you're talking to. That's why I started out by asking your name.
Yeah, I got stuck working late, Larry. Do you remember when I asked you to take over for me? And he obviously didn't hear that and thought we were the same dude.
Oh, it's okay.
Oh my god, I can't tell you guys apart at all.
Larry, I thought you were Rob.
Hold a minute. I thought you were all Neil deGrasse Tyson. Who am I talking to?
Oh, I heard a good one from Neil deGrasse Tyson today. Let me see if I can find it on my phone. Yeah, he says some good shit sometimes. But these Globers are like, he doesn't know what he's talking about. He believes in relative density. Poor Globers.
Well, shouldn't they be explaining it to everybody then?
Yeah, explain how the resistance to inertia attracts the resistance to inertia. Globe turds. Alright, let's see. What did Mr. Tyson say? Where is he?
Using quantum physics, which has done so well by us, perhaps the most successful theory ever about anything, fails in its attempt to predict the amount of dark energy in the universe. Yeah. And it fails badly by a factor of a Google. Wow, by a factor bigger than a Google. It's like 10 to 123 or something. No, Google is 10 to the 100? Yeah. It gets the wrong answer by the biggest amount ever in a mismatch between theory and observation. Yeah. Where are we with the dark energy theorists?
Well, look, what this is showing us is that quantum mechanics is incredibly successful when you apply it to the electromagnetic force, to the weak nuclear force, to the strong nuclear force. But we've long known that when you apply it to gravity, something goes wrong, something changes. This is the motivation for string theory, and this is the motivation for
Boom, 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 boom. When you apply it to that, it doesn't work. Maybe that's what's causing this crisis in cosmology. Hubble's constant, the expansion rate, doesn't match Einstein's constant. Who would have known that they were mortal enemies if it wasn't for flat earthers telling you guys? Because you don't trust Neil deGrasse Tyson, therefore you don't listen to him. So you wouldn't know if it wasn't for us that there's a crisis in cosmology. I'm sorry that your resistance to inertia doesn't attract the resistance to inertia. That's not my fault that I can't do that in experiment. Maybe you Globers should do better.
String theory is all tied up in knots.
Yeah, it is. It's all tied up in knots. Yeah, I heard something from that interview earlier. Well, it was like a conversation. So let's see. Who is this guy? Neil deGrasse Tyson. Yeah, I'm about to look at the whole thing because this one piqued my interest. Trying to find out who that other guy is. Oh, I'll post a video if anybody wants to check it out. I don't understand why they hate Tyson so much. He's only trying to tell them the truth that their cosmology is in a crisis. It works really well with the electromagnetic force and the strong and weak force, but when it comes to gravity,
And you love the crisis in cosmology, don't you, Larry?
well, I mean, I get excited about, the cutting edge of science, right? When we cut off the fat and, only
Maybe
look at what
Globers are
we can
just
actually
racist.
observe.
That's why they do that. Maybe they're just racist. You got to accept it.
Yeah, I look at science as like a big old brisket, right? Like you got to trim a little bit of the fat off, right? So when it comes to Einstein and his constant, cut that off, right? You can still smoke that, fat, but you give it to the dogs. Like you don't eat that part. Or you could just render it down and can some food in jars, jar it. But yeah, you got to trim the fat. This is the cutting edge of science right here. The crisis in cosmology, because they're trying to figure that shit out. They're trying all kinds of things. I think there's been 300 published papers trying to solve this problem. Because the strong and weak nuclear work, the electromagnetic works, but we don't observe the gravity. You guys want to hear it again? Why is Neil deGrasse Tyson saying what I've been saying? Weird, right?
It must be a fluff.
Do you think he's listening to me or something? I'm joking. Obviously, I'm joking. But it's kind of like,
Yes, they are listening to us because he has made comments about shit we're talking about.
did Tyson say that gravity doesn't exist? No, I don't think that's what he said. He said he doesn't know what it is. That's what he said. Next question.
Steal the bike. Tyson's just an actor. The stupid actor.
Well, that's not true, brother. He's actually, the head of the blah 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 snooty snoot snoot, and he's got letters after his name. So
Yeah, and freaking, Don Petit is the best of the best of the best.
he's the head of the Hayden Planetarium. How dare you, sir? But at least he didn't say it doesn't exist. Yeah, I'll give you that. He didn't say that specific gravity doesn't exist. I'll give you that, Vanek. He did not say that. So
Do you have anything to do with the Lucifer telescope?
what's that?
Steel of Mike Tyson have anything to do with the Lucifer telescope too?
No, I think that's the Catholic Church in Germany. Think Germany made it, and
Dude, like when they were thinking about it, they were like, "We got to let everybody know it's large," you know. Like we had to put the L in it, you know. We gotta let everybody know it's large. Even though it's like this really big telescope, it's obviously large. We had to put that in there. It just spells out Lucifer. Just happens to be.
Well, you know, you're just a conspiracy theorist, right? It's just a
the nemesis of the Catholic Church. Yeah, dude. It's just
a coincidence that the Catholic Church owns a telescope formerly named Lucifer, aka the Light Bringer.
And what was dude? What was it spelled out? Large.
Infrared, binocular, whatever.
Yeah. They needed all that. It just happened to spell out Lucifer.
I'll look it up.
They didn't want it to. They didn't want it to. It just happened to come out that as is that an acronym? What the frick is that called? I'm too stupid to know the difference between is it an acronym?
Yes, it is.
What's NASA? It's an acronym, right? Okay. Yeah, Lucifer. It just just happened to come out. The guy that the Catholic Church is supposed to be stopping.
Large binocular telescope is an optical telescope for astronomy located at 10,700 feet at Mount Graham.
Near Lucifer, large as inclining. Yeah, I thought it was near infrared. Where's the N? It's not N. I know infrared's in there.
I think they're just calling it the LBT now. Let me look what they used to call it and what it actually stands for. I'm looking it up for you, bro. I got you.
I hate when words stand for anything because I can't stand and it pisses me off. So,
well, that's why I said it's a telescope formerly known as Lucifer.
How else will they decode or cipher anything if they don't use the Lucifer telescope?
All right, here we go. I got it. Okay, Lucifer stands for, take a deep breath, large binocular telescope, near infrared utility with camera and integral field unit and extragalactic research. I'll go ahead and post that for you. Pop science.
extragalactic research.
It's an
Holy
infrared binocular
shit.
extragalactic telescope.
Dude, somebody needs to get beat upside the head with a frickin' 9-iron for even.
Bro, it's people like you. You're the reason. You conspiracy theorists are the reason why they call it the LBC. Wait, LBT. Sorry, too much Snoop Dogg. I'm sorry about that.
Does the flat Earth have gravity?
Yeah, specific gravity. I've been trying to teach you for like 6 months now, Matthew. I can't get any more specific.
Teach me.
You boys can't learn.
Oh, God.
Matthew, if the apple had fell in a pail of water, do you think Newton would have thought differently? Because he was a pretty genius guy, I have to admit. He was a smart guy.
He was a pretty smart guy.
If it would have fell in a pail of water, do you think he would have thought about it differently?
No.
He just would have been like the resistance to inertia attracts the resistance to inertia.
I mean, he would have thought that it's still falling towards the water, right?
Right, but it doesn't fall to the bottom of the bucket that's full of water. Unless it's a rotten apple. Because rotten apples don't have all the gas inside.
Gravity allows for buoyancy. Should we talk about it?
Gravity allows for buoyancy?
Yeah.
It allows for it.
Like, what's weight? How do we define weight?
Well, pressure against a scale.
We're gonna get rid of you shortly anyway, so get it all out.
Oh, why is that?
Because you were here the whole time and heard all this, and we're not doing it.
Well, am I not addressing the conversation, Larry?
Your beef is with him, not with me.
Dude, address the Lucifer telescope first, please. Come on, tell us. Tell us why you think it's a good idea to name it Lucifer. Come on, just give us that really quick. We need some comedy. Come on, some comedy, man. Come on, man, give it to us.
Well, do you want me to talk?
I'll give you some comedy. It was the Germans in the ever void of darkness. Known as Germany. Look, when they started asking the Catholic Church, they were like, "It was the Germans."
I got no clue why they named it Lucifer.
They said, "Look, we'll just rename it LBT." There's so much drama in the LBT because of some pissed off white race from Germany. But somehow, some way, these flat earthers keep coming up with questions like every single day.
Hard to be DE harmony. We're trying to keep the stuff in harmony.
Where is my man? Where's my man at? How come I haven't seen him? Where is he at? Can we get the open bar and get that motherfucker back in here? Y'all know who I'm talking about. Where is he at?
What are you talking about?
He hasn't been in here very much recently.
Trigonometry man?
Hell no, man. Talk about somebody way cooler than that. Talk about Dennis the Menace, man. Where's he at?
I was just gonna say, where the hell's where's Battlemon? We ain't seen him for a minute.
Helium.
I like that dude.
It's like, well, Battlemon likes to sing.
Oh, Helio?
Yeah, Helio. Where they been, man?
Well, I talked to Helio like about 3 months ago, and he was just trying to get back on point with some stuff. But you know, going through stuff.
Yeah, it was life. That's
No.
yeah. If I start singing, y'all just put me on mute. Yeah, but it's drama queens keep asking questions about the Lucifer telescope, so they just got tired of it, so they changed the name. Has anybody seen any images from the LBT, the Large Binocular Telescope, formerly known as Lucifer? Man, can you imagine?
It shows a galaxy that, oddly, it's a galaxy that has horns and a weird mustache.
What are you looking up for if everything's falling down in the paradigm? Isn't that weird?
There is no down.
No down?
Yeah.
Oh, your guy Vanek said if there is no down, there is no up. Already recorded.
It's all relative except for.
Wait, ask Matt. Ask Matt if he dug a hole to China from the United States. Would you climb out of the hole, fall out of the hole, or moonwalk backwards out of the hole, strutting like, just kind of regular?
Fuck that, Matt. Shut up. Okay, so if it's all relative according to Einstein, then that means that the density is relative too. Because what does all mean? Do you Globers know what all means? If it's all relative, then he's trying to tell you that the density is relative too. So you guys are Einstein deniers. You deny him being wrong about his constant when he told you it was his greatest blunder, and he said it's all relative, so the density is relative too. Why are you guys such science deniers? Globers, go ahead, speak up. I won't let you get muted.
Yeah, Vanek.
Go ahead and answer that.
All relative to what?
Everything. It's all relative. Like everything in the universe is relative. That's what all means.
What was he referring to?
Everything. It's all.
It actually,
relative.
no. He was banging his relatives. He was actually banging his relatives. He kept marrying them after he left his wife.
Dude.
So that's what it was about.
Hilarity's comedy shows are down the street.
You guys want me to shut up? I'll pass the mic.
Let me see. I mean, does any of this stuff prove flat Earth? I mean, I don't know what it's supposed to do. Instrument named Lucifer.
We're not talking about the surface of the Earth. When I'm in here, sometimes we talk about gravity. I apologize.
Well,
To the
I love
rest
to
of
talk
the
about
flat
gravity
earthers.
too. I love to talk about gravity too. Actually, we can talk about that.
Yeah, it's kind of my stick. I don't want to say shtick
I
because
like
you'll.
gravity too, man. You know.
It's kind of my stick that I like to beat the Globers over the head with.
Oh man, can you beat me over the head with it?
Shit.
Is there any Globers that can tell me why density is not relative if it's all relative?
I mean, I don't know what you. I mean, I think you're referring to like special relativity, maybe when you're saying all relative.
General. I don't care about the
General.
relativistic bullshit speeds.
Yeah, but like, okay. In what context, though?
Motion and space is relative, according to Einstein.
Yeah, and he says it's relative to something. So relative
It's
to
all
what?
relative. So, the apple and a pail of water. The apple is relative to the pail of water, and according to Einstein, that's what gravity is, right? If it's all relative.
Can you quote Einstein? So
Well,
we know what
it's
he actually
motion.
said?
All motion is relative. So when the apple falls down, it splashes, maybe even hits the bottom of the pail, depending on how deep it is, and then it floats back up. So that's motion, right? Is that apple in motion?
When apple's moving, yeah,
Fall
it's in
from
motion.
the tree. Yeah. So
Yeah, it's in
if
motion.
it's all relative, then that's what Einstein is describing. That apple in motion.
Einstein didn't describe that.
You don't think that Einstein ever talked about Newton when he was talking about his theory of
It's
gravity?
not. Well, do you quote him talking about apples falling?
No, but it's logically connected.
Well, you're mentioning that's Newton right there. So I don't know why you're mentioning. You're conflating the two.
So are you saying that those two cannot be conflated by Globers ever, or only flat earthers can't conflate them?
Well, I think anyone can conflate them, globe and flat Earth, but you're just conflating them for no reason. I mean,
Right. Maybe we should. I agree with you, Matt. I'm going to agree with you. We should stop conflating Einstein and Newton. They should be totally separate. So.
It's not that they're totally separate. It's just that
Oh, wait
Einstein.
a
I don't
minute.
think.
Now you're conflating them
I
again.
don't think. No. I don't think that Einstein ever mentioned apples falling from a tree.
So he never thought about
He might have.
something falling.
He might have talked about it, but I don't think. Well, you can't just say what he was thinking.
He told us what he was thinking. He thought about objects falling and weightlessness.
Yeah, he did. He talked about a man falling from a building.
Yeah, and how he would be weightless. He would be weightless, experiencing weightlessness.
Speaking of that,
so what's happened? Excuse me. What's happening in a neutral buoyancy lab when you're like weightless in the water?
Yeah, why are you weightless in the water?
The neutral buoyancy.
Really?
Yeah, your buoyancy is neutralized because the buoyant force is either strong and it's pushing you up. Because it's not like gravity, it's not a weak force, right? It's actually a strong force where it pushes you up, right? And if there's not enough buoyant force, then you go down, right?
I've always wondered how much do you weigh in inside
Me?
water?
I don't weigh anything. If my lungs are full, I don't weigh anything.
I'm saying how much do you weigh in water?
I don't weigh anything. If my lungs are full, I'm neutrally buoyant.
Larry is neutrally buoyant.
Bro, I just swam out to the what do they call? They don't call them levees. What are they? Like the break. I swam out to the big steel iron thing, and it's like 10 feet deep out there. And when you swim out there, like I can't touch the bottom unless I let all the air out of my lungs, and then I can feel that slimy mud down there.
Yeah, you can do it too, Matt. Just lay on your back and breathe in and hold your breath, and you'll float on the surface of the water.
Or go in salt water and then you'll just float. Most people do.
Yeah, like those deprivation.
I can't even dive down in salt water. It's a lot harder for me when I went on vacation than dive down in Lake Erie. I'll sink to the bottom there.
How much do you weigh in water, Matt?
No clue, man. I got it. Next time I get in water, I'm gonna try to weigh myself
Depends on how
underwater.
much air is in his lungs. If he's a young man and he's not fat, then he can put a scale at the bottom of the pool, not an electrical one, a mechanical one, and he can let all the air out of his lungs and he can weigh himself at the bottom of the pool.
How much do you think I'll weigh?
You sound like
If
you
you've
weigh
got
about
enough air, you got 0.
you sound like a big dude. I'm thinking $185.
No, I'm not a big dude. I don't even weigh anything close to 180.
He's got a
Really?
voice changer.
More like 150. I don't got a voice change.
So you're like a little Jewish guy.
Where'd you get Jewish from? I'm nowhere near Jewish.
Because Jewish guys either have that really deep voice like Benjamin Netanyahu, like, oh, we're going to kill them all. Or they sound like a squeaky guy, you know?
Like Ben
Nah,
Shapiro.
man.
Yeah.
I weigh like maybe like 150, maybe 160.
I was
What's
thinking
that
like
in
185.
What's that in kilos?
I don't know. You got to convert it.
Shut the fuck up.
It's probably like 200 kilos. Let's look. Let's look it up.
The flat Earth has weight. That's beautiful stuff, man.
68. I was way off.
68? Fuck. He's fucking skinny fuck.
He sounds bigger
How
than
much
me.
do you weigh, Mr. Timbo over there?
Me, 90 kilos?
I
90
weigh
kilos.
158.
So what's that in pounds? Like 190 or something?
I don't know. You'll have to convert it.
Would you say how much is
it? Larry, convert it, man.
I'm trying to ask, how much do you weigh in kilos?
90.
90. So let's do 200. 200 pounds.
200. 200 pounds a month.
I reversed engineered it and I guessed it right that time.
And you're like what, 5'9", Timbo?
No, I'm 5'11".
You're a chubby guy, huh?
I go not chubby. I go to the gym 5 times a week, mate. So.
Oh, you got that muscle.
And I do physical work every day. So.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So you're like you are in your picture then.
I could be holding a little bit of weight because I do like food, but
yeah, food's good, man.
Yeah.
Do you have high density?
I'm a density tower.
There you go.
Density
Wait
is
a
a lot.
minute. That's a good insult. You Globers are density towers. You ain't got nothing going on up top. It's a joke, of course. Just joking.
The flat Earth has a bias towards down, Peter. Do you know why that is?
Yep.
Ground.
Oh, come on.
We
You guys
agree.
gotta give Larry some props on that one. Hang on.
I think
Larry,
Larry
that was
explained
hilarious.
it.
Thanks, bro. Why does lightning go down, bro? Is it because of gravity?
No.
Why does lightning go down?
The potential difference.
Right. You get it now. I'm glad you guys get it.
Larry,
Where
you
does
actually
lightning
opened my
start?
eyes today. You
Where
really
does
did.
lightning start at? Where does lightning start?
In the sky.
Oh no, we got lightning. Actually, starts at sprite level.
Nice.
Yeah,
So
and
how did I?
when you see the top of the sprites, it's nice and flat up there, or kind of. You'll see. We'll show you some sprite.
So how did I open your eyes, Peter?
That's the downward vector as well as buoyancy can all be explained using relative density.
Yeah, why does lightning go down?
I actually looked up the equation for relative density.
I've been trying to tell you guys for like 8 years about this specific gravity thing, and
Have a look at the chat, Larry.
Yeah.
Do
I
you
think
agree?
it's got the equation's got gravity in it, doesn't it?
Well, by gravity they mean the vector, the acceleration vector.
Yeah, 9.8. Yeah.
Not in that equation. That equation is universal.
You sure?
Yeah, I don't see 9.8 there. There are no values. These are all variables.
All right, can you
So
put it in
no
English?
values.
Can you put it in English for me, Peter, please?
The distribution of density creates, that's what that equation says, the distribution of density
Oh God, how many things?
creates acceleration vector. That's literally
Okay.
what that equation says. It just accounts for different ways you can distribute density. And when you do that, if you knew that distribution, then you will know exactly where the acceleration vector will point and what value it will have.
I'm going to take your word for it until I talk to another math guy, because this is not a language that I'm fluent in whatsoever.
Because often in these communities here, people yell over one another over like definitions of a particular word instead of focusing on the meaning of the word.
Well, you
Like
need to
there,
work out the definition to move on in an argument, don't
true,
you?
but people won't compromise and say, okay, you're using the word in this sense and I'm using it in a slightly different sense. Why don't we see if we could meet in the middle and use it in a way that works for both of us?
And use a definition that doesn't actually not a definition.
Oh, no. But density has a very good definition and it can be used in the way I'm using it and Larry is using it, and it's perfectly fine.
What's the definition of density?
That's
Good
still a
question.
volume.
I think, based on what I hear from Larry, that it's the amount of stuff.
In a volume.
Yeah, the density of stuff per unit of volume.
Right, so you could also think about it like atomic weight, right? Like mercury has a very
Don't
high...
overcomplicate it for me, Larry. Let's just leave it at like an apple has a certain density and a watermelon has a density and so on.
Sure.
I think an apple and a watermelon would be a similar density.
They might be. But they occupy a different volume, right?
Yeah, but the amount of stuff.
Yeah, that's density.
Stuff per volume.
How much stuff per volume? Per unit of volume.
Oh.
Hey guys, I would say don't listen to me. I'm just an idiot. I could be wrong. Fact check me.
But you're
Please
the
don't.
local expert on gravity, so we
No,
should
no,
talk to
no.
you.
I'm not an expert, but I will
He's such
say,
a condescending prick, Peter.
But he is.
I will say even the experts are equal with me and they don't know what gravity is. But I'm describing it as relative density.
And I think it's a valid way to describe it.
Thank you. I wish that you would spread the word to other Globers. But it's all relative, man.
I do. Whenever I get a chance, I do.
Good, because they seem to think that, the right thing to do is just disagree with the flat earther over definitions so we can't get into the deeper end of the conversations.
Yes, the flat earthers are always wrong syndrome.
So, for example, to go back to where Vanek had a problem where he was asking why is the density tower on Earth or in proximity of Earth, up and down as opposed to sideways, I understood what he was asking, but the answer using what we just agree with Larry on is because there's more density at the bottom and it creates a vector towards that center of density.
Right, the displacement is pushing up.
Yeah, and the buoyancy results from that. But the fact that there's more density at the bottom creates that vector.
Yeah, because he's just talking about, okay, why is there a downward vector? He wants to relate it to gravity, yeah?
Yeah, but what I'm saying is you don't have to. You can use Larry's language and say there is definitely more density below our feet than there is above our heads, correct?
Yeah, we're standing on the ground
Yeah,
because
because we're
of that.
standing on it.
Yeah, think about the density of
And
the
so is
Earth below
helium.
your feet, right?
Helium is also standing on it too, right? At the upper
Absolutely.
echelon of the atmosphere. It turns out sometimes the universe tends to unfold as it should.
It always seems to do that.
Yeah.
Sorry, guys, I had to do something. So see how simple it becomes when we like
open our minds and just listen to one
yeah.
another.
Yeah, like shit goes down apart from when it doesn't.
Yeah, but the direction why the downward acceleration vector, now we've explained it using density.
Oh, there is a downwards vector on the flat Earth.
Damn.
There is on a globe as well.
Damn. What's it got a
There it is.
video? What's it? Hold on, time out just real fast. What's it's got a video? It's called Donald Duck.
Donald Duck.
Anybody who didn't live throughout
Hey,
the 80s and 90s, Donald
can you
Duck.
post it?
Yeah, I'll post. Donald Duck was
Nah,
one of the
I'm gonna have to go
original.
watch it.
But he's Scrooge McDuck. Donald Duck. That's funny. I'm sorry. I don't care who you're. That's funny.
Thanks, Larry.
There goes the audience.
Yeah, no, I gotta go. I'll be back.
Go bounce, bro. Have fun. I like hanging out with you guys sometimes. I'm not very nice to some of you sometimes, but you guys make me think and laugh a lot.
You guys too, man.
So back to the
Hey,
atomic weight. I know Peter doesn't want to talk about this, but let's look at like the atomic weight of like Mercury. I'm assuming it's very heavy,
Keep doing it though.
and there's lots of electrons, protons. Because we're talking about weight, remember? So this atomic weight is closely tied to it. Atomic weight of Mercury. Right.
Kind of like the density, right, inside of
Yeah,
the atom.
exactly. Stuff in a volume. In this case, we're using the atomic model. I know that some people don't agree with that, but we're just using this. So atomic mass 200.59 U. So what's another? Okay, so let's look at atomic weight of iron.
If you're looking to start something like higher than magnesium, I think you need to get in like the heavy metals like thorium and uranium and shit.
Right, that stuff will sink, right? But I'm trying to look at for iron because it'll float, right?
Float on Mercury?
Yeah, iron floats in mercury.
What is it?
So
Iron? Is it
atomic mass of
Fe?
iron is 55. So compared to mercury, it's like an ice cube, right?
Yeah, it's like a quarter of its atomic mass.
Right. So it's actually more buoyant than an ice cube compared to water. So what the deal is that some people believe that this is what's causing things to go down, right? It's the atomic weight, but it's all based on electromagnetism, strong, weak nuclear force. And you could say that the strong and weak nuclear forces, the things that are holding the atoms together, is electromagnetism, right? Because what is an atom? Nucleus, electrons, protons, and neutrons, right? So I seen recently that someone was saying that they dropped neutrons and they fall at roughly 9.8 meters a second square, right? Now I read that the other day when
The
someone
gravitational
posted it
field.
in a gravitational field, right? But
Why?
if you're dropping stuff, what do you expect it to fall at? It's going to seek its equilibrium, so the neutrons are neutrally charged. They don't have a charge. So So they're just going to fall down.
Yeah, because of the density of the Earth.
Well, density of the medium and the object in the medium.
Yeah, and the Earth.
Well, sure.
We cannot pretend that the Earth below our feet doesn't exist as a source of density, right? It's
I
there.
agree.
We cannot
Absolutely.
just say, oh, the Earth ends and then there's nothing. No, there's like Earth.
Right.
So yeah, that's
So
why things fall. So we've shown, like you said, they've shown little particles falling. We've shown particles of gas falling. We've even shown photons falling. So there you go.
photons?
Density. Yeah.
Photons fall?
Photons fall, yeah, because of the relative density.
Photons are allegedly massless.
That's the tricky part. So that equation that I showed you, according to that, they fall, and we observe them falling. So there you go.
Okay. Well, maybe
They have extremely. They think about it like this. They have extremely low density.
Okay. Maybe the boson field is causing the photons to have mass, and that's why they fall.
Or maybe it's causing density.
That's speculation. Don't quote me on that in the future.
No, of course. We don't know what causes density.
The boson field.
There's no good physical explanation for what causes density. That's what I'm saying.
You guys know about the boson field causing mass? I'll see if I can cite my source. Nobel Prize, Why Particles Have Mass.
I've read about that a few times.
Higgs boson does not technically give other particles mass. More precisely, the particle is quantized manifestation of the field, the Higgs field, that generates. Sorry, I'm just going to try to finish this. That generates mass through its interaction with other particles. But why couldn't mass just be assumed as given? The answer goes back to the previous work of the quantum field theory. Quantum fields are similar to more familiar fields like electric and magnetic fields, but quantum fields contain excited states that we observe as particles. These fields can be divided into matter fields whose particles are electrons, quarks, etc., and force fields whose particles are like photons, gluons, etc. In the late 1940s, theorists showed that the quantum field theory of photons and electrons could successfully explain electromagnetic interactions at high energy. I'll post it.
Larry,
So
I think you might be I think you might be a glober in the closet.
No, bro, I'm not a glober.
Yes, you are.
I am a seeker. I am not an intellectual. I'm not a glober. I'm a seeker. And you have that same potential, Matthew. I've told you that before.
Yeah, it's like knowledge that you have the ability to go through, decipher for yourself, a little different than every other human, slightly, you know, to a certain extent, right?
Yeah, everybody has the ability to find golden nuggets of knowledge.
A truth seeker. Yes.
Yeah, seeking that truth.
I
Seeking it out.
What's going on, King Glober? Welcome back, man.
But King Glover, it's said by some of the most famous men in the world, as in Neil Armstrong, that truth has protective layers. So do you think these fact checkers are the protective layers? King Glover?
You talking to me?
Yeah, welcome to the
Am I
show.
King Glober?
Are you?
Doing a piece of.
What's your name, bro?
Midwit.
Midway?
Midwit.
Midwit, okay. I am also a midwit.
I also am 3, a mid. So the boson.
The
I
field.
think it's,
Yeah.
it's funny, right?
It is, isn't it? I don't even know if it exists. Like, I don't know.
It's always action and reaction. That's what they always write down as something crazy. Every guy that comes along, they get to write their own format of an action or a reaction that they see in nature or they study happen, right? And then they get to put their law on it or their principle or their cause.
What do you think about that, Matt? What do you think about what you just said?
Talking about me?
Yeah, what do
Every
you
action must have an equal and
What do you
opposite
think about it?
reaction. I agree with him, man. That's Newton's.
Who let you out of the fucking cage?
Wait a minute. Newton didn't come up with that.
Yeah, I had to come back and get him, man. He was my.
Hold on. Newton didn't come up with that. That's the law of cause and effect. That was old when Babylon was young. That's been around for a long
That's
time.
written in Newton's law. So.
Okay, he picked up that golden nugget from somebody else. He didn't come up with that.
Oh, still Newton's law. I don't. You can't discredit Newton in front of me, man. That's my boy right there.
Bro, that's just the laws of logic. Like, Newton didn't come up with that. The Grecians were talking about this shit like 2,000 years ago, plus.
Who else wrote down that every action must have an equal and opposite reaction? Or has an equal and opposite
Me.
reaction? Oh, yeah, Timbo did it.
It's an extrapolation of the law of cause and effect. The laws of logic are true. I keep trying to tell you.
Timbo's second law.
So, yeah. So who else wrote it down?
Me.
Timbo. Okay, there we go. See, you proved me wrong. Timbo wrote it down. Timbo, you were around back then, man?
Yeah,
Timbo,
I copied the Grecian. I copied the Grecian stuff.
Oh. How old are you, Timbo, man? Like 400 years old or something?
And they probably got it from the Egyptians, and the Egyptians got it from the whatever the people
Sumerians and the
Hindus.
Babylonians.
Yeah, the Babylonians. Yeah.
The Chaldeans.
Not those dirty Philistines,
Did you
though.
know that the shooter had to account for the Earth's curvature when trying to assassinate President Donald Trump? Did you know that?
Who
Did you
cares?
know that in order to shoot a gun over 100 meters, you have to account for the Earth's curvature? Many weapons and scopes are built in to account for this so that the shooter does not have to do it themselves. However, under some circumstances, depending on the range of the shot the shooter is trying to hit,
Is that why
they
he
might
missed?
also
Was he
have to
accounted for
individually
Coriolis?
account for the Earth's curvature while firing a firearm. Did you know that?
That's why I
No, he missed because he accounted for Coriolis.
Did you also know that airplanes account for the Earth being a globe because they have to fly around it? Did you know that, guys? Have you ever seen an airplane?
Round?
Have you ever seen a satellite? Have you ever seen the moon? Have you ever seen the sun? What shape are they? Oh, nobody knows.
Keep cooking them, man. You're doing a great job.
But let me show you an iPhone picture, bro. 1 second. It is like taken from my iPhone, literally from.
Shit ass.
It's the only thing it can do.
Ass, man.
Who was that jumped in?
Shit ass. That's his name.
Name is shit ass.
Actually, my name is shitass69. Get it right, bud. Not surprised.
Okay.
Flat Earthers can't read.
Hey, can we? Hey, he's a glober.
Yeah, Matthew's a glober.
Well, it's not that I can't
This guy believes in things that are real.
I just didn't say your whole name. How does that make me illiterate?
He believes in things that have been figured out for millennia. Ha ha ha, silly boy. Ha ha ha.
Do me a favor, fecal matter boy. Could you talk a little quieter, please?
No, I'm going to do what I want. You can mute me though.
Okay.
Well, I mean, you could just
See you
talk
later.
a little quieter and maybe take your hands off your nose. Or not, or they can mute.
That was cute.
Yeah, poor guy. You could tell he really believes.
Guy? Was that a guy?
I don't know, but I suggest that whoever that guy is, the fecal guy, I suggest he goes by
Timbo.
Go buy some lunar real estate right now while the prices are low, because you never know. There could be a boom in the. That's not financial advice, by the way. Have you ever seen lunar real estate, Globers? You can buy it right now. If you really believe in the globe, share your screen and buy some lunar real estate for the future of your children. For your children's children, like Fern Gully.
Is that a real thing? Who would?
Yeah,
who would
lunar.
sell it?
Much better
Venetian.
value as well than on
Yeah,
the
it's
real.
really. Well, it's real estate, right? But that's a misnomer. But we're not going to get into that, right? You can buy Venetian real estate, lunar real estate, and Martian real estate, guys. And it turns out it's illegal for me to sell it, but apparently there are other people that could sell it. So I can't sell it to
Yeah,
you.
but who, like, no country has, like, jurisdiction, like, sole jurisdiction. How would that even, there's a legal quandary right there.
Jurisdiction over what?
The fake estate.
The moon, of course. The moon, I think, is real.
No, the moon's an imagination. It doesn't exist. It's fake.
I think Palestine is real.
Oh yeah, can you show me Palestine on a map?
Yeah, I can pull out some old Bibles and show you immediately if you're serious about that.
You can show me probably maps that say Palestinia, but I don't think there's any. I don't think there actually are.
Like,
wait a minute.
That's
I
like
don't know if there's
saying
ever been a country of Palestine.
that's like the distance. That's like saying the difference between Italy and Italia.
Well, Palestinia, no, Palestinia was like a region of an empire. It wasn't like its state into itself.
You ever read the Balfour Declaration?
I have. Well, no, I haven't read it. I know what it is, though.
Okay. What were they going to give up? Were they going to give Israel to the Jews, or were they going to give Palestine to the Jews?
I don't know what the phrasing is. I think it was. I think they called it the British, like the. Wasn't it just called the British
British
Mandate?
Mandate.
Maybe
The
it was the
British
British Mandate of Palestine. Maybe it was that. Maybe that is what they called it.
Okay. Well, back
But again,
to
that's not as. Yeah,
back to the
whatever.
Earth and
It doesn't
stuff.
matter.
Yeah. So you can buy Venetian real estate right now. It's really cheap. Apparently, it'd be like a vacation hotspot for those of you who don't know. There's a lot of global warming there. It's a fact. You know, Greta Thunberg, she doesn't talk about this. The greenhouse gases, they're just running away, like Usain Bolt or whatever, Usain Bolt or whatever, isn't it? They're just the best greenhouse gases. They're
Well,
the best.
why is Mars hot and it's further out the sun than Earth? I don't get it.
The average temperature
Global
of the
warming.
equator during the summer in Mars is 70 degrees Fahrenheit, but the atmosphere is less than 1% of Earth's atmosphere. So I don't know how they actually measured it. I don't know
Hey,
how the
Larry,
helicopter blades. Yeah, go ahead.
if I have an apple in the center of a vacuum, right, and I let the apple go in the center of the vacuum, why does it fall down and not up?
Because it's the densest thing around. The relative
Okay.
density between the partially evacuated area, because there's no such thing as a true vacuum, it's going to be the densest.
Okay.
And it's going to boil and expand and explode and kind of go in all directions. But most
Why
of the stuff
vertically?
will end up down.
Why
Why
vertically
would
down and
you?
let the apple
Why
go?
would you expect it to go up?
Well, I'm asking why down and not up, or why fall at all?
What? Why would
Well,
it go up?
I don't know.
that's the place of
There's
rest.
something
See, you have to understand, everything is seeking equilibrium, right?
Ooh,
So
okay.
high pressure to low pressure, right? Like your gas tank, when you fill it up, run all the gas out, you go to the next gas station 3 hours later, you open that gas tank, and what does it do? It goes and it sucks all the air in, but it's not actually sucking. The atmospheric pressure is pressing in. So high pressure to low pressure. And say you have two
Gas
cell
tank isn't
phones.
actually doing that.
One
Okay.
cell phone's completely charged, and the other cell phone's completely dead, and you hook them up C to C. The next day, one's going to be at 50%, and the other one's going to be at 49%, right? Because high
Yeah.
charge to low charge. Okay.
You
Then
said
there's
something very.
I'm trying to get to the end of it, right?
I got
Then
your point.
there's yeah, I'm going to land this plane. I promise. It's real simple. Then there's high temperature to low temperature. So a cup of coffee, piping hot, straight from McDonald's in the 80s. It's like really hot, 180 degrees. You set it on the table. You come back 30 minutes later. All the heat seeps out till it reaches equilibrium.
What kind of coffee's that, by the way?
The same thing. The same thing with objects in a medium. If you see an object and you pick it up, like you're adding energy to that, just like the temperature, the gas pressure, and the charge. You're adding energy to it, and when you let it go, you're releasing that energy, and it's seeking equilibrium, just like the coffee, just like the gas tank, just like the batteries.
So it's seeking equilibrium with high pressure. That's why it's falling down.
Right, and this is like the fourth leg of the second law of thermodynamics.
So is it?
Why is the pressure
So is it?
downwards though?
Hold on, Vinek.
Well,
Hold
where
on.
did you
We're gonna
pick
get-
it up
we're gonna-
at?
we're gonna- Hold on. We're gonna get to the nitty gritty of this. Okay. So is it falling down because the ground is dense, or is it falling down because of what exactly?
Because the lack of buoyant force is not holding it up. See, when you picked it up, you added force to the bottom of it, right? And then when you let go, you release that force. Now there's still buoyant force from the atmosphere on the bottom of that rock, but there's not
Yeah.
enough because
But
the molecules are packed so densely in that rock that there's not enough displacement from the atmosphere to hold it up. But when it hits the ground, then there's enough buoyant force to push up on the bottom of that rock to keep it from sinking unless you drop it in quicksand, right?
no. So I mentioned an apple in the center of a vacuum. So
Right.
what I'm trying
It's
to
the
figure out.
densest thing in the medium.
So what's the dentist thing? Oh, beautiful. So why vertically down and not the opposite way? Why down?
Because the buoyant force is pushing from the
Yeah, but it
bottom.
should be equal. It should be equal if it's in the middle of the vacuum.
Does who?
Says Newton's first law. I mean, it shouldn't be falling at all according to Newton's first law. Do you agree with Newton's first law, by the way?
What is it?
So an object at rest remains at rest, or if in motion remains in motion at a constant velocity unless acted on by an external force.
Well,
Agree
the
with that?
external force is you picked up the apple.
Not if it's stable in the center of the vacuum.
How's it going to be stable in the center of a vacuum unless it's sitting on a
So if
table stable?
Yeah. So the potential energy for up and down would be basically the same if it's in the middle of the vacuum.
No.
Yes.
If
What he's saying is like when you pick it up, you are kind of charging it like a spring to go back down or something. How? And I
Yeah, but
asked
that
you
means-
before,
that already-
why when I pick...
Hold on, Vanek. That already implies that there's something about down. So why down?
Lack of buoyant force. Buoyant force pushes up. That's why
Buoyant
down.
force. So when an apple is in the center of a vacuum,
How did it get
likes
there?
to go. It
How did it
likes
get
to go
there?
because someone took the apple and put it in the center of the vacuum.
They
You have
placed
to
it on.
describe the force. You have to describe the force that causes it.
They placed the apple on nothing and it just stayed there.
No. Someone got an apple and they placed it in the center of the vacuum. So obviously a vacuum is not a perfect vacuum, but it's supposed to remove as many molecules within that medium as possible. So if I place it in the middle of the vacuum, there's no reason why it should go down more than it should go up.
I'd like to see you.
And there's also no reason, according to Newton's first law, there's no reason why it should fall at all unless there's a force causing it to fall.
I'd like to see you place it in the middle of the vacuum.
Oh, so you think if I place an apple in the middle of the vacuum, it won't fall down?
No, I'm saying it will fall down.
Okay.
So
Why
there's
now?
several. Okay. We talked about the law of cause and effect, right? And the extrapolation is an object in motion will remain in motion unless acted upon by an outside force, right? Okay. So there's several different ways to levitate things, right? Beach ball in a pool of water, right? It's going to levitate. Well, we know what happens if we drain the water. It goes down. So that's one way, right?
Floating?
Then sound can make things levitate, right? So if you turn off the sound machine that was making that thing levitate, that goes down, right?
Okay.
Then there's magnetism. Magnetism can cause things to levitate. We've seen people with those tricks on the tables where they spin the thing and they remove the glass and it's levitating. Okay, well, if you turn off the electromagnet, that goes down, right? So all these things are levitating for different reasons. Then there's, what does Whitson always talk about? The one where he floats the piece of plastic or something. Okay, then there's the electrostatic force, right? A balloon sticks to the glass, and then if we ground the balloon's potential, the electrostatic force is gone, then the balloon goes down, right? Just a balloon with regular air in it, right? So all these things are making things levitate or appear to float or whatever. But when you stop the cause, they go down. Buoyant force, electromagnetism, sound wave. Go ahead, bro.
I know, but you're kind of just like adding up a bunch of words. I'm not trying to say it's like word salad, but you are adding up a bunch. I just want to like fix the key points here.
Who cares?
So what is potential energy?
Well, if you have a salt water in a metal container, right, that's sitting on a piece of rubber, that's going to be potential energy because that salt water is going to hold a charge like a capacitor, right?
Yeah, there
But
you go.
if your dumbass friend walks up and touches it, puts his hand in that water after it's been sitting for a while, he might need to go see the hospital. So don't try that at home.
So basically, placement of where you place objects.
No, it's pressure differential, right?
Okay. So if we were to look up the definition of potential energy, that's what we're going to get.
Well, look it up and tell me what you find. Potential energy.
I mean, I would hope that we can agree on a truism.
Yeah, I would hope so too, right? Yeah, so there's lots of different ways to have potential energy. If I put a spring on a rubber band,
just regular potential energy.
there's different kinds. There's kinetic.
Okay. So the definition I just got is the energy possessed by a body by virtue of its position relative to others. So if I were to place a rock that's at the edge of, let's say, like a cardboard or something, and it falls, the potential energy for it to fall is what we're talking about. So it's the placement of objects, right, relative to others. So that's how I'm defining potential energy, right? So if we place something in the middle of a vacuum, like an apple, the potential energy is basically equal up vertically and down vertically, absent of an acceleration down, which would be gravity. So why down?
Okay. The only way that you could do that is if the apple is falling inside the vacuum that's falling at free fall speed inside of a vacuum.
No.
Yes. You can't
Untrue.
place an apple in the middle of a vacuum, bro.
Yeah. Have you seen experiments where they've had things to hold objects that are going to fall in a vacuum?
Yeah, they had it sitting on a swing and they release the string and it falls.
Yeah.
They
So
didn't
what I'm
place it in
thinking
the
about,
middle of a vacuum on nothing. They placed it
I
on
know,
something.
I know. I'm giving you a thought experiment of where we do place it in the middle of the vacuum. It's theoretically possible, right?
Okay.
So if we did place an apple in the middle of the vacuum, the potential
On a
energy for it to
table.
be up. Yeah, so the potential energy for it to be up and falling down, or just up and down, is the same in a vacuum. So why does it fall down if there's no acceleration down? If it's basically equal for up and down?
Well, some people say that it has to do with what's it called? What's it talks about it all the time? I forget what he calls it.
Can I just say one thing? I'm very sorry. 2
Go
seconds.
ahead. Yeah,
In the vacuum, if you place the apple, right? You place it. It's in the vacuum. It's down. It's definitely on the floor. If I flip the container, what's gonna happen?
It'll fall down again.
Exactly.
Yep.
Why?
Lack of buoyant force.
Something no.
Well, it's in a vacuum.
No, there's something about down, Venek. That's why.
Yeah, I mean, of course it's moving. I mean, I don't know why it moved all of a sudden.
Well, it moved because you flipped it.
Yeah, but if I flipped it, right, it didn't go on the sideways where I was flipping. It went straight down. It didn't follow the centrifugal force of my flipping.
Had to flip it a lot of times really fast.
No, I mean, very slowly. I'll flip it very slowly. I will see that the apple is slowly
Okay, then it would
shifting
roll
towards
down the side if you did it slowly.
Yeah.
And it would come to rest at the bottom.
Yeah, but
I mean,
it has to follow the side because of the shape of the.
But if you had that same,
I mean, if you did it slowly,
water,
wouldn't it just like maintain at the bottom? Like if you put a ball in a cube and then you spin the cube slow enough, then it would just, you know, I mean, the ball would
After a
just
little
stay
bit, it wouldn't be in equilibrium. It would roll, yeah.
It would roll around, right? So the reason is because the medium that you've chosen is the most not dense medium. What's the word for that? Evacuated medium that you could find, and it's going to go down. But if you were to put salt water in there, the apple would float and it would roll around up top.
Okay, but
that's
medium
proving what I'm saying.
Still.
So
that's
Venek's medium.
proving.
Yeah, but Venek's medium,
vacuum.
if you were to put, Venek's medium is like has basically no molecules in it, or the least amount of molecules in it. So there's no reason why it should be falling up or falling at all if there's no force, according to Newton's first law.
Well, it's going to seek equilibrium, and we know
So
why
there's an
it's going
equilibrium
down.
force.
No, I'm not saying there's an equilibrium force. Look, it's okay. You're talking about theories as to why this is causing that, right? I'm talking about experiments as to why the relative density between the medium and the object is doing that. Right now, I'm talking about laws where this is something we don't know why it's happening, but it happens every time, right? The things fall down. Why? I don't know. They just go down. Maybe it has something to do with electric potential.
I like that answer a lot better than your previous ones. The fact that
Well,
you
at
said
least
I
we're
don't know.
stating that there is something that you don't know, which is
Yeah.
good.
Yeah, I think that's the honest answer here. I think that
We're
there's
going
definitely
somewhere.
something. I think there was definitely something about down. With all
There
these
is.
thought experiments we've given. Yeah, there
Sometimes.
is. There's something
Sometimes.
about, and also I want to add on,
Something
Gregory. I
about
mean, not Gregory, Larry, that I don't deny specific gravity, and I understand what you mean by buoyancy as well, right? I don't deny that. I just know that gravity is definitely existing, and there is an acceleration down, and it also allows for weight. So,
Can you have buoyancy without gravity? That's the question. No.
Well, what do you mean by gravity? Because it's mathematically described in the equation for buoyancy, but that's just math describing it, right? But if you take away the math and you're just looking at reality, because math doesn't always necessarily refer to reality, you could replace that, G, which is the downforce, with anything, and it could be that, right? You could call
But
it
would the calculation be accurate with predictions? I don't think so.
right. You're just taking away the G and you're putting X there instead of gravity, just X unknown, and it still does the same thing.
So okay, you're
Right.
just naming it differently, but it's still the same thing.
Yeah, a rose is a rose by another name.
So you just don't like the word gravity.
No, I
Yeah,
like
like
the word
if
gravity,
you
but we
if
have
you
Go
if you
ahead,
replace G with X, right, then the X doesn't now become something else. The X is still the G. Does
Yeah,
that
it's
make
just a
sense? Like
naming
yeah,
convention
you're
at that
just
point.
yeah, exactly, yeah.
Right. So we don't know what the cause is, right? Because nobody can manipulate gravity like you could manipulate the phase change of water, right?
Why you
No,
can't you?
we
You
can,
can
but we
simulate
can't.
different gravities.
No,
Okay.
you can manipulate gravity, but we can't isolate Earth's gravity because it's too big. We have to go outside that.
That sounds like an excuse to me. I need
It's
you
not
to
an
manipulate
excuse.
gravity. Yes, it
It's
is.
like telling you, without you have no
reality.
containers, you have no boxes, you're inside the water. Can you please stay outside of water? You can't do that if you
You're
don't
the
have
one in a
anything to hold.
box, bro. I'm not in the box.
You know, I know.
I'm thinking outside of the box. Matthew, I think you're ready for
You
what I
definitely have
just
to think outside
posted.
the box, yeah, but it's not always
Yeah, I just
individual.
posted the electrostatic model of gravity. Obviously, I'm thinking outside the box, and you are still stuck in, gravity, where you think
Is
mass is the resistance to inertia attracting the resistance to inertia.
this like the toroid
is
thing?
this for me?
Probably
Yeah,
for
Matthew, I think you're ready to read it. I mean, it's a theory, guys. It's
Well,
just philosophy and science and theories.
well,
Not a big
I
deal.
mean, I understand that people propose electromagnetism for gravity, but this would still mean that there's something about down, right?
I agree.
Okay.
Ground. You know about
A
ground,
lot of
right?
flat earthers deny that there's something about down.
I don't think that's true. Some of them do. But
There
listen,
is.
do you know that you can make a ground generator? Do you know what that is?
No,
A
I've never
ground
used
battery.
it.
Okay, so let's say you save a whole bunch of pennies, hypothetically, and you melt them down. Some of them are mostly zinc, and some of them are mostly copper, depending on what year before 1982. Say you take those and melt them down into two rods, and you put them side by side each other into the ground. They're about 3 feet deep, right? You probably don't want to go all the way down into the clay. But let's say you hook those two up in a circuit and pour some water on top. So the water's going to soak into the ground. Guess what? You get 2 volts out of that. Why? Why do you get 2 volts?
I don't know.
Understand the point.
Because it's a ground generator.
Okay.
It's a ground generator. It's a ground battery. The ground is what I'm trying to explain to you. It's the
I mean,
ground.
all my point here is there's still something about down, right?
Right. Why do things go down? Why does lightning go down? It's the ground. Everything is electric static in nature. Incoherent electric statics. That's what Witsit always talks about.
Well, at
Incoherent
least you
electrostatics.
agree. So does that electro
And the Van de Graaff generator. That's another thing that makes things float. The Van de
does
Graaff
that
generator.
electrostatic theory of gravity give us the 9.8? The
9.8
electrostatic
9.8 is just agreed upon
That's fine. It's
convention
an agreed
that
upon
things
average.
on average fall at that rate.
Okay, so that's if your
That's little g.
electrostatic model.
Everybody agrees on little g. That's the law of gravity where things fall. Nobody
No.
disagrees.
Yeah, we know. So that electrostatic model of gravity would give us our 9.8. That would be the 9.8 that we get from, right?
That would still make the planet curved anyway, regardless if it's
We're not
electrogravity
talking
or
about
gravity.
we're not talking about the planet right now. We're just talking about gravity.
Yeah, so Larry, let's say that the electrostatic model of gravity were true, that would mean that that's where we get our 9.8 from, which would still mean that there's something about down and things fall down. Yeah, so that's all my point would be, that there's something about down. So I guess we can get rid of the gas pressure without a container and all that other bullshit now.
Yeah, I don't really argue that. Only time I argue that is when Globers get like real cocky and they start talking about the dome, and they kind of provoke me a little bit.
Nah, so you should have addressed that from the get-go. Why did we waste 3 hours if you agree with us?
I didn't waste any time. I got you to say that you think that the mass attracting
Nah,
mass
you were
is
trying to avoid
the
every kind of
resistance
question
to
I was doing.
inertia attracting the resistance to inertia. You expose yourself, bro.
I didn't expose myself. It's literally the definition. Why would I expose myself on that? It's the truth.
Because it's the definition of Britannica doesn't mean it's automatically true.
It is, though.
It's not.
Well, I'm sorry, maybe not in the English that you learned, but in my one.
Hey, Jumping Jack, are you here on the VC, buddy? Mr. Chat Warrior. What a calm.
Oh, Jumping Jack.
I don't want to hog the mic. I want to give other people a chance to talk, and not all flat earthers agree with what I'm posting here. In fact, if there were certain flat earthers in here, they would scream at me and try to mute me and not agree on this whatsoever. Just so you know.
Oh, I know, Larry. You like to talk about the the crisis in cosmology and gravity, quantum gravity, and all that stuff. So I know you're a glober in the closet, man.
Dude, it turns out
that's a good way to put it.
It turns out that ever since I tore my quadricep, I've come in touch with my inner nerd. Okay.
Mm-hmm. I can tell you're interested about this stuff, man.
I truly am. I'm interested.
Yeah.
I'm truly interested in what is causing things to do the things that we do. This place is interesting. Like, sometimes people say like the word awesome and they're like, oh, this hot dog is awesome. Like, no, that's not what awesome means. Like, this place is awesome. Like, I'm at awe with this place. Like,
have you ever been moved to tears by the sheer beauty of the landscape in front of you?
Yeah, the beach. Fuck, I was like down watching little crabs like half the size of my pinky nail walk around the first time I went to the beach.
I'm glad that at least Larry agrees with me that there's something about down.
And I called the dolphins, but they wouldn't come to me. They didn't trust me. I don't blame them. Go ahead.
How old were you when you first went to the beach, Larry?
In my 30s, I think.
Really?
Wow, that's a long time.
Yeah.
The first time, Larry? Damn.
First time I went to the ocean, I didn't actually go to the beach. I saw it from a distance in my teenage years. And then I pretty much worked my entire young adult life. And then went to the beach, I guess in my late 30s. I've been several times since then, though. Lovely place. Lovely. I went right next to Jekyll Island, Saint something off the coast of Georgia. I was so close to Jekyll Island. It's crazy. Because the Federal Reserve and the monster of Jekyll Island. Anyway, y'all probably don't know about that.
Any other flat earther disagrees with the acceleration downwards that clearly exists?
Yeah, the fundamental forces.
Sure.
Electromagnetism.
Yep, we might have a flat earther in hand.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah.
What's going on, Eamon?
What's up, man?
Let me give you a thought experiment. See if you're cool with it. Okay.
Sure.
So, if we have an apple in the center of a vacuum, right? Say we had something to hold it, and we were to release the apple. Why down and not up, or why does it fall at all if they're according to Newton's first law?
Well, the apple, you had to lift it up, right? It's not going to be floating in the air. So somebody caused it to go up, and they released it, so it went back to equilibrium. So apples don't.
So the equilibrium force?
It's not a force. You just lifted it up.
Oh, okay.
You caused it. You picked it up.
But if you stabilize it in the center of the vacuum, why does it fall down and not the opposite way? Or why does it fall at all?
You didn't like his first answer?
You didn't like my answer, so you're going to repeat it?
Well, you didn't answer my question. You were
Yes,
just
I
saying
did.
equilibrium.
You
so
said
why does
down.
Why does it? Okay, let me actually get on to your question.
No. No, you asked it again,
Why does it
so I have
find
to repeat it.
equilibrium down? Oh, go ahead.
Okay. So equilibrium means that is in a stasis. Equilibrium. That is where all things, that's a law. It's trying to get to equilibrium. So that's something that happens always. So if you have an apple, you lifted it up, you caused it to go back down to equilibrium. You added that energy to that field.
Since you couldn't really answer it correctly, I'll just add on. I'll go up with your equilibrium demonstration.
No,
So
can I try?
I got it.
Can I try
you're good. You're good. You're okay. You're okay. I got you. Let me follow up on your equilibrium. So you said that I lifted it up and I placed it to be in a stationary setting. But let's just do this. Why does it find equilibrium down? That's the real question then.
From its equilibrium, because there's density.
Okay. So why does it find equilibrium down?
You mean from the way you grabbed it from?
No. Let's say I didn't grab it at all. Why does it find equilibrium down? Why is down its main
because
thing?
That's where it was, right?
Oh, so what keeps it there?
That's where it started.
What keeps it there?
Why is it a stationary? It doesn't move. Why things are heavier?
No. You're going everywhere now. Let's just stay on the topic.
No, I'm asking what you're.
Why does it find equilibrium down there?
You added energy. You added the input.
No, if I don't add energy,
it up.
Let's say I didn't pick it up, put it in the center of the vacuum. Let's say I just let it down, right? Why does it find equilibrium down?
How many times do you want me to answer the same question?
You
lifted it up.
Wait, hold on.
The apple does not fall.
You're not.
Wait.
No.
Sorry, 1 second. So if I move the apple sideways, let's say it's on the table, and I don't lift it,
Vanek,
I just
Vanek, don't mention the sideways. I want him to focus here. So, Amir, when I said it's already down, that means it's already finding its equilibrium down according to you. I didn't touch it. Why does it find its equilibrium down if I'm not touching it?
What do you mean? Where it was always without ever moving it?
No. Okay.
Why was it there to begin with? So if you come across, you see a tree that's fallen down, you're asking why is the tree there?
No, Amir, you're missing it. You're missing it. Okay, I'm gonna try to help you. Okay, so I'm not talking about picking it up and placing it in the middle of a vacuum anymore. I'm talking about why does it find equilibrium down there in the first place? Why not equilibrium up, or the opposite way, vertically?
Because they're relative. Those directions are relative.
Yeah, relative to what?
To the observer.
Oh, wait. So it matters. It matters not. Wait. So the apple being
up,
the apple seeking equilibrium down is reliant on an observer.
Up and down are relative directions to the observer. They're relative to a plane. So everything down is described down to a plane.
So wait. So why down?
No. Why down? There's no bias down. That's your argument.
Oh,
is there a bias down?
There has to be. No, there has to be, sir. There has to be.
Okay. All right. Can I give you my thought experiment? No. Can I give you my thought experiment? That there.
Go ahead.
To say that.
Give me relative density. Give me buoyancy. I know how those work.
No. So here, I'll give you the thought. You said a thought experiment. I can give you one.
We didn't answer my
thought experiment. The same.
Let him fucking talk, Matt. Fuck.
Go ahead.
Okay. So I have a perfect vacuum in a chamber. I put one molecule of gas in that vacuum. Do you think that vacuum is going to go and stay at the bottom of the vacuum, or is it going to freely move in all vectors?
Okay, it can move in freely in all directions. So what?
Therefore, there's no bias down.
No, untrue.
That's a real actual experiment. You can just put gas in put a little bit of gas in a vacuum. It's not going to have a bias any direction.
Yeah, Will.
Gas will move in all vectors.
Oh, Matthew's about to get in it, Matthew.
Yeah, no, you're right. It moves in all vectors, but when it hits the top of the container, it hits with slightly less force because it's going up than it does when it's hitting the bottom of the containers. Therefore, the top of the container has slightly less pressure than the bottom.
Ooh.
If you have one...
Right, if you have a single molecule of gas.
Yeah, so if you have a single molecule, it's going to hit... And when any wall, it's going to change its direction if it hits something, or else it's going to continue in that direction because it can freely move in all vectors. That is how gas works.
Yeah, but as it's moving up, then it's losing speed slightly as it goes up due to its weight, and as it's going down, it's gaining speed.
Unfounded claim that you're making.
No, it's due to experimental evidence of the pressure gradient in containers.
In a vacuum?
Keep cooking,
In a vacuum, yes.
That's an do you have any citation for that?
The Earth is actually
I just told you, everybody knows that there's a pressure gradient in containers.
Did you have any citations of what you said?
Wait,
A propane tank is the
Amir,
citation.
Amir, do you know what a pressure gradient is, Amir?
It's a delta antecedent to a container.
Yeah, if you have a propane tank, they don't fill them up all the way, right? They fill them up to about 250 psi. That way that most of it is liquid and some of it is gaseous, right? So the gaseous part obviously is going to be at the top. That's why the propane has to be sitting upright and the nozzle is usually pointing straight up. And the liquid part's going to be at the bottom. So that shows you that there's more pressure causing it to go down. It's going down.
Yeah, but why up and down? Still the same question.
Because ground and sky. What makes you? Why do you think? Hold on, just real fast. Why do you think that clouds form? Is there electrostatic forces involved?
Why don't they keep going up forever? That's the question.
No. Why does water clump up into a cloud? Is it gravity attracting it, or is there electrostatic forces?
We need to go into condensation and other topic?
Yeah, it's kind of a sidebar. I mean, I know where you're going with it. But...
Well, I'm just real fast. I'll shut up because you were talking and I'm interrupting. I just want to say that I disagree with you respectfully. I think that electrostatic forces are coherent and incoherent. Thanks. Continue.
Yeah, well, I just need a citation for saying that gas has a preferred vector.
What? That's not what Matthew said, I don't think.
Yeah, he says that. Yeah, he says that it has a less force going up, so it hits it with less force.
Does that mean it doesn't have a preferred? What are you talking about, dude?
Look,
you know
what?
what?
Just fine, man.
Just feels comfortable there. He wants to go.
He's right. Remember when I asked him why do apples fall down or whatever, and he said it has a bias down, and I'm like, why? He's like,
I didn't say it had a bias down. You said it had a bias down.
Well, it does have a bias down if it's seeking equilibrium there, right?
That's where it came from. That didn't say there's a bias.
Wait, so it has a bias to where it came from?
It has a bias towards equilibrium.
I say it has a bias down because of pressure mediation. Thanks.
Larry,
I don't understand fall back up to the tree.
So Amir, let's try the thought experiment again, because you really didn't answer the question. I kind of let you slide at first, but you didn't really answer it. If I have a stabilized apple, say I stabilize it in the center of a vacuum, why does it fall vertically down and not the opposite direction?
So you're trying to imply that this apple is floating freely in its own universe?
What are you talking about? Wait,
how you stable? What does it mean to be stabilized in the middle?
Slow down.
No. Can you let me finish? You literally can't let me finish. You can't let me finish. So talking about stabilizing it in the middle, that means you lifted it up, you caused it to be in the middle, and then it goes to where it came from.
Yeah, and it's stabilized.
No,
wait, do apples know where they came from?
No, you picked it up.
Okay, but apples don't know stuff, right?
You picked it up. I didn't say that.
I know that I picked it up. Wait, Amir, I know that I picked it up, but do apples know where to go?
So you added energy.
Hold on, you have to answer questions. Hey, listen, in conversations, we have to answer questions. Do apples know where to go?
No. What are you talking about? Apples know
No.
where to go.
Okay, so apples don't know where to go. So there must be some force that tells apples what to do.
You
Right?
lifted it up.
Hold on. Hey, try to
No.
focus. Apples know where to go.
Can you acknowledge the claim that I just made to you?
No, I know that. Okay, I'm gonna say this for the millionth time. I know that I picked it up. Now let's see you answer.
It is over. Then the conversation is over. That's where it came from.
Wait.
That's
Because
the
I picked it
cause
up, it
of
knows
it.
to fall down.
That's the cause
hold on a second. You guys are just talking past each other. Let me say.
Yeah,
a
I agree
couple
with
things.
Matthew. Time out just for a second. Okay,
So
someone...
Amir is right. Oh, sorry, Larry. Go ahead.
Yeah, just real fast. When you say the cause, you're kind of saying that science is settled, right? So you say a cause. Do you have another cause? Please show me. Matthew, go ahead and set things back on zero, but think
Sure.
about what I just said.
So Emir is giving an answer that Aristotle would have been proud of. For centuries, that was, things want to move back into their natural state. But what if we change? What if we change the question to say, hey, there's an apple growing on a tree, and what if I go build a vacuum chamber around the apple in place on the tree, and then make a vacuum? So I have this box sitting in this weird apple tree with the box around the apple, and then the apple falls. Or let's say the apple, becomes ripe enough to become detached from the tree. Now the question is, does the apple still fall? And it doesn't fall because I put it, because I lifted it up, because the apple was already there at the tree. It was never lifted up.
Well, it wouldn't matter if it's in a vacuum because it's in air, so it's going to be in a medium that is less dense in its surrounding. The medium around it is less dense. If you put an apple tree and let's say you filled it up with water, all those apples are going to go up when they fall out the tree.
Yeah, but he said he's going to put a vacuum around it from the tree.
Amir, why not the opposite way?
I'm good. That is that's relation to where you are.
Yeah, but why not the opposite way relation to where I am? Why not the opposite way? Why not up? Why not towards the sky?
Why not sideways? That's what I say. If it's underwater,
hold on. Wait, where do you get water from? When he gets pressed, he starts to get nervous, and he's using diversionary tactics.
Why are you?
Who mentioned water? We're talking about a vacuum, right? That we placed around a growing tree, right?
He just
so why do the apples
the medium,
fall down?
Dude. What's wrong with that?
And not up.
He just keeps repeating himself and thinking that I didn't answer it. I said that the medium. Excuse me. Let me finish. I said that the medium that you're speaking of is not any different than the medium it was of air. It's still going to be a medium pressure. Sorry, I meant to say a differential of pressure. So if you said no, you don't understand what I'm saying. If you fill that chamber up with water, it will no longer go in the same vector.
No water. So yes, I agree with you that the apple is more dense than the medium of the vacuum. Yes, we agree. Now, why the bias down and not the opposite direction?
I just explained this to you. You just keep repeating yourself. Yes, I just said. Yes, I did.
You keep adding water to the container. There is a vacuum in the container, not water. We don't need water.
Right. So the thing is, like, if you fill it up with water, that vector.
No one mentioned water. Okay,
I
Amir,
mentioned water.
Being so bad, man.
Amir, we'll accept your answer as I don't know. You don't know. That's the answer. You don't know.
You need to speak for me. You need to speak for me because you do not like the answer that I gave you. It is the medium that you're putting in. The medium of vacuum and the medium of air are not different to that apple in a significant way.
Well, the air is the apple's more dense than the air, and the apple's more dense than the vacuum. We agree. Now, why down and not up in the vacuum? Yeah, you don't know.
That is still relative to your understanding. I just said if you had it filled with water, it will go a different direction.
Here he goes with water again.
I think it's useless. He doesn't. Just move on with somebody else.
I just gave you. No, you just don't like the answers. No, because I said if you just did it if you did it with air in a vacuum, the air would just fill that vacuum. It would not go down.
What? Vanek, where did he get that from?
Yeah, so he's basically saying a vacuum chamber magically adds like gas inside.
Like, what is he talking about?
So it's not a vacuum chamber in the first place.
Yeah, you don't want air disproves your whole downward vector. Air does not have a preferred vector. That is the same thing that I've been saying from the beginning.
We're
And you
talking
want
about the
to
apple,
kill.
not the hair. Well,
Okay,
there is no hair. There's no hair.
Let me
Do you
interrupt.
I'm
understand that?
sorry. We
Let me
live in a.
interrupt.
We live.
He
There's
doesn't
air.
know. Let's let Larry
So
talk. He doesn't.
yeah, the flat earther's right. It will expand in all directions, right? Look up the gas laws. This is real common sense, right? It expands in all directions until it hits the container, and then it bounces because these are elastic collisions whenever they're bumping into each other, and they're not elastic collisions when they're bouncing into the wall, right? It's like smashing into the wall. The gas particle's elastic, but the wall's not. So it's bouncing harder back towards the center of the container, and then it's bouncing back, right? So it is bouncing off in all directions, but when it becomes to rest, it will then seek equilibrium, and there will be a density tower, which is Matthew's argument. So both of you guys are right, but both of you guys are kind of
Larry, the
stuck
only
on
thing
your
is,
point.
Larry, the only thing is, and this is dishonesty of him, is when we were talking about an apple in a vacuum, and we didn't mention air, and he was like, well, if you put air in it, it'll start filling up, and he was like going everywhere, going in all sorts of places, bringing water into it, and bringing all sorts of diversionary tactics. When we were trying to answer
You can
because
try
he
to.
doesn't
You can
know,
try
and
to paint the
it's
whole
okay to
different.
say I don't know. It's okay
I just
to say
said
that.
gas completely blows this out of the water because it doesn't have a
Again with the
preferred
water, man.
vector.
It doesn't matter.
You don't want to acknowledge it. That gas disproves the thing you're trying to prove. That's fine. But it does exist and it does move in all vectors. It doesn't have a preferred bias down.
Yeah, it does.
Well, it does.
We're just going back in circles.
It does. If not, we wouldn't have an atmosphere in the first place. It reaches the equilibrium, as you said, but
that's why he keeps
no, that means you have to have a container to have gas pressure.
Yeah, the gravity is the container.
Yeah,
Gravity doesn't contain anything.
Yes,
if
it
you have
does.
air here at the bottom, it goes up. It
Yeah,
doesn't.
but
contain
it doesn't go up infinitely. It stays until a certain level.
Yeah, but
what's
you don't have
holding
a
that?
citation
for that. So what does fucking gravity do then, dude?
What's holding that at that level? For example, the ionosphere is gravity. That's why they stay that high and they don't stay.
Gas doesn't go down. Even at
Yes,
here,
because it's like because of buoyancy, it's less dense than something that is below it. But again, it doesn't keep going up to the infinite. So there is something containing it, which is what? It's not a physical container. It's not a dome. I'm sorry.
It's a container.
Yeah,
it's
gravity.
a container. Yeah,
gravity.
It's a container.
It's not a physical container like you imagine it. It's not a.
How do you know, dude?
Yeah, a subdued. This is how I know. Okay, apart from us destroying you with gravity, because you guys don't know what gravity is, there is no container.
What is gravity, Matt? Tell me.
Because
Tell
of
me what's
asteroids.
the cause of gravity,
Yeah,
dude.
gravity is the acceleration down. It's little g.
No, I understand what the
You want to
effect
know how
is,
I know
Matt.
there's no container, subdued? Because there's meteorites that fall down here. There wouldn't be a fucking container. So the container is allowing for meteorites, and then there's all the air is not rushing to that point. Exactly. That's why no container exists. No one even mentions it. But if you just mention fucking asteroids and meteorites, container out the window, just like that.
Can you prove meteorites for me?
Yeah. There's no container because of what I just said. Can you refute it?
You can see them.
Can you prove?
You refute it.
What do you mean by
meteors?
Are you
Can you
talking
refute
about
it?
Are you talking about like a physical container, or are you talking about like an aphysical?
They're talking about a physical container that
we're talking
encircles
about
the
a
entire
medium
Earth,
in
keeps the
space that
gas
nobody
pressure
has
down
a
here.
fucking idea of what it is.
Hold on. Let one person answer the question, for fuck's sake.
Yeah. Well, so what
Matt
he's
can't let
talking about
anybody
is a
talk,
physical
see?
container that contains the gas pressure that the Earth has. That's what he's talking about.
Okay.
And we're saying you don't need it because of the weight of the air.
Yeah, hold on one second. Whoever was talking about there being a container around the Earth, are you omitting gravity as the container, or are you saying that there's like an actual container around the
About an actual container.
Like a snow globe, kind of thing.
Flat Earth with a dome around it.
Was that like an analogy, or was
No,
that
that's
like
what
an
he
actual?
means.
Like,
That's what he believes. That's what he believes.
Hey guys,
Yeah.
whenever you
shit.
ask a question, you need to tell who you're directing it to. So if that was a question directed towards flat earthers, only globers answered that question. So you might want to ask a flat earther if you're asking a flat earther question.
Go ahead, subdued answer.
If you want to get the globe, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just asking like the room because I don't know who's who. I'm on my phone right now, so you guys are all separate.
That's all right.
so
That's
I
fine.
apologize.
Just ask who you're asking it to.
Ask
right?
subdued because that's who I was talking to.
Who is the? Yeah, and I
Subdued.
appreciate you for filling me in. Who is the flat earther who made the claim
Subdued.
that there's a subdued? Can you expound on that claim? What do you mean by that?
What do you mean? What do I mean by it?
I mean,
Gas
give me
pressure
more
requires
information
a
except for
container. Like
system.
it doesn't get more simpler than that.
Can you say that again?
Gas pressure requires a container.
No, it doesn't.
Why does it have to be a physical container?
Can you show me gas pressure without a container?
Sure,
Without
if the
begging
weight
the
of the air
question.
is enough, you don't need a container.
Matthew, let him answer.
Without begging the question, Matthew.
Yeah, I mean.
Well, at least you know what he believes in now.
Like, can you show me something in reality?
Matthews, let these two have a conversation real quick. This is a new guy.
Yeah.
He's got questions.
Yeah.
If he wants to ask
Yeah,
the globe,
so-
he'll ask ChatGTP.
Yeah, so I'm just saying, like, we can see planets that are gaseous, that they're like they're massive enough
So you
that
have
their gravity
balls of gas in a
holds their
vacuum.
gas. I'm sorry, a planet is not a vacuum. What are you talking about?
A planet is in a vacuum, right?
Yeah, but the planet itself is made of matter, right?
Well, not all planets. Some of them are made of gas, right?
Gas is matter.
Gas is a fucking state of matter. Are you kidding me right now?
Matthew, mute
My
yourself,
bad,
bro.
my bad.
Yeah, gas is a state of matter. There's 4 states of matter. We learned this in like high school, dude. So yes, some planets are made out of matter. Some are made out of gas, which is a type of matter. What's your point? Planets are not a vacuum themselves. They exist inside the vacuum of space. But we observe gaseous planets all the time that are massive enough to have an atmosphere that contains their gas, right? So like.
So that's your theory, right?
Yeah, a theory is a well-substantiated aspect of the natural world that incorporates laws,
So what
hypotheses,
substantiates
facts.
this theory?
Literally all empirical data of observations
Can
about
you
planets.
tell me something? Like point to one thing or anything?
Haven't you
I mean,
been
do you
listening
want me
the
to
past
pull up-
7 hours?
Do you want me to pull up like a few sources of how like celestial bodies are formed or something?
How are
Or are you just
celestial
gonna,
bodies formed? Tell me.
Sure. So you have a bunch of matter in space, right? And there's this thing
Where did
called
it come
gravity. What the fuck does that have to do with me answering your question right now?
That's
You're
another
asking
question,
how
man, of the
planets-
origins of the universe, bro. Like, why are you asking?
Yeah,
Hey,
that's
can you guys
that's a
stop
teleological.
interrupting? We got a one-on-one here. I don't know how else to say it. In English, these two guys are talking. Please let them finish.
Yeah, where did
now
the
you're-
matter come from in the first place, dude?
That's the second question. Which question do you want me to answer? How are planets formed, or where did matter?
Well, you just said a bunch of matter and space came together and formed a planet, right?
Yeah, we can just agree that the matter exists, so I can explain how it forms planets. I don't know why I have to explain to you where the matter.
Yeah, but it
comes
kind
from.
of gets to
The
my
internal
point, right?
system.
Why does
No, I don't know what your point is.
Well,
You're
I'm gonna
nebulous, man. You keep moving the goalpost. Anyway, if you want to know how planets are formed, this is like standard model of cosmology shit, right? So you have matter in space. We agree that there is stuff in the vacuum of space. It attracts each other because gravity, right? Anything that has mass has an impact on the curvature of space. Because space curves, it attracts other matter. That matter joins together and conglomerates and creates celestial bodies, right? Usually you
Okay, I
have a
get it, bro.
nebula.
You know the story, right? I understand that, man. But fucking all I see is a story here, man. Like you can't substantiate any of that.
You need to be.
What do you mean? Okay. Let
sorry.
me ask you a question. What do you mean by substantiate? What's your standard of proof?
Like has anybody been out there?
Yes, people have been to space. What's your standard of proof?
To a
I'm not asking
planet
you to
and
ask
fucking
me
they
a
know
question.
how fucking planets were formed and watch them form and fucking like all the stuff you just told
Wait,
me.
what does that have to do
bending
with
space time
Can I ask
and
you-
fucking
let me-
all
let
the
me ask
other
you a
fucking
follow-up.
fairy tale bullshit?
Guys, 101, please.
You just let him talk.
Yeah, let me ask a follow-up question. I wasn't there when you were born, so based on your what you're proposing just implicitly as standard of proof, I can't know that you exist, right?
Can we see people being born?
We can. We can also see planets being formed, right?
We
Through
can we?
telescopes.
Can you show me one, please?
Sure. Go to an astronomical.
No, dude, just put a picture up on the fucking in the side chat here, man.
You're not gonna agree if I show you a fucking picture because you're too.
Why not?
goddamn
Why won't
stupid.
I agree?
Because every picture that you've ever seen that a globe earther has showed you, you've denied it because of your incredulous position.
How do you know, dude?
So this is why I'm asking you what your standard of
Ad
proof is.
hominem.
That
Like,
wasn't
why can't you
attacking
show
his
me a picture of a
position.
planet being formed, man? Like, fuck.
Here you go. Here you go. You can have this if you want. Well, I don't know if you're
Yeah,
gonna believe it anyway. Like, who cares?
Yeah,
So
an ad
that's a
hom is an
planet being
attack.
formed.
Yes.
An ad hom is an attack on someone's position. This was an attack on your character because you're incapable of understanding like evidence, right?
It's the other way around, by the
I'm
way.
gonna ask you again. What do you think would
You just said it
substantiate the
backwards.
claim?
Yeah, but we
What
get
do
it.
you
We
think
get it.
what do you think would substantiate the claim that planets are formed? What's evidence to you? Because if I show you a picture, you're going to be like, oh, well, that's just a picture. So what's your actual
I
standard of
really don't
proof?
think we can know how planets were formed, to be honest with you, dude.
That's your answer. You don't think you can know, so you will never get a good answer. So stop asking the question because you've already shut yourself down. Why are you out here asking questions like trying to have a good faith debate with people when like you're literally
Dude, you give
incapable
me
of
a
accepting
story.
any
That's all
sort of
you've
proof?
given me, man.
I've given you
Baseless
the story
assertions.
of the
That's what he's saying.
standard model of cosmology, which is agreed upon by literally
Baseless
every physicist
assertions.
who dedicates their entire life to this. Yes, it's a claim. It
Those are
can be
baseless
substantiated.
assertions.
So back up your
Which
They're
claim,
based.
dude.
which is a baseless
Like you just say
assertion?
it. Planets were formed. Fucking, like what the fuck, dude?
All right. I mean, wait, Alex. I think you should just run over like predictions in terms of like cosmological models and whether these predictions are met. And I mean, just ask him if he trusts like empirical data.
Well, that's what I'm
And
trying to
Yeah,
ask.
I got a
not like
question.
the
Okay,
numbers
we're all
guys.
interrupting now. Everybody, time out. Okay, so I got a question. Can you guys click on a link if I post it? It's from Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Okay.
So I'm just wondering if you guys will click on it because you guys keep saying stuff about the cosmological model and why don't you trust the science. So right here, whoops, wrong one. Sorry about that. I think it's this one. Sorry about that. Yeah, that one.
Well,
So right
and
there,
to
Neil
be
deGrasse Tyson tells you that when it comes to the electromagnetic strong weak force, right, that everything works out fine. But when it comes to gravity and the standard model of cosmology, which this guy is so hoity-toity about, it doesn't work. And it's not off by a little bit. It's off by a factor of 10 to the 120th. And
what
according
is
to
that
them,
metric?
I mean, yeah. There's
What is
obviously
that metric?
problems with the like
Well, no.
merging of quantum. Go ahead.
Do not concede to that yet, Toby. Let me watch the video before
yeah,
you make
watch the
any
video,
concessions.
Wait,
please.
no, but
Yeah.
it's well known that there's problems with combining quantum physics with like standard cosmological like models like general relativity and special
Yeah,
relativity.
this guy's
That's
saying that
well known.
everybody agrees and the science is settled on this. Like that's actually not
No.
true. There's
Hold on.
huge discrepancies with
Back
gravity
up.
at the
Larry,
quantum level. Yeah,
back up. I said most physicists who have dedicated their entire lives to this agree that the standard of model of cosmology, which only really includes classical mechanics, like Big Bang cosmology, classical mechanics, that is how planets form. That is how stars form.
you're
I'm not
talking
talking
about
about quantum. I'm not talking about
gravitational collapse, sir. And this is something that we are skeptical about because when the rubber meets the road and we try to observe gravity in reality, it's leaving us with a big giant goose egg with 120 goose eggs right next to it.
let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a clarifying question. When you're talking about gravitational collapse, what do you mean by gravitational collapse? Are you talking about
How stars and planets are formed because there's gravitational attraction, the so-called mass attracting mass or the bending and warping of space-time or whatever you want to choose to believe in at the given time during the debate or whatever you need to use at the given time, right? And that causes spheres to be created in a vacuum, right? So gas pressure presses out and gravity pulls in. Now, if these stars are made from hydrogen and helium, we know what hydrogen and helium does here on Earth because we've all seen gas in a container. It presses out. So the claim is that no, actually, in a vacuum, the gas will collapse in on itself, and then later on it turns into a planet and a star. Or a star, excuse
when
me.
you say that when you say that in a vacuum, we observe gases moving outwards. You do understand that that's an internal observation that doesn't take into account for the fact that we exist on Earth, where gravity is present, right?
Is there no gravity in space?
There's no gravity in space. It's a
Okay, you're an
vacuum.
idiot. Okay.
Yeah. It's
Wait,
space is the vacuum.
that's
Yeah.
not right.
If you look at any specific part of space that doesn't have any celestial body around it, there is no gravity. That's it.
Wait, I don't really know what's
That's not
meant
true.
by gravity there. If we're like using, I don't know. I don't really agree with that.
Gravity is just curved space given any object that occupies it.
You ever
If
heard
it
spooky
Okay. If you're
action
just
at a
saying that,
distance?
like,
Have you ever
given an
heard of
hold
spooky
on,
action at a
excuse me,
distance? Have you ever
hold
heard
on.
of that?
Excuse me. If there is no object occupying that space, there is no gravity. There's no curvature of that space.
Show me a
Okay.
vacuum
Yeah, I
where
think
there's
I'd
no
agree with it.
objects. Go ahead, I'll wait.
I'm sorry. So for example, if we imagine a super large vacuum, right? And we have an apple, a really, really big apple on one far end of the vacuum. And I'm talking about not a mile away. I'm talking about hundreds of millions of miles away. That big apple happens to curve space, right? And the extent that gravity affects that apple is only going to move out a certain distance, right? It's only going to affect a certain
That's not true.
distance.
It's going to move the entire universe. It's going
Really, what's
to
your source for that?
decrease by intensity because the inverse square law, but every time you double the distance, the gravitational intensity drops times 4. What happens if you keep chopping something in quarters and quarters and quarters? Does it ever go to 0?
I'm sorry, what? Say that again?
Does it ever go to 0 if you keep chopping something's intensity into quarters over and over again? Does it ever go to 0?
Did you just
I
say
mean, I'm
the
not really
inverse?
sure what chopping
Okay.
intensity is meant here.
The
Yeah,
inverse
did you just
square
say
law.
the inverse
The
square law?
inverse square law. Every time you double the distance, the intensity from the source drops 4 times. Yes?
Okay, sure.
So, if you keep doubling the distance and you keep cutting the intensity down by 4, does it ever go to 0?
Yeah, what's your source
No.
that?
No, it doesn't.
Hold on, I'm not saying yes to that. Right? I'm just asking like, what's your source that?
The inverse square law of gravity? You want me to post it for you? Sure, I'll post it.
Yeah, go for it. Yeah, I mean, it's also the case that like these mathematical models we have are not one-to-one representations of reality, right? They're just observations that we've made. The other question I was going to ask is how much credence do you give like the scientific method?
All the
In
credence
mathematics?
in the world. The only problem
Really?
is the human manipulating the variables and then
You do
looking.
realize
Hold
that
on, hold
we made
on.
the method though, right?
Bro, you asked me a question. Can I answer that question or do you need to interrupt me in the middle of the question to qualify it before you hear the whole thing?
Yeah, fair enough. Go for it.
Thank you. Okay. Yes. The only problem with this method is the human manipulating the independent variables and interpreting the results, and also the limitation of the method and the human's interference to want to use it for things that do not apply.
So, how do you determine what is applicable? What criteria do you have for that?
The hypothesis test, also known as an experiment, needs independent dependent control variables, yes?
Yeah, I'm asking you, how do you determine like what is worthy of scientific experiment? Because it seems like you don't give like any sort of credence to the people doing the experimentation, right? So I'm a bit
I
confused here as
see.
well.
I
Yeah, I'm a bit
see.
confused here as well
You don't
because
think that I like science. I see what's going
I
on.
never said that. I said it seems that you don't like the people doing science, right? Because it
I
doesn't
don't
like fit your
like
worldview.
the people doing science. That's a
Scientists like
so tell me more
that don't
about
eat
how you
uranium.
feel. Is space time in the room with you right now? How does that make you feel?
I mean, in the room, would that be like that? I don't know how I feel about that question
Yeah,
overall, but
I'm just gonna
I think
skip over
we're
that because that's
existing within space time.
yeah. I'm just gonna skip over that because that's completely like ancillary. So anyway, the question is like, how much credence do you give like people doing the
Credence? Why are you asking
experimentation?
his credence for? If you can state
Yeah,
facts,
can you keep?
I'm
if
sorry.
you can
Are
state,
you?
no, I'm
Wait, I'm
sorry,
sorry.
but
Are we just letting
yeah,
random
no,
people jump
yeah,
in?
we're letting people actually come in here because you're
We are
talking a
letting
lot of
random people jump
nonsense.
in.
Yeah, of
Okay.
course, you're talking a lot of nonsense. You don't know anything. Do you?
What did I
I
say
can
that was
prove.
nonsense?
Wait,
Alexander,
hold on, Alpha,
shut up,
Alpha.
Dev.
Wait, hold on,
Shut
no,
up, Dev.
wait, no, you
Shut up,
interrupted him.
Dev. No, shut the fuck up, dude.
It's the
You don't know
Alpha
who I am or what
Show.
I can do. What I'm
Oh
going
wait,
to
we can just
do
like mute
is
random
I'm
people in
going to
here. That's crazy.
demonstrate. No, just a minute, Alexander. I'm going to demonstrate that Alexander the Great is Alexander the least great. He doesn't know anything. You guys are listening to his horse shit and accepting what he's saying for whatever reason. He doesn't know what he's talking about, and I'm going to show you. Right? It's a simple roundabout. We're going to see what he knows. We're going to test the metal. Alexander, do you think that gas particles can form a massive giant body of mass?
Massive giant body of mass?
The Earth, sir. The beginning of the Earth. Do you think that it all just clumped together and formed the Earth? Gas particles.
That gas
clumping
particles
together. Yeah.
exclusively? No,
Do you think
not
that?
gas particles exclusively.
No.
No.
What then? What clumped together?
Yeah, so are you familiar with like the periodic table of elements?
I want you to tell me, because you know, what clumped
Sir,
together.
Sir, are you brain dead? Are you familiar with the
I
periodic
want
table of
you
elements?
to speak your nonsense and tell me
I'm
what
trying
clumped
to ask
together.
you a question
I
so
don't
I
give
can
a
tell
fuck
you
about your
what
Don't ask me any questions, Mr. Know-it-all.
Don't ask
you tell
any
me.
questions.
Tell me
Okay,
how it
let me
happened.
ask you. Let me hit you with an ultimatum.
No, we're not going to hit you with some shit. Just answer the question. That's all I care to know about from you, Alexander the Great. All right? All I care to know is that you answer. Yeah, we want to know if you can talk your shit and now you're going to walk the shit. Okay? So, how did matter or any... Shut the fuck up. I want you to tell me how everything was clumping together in the beginning. Go ahead and tell me.
Are you familiar with the period?
Yeah, just tell me how it happened. You don't need to ask me any questions. Just tell me how it happened.
It's a yes or no.
I need you to tell me how it happened. Can you state the facts, Alexander? Or are you here now just muddling through trying to ask me questions?
Yeah, in order to represent the facts, I have to ask you questions.
No, I don't give a fuck about you asking me questions. If you're somebody who knows what they're talking about, you can articulate your point and say, this is my case. My claim is this. My evidence is that. Simple as.
I'm sorry.
Can you do it?
Yeah, can you say that again?
Yeah, you have the mind of a goldfish, it seems. You lose the plot. So all I asked you was, how do things clump together in the vacuum of space and form massive giant planets? Go ahead and tell me the process by which that happens.
Yeah, if you mute me one more time, I'm not going to...
What? You're going to threaten me now?
Yeah, I'm not going to answer the question. Anyway, does anyone else want to...
No, this isn't your forum, sir. This is
You
not how things
can't
run.
answer the question.
I want to show how you were in here talking a whole lot of nonsense. Now when you're asked questions, you want to get back in your shell where you belong.
Are you an idiot?
The rest of you clowns.
Yeah. The fact that...
Answer the question if you want to proceed to talk. That's all you have to do.
Yeah, the fact that you have to power...
Yeah, and it's not a power trip. It's you just saying that you don't have the answer. Because I'm giving you the floor and the mic. So all you have to do...
You're definitely not giving him the mic.
Yeah, shut the fuck up. I'm actually talking to him and not your dumbass.
Have like families or jobs.
Go ahead and shut up, dude.
Any positions.
Shut up.
Yeah, this idiot is delusional.
Yeah, you had a whole story for me, but you can't give him 2 words?
Yeah. Now, I need you to tell me how gas particles or other elements clump together in the vacuum of space and form massive giant planets.
Called gravity.
Go on.
Yeah, it's called gravity. You should look into it.
That shit's weak. Gravity's weak,
Gravity. Now, Callie, you're going to get muted. Everybody who interrupts is just going to get a swift mute. Because I'm putting Alexander right now. He's going to be on the stand. He's on the hot seat. All right? So we want to know what he knows. Apparently, gravity's doing all of this. Go ahead and tell us the method by which gravity pulls all matter together to form giant planets. Go on.
Do you want to 1v1 debate me with...
I don't want to 1v1 you. You don't know shit. Why would I argue
just want to
or
mute you,
debate?
man.
Who's that guy? Fucking mute that idiot. Is it Amir?
Vanek. Amir's on our
Vanek.
side.
All right. Amir, Vanek.
Yeah,
okay,
I just
Vanek, you're
unmuted
muted.
that guy, gave him a chance, and he couldn't govern himself, so he has to be governed from the outside.
All right. So we're going to put Alexander on the stand, and we're going to see if he has anything that in the way of evidence, okay? So, gravity's pulling things together and forming giant planets. Give us the mechanical method by which that happens, Alexander.
Yeah, the method is called the Dunning-Kruger effect.
Okay, so you're tapping out?
What do you mean I'm tapping out? Look it up.
So, gravity pulls things together with the Dunning-Kruger effect?
Yeah, it pulls things together with the Dunning-Kruger effect. Yeah.
Are you
This
tapping out?
dude is an idiot, bro.
No,
He's
I'm
so
not
confident.
tapping
He
out.
doesn't
I'm
realize that he's on the spectrum too, bro.
I'm telling you the method by which it happens. Do you want me to explain to you what it is?
I want you to tell me, by the way, gravity is pulling matter together and forming giant planets. Go ahead and tell me the beginning steps all the way to the fruition.
Yeah, it's called the Dunning-Kruger effect. Do you want me to explain it to you?
So you're just gonna proceed to troll then? How about that?
This isn't a troll. I'm
Yeah. Oh, it's a fucking troll. So you have a choice, though, Alexander. You can actually do something and be intelligent, or sit back with the rest of the idiots, like I thought you were in the beginning. You can prove yourself and show us that you know what you're talking about, and at least stand here and have a type of argument, or not. You're gonna sit you the fuck down and let somebody else persist. How about that? Somebody smarter than you.
Fantastic. Yeah, let me explain to you
Go
what the
ahead.
Dunning-Kruger effect is.
Not gonna listen to your dumbass. All right. Does anybody else have the answer to how gravity pulls things together in the vacuum of space and forms giant planets? We want to hear the next guy.
This guy didn't even know about the inverse square law. He said that if you're out in space and there's other stuff out in space, but you're around where there's nothing around for light years away, that there's no gravity, which is wrong.
I don't think he said that. I don't think
All
he
right,
gave
Dev,
an
you're
That's
answer.
next.
actually what he
You're
said.
next. You're next.
Okay,
Dev's
go ahead.
next.
Go ahead. You
Dev,
got
you're
it.
next. How does gravity pull everything together and form giant planets? Walk us through the method, please.
Oh, I don't feel like it. Sorry.
Okay, so another tap
So he
out.
interrupted me just to tap out. Okay, so what this
Go
guy
ahead.
said was, if you had a really big apple, let's call it Manhattan. He didn't say that, but I'm adding that. And it's light years away, there would be no gravitational pull on you. And I said, okay, the inverse square law proves that you're wrong, because every time you double the distance away from the source, it cuts down the intensity 4 times. So if you have something and you cut it in quarters over and over and over again, does it ever go down to 0? The answer is no. It never goes down to 0. Eventually, you may not be able to detect it, but it is still there. You guys do believe that light travels for quintillions of miles, also known as light years, right?
It seems like you can't reason with them because all they want to do is speak their horse shit and expect you to keep up with their nonsense, and then for you not to call them out. And then right now, they're all in their shell. Alexander the Great, he tapped out. Dev tapped out. Who else? Who else we got in here?
I think Vanek wanted to speak. He was complaining about being muted. Go ahead.
Excellent. Go ahead, Vanek. Tell us how gravity clumps matter together and form giant planets. Go on. Take us through the method.
So, as Alexander was saying, the Dunning-Kruger effect, how can I put that?
Tap out.
So the Dunning-Kruger effect, the more confident you are that you know something, it's probably because of your lack of cognitive ability, because if you had the cognitive ability, you would realize that there's no point in you being confident about what you know because of your cognitive limitation. See, smart people know that.
If you're able to articulate your point, even if you think that the Earth is a globe, you're able to do it in a constructive way. But you fucking clowns can't do it, which shows me that you're unable to have a conversation in this forum, which actually looks in the method and talks about things, but you're unable to do so because you're weak and feeble. And I just exposed all of you. So we can continue to open
this
your
is a
mics, but there's no
conversation.
reason. Hold on a minute, dude. But there's no reason why we need to have a conversation with you guys and then just persist to listen to your dumbass without you being able to be called out and say, wait a minute, how did that work? So it's not
Yo,
going to
Alpha,
happen.
why don't you try Cool Guy Jeff?
Cool. All right, cool guy, Jeff. Are you there?
What's the question?
So we're going to ask so far 3 people have tapped out. I don't know if you'll be number 4. Who knows?
Are you just going to mute like immediately, like the other guys?
I will if you persist to say the same things they did, which is not anything relevant to the conversation.
Does this guy really not know why it's a category error to talk about psychology in the middle of cosmology class? Are you not smart enough to know why that's wrong?
What do you mean by category error? Why can't I just insult
Obviously
you?
trying to insult.
Oh my gosh, he doesn't know. Okay.
You can do whatever you want,
think
but
you're
then
just
you'll
like
reap
a crazy person.
consequences. Shut up, dude. I guess that's the 4th tap out. Number 5. Anybody else? We don't have any serious conversations because you fucking clowns are not making this anything worthwhile. I wanted you to at least give me a run for my money, but you didn't even get past the first fucking question. So what does that tell me about your intellect? Fucking zero, dude. Zero. You couldn't even. The guy's like, you want to have a 1v1? How the fuck can I have a 1v1 with somebody as dumb as you? Tell me that. Fucking couldn't even hold the first fucking round. Wow. Amazing.
Did I ask Larry a question?
No, you can ask me.
Oh no, it was pertaining to the electrodynamics downward bias.
No, we'll talk about it
The
later.
what?
He's on break right now, so he's going to get the floor because he only has a
Okay.
limited time.
Sure.
Oh shit. No, I'm not on break, Larry. I'm actually off. So
Oh well,
I'm gonna
you
kick
did
the
come
floor
in,
back
so
to
you
you.
can have the floor. You can have the floor.
Yeah, you can. If you, I don't know how much time do you got on you?
I'm off for the next few
You two,
days.
both of us. Yeah,
Yep.
we'll share the mic. I'm gonna roast some of these space cowboys and I'll hand it back to you. I'm not gonna kick them or anything because it's fun to kind of keep them in here because they get our numbers up. But I do want to expose it. If you guys want, you can't 1v1 me, Alexander the Great. There's no way that you can do it. You couldn't get past the first question. You're dumb as fuck, dude. I wouldn't want to have a debate with
Like you
somebody
could
as
do
dumb
this
as you.
without your mute button.
How about you, Cooper? You've been really chatty Cathy lately, but you don't add anything to the conversation.
Yeah, I really hate the way you moderate. It's really fucking gay and annoying, and it's lame.
How about you leave the fucking forum then? How about that? Take a hike, dumbass. We'll talk to the rest of the guys who actually will have a conversation instead of your dumbass chirping every 5 seconds like the fucking peanut gallery. You don't know your ass from a pipe wrench, dude. The fuck out of here. All right, so anybody else that knows how to debate or could answer questions that thinks that the earth is a globe, you have the floor. I'll open up your mic and you can persist to tell us how the earth is a globe. But mainly, I think everybody was on about how gravity clumps everything into, massive giant spheroids. What's crazy is that no matter of insults can get you away from the fact that I just roasted each and every one of you into oblivion because I given you the mic and the floor to explain yourself, and none of you could do it, or at least none of you mustered up the fortitude to do it. So yeah, that was on you guys. See how easy it is to expose your fucking clownery? So easy.
The only time it's appropriate to bring in psychology into this forum is when you're exposing your cognitive dissonance.
So they just wanted a forum to say a whole bunch of shit and not be called out at it. And their fucking little cronies in here were all cheering them on like they knew what they were talking about. Yet when they got pulled over one by one and were asked questions, they couldn't handle it.
It sounds like I missed the party.
Yeah, let's see. We got Alexander the Great, who's not so great. Cool guy, Jeff. Cooper. I'm going to tell you all the guys that were in here that couldn't even answer the question. Dev, and we got Vanek. The question was, how does gravity clump matter together and form giant spheroids? None of them could answer the question. None of them.
Because a sphere is a
fucking tapped
perfect
out.
shape.
Spheroid. Spheroid.
Oh. Yeah, but all the other ones out there in Planet Land, they're all perfect spheres, aren't they?
Well, they allegedly. But listen, if they wanted to answer, they could have just done so and walk us through the method.
I agree.
And talk about their space fantasy. They couldn't even do that, which is amazing.
Alpha,
I'm
somebody
not
in the chat called you Alpha muting Taz.
Alpha muting Taz, funny. Matt, who do you think I should unmute, man? Who do you think's got the? Who do you think's got the?
Bring that
the
fucking Alex cocksucker back, man.
Who do you think has the intellect to actually stand up? You think he can 1v1 me, dude? Who do you
He
think
can try.
1v1
I don't
me,
know
man?
if he can answer
Alex
a question
didn't know.
though without fucking his bullshit, right?
Alex didn't know that there's gravity if there's one single
Callie-
solid boson field.
I think Callie has the intellect.
He was explaining it to me, no
Callie?
problem. But with you, he can't
Callie,
explain it. I don't understand.
Yeah.
He had a full story.
By the way, guys, I just want to announce that I'm getting my PhD in globe proving soon. So.
You fucking weirdo, dude. All right. How about Alex? I think
can't
everybody wants
wait.
Alex unmuted. Let's see, we got.
Alex.
You think you can do it? I don't know. All right, Alex. Oh shit. All right, go ahead, Alex.
Yo, what's up, man?
So gravity forming giant spheroids from gas particles and other elements. Go ahead and tell us the method by which that happens.
Yeah, I'm glad you can see there are other elements aside from just like gas particles. So here's the explanation.
Well, gas particles is a big term because how many gases
Let him
are there?
dude. We've unmuted him so he can talk. Don't interrupt him.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
I'll stop.
No,
Thank
that was somebody else. Go on. I wanted you to explain. Hold on, guys. For this panel, we just want him, Alexander the Great, to get through his explanation. That's what I asked for. So go ahead, Alex.
Yeah, sure. So there's a couple things. Also, like muting me is not going to do you any good here.
Yeah,
There's a
but I
couple
don't
things.
give a fuck about what you say. So just give me your explanation, please.
Well, you don't give a fuck about what I say, so why'd I explain it?
No, not your explanation about your criticism on what this form, how it's run. That's why.
Okay,
Proceed
yeah,
to
sure.
explain your bullshit. Go ahead.
Yeah, sure. Just keep it intellectual. So the first thing would be Newtonian gravity, and that would be mass attraction. So we operate under this idea that every object with mass attracts every other object with mass, right? That wouldn't include things like light, like photons. We have this thing called the gravitational force, which is this idea that there is gravity or attraction between multiple objects, proportional to the product of their masses, and as the other guy said, inversely proportional to the square of the distance between them. There's an equation for this. This is Newton's law of universal gravitation, which is F equals big G mass 1 mass 2 over r squared, where F is the gravitational force, G is the gravitational constant, big G in physics is the gravitational constant. N sub 1 and M sub 2 are the masses of the objects, and r is the distance between them, respectively. Another thing you need to take into account for when you're like criticizing this or coming to a conclusion about it is Einstein's like amendment to Newtonian physics, which is general relativity. So thing we spoke about earlier was space-time curvature. According to Einstein's theory, which by the way, a theory is like a thing that we give a lot of credence to. Theories and hypotheses aren't the same thing, right? Theories are usually incorporate facts and laws and that sort of thing. According to like Einstein's theory of general relativity, gravity is not a force between masses, but like the actual bending of space itself caused by the presence of mass and energy. And we can just define energy as the ability to do work. We have other things like geodesics, and the gravitational field is just this idea that massive objects like planets and stars create a gravitational field that affect each other. There are a couple key concepts here. Gravitational acceleration, which you probably learned about in school, that's that 9.8 meters per second squared sort of thing, constant rate of acceleration due to gravity. Gravity also creates waves called G waves, which were initially predicted by general relativity and then discovered. They're essentially like ripples in space-time that are caused by massive objects. And we can see these by a couple ways, right? We can see the effects of gravity via orbits while tracking the relationship between planets and other celestial bodies like stars. Why would they stay in an elliptical orbit if it weren't for some force keeping them there? We can also see this with the tides, right? The gravitational pull of the moon and the sun causes tides on the Earth. But there are a couple ways that we prove this, right? One of them we mentioned earlier is mathematical consistency.
Are we really going to let him just keep going?
Objection.
Yeah, what's up? What do you have a good
the premise was, how does gravitational theory or effect or whatever you want to call gravity at this particular moment, how did it form massive spheroids in the vacuum of space? I want the method by which that was done. We're talking about gravity in the sense of like explaining what it is. I want to know how planets are formed. That was the premise. I need the method by which this happens from its original process, from the beginning
you
to
just
the part where we have
the whole thing.
So can we just focus on that?
Yeah, well, I feel like all that is constituent knowledge required to understand this.
You could say that a bit after the fact. I want to know the process by which it's made. So if you state that, and then we ask any follow-up questions as to like, what do you mean by this? How did this process happen? Then we can talk about it then. But if you can't tell me the beginning to end process, obviously you might have some kind of head knowledge about it. So can you walk us through the method by which a planet is formed?
Yeah, sure, and I can go over this stuff later if you want. So the first thing would be, are you familiar with protoplanetary disks?
Yes.
Just so I know what you know before I don't want to say stuff you already know. What do you know about them?
It's irrelevant. I want you to just walk me through the method. I've heard about it before. There was an astrophysicist who came in here who studies those protoplanetary systems, and he talks about them. But before that, can you just walk me through the method so that I can find out if you actually know the method, yes or no?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like I have the ability to explain it.
Then proceed.
Yeah, I'm going to do that. So the first thing is nebula collapses, right? So a star would form from some sort of gravitational collapse of like a cloud of gas and dust, and that's just what we call a nebula. And as the star forms, like the remaining material flattens.
Alexander,
Yeah, what's up?
objection. It was not a star that I asked for. I asked for the creation of a planet, not a star.
Yeah, well, so
sorry, I didn't mean to be pedantic on it, but that's what I asked for. I asked for a planet, not a star. So proceed.
Yeah, the protoplanetary disk, like from like stars, is one of the requirements. Okay, so
is a
sure.
star a planet?
No, it's a celestial body, right?
Right. So I need to know
we can
how
talk
a
about
planet is formed.
planetesimal formation. Yeah. Okay, planetesimal formation. So, within the disk that's created, the protoplanetary disk of like dust and ice, they collide and stick together, forming larger and larger clumps. We call these so in cosmology we call the clumps planetesimals, and they're typically a few hundred miles away, right? A few hundred miles across. There are a couple other things like the accretion of planetesimals that we could talk about, but you want to talk about you want to talk about the formation of protoplanets. So there's these concepts are like like I could be very very verbose. I'm not sure how verbose you want me to be, but couple things, right? Runaway growth is a term that's used in cosmology. When a planetesimal reaches a certain size, its gravitational pull becomes strong enough to attract nearby material more rapidly, leading to runaway growth, which is a rapid phase where the protoplanet quickly accumulates mass. And that's what happened with Earth as well. Then there's another concept. It's the concept of gravitational differentiation. Like growing protoplanets start to differentiate internally. So the heavier elements sinking to the center. We can observe this because the precious metals that we unearth are deeper in the ground than lighter elements are. Right? So like it's going to be harder for you to find. You're going to have to drill deeper to find things like cobalt, or to think heavier things with more matter with more mass. For example, like iron is going to be deeper than matter like dirt. Right. That would be an example of gravitational differentiation, and that would sort of substantiate one aspect of the formation of protoplanets. But again, there's a bunch of other things, right? There's like 3 other stages. I don't know if there's orbital paths. There's I can't remember the name for it, but there's like the final stages of planets with formation, which also involves like they get so big that meteors start to impact them or other celestial bodies impact them. So yeah, that's about what I know right now. Do you have any questions that rebut that, or any grievances with that? Okay, go.
Prior to the planetary formation, what was the act upon the particles to coalesce? What was the force that drove them? Okay, so what gravity did you speak of that is the cause of the effect? What theory of gravity?
Sorry, what do you mean?
What theory?
What do you mean by what theory of gravity?
Okay, so when you say gravity and the explanation of the cause for the effect, what is the cause? Explain the cause.
Explain the cause of like particles attracting each other?
Yeah. What gives them the propensity to coalesce?
Yeah, they have mass.
Yeah. So mass causes something. Is the mass the cause of anything? Like just the physicality. Mass being just in and of itself, mass, is it a cause of anything?
Yeah, I'm a bit confused on what you mean by cause, because objects with mass have the propensity to attract other objects.
Right. You're saying the propensity is caused by the mass itself, just being mass?
No, I'm confused on. I don't know how to answer your question.
So
'cause it's still formed.
how can you derive a cause if there's nothing? What's the driving force for the mass coalescing?
Yeah, so say for example, so space is really, really big. And there's a lot of things floating around it, right? So that have velocity, right? So say for example, you have particle A with a certain velocity and particle B with a certain velocity, right? At some point, the two particles might find each other, and they would then coalesce, right?
That's a
Again,
nice
this
story,
is a
but I
very
need to know.
this is a very simple.
I need to know the driving force. What's causing those particles to coalesce? The driving force. Now, the effect is what you're telling me. They're coalescing. I don't need to know that. I need to know the cause of the effect.
Yeah, yeah. When you say cause, are you implying some sort of like internal teleology to this?
Yeah, I want to know what's making things do what they do, not just because we see them do something. I want to know why they're doing them.
That's not what you originally asked. You asked how are
Yeah, the
planets
cause
formed,
of the
not why
effect.
are they
Why?
formed.
It's the how-why question, right?
No, those are
We're
not the
trying to
same thing.
figure out.
Your presupposition is that you have a teleology. You believe that there is some sort of design or purpose to the fact that planets
Well, I
form.
mean,
That's a presupposition.
yeah. Listen,
It's not
Alexander,
founded on cosmology.
you could think it that way, but the formation of everything has to have a beginning cause for the. Let's say, even if you, I'm not even talking about in the philosophical realm that there is a creator. I'm saying if, for example, nature just decided to do whatever it did on its very own and for no particular reason at all, what is the driving force that made the thing do the like? There has to be a force, right? That makes
What's the
things,
argument that there has to be a force?
because it's stated in all the ideological gravitational theories. Now,
Name one.
throughout, what do you mean? Name one. What's Newton's
Name a single
gravitational?
gravitational theory
Newton's
that says that
gravitational
there's a.
theory.
Yeah.
What is it? What does it
Hold on
say?
one second.
What does it
Second.
say?
One second. Name a single theory of relative motion that prescribes some sort of teleology. Name a single one.
So you mean to tell me that, as far as you're concerned, in the creation of a planet, things that are coalescing have no driving force for them to coalesce. They just do it out of no particular reason at all. We don't know why. There's no cause for the effect.
So
the effect that
this
we see is a coalescing. The effect that we see is a coalescing of particles, but the reason why or the cause for why is unknown. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I'm saying that if you hold, so it seems like you're presupposing some sort of teleological ideology under your worldview, and I don't agree that that would be the case. I'm agnostic on the idea.
That's
Hold on,
fine,
let me
but
answer your
I need to
question.
know if
You keep asking the same question though.
Yeah, because
And
here's a
I'm
specific
answering
thing.
why I can't explain the question. I can't tell you the answer to the question because one, I'm agnostic. I'm unaware of any sort of like reason for why planets are created. I wouldn't even
You
go
don't know the
so
cause
far
for
as
the
to say,
effect?
I wouldn't even go so far as to say that planets are created because that sort of implies that there is some why our planets are created, which is again the internal teleology. I would say that planets are formed given a certain starting conditions, right? So we say at the start of the universe there were some conditions, particles had certain velocities, and then if the particles happen to collide, or if a group of particles happen to collide, and gravity obviously being an aspect in this equation,
Yeah, see,
they would
gravity then.
conglomerate.
So gravity
They would
becomes
galvanize.
gravity becomes the cause for the effect. Gravity, in your particular way that you just explained it, is the reasons why particles are coalescing. Yes.
No, I didn't say that. That would be circular.
No.
No, not at all.
No. So gravity is not the reason why particles are coalescing. Why are particles coalescing?
Again, how many times do you want me to say this? You're
I either
presupposing some
just
sort
listen.
of.
No, it's
You're
simple, right? It's
You're
simple. No, I'm not
presupposing some sort
presupposing.
of.
I'm not, Alexander. I'm not presupposing. I'm wanting you to answer the
Sure.
question. If you say there's an unknown reason, I will understand that you're some way not able to explain it.
He's
I don't
confused,
care.
Alpha. He's confused about your question.
If you
I'm really
listen,
confused.
if you tell me that there is no explanation for that, it just happens, then I will understand that you take it as an effect that can't be explained. Now, if you
Alex,
say
he's
that,
not asking for teleology. He's asking for the before for what cause, right? No, he's not asking for what the ends are.
Yeah, that
you see
presupposes
the
a means
effect.
to an end.
What happened to cause that effect? Not what are the ends of this? Like, what is the purpose? He's not asking for that.
No, he said he wants to know why, which is a teleological presupposition.
No,
but anyway, I'll just answer by
He's
saying
not
that
after that. He's not. I
I said
promise you,
this. I
he's
said
not
this.
after that.
He wants you to
all right, that's
back up
fine.
your story,
Understood.
dude.
Yeah, that's fine. Okay, I don't know why there are like 5 people talking to me right now. I thought this was between me and one person. Anyway, I said multiple times I'm agnostic on the why. I'm not sure why it happens. I just agree that there are starting
is.
variables like particles having certain velocities and they meet each other in space
Right.
and therefore are attracted to each other. Yeah, because they
Right.
have
So
mass.
that becomes, at least for me, I'm gonna say it was a point of clarity that I wanted to kind of get to, and I think you've already answered that. You don't know why, which is,
Yeah,
I mean,
I think that's teleology. I don't believe that there's a teleological argument for
and
why
you said
planets
that,
form.
yeah, you said that if we insert gravity, it would become circular. Wasn't that correct?
I said if you try to explain gravity with
As the
gravity, it would be
cause,
circular.
as the cause for the effect why particles are coalescing, right, to
Yeah,
form
gravity
planets.
cannot be the cause for its effect. That doesn't make any sense.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now
So
I'm gonna.
what point are you trying to make? Like outside of
I guess
presupposing
at the
some sort of teleology,
yeah,
what question do you
no.
have to ask?
At the beginning stage of where planets should be forming, how everything begun. I think
Yep.
there's an unanswerable question on your side. I don't think you've given the explanation as to you're talking about things after the fact. These post hoc explanations about like things already having the spheroidal shape and gravity being with the kind of theories that you use to describe things happening with these planets, but you don't know how things have begun to form with the cause of any effect that causes these things. So
That didn't make much sense to me. I'm not gonna lie.
I
I'm
know
confused.
because you're
Is there a better way you could word the question? Because again, it seems to me that you're presupposing some sort of purpose
no,
for
I'm
why
not
planets are made.
presupposing. You didn't give the answer to the question. So the answer
Because
to
it's
the
a
question
presupposition.
would have filled in the
I'm not
gap
gonna
for. Yeah,
concede to that presupposition.
no, you didn't
Yeah.
concede. You actually just basically said that you don't know the reason why. So
Yeah, that's what
it's
agnosticism is. Yep.
good
Yeah,
because
I don't
like
believe that. I mean, I personally don't believe that there's a reason why planets form. I
and I'm
believe
not
that they
even
just
talking about,
form.
you check this out. I'm not even talking about the hand of a creator doing it. What I mean to say is that the mechanical process by which you could explain something to begin with a cause and effect relationship intact. So if
Okay,
let's say,
how about this?
yeah, let me
explain it.
tell you like this. I'm going to just kind of go into the reason why you're not understanding. Because when we
Sure,
talk
go
about
for it.
things, physical and natural laws that are here on the earth, right? We can say there's certain laws that we just abide by, like entropy and gas laws and things. For some reason, we can talk about the effect and quantify them, right? And use equations to deal with them. But when it comes to the cause as to what gives them the propensity to do what they do in the specific manner that they happen, no one knows the reason why that is that way, right? So if you were to take that stance, then it would be the same as you saying, I don't have the answer to the cause of the effect. So
What you're asking right now, what you're
if
asking right
matter's
now,
coalescing,
that's
and forming planets.
hold on. Let me respond to that. What you're asking right now is the same thing as asking why do you exist right now? It's a very esoteric and, to be honest
No,
with
I
you,
don't think
it's
so.
not.
No, I don't
Okay,
think
well, I'll
so.
explain to you why.
I don't
There's
think
a
so.
difference between causality and purpose. You keep using the word causality, but you're conflating it with purpose. The
No,
word
I'm
why
not.
is, to me, is interpreted in two
No,
ways,
you're
right? There's the
misunderstanding,
causal.
Alexander.
Hold on one second.
You're
Let me
you're
explain. Let me
no.
explain. Let me explain.
You can't
There's
misunderstand and then proceed to
hold on.
persist, dude. You can't do it. There's no way.
Hold on. Let
You
me
because
explain.
you're building up
Well,
you're
if I
building up
explain,
some
I
sort
might
of
be able to
straw
tell you
man.
why.
You're building a
I'm not
straw
going to
man.
straw man.
How am I going to let
Promise I
you
won't.
straw man me just willy nilly? You can't do it. So
Well,
the
we
only
can't have a
thing I was,
debate if I can't get my point out. So even if you
it's not
think
a
I'm going to
debate,
straw man
bro.
you,
If you don't
just
understand
reserve.
the cause
Hold
for the
on.
effect,
Just
Alexander,
reserve judgment
if you
until I
don't
explain this.
understand the cause of the effect, it's not a debate. Now, it's a debate if you have given me something to work with as a cause. And if we're going to say, wait a minute, that's not the cause. Yes, it is. Now, we're going to enter a debate. But here, as it stands, you don't understand or probably don't know the reason why things are coalescing. You just said they're moving at certain velocities and they're
Yeah.
colliding. And for some
Do you know
reason, they
what
have this
why
attraction.
means? Do you know what why means? When you ask why something happens, you're essentially asking, there is a purpose, and I want to know why that thing happens. That's teleology. You persistently try and presuppose
You know he's not asking that, Alex. You know he's not asking that. You're just trying to like.
No, I
run
don't
rings
know
on
who
him.
you are, but this is between me and Alpha. Just
Yeah,
talk.
he is. He is.
You're just,
He's not
you're just
getting
trying
it.
to act
So
smart. That's all you're doing.
let me explain to you. Let me explain to you something really quickly. Right? And please don't interrupt. Otherwise, it's not going to be good faith,
Yeah,
and I'm
why
just going to
not?
stop
What do
talking.
you mean big
Right?
good
Okay,
faith?
so
Dude, I don't get
yeah,
this. I don't
so
get this. You don't
causality.
have to. You don't have
The
to get into
issue here is
bro.
causality and purpose.
Nah, I
Right?
don't think you.
We have
Yeah, you can't
we have
persist.
causal.
You're not going to persist. No, you're not going to persist. You know exactly what I'm talking about. And just like the guy was saying, you don't realize why I'm saying what I'm saying. But you're persisting to say that it's another reason why, that I'm asking for a purpose. I'm asking for the mechanical process by which this happens. And that's all I'm asking. The simple way that you can explain. If it's some sort of idea that some scientist has come up with and theorized on, they could propose this is the cause why. You haven't given me that. That's what I'm asking.
He's asking what caused the mass attracting mass. That's what he's asking.
I'm capable. Yeah. Okay. So again, there are two forces at play. One of them is we can grant that particles at the beginning of the universe have velocity. They're moving through space, right? It's just like you and me if we happen to bump into each other, right? Neither you or me probably had the intention to bump into each other, but we did. So your question is like asking, well, why did Alex and Alpha bump into each other?
No. It's not the bumping in. It's the clumping together. The bumping in
Yeah,
is
that would be a
the
combination.
listen. The
That
bump,
would that's like
Alexander. The
okay.
bumping.
Let me explain. Yeah, let me
No,
explain.
bro, you
That
got
would
it
be that
wrong.
would be
No, wait. The clumping together, not the bumping together. If you're saying that everything came from a big bang and everything's whooshing and going everywhere, and some particles are banging against each other, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about when they decide to stick together. That's what I'm saying. Not the bumping in.
particles. I think you're a bit confused. Particles don't decide. They don't have consciousness.
That's
They don't
not,
make
dude.
decisions, right?
You know why do you? Okay, why are you going into that part right there? You don't have to do that. You know what I'm saying, dude.
No,
You
I
really
don't.
do.
I'm actually really quite confused. There's two
Look, if you're
variables.
confused by what he's saying, Alex, then I think there's something wrong with you.
Thanks, I
You
appreciate
so
that.
if you
I don't know
if you
if you're
have
like a psychologist or anything, but
Nah,
anyway,
bro.
there's two variables that are really important to understand. There is, for example, the causal nature of two particles coming into having an interaction with each other. That just say, for example, these particles on the opposite ends of the universe. It may be at some point that they run into each other. I'm not even talking about bumping because that implies that they hit each
Oh
other
my
and bounce off
god.
or something. What I'm saying is that the particles at some point meet each other. That's not that's not designed, or there's no why that
Nobody's
happens.
saying that. You're
Okay, so
adding that.
you're asking why that happens, and I'm explaining that it's
No.
formation,
Oh my
not.
god, dude. No, I
Well, that's a
don't give
separate
a
thing.
shit why the particles collide or bump or smash into each other, whatever word you want to use. What I'm asking for is the reason why they're sticking together, clumping together, adhering together. Use any word you want.
Yeah,
That's what I'm asking.
I explained that. I explained that in the
What?
beginning.
What was it?
Yeah,
What was it?
yeah, I explained that because particles have mass, they attract each other.
Okay. So, because a particular thing has mass, it's the cause of an effect. Yes?
I mean, maybe you could say that. I don't know. It seems ill worded, but I don't know
Okay,
where
then you
you're
word it
going
you
with
word it
this.
the way you want. Word it the way you think you can.
Yeah, I would just say it happens. I wouldn't say that there's a purpose or a why or any of that.
Oh,
I would
really?
just say, yeah,
So the cause of an effect is it happens. Therefore,
you're the one implying that there's a
matter
why.
coalesces. So this is how you would explain it to somebody, right? According to you, right now, the way you've described it. Well, in the formation of planets, it happens. Therefore, particles coalesce.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean,
Yeah.
if you observe something happening, isn't that your explanation?
Is that
I saw it
scientific?
happen.
Is that any way, adhering to any of the physical laws that we know?
Yeah, I don't know
Anything.
about physical laws, but if your question
It
is that
happens.
scientific? Yeah, if your question is that scientific? I mean, that's lay terminology, but the answer
Lay.
is yes. That's an empirical observation. We
It
observe,
happens.
yeah, we observe planets being formed. We
Oh,
observe
that's some
matter having
bullshit.
mass.
No, we don't.
What do you
We
mean?
don't observe that. Name one observation of that happening, Alexander. We don't observe
Sure,
that.
okay, sure. The James Webb Telescope observes planets being formed every day, stars being formed,
Really?
galaxies being formed.
Point
Yeah.
to one. Point to one.
I'm not with you right now. I can't point my finger anywhere.
You know what I'm saying, dumbass.
Point
to
what's with
one
the ad
example.
hom? Look, man, I haven't insulted you a single time during this
I don't give
debate.
a shit, Alexander. This isn't like polite fucking discussion and all this shit. I need you to get real and point to an example where you see a fucking planet forming, dude. Anywhere. Yeah?
Okay, there's hundreds. I mean, you want me to look one up real quick?
Yeah. Go for it and post it in the text chat.
Okay, great. Give me 1 second.
You got 24/7, dude. We're here all the time. We ain't going nowhere.
Oh, I know that's for sure. You got flat earthers all around the globe, man.
Yeah, great. That's a nice joke. I've never heard that one before.
It's on your website.
On my website.
Yeah.
Which website are you talking about, dude?
Flatearther.com, whatever it is, flurfer.com.
Well, that's an assumption that that's our website and that we would say something as contradicting as that because we, unlike you people that come out of the colleges who think that solipsism is like the God's honest truth, we understand
I'm not
that
a
the laws of
solipsist.
logic. I didn't say that you were. We
What laws
understand
of
that the
what laws of logic are you talking about? Modal
bro.
logic?
Can you just cite your source?
Can you cite your source? You need to be busy citing your source right now.
Well, I don't know. If
Don't
somebody says crazy things, man, I'm gonna call it
Yeah,
out.
but
Yeah, I
that's
was about to say the
Larry.
laws
Larry
of
can say
logic are
whatever he
true.
wants to. Just go look for
Yeah,
your
the
source.
laws of logic are true. He thinks that's crazy, right? Just write that down. That's what
I
he
never
said.
said that.
You
that's
did
crazy.
just say
I'm
that
just
what I'm
asking how
saying
many
Let him
is
get
different
at it.
crazy.
systems of logic are you using.
Just cite your source, bro. That's all you
Never
gotta
once did I use the word crazy.
Where's the planet forming in the text chat, dude? I don't see it.
Yeah, there's two protoplanets, PDS 70b and PDS 70c. I can send them to you.
Well, let's have
have been
it, man.
directly imaged forming within circumstellar disks of gas and dust around the star.
Excellent.
Yeah,
Let's
sure.
have
I
it.
mean, sure. What type of evidence is going to convince you here before I send it? Like, what are you looking for
Just show us
specifically?
what you got and let us decide whether it's good evidence or not.
Oh my god, dude.
I mean, because-
No, I need to know what you. I'm not gonna waste my time sending you sources if you're not gonna like.
Dude, can you just post the shit?
You're so
okay,
lame,
we'll
dude.
automatically
Fucking hell,
accept it what's
your
looking at
standard
it.
of evidence?
Genius, go ahead, bro.
Does it show a planet being formed?
Well, it's about time you recognize my genius.
Post the shit, dude.
This dude thinks he's a genius, and he invokes the Dunning-Kruger for a reason, I think.
What's crazy is I did that for somebody else.
Post the shit, Alexander.
Oh, give me a second, bro. My fingers can't move at Mach 5.
You keep talking, and I don't see a lot of walking, man.
Oh, it's a crazy thing that you can speak and do something else at the same time.
Anybody have any bets he's not going to show us what I asked for?
Yeah, how about you bet your life savings? We'll go 1-to-1.
You won't be able to, dude. You won't man
And
up
then-
and pay. You wouldn't man up and pay. I wouldn't want to do that. I wouldn't want to do that.
Let's just assume he's not going to show it.
It's a gentleman's bet.
As a gentleman's bet because you don't have the money, or you're not willing to?
No, because once
accept
you're
my
shown
evidence?
that it's incorrect and it's not really what you said it was, you're gonna have egg on your fucking face and be all up in your feelings and be like, no, that is it, and bullshit like that. I've exposed clowns like you all the time, Alexander. You're not the first pseudo-intellectual person I've spoken to.
Does he know that Does he know that by principle he couldn't show that to you?
No. So he's persisting to do it. Why did you fucking ruin the fun for me, huh?
Dang, sorry, man. I couldn't wait.
Guys, don't let the cat out of the bag so soon. Fuck's sake.
But that's
Talking
why he
about
was
me?
saying his evidence isn't good enough, right?
Yeah. He's already feeling guilty that his evidence is subpar.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know
It
what
might
you
have gone
mean
over
by
his head, so
guilty. I
he...
have evidence of like. Yeah, wait, hold on. I have evidence of like 2 protoplanets. Is that going to be
Well, then
like, evidence enough
post
for you?
the shit, dude. Just fucking post it already.
Yeah. So just so we know, right? A protoplanet is a planet being formed. Would you agree with that? Yes or no question, man. Shouldn't be that much of a strain.
I'm not gonna answer any questions. Just post your evidence.
Yes or no, baby boy. Yes.
Post your evidence.
I got it right now. It's from physics.org,
Then post
bro. I got
it.
it. Yeah, are you gonna? Is it a yes or no?
Oh fuck, dude. If you got it, then you got it. If you don't,
That's
then
just
don't.
dishonest, man. Like, fucking hell, dude.
I just wanted to post. Just post it. That's it. Like the 5th fucking time I told you to post
Honest
it.
to ask someone, is this going to convince you and not post it when they don't know what the fuck you're posting? You got to post it, and then it's going to convince them
But
or not.
but you have to read the source before I.
Okay, then post it. How can you read it if you're not going to post it?
Read it. Quit making
What do you mean? How can I read it if I'm not going to post it? I can read it before posting it. You
There you
fucking
go. It's
dumbass.
finally posted.
Finally
There you go.
dude. After fucking 10 minutes. All right. Webb finds hints of a third planet at PDS 70. Is it? By the way, this is an elephant hurling fallacy. You didn't cite where specifically it says what I asked for, planets forming, but no matter. The exoplanet census now stands at 5,599 confirmed discoveries in 4,163 star systems. Yada yada. Let's see here. James Webb Telescope. Now I got to look through your fucking bullshit. You didn't even tell me. You posted. Listen, Alexander. You posted this source. Where in this source does it say that its planets are forming? I want you to tell me on the fly right now.
Yeah, it says James Webb Space Telescope has identified a potential third protoplanet in the
Yeah,
PDS
that's the
70
title.
system.
That's the title.
The third planet
where in it?
appears to be forming within the protoplanetary disk at a distinct location from the previously discovered planets.
Yes,
PDS
where?
70b and PDS 70c.
Dude,
Observations reveal. Hold on one second.
No,
Let me answer your question, buddy.
Fucking no, dude. Where in the fucking paragraphs do we need to draw everybody's attention to? Since you read it already.
Yeah, I can't answer the question. Let me.
Yeah, so then that means you weren't You didn't look over this material, did you? You're reading it on the fucking fly, dude. You just looked up something really quick and then posted in there. Oh, that's my example.
Hold on, I'm citing the source. Yeah, of course I'm reading it.
No, a
What do you
citation.
mean?
That's not a fucking citation. It's a source.
Are you fucking retarded? I'm
No,
reading
you
the
dumbass.
source to you.
A fucking
That's a citation.
A citation is a spoken piece that you're telling somebody exactly what you said verbatim. This is what I said, and here's a citation for what I said. And you post in the fucking source where it is what you said. Would you fucking idiot? You don't know what a citation
You have black tar heroin in your mind?
Shut the fuck up, dude. If you're not gonna know what a citation is, don't fucking talk about it. First of all, we're gonna look over your dumb bullshit that you just posted. Because you don't know how to fucking put a citation.
I got a question. If before the galaxies formed, there's all this matter out there, right? Dark matter, 80%, 20% baryonic matter. Why do they always form disks? I mean, he's showing us disks. If matter is supposed to be mass, and mass is attracting mass, and there's gravitational collapse, why does everything look like a disk at the galactic level?
I thought they were supposed to get turned into balls.
All right.
Oh, shit's weak. But you know what's not weak? Electromagnetism.
Is that the resistance to acceleration attracting the resistance to acceleration?
No, this guy.
Exactly.
This guy thinks the existence of matter in free space causes other matter to coalesce. Just a sheer existence.
So everything should be getting bigger.
Yeah.
Wait, why are the globe earthers showing us disk worlds?
Because they don't like balls.
Extended disk, compact disk. They're showing us CD planets. Guys, can you do better with your sources next time?
But why does it say an artist's illustration under the image?
Because it's not a real image.
Where do you guys see the image? I'm looking through it. Is it in the bottom?
I'm sharing my screen. Can you see my screen?
The first image.
Okay, let me look at
image.
Look at you. Larry, you're looking through it.
I'm still reading this, by the way.
Yeah, let's take a little time to read his bullshit. Oh, I didn't see it. I don't have that. I guess I have ads blocked, so I don't have that popping up. Now, Is that an artist rendition right there?
The artist illustration shows a compact protoplanetary disk and an extended. So I guess there's flat Earths all through galaxies.
When they first start, actually, the explanation to a planet's formation is that they are disks. So, flat Earth, essentially. Yeah. Then they slowly, over time, turn into an oblate spheroid, or rather,
millions of years.
Yeah. So,
billions of years.
Okay. But is this rendition the artist is portraying? Is it of a star or a planet? Because that's two things that he was talking about a star when I asked for a formation of a planet. I think it's of a star, which neither can be.
Yeah, I imagine someone's observed this too. Yeah.
No.
Well, according to this, one of these images is actually an image taken from a telescope. If you want, I can post it. It says that it's not an artist rendition, it's an actual true image taken from a telescope.
Okay.
You posting that?
It's the second image down. This spectacular image from the Sphere instrument on ESO's Very Large Telescope is the first clear image of a planet caught in the very act of formation around the dwarf star PDS 70. Yeah, so that one doesn't say that it's an artist's conception. It says it's a true image taken from a telescope.
It looks like a sloth. Is it just me? The red one.
Don't know about that, mate.
I'll show you.
The guy's muted.
Yeah, for good reason. Because otherwise he's going to give us his commentary. Once we're done looking through this, and you can probably unmute him and ask him some questions about his planets forming.
And if these stars are forming in a galaxy and it's a gravitational collapse, why are they mostly binary star systems? How does that work? Does the mass not attract that mass over there right next to it?
Well, I found something interesting out about binary star systems the other day, Larry, that you might find interesting. It goes against any gravitational prediction model, whether it's Newton or Einstein's. Seems to be a problem. We have to insert the good old dark mass or dark energy or whatever it's fucking called to make it work. But yeah, it's not gravity doing that. It's dark energy or something.
All right, let me ask him a question. I don't know if you guys have any questions about the source he just posted, but I'm going to ask him a question. All right, are you there, Alexander?
Yep.
All right, so how long does it take from the time that the Earth planet starts to form till they can see a progress in its formation?
I don't know. Do you concede that it's a good source?
No.
Was it a yes or a no? I can't.
No, it's not. So I
What
need
makes
you
a
to
good
tell
source
me.
of it?
I need you to tell me because you're going to proceed to kind of let us know how planets are formed, and the length of time would be something interesting, right? Because they're showing a progression in one of the images that Cooper, mute your shit, dude.
Oh, I'm unmuted. Shit,
Yeah,
my bad.
it's obviously viewing. Yeah, obviously, like viewing a planet form is going to be at a certain stage, right?
No, I'm asking the time that it would take for an elapsed, I don't know, portrayal of the thing that you're seeing, like the planet or something, happen to change. Like, what's the length of time that it needs to? Are we talking like 5 years, 20 years, 100,000 years?
Can you make that like comprehensible? Whatever the fuck just came out of your mouth made 0 sense.
All right, I don't know
Yeah,
how to
take
make
your
this.
time.
Like, I don't know how to untangle. I can't draw it in crayons anymore. Like, I've went to crayons already. So if I go any lower, it's like fucking.
You would if you'd probably keep eating them.
We can use finger paint. How about that? Let's do it in finger paint, right?
That works, man.
If fuck, dude, if something is forming and it takes an amount of time, how much time does it take from the time that it starts forming till we could see some progress. What's the timeline
What?
on that?
What the fuck are you talking about?
The planet that you said is forming?
Yep.
How long does it take?
God,
Adjectives, verbs.
How
more
long
words.
does it take a planet to form?
Why the fuck does that matter?
Answer the question.
Explain how it matters, and I'll answer.
Answer the question.
How does it pertain to what I just?
It
the evidence
matters
is about
because
it?
if it
Is
takes
is
billions of years
is
for
that?
it to
Wait, hold on.
form,
Do you have any
nobody can
actual
witness it.
rebuttal? Hold
Yeah.
on,
That is the rebuttal.
Stop. Do you have any actual rebuttal?
Yeah, I just
Or is
gave
this
it to
just
you.
like a clarifying question?
No, I
That was
just
a
gave it to
question,
you.
not a rebut. That's
Yeah,
a question.
a
buddy.
rebuttal to what you're posting as a planet forming. My rebuttal to that to you is how long do you think it takes for it to form?
That's not a fucking rebuttal. That's a question.
Just answer it.
Jesus
You
Christ.
fucking weasel. Just answer it.
How long does
Or
it
you
take a
can't
planet?
answer it.
What does that have
Or
to
you
do with
can't.
my point?
Or you can't answer it. Either
Come on,
one.
genius.
I mean, sure, I could just look up how long it takes planet to
Oh,
form.
look up. Look it up. So, Mr.
Go ahead, let me look it up.
Mr.
Let me look it up.
Yeah, Mr. Intelligence over here is saying that he knows all about planet formations. Yeah, he doesn't know how long it takes for them to form. That's interesting. And he gave us a source that supposedly didn't even give him that answer. How weird is that? I think you're lying, Alex. Really do.
Yeah, not once did I say I know everything about how planets form. I mean,
So then
I
why
think
the
we can
fuck
just...
did you open up your incoherent pie hole to tell us anything about planets forming or seeing one formed when you don't have that fucking information? I just exposed you, clown. You've been fucking folded like a chair. Sit the fuck down. That's how easy that was.
Somebody got knocked down a notch.
Fucking knocked his lights out right there. His whole premise was that he knew how fucking planets were formed. Now he doesn't know what times it takes to get them formed. Zero evidence on that. No further questions, Your Honor. Fuck.
How long do you think it's going to take him to realize?
I don't know. He's probably in a daze right now. It's so much better when they have the bravado like Alex does. I can go all night like with someone like that. Just keep exposing him over and over again. Fucking tar and feathering his dumbass every single moment. So much fun.
Oh yeah, man. Appreciate it, man. That was freaking hilarious.
He started out by saying there's no gravity if you're in a vacuum in space. What about self-gravity?
Then how'd everything get to be what everything was if the gravity didn't, like, that didn't make no sense. That wouldn't make any sense. Like, there had, like, in there, yeah, what?
I'm gonna mute his dumbass.
That wouldn't make any sense.
His buddy gave him
Oh,
some
sorry, am I
information.
unmuted? My bad, bro. You have like room temperature IQ. Jesus Christ, you have to like mute people in order to like get your point across.
That's all right, Alex.
Yeah, it was
You
some
can't
right
recover.
there.
You can't recover, man. There's no way.
Dude, that SmackDown was more like 90% yak.
Bro, you got a
10%
density tower
anything.
brain. You ain't got a whole
That
lot
wasn't a
going on
fucking.
up there.
I actually gained aura when you said that. That was the cringiest fucking thing that could come out of someone's mouth. But anyway,
Yeah, we know.
Now he's just
anyway,
into ad homs, eh? Poor guy.
It's okay,
I
bro.
mean, it's not like this guy has been like ad hom attacking me this entire
He
debate.
showed us
All right,
like
you can
discs in
retract the
space. I
conversation.
didn't even know there was discs in space.
Anyway,
Bro.
planets typically take millions to tens of millions of years to form. I mean, the process, there's like a...
Typically, eh? Typically.
Usually, you know how you've seen how many of them formed so far? About 8 billion of them. Like, it's awesome.
He's so lost in the sauce, eh?
Fathom your age.
You gotta, D-Mock, you gotta love it, bro. You gotta
No,
love it.
listen to this. Listen to this. So during this formation, mass load onto the disk exceeds inward transport and becomes gravitationally unstable. Oops.
Yeah.
Unstable.
Jedi, so this guy says it takes millions, if not billions, of years for the planets to form. How can we observe that timeline?
Oh, we can't.
Huh.
The closest I can get to it is peer back into time with distance with a telescope.
Oh,
But
he
that's
corrected me.
Yeah, he's just observing things at a distance that are further back in time. But you still can't observe the construction of a planet over millions or billions of years. That would be impossible to do so.
Yeah, he corrected me. He said, I said millions to 10 mils of millions. Do you think that makes it better? Dude.
No, he said typically millions. Typically. Very, very important word.
Well, that's no,
Typically, what
my bad.
sometimes is in 5 days.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, the other times it happens like in a week.
Yeah, it's just typically a couple million years, you know.
So the telescope sees into the past or the future.
Take your pick, D-Mock. It works. It's whatever flavor of the day is what it is.
I mean, that's how I'm feeling. I'm feeling
Yeah.
future. Feeling.
I'm feeling the future.
I just remember Vsauce said that the Rocky Mountains are older than the rings of Saturn. How do the rings of Saturn pop out if there's all that gravitational attraction that's so strong?
Shit, those mountains might have caused the rings of Saturn. You never know.
Half of you guys are like meth addicts, just smoking fucking crack.
Hey, don't talk about Newton like
Wow.
that. Do not talk about Newton.
Holy crap! I'm finally unmuted.
Look,
because everybody knows that thinking outside of the
Larry,
box is bad,
shut
right?
the fuck up with your geriatric ass, Alpha.
Damn.
Let's you
I'm
and me
confused,
1v1
so
debate. Actually, let's 2v2 debate.
You just
Me
1v1,
and
dude.
Toby.
You lost.
Yeah,
What
me.
more do you want?
I lost, dude. I've
Yeah,
seen
you
what makes
lost
you
big
laugh.
time,
You're fucking
man.
retarded. Your opinion means nothing to me. Anyway, the question is, do you want to like actually 1v1 in a debate with like moderators where you can't just like spam you people? It'd be you, Larry versus me and Pseudo.
Who's Pseudo?
Bro,
Otherwise, you're
you
just
can do it
running.
right
It's like
here, man.
That's
Nobody
me. That's me.
muted
That's
you. You
me.
got to
That's me.
talk.
That's me.
No, that's
Yeah.
okay.
No.
Okay, what we'll do is we'll create a new room, right? We'll have mods that don't have any particular bias towards us, right? Neither parties, and we'll have an actual good faith debate. How does that sound?
Oh, you
I know
think
what you
this is
guys
a
call.
debate?
You should call the room Preparation H.
Oh, somebody's not so big and bad now,
No,
bro.
you think this is a
Someone's gonna
debate?
take away your mute terms.
No, you think this is a
Did he
debate?
mute you?
It's not a debate. You don't have the fucking intellectual
There you
capacity to
go.
have a debate. I'm asking you if you want to.
Dude, you got pants
Yeah,
in the
do you want
schoolyard,
to?
dude.
You're gonna have to prove to me that you're smart enough
once
to
is
have a
good
debate.
enough,
Schoolyard.
Alexander.
Holy shit! Where are you from? The fucking 30s?
Once is good enough.
Meantime, the Earth
Once
is
is good
mega
enough.
flat.
You didn't even let me explain half my
You're
point.
breaking
You
up,
muted me like
Alexander.
1,000 times. How
breaking
insecure
up.
do you have to be about your intelligence to meet people?
I'm still confused
Yeah,
about how formations.
Oh,
did someone just say that the Earth is flat?
I'm
Alexander,
confused
you
about
just
how
broke up, man.
formations of lights in the sky have anything to do with the Earth itself. So if we see formations of new lights in the sky, what is the relative tie back to the Earth? What can we deduce from new lights forming in the sky in relation to the Earth?
Well, I'll tell you what, Napalm,
Hey,
man.
fun fact for you.
According to
Light
Alexander,
travels, by the way.
hold on,
Light
Alexander.
travels.
Yeah, I know it does. Everybody sees it. But what I'm saying is, he just gave the answer to that. It takes millions, if not tens of millions of years. So I don't know how he could witness something like that. That event, I don't know. How does he witness that? How does one witness millions of years? Don't get it.
It sounds to me like a speculation.
It's simple enough.
Oh shit! Hey,
Don't
hey,
know.
Alex, they made the channel. I'm gonna go to that channel.
Okay, yeah,
Hi,
let's
Felicia.
debate there. Let's have a good face debate. Let's have a good debate.
Yeah, if you guys aren't scared, go ahead and follow us there.
Hi, Felicia.
All right, man. We're
Anybody
gonna have a
who's
debate.
like not,
Let's go. You go first.
Unless
I'll
you're
follow
like
you. Let's go.
Hold on. Unless you're intellectually inequipped to have a debate.
Bro, if we're not there in 2 minutes, start without us.
Take that with you.
Happily will. We happily will. Because me and him actually engage in intellectual conversation decently often. Something you guys are incapable of. Wait, do you want to interrupt
stroke
me?
each other's
You wanna
egos.
yap?
Yeah, we want to interrupt you,
wanna yap?
bitch.
Oh, damn. Oh, damn.
You stroke
He
each
can't
other's
even.
egos
He's
over
just
there, huh?
insulted. He sounds like a little baby boy.
Alexander,
Go
you're so
jump into
great.
your echo chamber, dude.
Wait. Next time, get a pen and paper down so that you can ask relevant questions.
Okay, Rug
Thank you.
Doctor. We'll be right over there, Rug Doctor.
Hey, just wait for us, man. We'll be there in 5 minutes.
Yeah,
Hey,
we'll be
I'll
there in a
5
million
minutes,
years,
guys.
dude.
As long as it takes for a planet to form, I'll be there. So think about it. I'll be there as soon as the planet forms. Go ahead,
Any
Alexander.
chance did you catch Nathan's show today? Platypus was on the last hour of it. He just got wrecked.
Let me give you an analogy. Fucking bird. Who's talking right now? Please shut up. Let me give you.
Don't ruin it. I'm about to watch that junk later.
Bro, you need some internet too, man.
You gotta catch up my internet, bub.
He literally gave you nothing, dude.
Well, and the fact that he said it takes millions, if not tens of millions of years for a planet to form was basically his undoing, because his whole shtick was that we can observe this. Really? Where?
Like he's memorized the story and fucking he's convinced, and that's that, right?
Yeah, he's all. Well, just look at the source that I just put it. PDS 70. That's how we know. Yeah, we observed it. Really? And then he's like, I don't know how that's relevant. The time it takes. What do you mean? Like he was acting all doofus like.
That was genuine. He hadn't, that thing hadn't clicked for him yet.
Oh, he's just a real doofus. Okay. My bad. I thought he was just acting like one.
He came in so hot and heavy too, man. Now he's not sounding like that anymore.
Yeah,
I'm
Dev's over
sorry
there.
I stole them from you. I totally stole them from you, bro. I'm sorry.
That's all right. I wasn't doing great.
We'll be there in 5 minutes, Alex. Just go tell your friend over there. Go wait for us over there. We'll be there.
Where's it at? Is it a special place?
Somewhere in this Discord, no?
Special place for special people.
Well,
where they got the mute button, and as soon as we go in there and say anything, we'll just be muted right away, and then that'll be it.
No, they got some impartial mods, quote unquote. They got some people who don't have a dog in the fight. They just,
They found some cell earthers.
I would make them all laugh. They'd be spitting out their coffee and donuts.
I'm pretty sure you let him have a say. Like I didn't see you mute him.
He was muted several times, but only when he was talking about other things other than the topic.
No, there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with waiting for an answer, and then like if the people being stupid, you mute them and then unmute them to get an answer. That's not like, you know what I mean? They know that you're doing that. They know exactly you're doing that. They do it to me in Demon. They do it to me in all kinds of places.
What is he going to prove, though? He said he knew how planets formed and he had proof of how planets formed. But then he said, we don't know how planets formed. How are we supposed to know all of this? So he just basically fucked himself and shot himself in the foot, did he not?
100%. That's what they always do. They always know. Then when you ask them how they know, then they don't know, and it's none of your business, and they don't got to do nothing. It's like,
you don't understand, and you're too dumb.
Yeah, we're too dumb to understand their imagination. If we can't imagine their pure imagination, then we're crazy.
That guy Dev or his buddy was all proceeding to tell him how he's the greatest of all time. Oh, me and him, we always have conversations, and it's like, man, wow, like, really, these guys? Come on.
It's intellectual. We find the words possible.
Alpha comes in with the eyes.
An overview of
Did you see
galaxy.
that?
Just real fast, I want to read this. An overview of galaxy formation. Gas cooling allows for the formation of dense baryonic components at the center of dark matter halos. So apparently this density thing here is relative. Gas cooling allows for the formation of dense baryonic components at the center of the dark matter halos. This is all theoretical, of course. They're just seeing densities. Or dense areas, excuse me.
Did you just describe the Berry center of the black hole, or like?
No.
Are they seeing actual density, or are they making assumptions based on the movements of light that they observe through their telescopes?
You got me there. I'm just reading what they're putting down.
Yeah, they just see shit and just make it up. Like if they don't see something, then it's something. If they don't see two things not do nothing, then that's three other things. And if they see a sparkle from nothing, that's four other things from four other things.
Seriously, that's what it is, right? So it's observations of things in the sky, particularly light in the sky, and then they make assumptions about the movements of these lights based on other assumptions. So there's no actual experimental evidence. There's nobody going up there, nobody saying, "Hey, we're in this area. We're reading X, Y, and Z, and we know this, so therefore, since we know that this type of matter exerts X, Y, and Z on this, then we can assume they're just looking at the sky and saying, we see lights doing things, and since we're making assumptions about how lights should do things, and we think that we're on this, then we're going to go ahead and make an assumption about what should be taking place. So therefore, since the light is doing this, we're going to assume that there's more mass there. So we're going to tell you that we're experiencing all of this mass having this gravitational pull, which is why the light's doing this, but there's no actual measurements of any of it. It's just observations and assumptions.
It's like a huge house of cards.
It's like if I stared at my pool all day and I measured all the lights and I just looked at the lights. I didn't even measure them. I just looked at the surface of my pool all day and all night, and I made assumptions about why the light was doing what it was doing, but I never actually touched the water, and I never actually figured out where the light was coming from. I could just make assumptions about what was taking place all day long, and I could put out images and be like, look at this. You see this swirl that's taking place? You see this black hole that's being formed at the bottom? That's based on all of this extra mass that's being formed. Like, come on, it's fucking ridiculous.
If you have a candle against a black background and you're a couple miles away, they'll tell you that's a planet orbiting, or they'll tell you that's Polaris moving left or right. They're just crazy, bro.
Guys, I joined because I was just thinking, sorry, I don't mean to stutter and interrupt your guys' conversation. But instead of looking up, so I was just on a tangent, watching videos about like Mount Everest and like snowboarding down it, like this one dude, and it got me thinking like about like the tectonic plates and stuff. Like instead of looking up, like could you possibly look down at like the tectonic plates, and would that maybe be like a proof that the Earth is a globe?
No,
You said plates. You know what a plate in the middle is.
Yeah, that'd be the total opposite, brother.
You know what the proof of a globe would be? You know what a proof of a globe would be? Establishing a horizontal from a, like, basically, you would have to have a benchmark, establish a horizontal, and physically measure drop over distance, and doing that consistently throughout the Earth to prove that there was a curvature of the physical surface over distance based on a horizontal, that would prove a globe. Do you know anybody that's done that?
I'm gonna go hang out with Alexander the Great. At the bottom of this server, there's a room called Libs of TikTok. I'm gonna go hang out in there.
All right. Hopefully, you don't get banned.
Yeah, but no, I joined like not to talk about it, like the normal, because I feel like I've never heard like this like as a like no one ever mentions like the tectonic, like the way that like we measure earthquakes and stuff, like the epicenter, like theoretically, like I mean how would that be done if the Earth wasn't like a globe?
How do you measure earthquakes? Or does the Earth quake if it's flat?
Well, yeah, baby, because like the idea is like we have different, like all over the Earth there's different things that are detecting earthquakes, right? Like we both can agree on that.
Yeah.
And like usually the ones like
just chill out.
I'm sorry, yeah, I need to chill out because I don't know exactly what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, it's all right. Take your time. Take your time.
No rush.
Because it's mostly because I'm just very much a layman, like I don't know shit about earthquakes really, other than just maybe more than like the average, but like very much just a layman. But like theoretically, the idea is that like that the earthquake, there's an epicenter somewhere, and on the opposite side of the planet, like if the Earth was a globe, like
planet.
Well, like on the theoretically, if the Earth was a globe, like on the opposite end,
Are you saying you couldn't get S&P waves on a flat surface?
I'm not sure. But it wasn't even just the earthquakes. It was more so like the continental plates, like because when I was looking at like when you look at India and the way that the Indian tectonic plate, like
How do you know anything about continental plates?
Well, I mean, you can see like we're in Nepal. Yeah, like we're in Nepal and Tibet.
What is
Mount
that?
Everest is
What does that tell
like,
you though?
well,
Can
I mean,
I-
it tells.
Can I
I'm
ask?
sorry. Am I loud?
No, you're good. Can I ask? Have you ever seen a mountain be made from scratch, like through tectonic plates, like as any human?
Well, no, but I mean,
No.
it looks as though like there were two plates that smashed, like the idea that they proposed.
It looks like it, but no human has ever filmed any mountains or hills or anything getting formed and made by
But yeah, that
tectonic plates
would
live.
take a long time.
Well,
They do say that mountain ranges are either rising in altitude or descending in altitude because of the tectonic activity below that can be measured.
Yeah, I don't think.
No, you're fine. I don't think
against
anybody
the flat
really
plane.
argue that, geologics in the surface of the Earth causes other things to happen, like topography. I don't think that's really something that we should argue.
Yeah. I didn't think you guys would because that seems like pretty like self-explanatory. Like when you go to different mountain ranges and stuff. Like if you're in a plane, like you can kind of see like how it looks like, and it explains earthquakes and shit.
What?
The way that the tectonic plates like smash against each other, like that's why earthquakes happen because of
What about
sometimes
earthquakes where there aren't any?
Well, yeah, I mean, like where there aren't any, that's going to be places where there aren't like really as many faults, like more like I guess in the center of like of one of the plates.
Okay, so it doesn't really explain much, does it?
Well, I mean, it just explains that like it makes sense that when they say that like the Earth is composed of like at one point there was a Pangea and like it, like over time the plates have kind of broken and there's like a crust. Well, whether it's flat or it's spherical, like I'm not saying either way. But we both like agree that
Yeah,
there
but
is
that idea only comes from people like cutting out continents and trying to join them together and saying, "Oh, look, this kind of fits here, and this must have used to be one big landmass."
Why does it
That's where
fit,
that
though?
comes from.
Why does it kind of fit, though? Why does it kind of fit?
I don't know. Make shit fit wherever you want.
Really? They do look like they fit,
Yeah, but not perfectly.
Not perfectly. I'm just saying they do look like they fit.
Yeah,
I
can fit a circle in a square too.
I was kind of taken aback when I was like looking at Mount Everest on the map, and I'm seeing like this huge mountain range between India and the Asian continent, and it just looks like so cool.
There for globe.
I mean, I guess not there for globe, but I mean, it makes it seem more parsimonious to me, I guess.
Ooh, I like that word. What does that mean?
Like it explains it with like I think the least like complicated, like it fits perfectly, I guess.
I'm gonna add that to my vocabulary.
Yeah, but I'm bad at vocabulary. I'm sorry.
Parsimonious.
Sorry, was there a question in there somewhere?
Nope.
No, I'm just shooting the shit, boys. I love you guys.
No worries.
Parsimonious.
Got some people in the chat, Jedi, if you want to talk to some new guys. Maga,
Is that like
Monster Truck.
Is that like a parsec or something?
Parsec.
Yeah, I love that word.
Sounds awesome.
Oh, I've got 100 parsecs from Earth.
By the way, guys, I remember one person posted this meme in the chat of an asteroid hitting a flat Earth and the flat Earth tilting.
Like the dinosaur flying off.
Yeah, did you guys see that meme already?
Yeah, I saw that. That was funny.
Well, that would explain the tilt. That would explain the tilt, wouldn't it?
It would indeed.
It explained the 23.5 degree tilt, right? Hold on.
But yeah, as Alpha said, there's a few new people in the room, so Monster Truck, if you've got some questions, my friend, please feel free to unmute your microphone. But yeah, anybody who's new to the chat who hasn't come into this...
Yeah, I'm Monster Truck. What's up, guys?
Yeah, what's up, man? How you doing?
So what's
Bring
everyone's stance on this?
what the Earth?
Everyone?
Yeah. What's all the speakers
Do
here?
you want us to all answer at once?
One at a time, please.
Tectonic plates.
I'm a globetrotter.
Oh, it's first globe tard. I'm a flat tard.
About what? Like what is? Are we talking about the plates again still, or what?
No, we're off plates.
Okay, what are we on this time? I was talking to somebody.
That's all right. This gentleman's asking about who flat earthers and who are globe earthers in the room, basically.
At the moment, it would be about 80-20 in the room, I would say.
Yeah, I'm a flat tard.
Yeah, okay. What makes you think that the Earth is flat?
The container and the thermodynamics and everything. Like, it's just, if you wanted to read it, I think someone posted it all in chat.
I didn't say a word.
It's basically, it's all in chat already, man.
The container, thermodynamics and shit, man.
Sorry, he asked you how you come to understand the Earth was flat, and you started speaking about something that wasn't the Earth, but how you maintain.
Really, it's just in the textbook. So if you read those, you just know it's flat. So I don't get it.
Let Matt go through it. Let Matt go through it. See if he can.
Oh yeah. What textbooks?
Oh, you know.
I mean, they're all posted in the chat.
Newton,
but
Newton.
if you want to
Isaac
discuss
Newton.
it, like, please be informed.
Well, Isaac Newton thought the Earth was a globe.
Isaac Newton invented the flat Earth theory. If you didn't know.
This guy, man. This guy.
Well, the thing is, what theory are you talking about? Albert Einstein's gravitating theory or Isaac Newton's?
Yeah. When the apple fell on his head, the apple was flat, and that's how he figured out the Earth was flat.
Yeah, you gotta. This guy's just goofy. What about the other guy? Why don't we talk to the other guy?
Yeah, this one, Mogga.
Yeah.
You're up, man.
Why do you think the Earth is a globe, or if it's a flat world, why do you think it's flat?
My Nintendo 3DS just blew up. Give me a second, guys.
These guys, man.
I can lend you my Mattel version if you want.
I've got an Etch a Sketch.
Ooh, that's fucking too technological for me, mate.
Alexander the Great left his finger paint behind, so you can give him that.
Oh, and his crayons. He nearly finished eating them, though. Might have some teeth marks in there.
You good there, Maga?
So, Kangaroo Guy, why do you think the Earth is flat?
Because we see it as flat, we measure it as flat, we use it as flat, and for all intents and purposes, everyone uses it as flat and measured from a horizontal reference plane.
But have you ever gone down a hill?
And just kept falling because of the Earth curve?
No, there are no hills.
How is the Earth flat if there's mountains and there's hills?
Where's the mountains, dude?
Mountains, God dear me, Mountains Hill Hills will be taken from elevation profiles from mean sea level. Mean sea level is a horizontal plane.
But how would I go up and down if it's flat?
You just walk up and you walk down.
Let me just clarify one thing for you, Maga. When they say that the Earth is flat, they're not saying that there's no hills, mountains, or trees. They're saying that the...
I never said that. That was Monster Truck.
That was
buddy.
me. I'm Monster Truck.
Please get your facts straight. Don't accuse me of anything.
Okay, we'll put you on mute for now then.
Yeah. So the actual horizontal plane or the actual surface of the Earth would be flat, according to them. But there would still be hills and mountains on top of that horizontal plane. Does that make sense?
Sorta.
Yeah.
So if you want to go uphill, you just walk up the hill, and if you want to go down the hill, you walk down the hill.
Reminds me of a nursery rhyme.
Jack and
Timbo,
Jill,
that's
man.
deep, bro.
Yeah, man. I've been practicing.
Humpty Dumpty fell off the wall.
Like the ice wall.
How did he know that it was down was down?
He fell off the edge, something.
No, he held an apple in the middle of a vacuum chamber, right, Matt?
Yeah, dude. Hey, that's how I destroy it. That's how I destroy it right there. The apple in the middle of the vacuum chamber. That's my go-to.
Humpty Dumpty was a globe.
Monster truck. Have you ever seen a ball monster truck?
Hey. So do planes just explode at the edge of the Earth? Like, what happens?
What?
Like, when they reach the edge, do they just explode? Where did they go?
I
Yeah,
don't know.
man, they fucking explode, dude.
Or the boat who goes over the curve. Ask them. Say, hey, boat, did you explode?
Okay, thank you.
What do you think, Sweets? What do you think? Do you think the Earth is a ball?
I don't really know yet. I haven't thought about it hard enough.
Maybe start thinking. Let's go now. All right. Think. Is the Earth a ball?
I mean, was the moon landing fake?
I didn't ask about that.
Hello?
I didn't ask about that.
Well, because it looked like a circle on the moon.
The Earth, brother, the Earth.
Yeah, I know, but like from the moon, it looked like a circle.
Focus.
When did you go to the moon, dude?
I went with my grandfather in 1943.
Holy motherfucker.
What?
How did it look like a? By the way, did it look like a sphere when you went?
Yeah, it was like a big circle.
Was it made of cheese?
Don't say circle, just say sphere. Okay, circle can be a flat surface.
Why are you correcting me?
Because you're wrong.
Because you're wrong.
I like cookies too.
It was a circle, dude.
All right. So as Matt
so
tried
it's a
to point
flat
out,
plane.
as Matt tried to point out, circles are not exclusive to spheres. My pizza can be a circle, can't it?
I never said that the Earth was a sphere. I just said it was a circle.
Circle, right? So you
mean
said we're talking
Earth?
to the moon. You're losing everybody really fast. You went to the moon.
Yeah.
You asked what it was. You said it was a circle.
So
Yeah.
if the Earth's not a circle, is it a square?
No, man, monster. I'm trying to tell you, it was a circle.
Hell yeah, bro.
He's trying to tell us from his first-hand account from going to the moon in the 1940s.
Okay, I'll be honest. I didn't go to the moon.
Oh, oh man, really?
Shocking. we thought we'd met a real one.
Yeah, we thought you actually did go.
Where do planes go at the edge of the Earth?
They don't go to the edge of the Earth.
Don't they just wrap around and go back to Australia?
Go back to Australia. Is that
So
where they
what
live?
hobbies does everyone have in here?
I like playing guitar.
All right. What about you, Kangaroo?
What?
What hobbies do you do?
I build shit. You know?
Spoken like a true Australian. I build shit.
Are you Australian? So you know where the planes end up.
Yeah, man. At the airport.
Oh.
On the runways.
Wow, man.
Yeah, I refuse to believe Australia's a real place.
Well,
oh, so you guys are the conspiracy theorists.
Yeah,
No.
I've heard Australia isn't real.
Yeah, it looks pretty fake when I'm here.
How old are all you guys?
I don't exist, so I don't have an age. I'm an actor from Australia.
You know, it's hilarious. This is the level of opponent that the Globe has. These are your people, Globers.
Get him, Bill.
Yeah, I'm canonically
You can
100
keep
years
them.
old.
Globers. That sounds derogatory.
That's your people.
I'm gonna call you guys.
Where do the airplanes go on a globe?
Wait, what do you mean by you people?
Oh.
Oh, triggered. Oh, triggered.
I personally like to be called just Globe.
What?
Glober's kind of sounds.
Why do Americans always think that something's racist?
It was supposed to be funny. I thought it was.
Well, it's racist towards the globe, if that makes sense.
What, you people?
I guess. I don't know. It's not racist. It's discriminatory towards the globe.
Well, is the globe a race?
Guys, what do these images on the whiteboard have anything to do with the flat Earth? They seem very inappropriate.
What whiteboard?
Oh, okay, if you're too young, switch the
Trolling
whiteboard
now.
off.
Okay.
Oh, and the active.
Sweets, what do you think? Do you think people are falling off the edge right now?
I feel like.
Good chance, right?
Sweet's lost his brain down the sink. And the Coriolis effect made it spin the opposite way.
Why'd you put Kyle Ritterhouse up there?
Wait, what?
Alright, let's start.
These guys are right.
One by one, let's start fucking getting rid of these cunts. Alright, if you want to get rid of, speak up.
Get rid of?
Yeah. I'm showing
Don't get rid
how
of me.
No, you're alright, you sound alright. I'm just talking about these other special people. Monster truck, let's get rid of him because he's an idiot.
Why?
What?
See you, dude.
Oh, fuck, too much, man.
I like how I like how when people join in here, they're just like, "Well, have you guys seen anyone fall off the edge?" They always talk about the edge.
These dudes live on a table. And the other dudes live on a horizontal ball.
I feel like 90% of the people that come on Discord are just trying to just shoot the shit and just have a laugh, you know?
Yeah. Aiden, you're up. Do you believe you live on a spinning space ball?
I think so. I mean, I just got into it's my first year of high school next year, so I don't know.
Oh, cool. Awesome. So, what makes you think you live on a spinning space ball?
My parents always said that we do, so
Cool. They told you about Santa Claus too.
man, I think it was when I was 8, I saw the presents on my mom's bed. So I learned the hard way.
Yeah, so all it took though, like, so you saw the presence that then you knew, right? You didn't like talk yourself out of it and be like, oh no, that's just something crazy.
I asked her about it too.
Okay, so you got a little bit of okay, that makes sense. So like the idea of a globe, right? If you understand that looking out at every horizon for every human in the world, they stand all next to each other. They're all seeing a horizontal horizon, no matter what direction, no matter where they look. No human can circle any portion of that saying, well, there's the curve. And no human can get close to it and say, well, here's where the water's curving down from this horizontal line. So would you, or would you not, right? 2024, we can measure this bitch. We know there's no curve in water. Would you say that would be like the presence on the bed or not?
Well, huh? So,
all water.
Water laying.
Yeah, it's horizontal. It doesn't fit around a globe. It doesn't stick to the bottom and top and sides of a spinning ball. Never has, never will. Like, where did you see that somewhere? Did your mom show you water sticking to a ball?
But so water, it's not on the inside. It's on the outside.
Yeah, no shit. Did your mom and dad show you water sticking to the outside of a ball while it was spinning 3 speeds?
Well, no.
They didn't? They failed. Could you show us water sticking on a ball while it's spinning?
I can show you a picture of Earth.
No. Earth's flat. That'd be a flat picture too. What we need to see is a sphere spinning. Would you know how to show us how a season works with a ball in your hand and another ball for the moon and another ball for the sun? Or like however you wanted to do it. Like you could do seasons, temperatures, eclipses. Have you ever even seen that happen? Like a 3-ball demonstration live in front of you.
What wasn't there just a solar eclipse like a couple months ago?
No. Listen to what I'm asking you, brother. Just listen very carefully. In a classroom setting, as any human or professor, human real life, with 3 spheres in their hands or anywhere set up in the classroom or lab show you how 3 spheres work to make seasons, eclipses, the temperatures, the time zones, anything. 3 spheres, brother, live.
Well, I couldn't do it. Maybe my teacher can.
Your teacher can't? Like, have they?
Brother, I mean, I ain't even started my freshman year yet.
No, I know, but I know, but what's that matter? I'm just asking you if you've ever seen any human. I mean, there's TVs, there's Google, I mean, shit. You could be an oceanographer. You could study all kind. Like, I don't know. Who knows, brother? We don't know. You could be interested in all kinds of things we don't have no clue about, right? You could be
He's
smart
saying,
in a lot of subjects.
he's saying he's got an 8th grade education.
No, I know, but that has nothing to do with what I'm just asking. No, I'm just asking, like the physical attributes, right? No human has ever shown you water stick to a ball, correct? I haven't seen it either. I mean, don't feel bad.
I can't say I have.
Okay. Now, if you wouldn't be able to demonstrate that to me and I couldn't demonstrate it to you, now would that be the Christmas presents on the bed?
I mean, I guess.
Okay, well, I mean, and this is all you need to do, brother. No matter what grade anybody's in, go get 3 spheres, sun, moon, earth, scale them down, and complete any task of seasons, time zones, calculate the curve to it, calculate the tangent, like whatever you think you can do on a ball, please just do it with a sphere would be my best advice to you. And you'll be one up on every human in the world that thinks they live on a globe. You'll be one up if you use an actual sphere, because none of them do.
Water wouldn't stick to a ball that's the size of my hand.
What size does it got to be? Marble?
Earth?
Yeah, what size? No, ball.
I thought Earth had gravity.
No, hold on. I know we think a lot of things, right? But it's what we can demonstrate is the killer, right? So if we had a million balls set up, which one from 0 kilograms to 1,000,000 kilograms or 1,000,000 pounds or a million, like like which one are we going to have start doing magic stuff compared to the small one? Which one's going to be the first one? The 2-pound ball, the 20-pound ball?
The one that weighs 1,000,000 pounds.
So a 1,000,000-pound ball is going to start doing magic stuff, but none of the other balls are going to move.
It doesn't mass attract mass?
Well, I was waiting for you to demonstrate, like, tell us what kind of demonstrations you've seen in a lab. Where balls start orbiting balls in a lab, according to their mass. But see, what you're going to tell us is you hope and dream somewhere that it might be happening somewhere. Or you hope you're on a ball right now. But I'm telling you, you're on a flat Earth. So when you say the Earth, you can't use the Earth to prove a ball, brother, unless you're measuring the Earth and you come back and bring water curve away from a horizontal line. If you can measure that, you'd be the only glober to do that.
Well, everything has a gravitational pull. It's just very slight.
It does?
Yeah.
Very slight. How much is very slight?
9.98
Barely to
meters.
none.
No, hold on. How much is very slight?
Like barely to none.
I have the statistics.
Okay, so there's a butterfly, right? And the butterfly can do all kinds of stuff and fly around, right? So why isn't gravity stopping the butterfly from flying around or going, you know what I mean? It can go to
Because
space.
it's so light.
So it can fly straight to space, correct?
If it wanted to, but I don't think it's going to live enough to see it.
So anything little can just go straight to space.
Yeah. Gravity is like 9.8 something.
Okay, I got you, brother. So little things don't worry about gravity. We got you. So can you fly like a helicopter?
No.
Or a hot air balloon, right? And then drop a rock right where the curve's at, and we'll just all watch it just orbit to space. Have you ever done that? Just drop something right past the curve of Earth, just drop the sweet spot.
Drop it right past?
Yeah. In order to get around a curve, you have to go past the dirt and water and go down below dirt and water without getting wet. You know what I mean? That's where the Earth's edge is, the globe. To get around the globe, you have to find that sweet edge, right? I'm wondering if you personally can go find the edge of your globe and drop a rock past it real quick. Just any object. Gravity's not going to stop it.
Well, yeah, because my globe is like a foot wide.
What?
He's talking about the real Earth.
Talking about the real Earth outside to prove that you think it's a ball. Would you be able to go, because you got a globe in your hand and your little drone can fly right over to the edge and hover right there and drop a rock and it would drop past it without touching the ball? Can you
It's
do
not
that?
orbiting. It's not orbiting because gravity's like pulling it in.
No, listen to what I said. No, we don't care about stories. Can you drop a rock past the real Earth's edge? Live right now, like anytime. Like if you had endless money and a helicopter and 20,000 rocks, could you go fly to that sweet spot and drop a rock where
What
it
sweet
is?
spot are we talking about?
The edge of the globe.
The edge.
Yeah, the part where you got to go down to get to Australia or down underneath it to get to the South Pole, North Pole. You know what I mean? Like
There's no edge. It's a globe.
there's no edge. How do you get around it? How do you fly down around it?
There's no. It's a circle. There's no edge. It's a sphere.
If you're flying down past something, that would be a what? If you jump off a cliff, the cliff would be considered an edge. If you jump over the hill would be considered the edge.
What?
If you jump off a building, it would be considered an edge.
You can call it an obstruction, Earth curve obstruction, if you don't want to call it an edge.
No. If you're on a ball, the whole surface of that ball is your edge. But at 3959 is where your edge stops.
What's 3959?
The radius. That's the radius. Then you got 24,901 miles.
Okay.
Yeah. So if you were in a helicopter and you went 4,000 miles away, you should be a little bit past dirt and water, and you should be like looking down and see space and look forward and see space. No Earth in front of you.
But gravity exists.
No, listen, brother. Can you hear me?
But like what? No. What you're saying, it just doesn't make sense to me.
No, you're not making no sense. You're not listening to me clearly. You're in a helicopter. You go 4,000.
Okay, I go forward.
59. You're sitting right there. You're hovering. Now, you don't see any Earth in front of you. That's how the globe do. If you're in a helicopter and you left from the center point of Earth, right, and you went 3959, now you're at the edge. The edge of the dirt and water is right below your helicopter. You're hovering right there.
Okay.
Now look forward. You'll see no Earth in front of you, and look down. You'll see no Earth in front of you. Can you show us that spot to prove you live on a globe? The edge of your globe.
No?
No? Now look at the globe in your hand. Put your eyeball down on it, or your camera phone. Put it straight down on it. Put it upside down. Film it. Film what it sees. It's going to see no globe in front of it. It's going to see the wall, right? That means your globe is nothing but an edge. Your camera phone doesn't even want to see the globe it's on. It wants to look to the wall and then move it forward a hair. Move it forward another hair. Now you don't see the ball ever at all, and it didn't even go to 3959. You just scooted it forward a little bit, right? A couple hundred miles in the mathematical principle of the size and scale, right? So your phone now doesn't see any Earth down, and it doesn't see any Earth in front of it. That's what a ball do. Now, when you go up in reality and you look forward, I don't give a fuck how far you fly forward, 18,000 miles, or keep looking. You'll never see where there's no dirt and water. That's flat Earth, baby. No edge. The globe, the more you go up, the more the edge shrinks to you on a globe. The closer you go, the more down and inverted it shrinks to you for a globe. You've been told it grows and looks horizontal and keeps going. Can't find the edge. How could you possibly, these gentlemen for a globe, for your like people, they tell you there's no tilt, no dip, no drop in a plane, flies horizontal perfectly, but they're flying around a ball horizontally. Could you even draw that?
I don't know what that looks like, so no.
Huh?
I don't know what that looks like, so no.
No one does. No one can take a hot air balloon and vertically drop it around a ball and make it make sense. Do you understand? It's supposed to be tilted to get around that bitch and drop and tilt. They're telling you the airplane, hot air balloon, Everything, they don't tilt. Boats, nothing tilts. It's going down the curve. It's not tilting.
I'm still confused on the edge you were talking about.
The edge of your globe that no one can see. No one's ever
No,
found.
no, but like
The curve. That's the
yeah.
curve, brother. The curve predominantly will show itself on a ball. I just told you, put your camera phone down on that ball, press
Yeah.
record, lift it up, put it back down on there, move it forward. That's what a ball looks like. Go in reality and match that. That's all I'm saying. I don't care how forward, how far. Look at all the video you see. Match that. You won't. You have to be able to go somewhere on this earth forward and be able to see no earth in front of you and no earth below you. Stars in front of you, stars below you, clouds, something. Not dirt and water, definitely.
But so you're saying if I walk far enough, I will see that.
If we were on a globe and you or anyone was in a hot air balloon, you had a drone, you could fly on a globe. You could just fly your drone out 1 mile, 8 inches above the water, then drop your drone down 16 inches, and it wouldn't get wet. Fly it right back up and back home to you on a globe. You'd be able to fly your drone 8 inches below a horizontal water line because it'd be curving, right? You drop 8 inches below, fly your drone back home dry. 8 inches. Start 8 inches above the water, fly out 1 mile, drop 8 extra inches. That'd be 16 inches. We'll give you. Just do 15. Shit, do 14.
Okay.
Yeah, and then bring your drone back not wet. Your drone's going to come back wet because you're going to fly 8 inches over the water, and as soon as you drop down 8 inches, your drone's going to be done and wet. You could put a camera on it and film it for all of us too. You won't get your drone back unless you go swim and get it.
I don't got a drone.
No, I know, but you understand the principle of what I'm saying, right? 1.22.
Oh shit!
Yeah, 1.22 miles times the height of the square root of the observer. So, like, say you're 1 foot off the ground, right? Say you're 1 foot tall.
I'm 1 foot tall.
Earth curve should be curving at 1.22 miles away from you, laying down on your belly on the beach.
All right.
Boat should be disappearing 8 inches at 1.22 miles. That's why I gave you the drone analogy. Where they say that boat has disappeared magically, 8 inches, fly your drone out and match it. Drop your drone down. You'll never be able to do that. Your drone will get wet. This proves flat Earth. There is no 8-inch drop of water, not for 1 mile, not for 10, not for 20, not for 100. It just doesn't do it. That's the calculation of flat Earth as a horizontal line of water. You can also go to the hardware store and get a water level to prove it. Isn't that weird? A water level to prove horizontal, not curve.
The water level is horizontal.
Yes, sir. Water is horizontal at rest.
Yeah, I get that, but
Trying to bet anything else?
Can I just explain what I think?
No, you can. Well, yeah. Hold on. You can explain. Just a second. But after you explain, you'll need to demonstrate water somewhere in an aquarium, a tub, a lake, a pond, somewhere at rest, dropping below a horizontal. Go ahead.
The only example I can think of the Earth, because so Earth is so big, it has its own orbit and gravitational pull, and all the water around it is being pulled in.
Okay, wait, Denmark. You're saying if you took your phone and put it on a globe and you had the camera down and you put it forward, the globe, you wouldn't see the globe anymore. You'd see what's around the globe.
Your room, yeah.
Okay. But if you press your camera against the globe instead of just pushing it forward, then you actually still see the globe. And that's how gravity works.
You live on a sponge? Are you a fucking... Your guy's gonna dig a hole? You're gonna dig a hole down in the earth? That's what you're gonna prove to yourself? Hey,
What?
guys, put on a ball and dig down into it like a sponge. Let's press down into it.
Yeah, Demok's talking about drop over distance. If you're flying horizontal, you're going to, if the Earth was actually a sphere of 3959 miles, you would measure a drop over distance. Once you move horizontal, it would drop 8 inches per mile.
So you're saying if the Earth was a sphere, all the water would fall off the Earth?
No. He's talking about drop over distance.
Yeah, but if you theoretically, if the Earth was a sphere, you're saying if you drop a rock off the edge of the sphere, then wouldn't that mean also all the water would fall off the Earth?
He's not talking about gravity. It has to be.
This has
He's
nothing
talking
to
about
do with
measurement.
gravity. Yeah, but measurement.
Right.
He's saying if you go to the edge of your sphere and you were to throw a rock out of your helicopter, he's saying it would fall off the Earth, right?
He's talking about distance, so there should be drop over distance.
No, what you're saying
He's
makes
not
no
talking
sense.
about gravity.
No, I'm trying to prove to you that none of you can go around a ball nowhere. None of you can
Okay,
drop.
wait. Give me your same example you were giving Aiden J. Lancaster,
You told
please.
us gravity doesn't affect little things. So I said, let's take the fucking rock. You said gravity doesn't affect it.
No,
I
but it
never said
does.
that.
It does.
Gravity
It does affect it.
Gravity affects everything.
Now it does. Now hold on. Argue amongst yourselves now, because one of you boys think it doesn't.
You gave me an example of a butterfly.
Can we
So,
pause? Can we pause?
we got a rock, a butterfly, and an earth. Which one does gravity affect? None.
All of them. All.
Can we pause?
So how does a rock do anything? Oh my god! How does a butterfly get off the ground?
Because it
It's
has
so
more
light,
force than what
and
gravity's
it
putting
has
on it.
wings. It's so light and it has wings that it could push itself up.
What are wings doing? What are wings made out of that stops gravity?
It's
Nothing.
pushing air against the
Pushing
Earth.
air.
Pushing air.
Yeah.
So now air
It's
stops
forcing.
gravity.
No, it's forcing.
No, nothing stops gravity.
Air manipulates gravity.
No,
So
it's forcing the air down into the Earth and pushing it so it has a higher
Air
power.
negates gravity. Hold on, stop, you guys. There's 15 of you trying to say shit over each other. Air negates gravity, correct?
No.
No.
No. So what are you saying then? Why is the butterfly going against gravity then? Not because of air.
It's applying more force against the gravity that's pulling it down. There's two forces. The force that's pushing it down into the Earth, the force of gravity that is affected on the butterfly. Say the butterfly weighs 5 grams. So it's not very much gravity, is it?
No,
but now the butterfly.
Alive. I don't feel no gravity as a butterfly. I don't feel crushed by an atmosphere.
What?
I don't feel any
What are
down,
you saying?
down, pullity.
I don't understand. What are you saying?
He's saying gas that is not affected by a downward vector.
Hey, Denmark,
a downward bias.
If you jump, will you float?
No.
No, Superman.
Can you explain jumping then? How do you explain jumping? Denmark,
If you
how do
jump
explain
into
jumping?
water, you float.
Yeah, but how do you get off the ground?
You don't live in a
country.
If you jump into water, you will float. Most people float.
Yeah, but if you just jump, how do you explain that then?
Leg muscles. What an idiot.
So then, what do you think about a butterfly? How do you get off the ground?
D-Mock, to answer your question, the reason you don't feel gravity is because you're so close to the Earth. It's because you're touching it.
So who feels gravity and how do you know it's there?
The moon feels gravity.
People who are falling feel gravity.
Feeling.
Say you were to pick up a rock and drop it, would that not hit the floor?
No, I'm not dropping nothing. I want to know how gravity affects
If you pick up a balloon, a helium balloon, would it fall?
Helium is lighter than air. The
No,
force goes up.
make up stupid
So that is
Helium
what
is lighter than the atmosphere.
No,
so you're not. So it doesn't have a downward bias.
You never no. A rock is on the floor. What's it doing now?
It's being pulled by gravity.
Pulled against
Show me that. Show me with the scale how gravity's pulling on the scale. What number is gravity?
Negative
weight of the rock, the mass
9.98
of the rock.
meters per
If
second.
you pick up a rock and drop it, will it fall to the Earth?
What value do I write down for the force of gravity? Numpties.
Oh my god.
You picked it up. That's the cause of it dropping.
What is the value I write for force? That's all I need.
Because I picked
The value of gravitational force is negative 9.98 meters per second.
No, gravity is not a force.
Yes, it. Oh.
What?
No.
So what is gravity then?
So is gravity just sick as hell?
Stop. We're gonna get somewhere.
Okay, let's
So
get
what
somewhere.
value
Let's
do
get
I
somewhere,
write for
man.
the force of time?
The force of time? What does that mean?
There's no such
What's
thing.
the force of time?
What value do I write for the force of space?
What is the force of space? What does that? I don't understand. What does that mean?
Denmark, what is a
What is the
force in
force of
general? Do you know
space?
what a force
Okay,
is?
so math, we throw math out the fucking window, right?
No.
He's talking about space
Give me the equation or value to write the equation to get the formula right.
So you're saying how many?
I need the value for the force of those three things.
Those aren't
What causes
forces.
gravity?
Mass. It's
No, what
bigger.
causes? What's mass?
Well, brother.
The amount of matter an object has.
What's matter?
Matters a bunch.
Elements.
What?
Elements.
Yeah, it's a bunch of atoms
So
together.
everything's made of matter. So how did you divide everything from everything?
The Big Bang.
What is dividing? What are you
Listen,
talking
you're
about?
matter and I'm matter, and so's the butterfly. We're all matter together.
Yep.
How do they
Yes.
divide each other?
How do they what?
Are you guys okay? You don't
No,
know
we
what
just
matter
didn't
is?
So
hear
are you
you.
saying matter
Guess
can't
what?
touch matter?
First you said mass. I asked you to define it. Then you said another key fucking catchphrase, Jones, ambiguous, goofy word, matter. Now you don't know what matter is. So what's the
You
matter?
know what matter is. Matter is elements, atoms, all combined together. That's what matter
Everything
is.
is matter.
What's your matter? What's the gravity of it?
The gravity of matter?
There's no gravity of matter.
Exactly,
Matter,
that's what he's trying to say.
a single particle of matter is too small
Welcome to
to
flat Earth.
measure.
That's exactly what he's trying to say. If you have a single air molecule in
Okay,
a
so
vacuum,
do you know what
it
a
does
pound
not.
is? I can give you the equation of gravity per pound.
If it has if you have a single molecule of gas in a vacuum, it does not have a downward bias. It moves
It's
in
a
all
vacuum.
vectors. It moves in all
What?
vectors.
What?
You understand that gas behavior debunks gravity?
No, it doesn't.
Absolutely, it does. It doesn't have a downward bias.
Send me the
How
papers.
about you give an example? You keep saying like this butterfly, but give us like a real example.
Gas, helium balloon, it doesn't have a downward bias.
Because
Do
it's
you want
better
to
than
know why
air.
helium? Do you want to know why helium goes up
A
and not
cloud?
down? Do you want to
A
know
cloud?
what?
The
A
heaviest
cloud?
gas.
Does a cloud fall down?
Yes.
No.
What is it called? Condensation.
No.
It eventually falls down.
A cloud does fall down. That's what rain is.
Yeah, that's what
Rain
rain
is
is.
not a cloud.
Condensation. Rain is not a cloud, brother.
No, you have a gas called bromide or bromine. They have it orange. It's the heaviest gas
Bromine?
you got. Listen, they put it in a container.
It makes your voice really deep.
And they have another container above it. Correct? They have two containers now. One's filled with the bromine that's at the bottom, the heaviest gas we got. Gravity had no fucking problem holding it down. They open the valve to the container on top that's empty. Now the bromine rises up to fill the available fucking space in the other container. Go watch a video on
That
it.
is how gas works, yeah.
Exactly.
Fills the
Gas
spaces in.
fills.
Gravity is debunked. Sorry.
There is no downward bias on gas.
So then how?
Gas.
So then how are you not floating in your little bunker that you're in right now? Like how are you on the floor?
Why would you expect to be floating, dude?
These guys
Because you guys are saying that there's no gravity.
You live in a cartoon.
So what do you need? What? You're just saying. So gravity is the explanation that you need to stick to a ball.
Yeah.
Yes.
So you only need gravity
Okay, here's
to
my
explain
question.
your
Why do you
paradigm.
guys think you're right? Like, why are the millions of
just
scientists
1 second.
wrong?
Why is there like 15 questions at
Can we
once? Can't we
not-
finish that? Can't we finish
Can we
that
not
conversation?
interrupt? Can we all have like a conversation and not interrupt people?
That's what I was saying before you interrupted me.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you interrupted Monster Truck. So let Monster Truck talk.
He
Monster
talked in the
Truck's
middle
dumb
of his.
shit.
He
No, he
talked in the
didn't.
middle of Timbo's question response.
He started talking after everybody finished talking, so just let him talk.
Timbo was still making a point.
Yeah,
Whatever,
so
man. Guys, just talk
it was
one
like-
at a time, please.
Yeah, it was like. So why would you expect to float?
Who's
What do
that
you
to?
mean?
What are you asking?
You said why don't we float? Why would you expect to float?
Because you guys are saying that gravity is debunked and that there's no gravity and there's no gravitational pull pulling us down.
Okay, so what? Then I'll ask, what is gravity then?
Gravity is the pull between an object that's so big to a smaller object. It's just
So it's
gravitational pull.
Brother,
We're being pulled.
what it is?
We're being
The only
wait,
thing.
wait. I'm not done talking.
Sweet. I'm gonna help you out a little bit, brother. Because technically, the idea now is the curving of space and time is what like mass does, and that is
Yeah,
what
but I'm
gravity
not.
is.
I'm not even
I was
going
just
to
trying to
go
help him a
there.
little
Like
bit.
it's
Yeah.
like the only thing you observe is things going down. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we all observe things going
Do
down.
you,
You just say
but
it's
do
on
you
a
know
ball, and
why?
we say it's on a flat surface. Now you need this force pulling into the inside of a ball to stay on the edge of a ball. We don't need it. We're on a flat surface, and up is up and down is down.
Well, can I explain that we're
What's to
pulled to
explain,
the
dude?
what I'm explaining.
Go ahead.
Can I explain to you that we're being pulled into the center of the earth and that's why we're not
Prove it.
falling?
Nice
Prove
one.
Prove
it?
it.
Oh, I can prove it with the
we prove what
millions
you're
of
saying.
scientists. Yeah, you prove what you're saying. I want to see documents, scientists,
You
people who've done
just
it.
made a claim that you're going to the center of a ball. Go
Yeah,
ahead,
but
prove it.
we can't just say prove it after we've been saying all this
Why
shit because
not? You just said.
I'll send you. Want me to send you documents right now
This
in
goes
chat?
one by one.
Brother,
I'll
This
send
goes
you
one by one,
documents.
right?
I'll send you
made a
documents,
claim.
and
You
I
made a
want
claim that
you to send me scientific studies on how this is true.
what that things go down.
No,
Get you a plumb bob, about 100 of them, and you can line them all up. And when they're all vertical, you can't possibly live on a globe. You can only have one vertical plumb on a ball. Take that ball that I told you about, put a fucking plumb bob on there, right? Or put a toothpick. Only one toothpick can be vertical, and only one toothpick on the bottom. So that means if you stuck a fucking rod through the center of that bitch, straight down through the middle, that rod will represent you where you're standing, and that'd be the only vertical in your fucking known history of time. So look around at you, buddy, and if you can put 100 plumb bobs out and they're all perfectly plumb, then
Are
you
we
can't
living on a
possibly live
plum?
on the wall.
I know, but I'm
The
trying to
walls are
explain
What
She
a
that
doesn't
plumb
even.
bob is.
She
They
doesn't
don't know what a
understand
plumb
what a
bob
plumb
is.
bob is.
I'm trying to explain that the Earth is so big that we're being pulled to the middle of it, so we can't
How
just
big is
fall
it?
off. It's not a ball. How big is the Earth? I don't know. You don't know either.
Well, how do you know how big it is then?
I don't know, but it doesn't matter because
So
it's so big.
the Earth is really
What's the
big,
radius?
but I don't know how big it
The
is.
radius is 3,958.8 miles. I don't know.
Cool. Now we're getting somewhere. Cool. So how'd you get
But
there?
how did I
So
get that?
how did they measure that? Yes.
I got it from Google just like you guys did, and you guys keep saying 3959. How did they get it? By measuring
How did they
it.
measure? How did they measure it?
I don't know.
Okay,
So
thank
you
you.
don't know then.
So you don't know
This has nothing.
how they
This has nothing to do with what I'm saying.
is
Yeah, it
everything.
does.
The Earth is
the
its
whole.
circumference times pi.
Yeah. So how'd you get the circumference?
Radius square or radius two
How'd you get the
pi
radius?
radius.
How'd you get the radius?
By measuring the Earth.
How was it measured?
Awesome. Cool.
A satellite.
They had
Can
satellites
you show
back
me?
then when they.
Can you show me how that was done?
Okay, I'll send you this.
Have you never heard of a
Claim is
satellite?
right. Did I say
gonna,
that?
Sorry, you're going to need to know the radius of the Earth before you send things into orbit to travel around the Earth.
How's that silly question from that girl? I go, can you please show me how a satellite measured the Earth? And she goes, what, you'd never heard of a satellite? How fucking dumb is that?
That's the level.
The word satellite was in my sentence.
I think the idea is that like a satellite would be like a balloon, like whereas a globe earthers, like we would think that a satellite like revolves around the spherical Earth.
Ooh. Anyone know? I didn't say balloons.
Well, not balloons, but I mean, obviously you wouldn't think that they like are orbiting.
So I don't get this. Is just you're right, you're wrong. I don't get it. Like, what's the end point of all this?
We're going to run through something, right? You claim that gravity pulls things to the center of a ball. Now, what we're trying to do is find the ball that it's getting attracted to. Because all we can see is up and up, up is up and down is down. And that's all we can agree on, right? Because you see things fall down when you pick them up.
But can you provide like evidence for what you're saying?
You want evidence that when you pick something up and drop it, it goes down.
Can you provide peer-reviewed studies of what you're saying?
I mean, let's say, wait. It was a trick question though. But if it's a helium balloon,
pick something up and drop it.
Like everything you say is
no.
going to lead into another talking point that you're going to get right because you've been thinking about this for months. Like, I don't get it.
Okay, can we come
Right.
to an agreement then? Just pick something up and drop it. Which direction does it go?
Pick up a helium balloon. There
Towards
you
the
go.
middle of the Earth.
When you drop something, it goes towards the
No,
Earth.
see, that's what you're adding in. You're adding in to the center. That is in and out. All as you can observe is it goes down.
Down and up and in and out are the same thing.
That's
No,
not true.
down is in respect to a plane. You
Okay,
can only
so-
go into and out of a ball. When you
Okay.
up and down is in respect to a plane of
This
reference.
is where we're This is
Okay,
where
we'll
we're
say-
stuck. You're
we'll
saying
say-
it's a ball. We're saying it's a flat surface. We both observe the same thing. Now, if you can tell us how they got the ball, then that might help out.
Okay, but can you tell me where you're getting that idea from?
Idea that things fall down?
No, the idea of the measuring the radius or the circumference. That idea.
I know. I'm saying, where are
measurement?
you getting the idea that I'm wrong and you're right?
Because
What
you
has
don't know
led
where
you to that?
the measurement of the radius is fictitious.
I'm not talking about that.
Well, that's
I
what
haven't
talking
said
about.
you're wrong yet.
You have. You literally said
you're wrong.
I said
Yeah.
when you drop something, it goes towards the center of the Earth, and you said I was wrong about that.
Okay, yeah. I'm saying that's not what you observe.
Okay, but if you observe something and you're saying that's right, how can you tell me that what I'm observing is wrong?
Because you
Okay,
don't
do
observe
you
it.
observe things going to the center of the Earth?
No, I don't. But if you think about
Okay,
something
so what are we
scientifically,
arguing
that's
about
in
then?
the grand scheme of things, that's what's happening.
There you
And
go.
I know
He
that
just-
because
he
of
just proved it.
physics classes.
So
You
it's
just
just
prove that you're
just
not
a belief
observing
that it
something
goes to
going
the center.
in. You're observing something going down.
But if you live everything in your life based off what you observe and nothing, like there's things you can't see,
That's a
it
red
doesn't mean
herring.
it doesn't exist.
That's a
That's
red
deeply
herring. We're only
profound.
talking about we're only talking about the orientation of the plane or sphere you're supposed to be standing on.
Okay, so what's the end point?
The end point is that
You
all
don't know you live in a
verticals
globe.
that you only believe it's a globe and we know it's a plane because all verticals, by an axiom, by the way, a mathematical axiom, all verticals are perpendicular to horizontal and all horizontals are parallel, and they're all measured by a reference frame of the horizon.
Ride's overrun. Yeah.
That's slope.
Yeah, that's what?
It's still a measurement. It's taking of level. All levels measured of sea level. That is a plane of reference or median sea level that has no point higher or lower than another. That is how it's done. That's how we measure Earth to be flat. That's how it's utilized. That's how we traverse it. That's how it's navigated. And that's why the flat Earth is growing.
It's growing?
That's what the flat Earth movement, I guess you want to call it.
Every new person I talk to is a flat earther, and if they're not, they're pretty much on the fence. So I mean, it's got to be
But
growing.
you don't know for sure if it's growing. It's just like a speculation.
No, the movement as in itself,
we know for sure.
more and more flat earthers every day is this point.
We're not talking about a physical Earth here, guys.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, that's just going to be your anecdotal experience. Like, I mean, you're not going to know for certain if the movement is actually growing or shrinking.
Well, there's more
It has.
people. Sorry, there is more people, as you can tell. For example, our server's grown to over 30,000 in the past 8 years. So more people are coming to the flat Earth understanding.
Yeah, but these could be people that already believed in flat Earth that are joining, and there could be more people that are coming out of it. And
Another example, brother, is this channel is #1 on the server. It has the most of everything, man. We double the second place.
yeah, I'm not saying you're wrong.
I'm just telling you, right?
I'm just saying you just don't
you
know
would
for
agree
certain.
if
You don't know
there's
for
more
certain. It could be either.
people. So you would agree that if there was more people joining the server, then the flat Earth movement would be growing, wouldn't it?
I mean, you could make that speculation, but I wouldn't say that's definitive. Like,
It's an
proof.
observation. It's
Yeah,
not
I know.
speculation. It's an
Yeah, you can
observation.
count them.
Yeah, it's an observation. Yeah, and then you're speculating from that observation that the movement is
No,
growing.
it's not a speculation. Listen, it's in the numbers. Look at the
Yeah,
channel.
count.
Look at wait, Hoopy.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Look at the channel. Excuse me. Look at the analytics from the top channel performance. That's an observation of something that's been done over a couple of months that we've been here. That's not something that you can say is not true. It's an observation of something that's just a fact.
Okay, but if you're
yes.
claiming the size of the server and it growing is proof of flat Earth like validity, doesn't that make the globe Earth more valid?
No one said that.
I was the one that brought this up, so let me continue. So what I'm saying is I agree with you. Yes, you have proof of these numbers in this Discord, but that in itself is an anecdotal thing. It's not proof of the wider 7-8 billion people on Earth and the actual numbers of people that are coming to flat Earth and leaving flat Earth is all I'm saying.
It's measurable. Flat earthers.
It's measurable.
Okay,
isn't
so
it?
it's just growing in this server then. All right, are you
Why
happy?
does it matter anyway? Who cares?
Here's the
Whoever
thing.
just mentioned the axiom with the horizon, well done.
Yeah, here's the thing. The globe is a religion, and no glober has ever
A religion?
ever been able to prove that it's not a religion. Can you prove the globe is not a religious belief? Something physical and tangible and can be demonstrated or measured scientifically. Not a religion.
Well, I don't think it's a religion because people don't worship it. People don't think about it. People
Yeah,
usually
they
go there.
do. They worship.
Yeah, they
They
do.
worship the
Worship
sun
ground.
and
Everything
the
you
earth.
can't demonstrate is what you worship. If you can't demonstrate water sticking to a ball, you believe and worship that. You can't demonstrate gravity making a sphere of gas or a sphere of water or making sand particles form a sphere from scratch. Then you guys got nothing. Dog squat. You got a fucking religious belief.
What I'm trying to say is most people don't even think. Like, for example, my girlfriend, she I'm pretty sure she just believes the Earth is a globe like most people do. But she has family members who are flat earthers, and she herself is skeptical. Like, she doesn't think about it. Like in her mind, it could be either way. Like, it doesn't make a difference to her.
Okay, so does she believe? Does she believe that she lives on a ball with no? Just hang on.
Oh, so
Does she have faith? She lives on a ball with no evidence.
I don't think she has faith because it doesn't pertain to her. Like she doesn't know either way.
Yeah, but that doesn't matter. So, what do you mean she doesn't know either way? That's silly.
Because she has people in her life that are flat earthers, and she herself is just very skeptical. Like she believes in God, and she might think that the Earth is flat for a good reason or something.
But so you're saying everyone who believes in God's a flat earther?
No, not at all. But this is just anecdotal, just in my.
Well, the problem is, if you look at the definition of religion, it's or a belief or a faith without any evidence.
Which
And most
which
people who are
dictionary
globers
did you get that from?
believe that they live on a ball, but they don't have any evidence.
I have evidence and I worship it.
Shut up.
What? Shut up.
Praise the.
I mean, you heard me say it before, Jedi and Dembo, right? All praise be the globe.
Yeah, but you have a lot of time here, dude. Let's try and talk to the other people.
I was not going to speak. Just saying.
No, I know.
Yeah, so you'd say 90% of the people on the earth, right, believe in the ball without any evidence. It's the biggest religion in the world.
Yeah, but I'm saying 99% of them don't think about it or talk about it.
Yeah, well, 80% of Christians don't talk about it either.
I agree. So I would say it's in a similar sense, the way a lot
Still
of
a religion, though, isn't it?
I don't know. I mean, because I personally would feel like
believe in the supernatural. Yeah, so the Big Bang Theory, creating something from nothing. That's supernatural.
That by definition would be natural, right? Supernatural would be things that aren't natural.
Hoopy, what evidence do you have that the Earth is a globe?
I mean, I would say the best one is I linked it earlier. It's a really long article.
Can you tell me what it is?
Yeah, I mean, you've obviously heard about it. Probably it's like the Lake Ponta. Pontchartrain?
Pontchartrain? Come on,
Pontchartrain.
dude.
So you have Lake Pontchartrain as your evidence.
Did you read the? Yeah, did you read like this whole entire thing? Like and go
I
to the
don't need
bottom
to. I lived
and
it.
continue.
I lived the argument when it first came out.
Yeah,
I was there.
This is goes in it really in depth.
No, I don't need the in-depth bullshit. I just need you to tell me what you got from that. What did you get from that?
I mean, it appears to demonstrate curvature.
It appears to demonstrate. Did it demonstrate curvature? I don't care how it appears.
I mean, I'm not a mathematician. That's my problem.
Okay,
so I
wait a
can't
minute. Okay, so you can't do the math. You can't substantiate the claim that's being said in the article, correct?
Well, so
answer the question. Answer the question.
Wait, one more time.
Right. Don't lose the plot.
No.
So can you do the math to substantiate the article's mathematics?
Well, I already said I can't. I mean, I can't. No, I already said that.
Okay, so you don't know if the article is saying that the Earth is a globe, yet you just said it. You were certain.
Well, I said that that's my best proof.
So right, it's not proof. It's not proof though if you can't substantiate it as proof, is it?
I guess.
Right.
Not for me, but I mean, like if I did.
Well, then how is it for anybody else? Because we're not asking anyone else. We're asking only you. And for you, it can't be evidence because you haven't substantiated it in the mathematical form that you said that it states there.
Well, I mean, even if I could, I feel like you would probably have a problem with the R.
Don't divine my thoughts. Don't do that. You just said it was proof. Now it's not, right?
Oh, don't mute me, brother.
Yeah. Oh, I have to, brother, because you don't know how to stop. So here's the thing, right? You said it was proof. Now we come to find out it's not proof according to you, right?
Well, I mean, it would be.
No, it would be. It's suggestive. It would be. No, it's not. It wouldn't be. So I need you to answer the question once again because I think you think that for some reason you're going to get out of it. You're not. Is it evidence or proof of anything?
Well, yeah. So there's two things you would have to.
Okay, stop. No, two things. I need you to demonstrate in the mathematical form how we know the distance from the height of the person that was taking the shot. Other things like the distance from the point of observation to the point of the target where they see the curve, all those things. Do you know any of those points?
I'm going to respectfully bow out, brother.
No, thank you. I like that. Please bow out.
I just get 2 words and I get muted.
Yeah, you say 2 words and you don't understand what I'm asking for.
Well, because you say a lot of words, I say 2 words.
Yeah, no, I'm asking only for a few things, which is, first of all, do you know the math that supports that claim? Yes or no?
Brother, I'm not going in your scripts. If you don't want...
No, this isn't a script. This is you not being able to substantiate your claim. That's what this is. You could
it's literally you mute.
You could easily substantiate it by giving us the math that you understand certain things that were done in that observation. Can you do it?
I mean, I can't even get to the point where R. You're not going to accept R.
You are not telling me the mathematics, are you?
I did link.
No, links aren't your articulation in this call, is it? You have to be able to articulate your point on a voice call and be able to tell us how you know all of that substantiate the Earth's curvature. You can't do it.
Bro, this is all pointless because it doesn't matter. You don't accept R. Like, you're not going to agree. We don't agree on R.
It's not about accepting R. It's about you demonstrating R's existence in the physical and natural world. Right?
Yeah, exactly.
Can you do it?
I'm not measuring.
Okay. Then how can you say this is proof?
Brother, I'm just leaving.
Brother.
I don't like getting muted. Have a good day, okay?
Have a nice day.
Bye.
Brother.
Another one down. Another one bites the dust. Dun, dun, dun.
You guys have a lot of fun.
Dun, dun, dun. Let me sing a little song. Dude, I'm telling you, he's just full of himself. He didn't have any information to substantiate it. Well, it's all right there. I've looked at this in-depth article. Yeah, really? You don't know anything about it, do you? Nothing. Zero. And sure enough, he didn't. Oh, I can't. I'm not a mathematician. Well, then why the fuck are you saying that it proves that the Earth is a globe? Don't get it.
Where are you getting your information from?
Where am I getting my information from?
About what?
What?
About what?
on your opinions.
Well, what
Is
opinion?
it all
Now,
based on
what
observation? Is
Were you-
What opinion?
everything based on observation?
Were you following
What's
the conversation?
opinion?
What opinion did I have?
I don't really know, to be honest.
Ah, really? You don't know. So that's the true nature of
You
your
guys are
question.
too
You
easy,
don't know.
mate.
Man.
Come to
Man, oh
find
man.
out, the guy who chirps after this call that I had with the other gentleman, you don't know. But you just wanted to say things, right? Because you thought it was kind of cool. Not so
Well, no,
cool
I was
anymore.
actually more curious on why you're just muting him over and over again.
Well, because he didn't substantiate his claim, Monster. I gave him the floor and the mic. He didn't substantiate
Well,
his
no,
claim.
he
Because a
started
real
talking
No,
and
he
then
would
you
have
started.
muted him.
embarrassed him. He's not smart enough. That's why.
Yeah, he isn't. So now look at him.
No, you can't
No,
have a real
you.
conversation. You're
Me
an
and you,
idiot.
Kelly. No, you,
Oh,
Kelly.
here we go.
No, you.
Oh, what
You
the
want to
hell?
get into
Oh,
the
yeah.
no you fucking tug of war? No? Okay. Anyways, that's why he got muted, Monster. He wasn't answering the question. All you gotta do, man, if you want to stay in the realm, the fight, whatever, in the forum, answer the question. And then
Hey,
you can go to the
Monster.
next.
Hey, Monster, what do you think about what he said?
What do you say?
What did he say, Timbo? I don't know.
Why did he get muted?
Why did he get muted? I wasn't listening, but why did he get muted?
Come on, guys, you can do better than this. It's been known for thousands of years that the Earth is a globe.
How do they know?
Hey, how did it go with that guy, Alexander the not so great? Did he knock your sauce off with science? He blinded me with science.
They just talked about you and your tactics, I guess.
Really?
And you know me, I don't talk about people. They're not there to defend themselves. So
Did you say, bro, can we just talk about the topic? No, we want to talk about what just happened.
Oh my God, Larry, that's a lie. I brought up your argument about gravity.
Oh,
What are you talking about?
yeah, but there was a lot of people talking
Picking
there.
cotton.
Right?
How about you pick up some women, you fat ass nigger? You see, niggers can't be top G's because they're black. Holy shit, I hate fucking niggers.
What the hell?
What the fuck?
Damn.
When I went in that room, it seemed like everybody wanted to talk, and nobody really wanted to debate.
Yeah.
And I did cite my source several times, and I was challenged a few times, but nobody cited their source to back up the stuff that I was claiming. And they said they were gonna, but I waited. Next thing I know, they started talking about some really weird stuff, so I bounced.
Claim stacking, yeah? Again.
Larry, the paper you cited, it treats G as if it's real. It just uses a different way to explain it. It uses Coulomb's law to explain the acceleration, the apparent acceleration. So it's just reifying gravity at the end of the day. That paper supports the gravity model.
You're telling
No,
me
you, Callie.
that paper uses Coulomb's law, but they're using Coulomb's law to support gravity? That's what you interpreted out of that paper?
Gravity is an effect, right? So you're saying the cause is Coulomb's law, the effect is still happening. You still have the mass of Earth causing attraction.
So how is it
using a different cause?
reifying gravity if they're using Coulomb's law as opposed to mass attracting mass?
It's talking about G. It's treating the mass of Earth as what's causing the downward acceleration.
Yeah, oh,
It's
they
using
used the
Coulomb's
letter.
law to explain it.
Use the letter G, so, you know.
Okay, so
Well, that's what I thought of that paper.
So do you have anything to go against it? You have any criticism?
Honestly, I think that
there's you.
paper supports what I think. That mass is intrinsically electric, and you can use Coulomb's law to
Mass
explain
attracts
it.
Coulomb's law. That's how it goes? That's what you think?
The hell? Did he just switch it up on you, Larry?
No, there's nothing wrong with the paper.
What is Coulomb's law, dude?
What's math?
No, whatever. You got to read the paper, I guess.
I'm asking you. What is Coulomb's law? I know what it is. What is it?
Oh, God, I'll just cite it for you.
He doesn't know.
I got it right here.
Cool. What is it?
Yeah, get
It's
him,
the law
Callie.
that Colum made.
Just don't take forever, Callie.
How much homework has Callie done since being a Glober? He's had
I
to do a
don't.
lot of paperwork to
That
Callie's
guy.
actually been
and shit.
doing
He's
his
done. He's done more research as a glober as he ever did as a flat earther.
Or you're lying.
That guy was never a flat earther.
And you just want me to fetch everything for you.
Fetch,
Fetch
boy,
everything.
fetch.
What? You said
Go
that
get
you
it.
had
Here, boy.
papers that were going against it, right? You said that has been
Good
thoroughly
boy.
debunked.
He's the one that said he would get it for us because he couldn't fucking cite it.
So I was like, okay, I honestly want to read that. If there's a rebuttal paper, let me check that out. And you haven't posted anything yet. So once you guys started talking about some really weird stuff, I was like, okay, maybe they're just trying to troll me and see if like I'll leave. Maybe the conversation will go back to normal in a minute. Then shit got weirder, and I left.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, you don't know what I'm talking about. I'm not going to talk about what you guys are talking about, but it was fucking weird.
Electric force, Callie? Really? Oh.
You're welcome.
Yeah, tell Jedi all about it. Tell
Were they talking
Jedi all
about
about it.
vegans again, were they?
It was
Go ahead,
worse
tell
than vegan cats. That's all I got.
Good load. Yeah, go and tell them about Coulomb's law, Callie. See if you know.
Tell me how gravity works on a flat Earth.
No, you were presenting this information.
Things
Come
go
on now.
down.
You
Come
can't.
on now.
That's why. Dummy.
Things go down.
Nah, don't be like that, Callie. Come on. Just
But
tell
then
them about
somebody
Coulomb's law.
said they had a flat Earth script to debunk flat Earthers, and I was like, "Can you send that to me?" They were like, "Yeah, never got it."
Larry, what causes gravity on a flat Earth?
No, burden of proof
Hold on,
reversal.
don't protect us. Don't be
I think
Captain
it's the
Sable. Larry wants to engage. Let him.
Yeah, but he was asking for Coulomb's.
You're
You
doing
said that
Captain
Coulomb's
Sable
law.
shit. All right.
I think
Coulomb's
it's
law
the
supports
resistance
gravity.
to acceleration attracted to the resistance to acceleration. I think that's it.
Are you Larry?
Yes.
I can be. I can be if you want. I wear many masks.
Why is everybody playing Captain Sable? Why can't he answer?
I was in there for 30 minutes, bro.
I'm trying to
Where were
save
you
you,
at
Ho.
then?
What causes gravity on a flat Earth?
What causes gravity? Or what causes... No. Why do you have to ask that? Obviously, I'm not. I'm trying to
Why is
figure out
everybody trying to save Larry?
Well, go into a fucking private call. What the
This
fuck?
guy thinks that I need saving.
They have a script that runs.
You don't think I can swim without a script?
Go ahead,
Depending
Larry.
on warping of space-time?
I've only been debating this off the top of my head for like
You got
9
all your
years
cheerleaders
while at
tag
work.
teaming in and shit. It's kind of gay.
Globers are the Jehovah's Witnesses of Discord.
Oh shit! That's what's up.
Like a Royal Rumble, like WrestleMania right now. Why can't you guys like Larry answer?
Because we like smacking you around a bit, every now and again.
Your argument sucks. That's why you need to.
You
do
should
this.
go back. You should go back down to the channel below, Callie. This
Hey,
one's
Callie,
not for
what-
you, dude.
What
Dude, you sound
causes
like you ate a
gravity on a
stick of butter
globe?
before you open your mic.
Hey, Callie,
That was a good one.
gravity on a
Dude.
globe.
Yeah, it's literally what it sounds like. Check your arteries.
What causes gravity on a globe?
Get him, Callie.
Mass attracting mass.
Yep.
Mass.
So not
Yeah,
space.
that's the proposed cause for downward acceleration on Earth.
It's not true.
That's what mass is?
Mass of Earth causes downward acceleration at an average of 9.81 meters per second.
Get him,
Is
Callie.
that mass?
That's not true.
And
You got,
don't
you
you
got
know
an
this already?
experiment for that or
Why are you
something,
asking me
dude?
these dumbass questions? You're flat earthers. You're supposed to be able to know this stuff.
What causes it, though?
Einstein's under the bus.
Stop asking me dumb questions.
Einstein's under the bus.
Why? Why are they dumb questions?
Where'd Larry go?
Look at my wife.
I give up.
Why
I
do
give
you
up.
only
Larry,
want to
you're
talk to
safe.
Larry?
Man, he got shit to do. We're talking to you, man. What's up?
That guy
Why
just
you run-
gave up.
Why are you running away from Jedi and Timbo? I don't get that.
That question was for Larry, dude. I'm over it now. He left.
Oh, he's over it. Oh, you're over it. Okay, well,
You're
I guess
dishonest.
Callie's
You
over
wouldn't
it.
actually address my question. You guys play
Callie's
Captain
over it, I
Steve.
guess.
Yeah, let him address my question.
Yeah, I'm trying to save you, Ho. That's why I'm in here.
The mask couldn't even attract Callie. He ran away from it.
You guys like run protection protocol on real flat earthers. Y'all are LARPing.
What the
Wait, what?
What?
Dude, you just watched your boy Alex get his fucking butt smacked.
Dead ass.
Get him, Callie.
Get him, Callie.
Saving the real ones.
You got somebody better than Alex to bring in?
Hey, why don't
Callie
you
is
let us see
cooking.
that script of yours, guy? You talked
Callie's
about the
cooking him,
script
man.
in front of a flat earther. Now the flat earther wants to see your guys' script.
Get him, Callie. Oh shit, he's gone.
Where's that script at? You guys said that you were collecting scripts. You guys said that you were collecting flat earth scripts. What does that mean?
I don't know, man.
Yeah, you know, Matt. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, Matt, shut the fuck up.
Yeah, Matt, shut the fuck up.
Give me the flat
Yeah,
earth
Matt, shut
script.
the fuck up.
Yeah, everyone's coming after
Shut
you,
the fuck
man.
up, Matt.
Fucking Matt.
Matt's like, I don't know nothing about no flat earth script. Like, you guys are like, how do you debate flat earthers? You study this day and night. Space Force.
You didn't
Fuck
get a
yeah.
script from Jekyll?
Where is Jekyll? He's not here right now.
Space Force. Fuck yeah. Gotta save the fucking glow every day, yeah.
You know he skirted a ban, right, Matt? Jekyll's in hot water, I think. His fucking alt might have got banned again.
I think I talked to Crit, and he said that he should have been unbanned, and I
He's
think he
not.
got unbanned.
He's not,
He's
dude.
not.
He skirted the ban, so yeah.
It should
He
be
did?
waterfall sitting still on a ball. Waterfall sit still on balls. Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
if he got unbanned, then I mean, Crit said
No,
he should have
that
been
he's
unbanned.
on an alternate account, dude.
Yes?
Yeah.
Oh.
Notice
He
when
asked.
he noticed when he came in earlier and he sidled up to Miggy, or sorry, Alpha Veritas, and was kind of portrayed. Well, he started having a go at the Peter the Great guy, like he was on the flat Earth side. If it wasn't for my keen ear, I wouldn't have recognised his voice, but he was definitely on an alt, and he's evading a ban. So next time he's seen, he's going to be removed again.
I don't.
What was he, midwit or something like that?
How do you know
That's
he's on
just
That's the
alt?
one.
That's just
How do you
the
know he's
way
on
it
alt?
is.
Let me see.
Because it hasn't got the same number as before.
Oh, let me see.
Come on, Matt. Come on, Matt.
Well, there's only I looked up midwit, and there's only one midwit.
You want me to say it the other way? Get it, Matt.
Of course. Of course. Of course, there's only one.
And there's
That
no,
would be the
you
other.
can't look up Jekyll. That's his account. I have that one added.
Okay, dude.
Whatever, dude. He's gone, man.
It's
No
Jekyll County.
amount of appeals to this court will bring that guy back, dude. Like I don't know.
Well, I mean, like Crit literally said
but
that he's like unbanned. Well, Crit, I talked to Crit. I sent you the
I don't know.
screenshot. Jedi.
Maybe Crit doesn't know like what's like. There's a team of
No,
us
but Crit.
that are doing.
I mean, I literally talked to
I
Crit
don't know.
about it.
Like I'm just saying, if he told you that, he probably.
You might have made a mistake. Yeah, that's all I'm
He
saying.
might have done. I literally talked to the boss about 20 minutes ago.
Yeah.
Well, didn't talk to, received a message from.
I don't know.
I do.
Matt just wants him back in the chat. We get it, Matt, but he skirted a ban, dude.
Well, I mean, whenever Crit wakes up, just talk to him then.
Will do.
I mean, we don't have to do anything, but
I'm saying like if you can, because I mean he told me something different, so that's all.
well, yeah, you talk. Then you talk to him. No, we don't. None of us. It's not really incumbent upon any of us to do that kind of work.
Well,
if he was
when
banned or whatever.
When I talked to him, he said that what's it called should be unbanned. He should be fine. That's when I talked to him.
All right, we'll get back to you on that. He says that he never does.
They said, I'm collecting flat earth scripts, like... It's like, can I see that?
Did he collect your script?
The globe.
Larry?
I don't have a flat earth script, bro. Everything is off the dome unless I'm citing my source.
I got a
and
script.
I'm reading it, because sometimes... Okay, you guys know when I'm off work, obviously, right? When I'm off work, it's obvious, because the whole night I'm either playing video games or being quiet, or something piques my interest, and I get in there and start citing shit like crazy, right? Everything else is off the dome. Like, you guys can hear me at work. My background is running. You hear, like, I'm doing business. And it's really hard for me to get in there sometimes, but there's no script while I'm at work. It's not like I could sit down and, oh, he said this, I gotta look it up real fast. No, it's all off the dome, man.
I wish I had a script. They'd fucking cry.
Talking to these idiots doesn't really require a script usually.
No, not really. But he's collecting them, so I don't know how he. I wonder what his collection looks like. I wonder if we can take a peek at that collection.
Who's collecting them, Callie?
No, the Alexander
It
the
was one
Great.
of the guys in the other rooms. I don't know which guy said it, but I asked for it. They
The guy
they'd
that
give it
said
to me.
there's no gravity in a vacuum?
I don't know. Oh yeah, that guy. There's no gravity in space. What about self-gravity? Whoops.
What about planets?
Mm. When you said Big Apple, it was like everything I could do not to say, okay, Manhattan Island is fucking floating quintillions of miles away. There's still gravity because the inverse square law.
Jupiter doesn't attract shit, right?
Yeah.
Gravitational waves was something else that he brought up.
The only thing it attracts is these idiots to claiming that gas can exist in a vacuum. That's it.
He blew up on me when I brought that up, man.
Wait, does this mean that we technically all have an attraction towards each other physically? You know,
Only the
like,
big, only big people.
Well, gravity drops off with
You
distance,
guys are
right?
attracted to me.
But
My berry
Only
center.
on a globe, Matt.
My berry
Technically-
center is in my belly, so I'm not
Yeah,
attracted to you
technically,
guys.
whoever's
I got
closest-
self-gravity.
I'm physically, my body's physically attracting someone else's body in here, probably through the walls, through
That's why
everything.
you're
man.
putting up such a fuss for Jekyll, right?
Man,
Don't
I
be
told
gay.
you to say no homo every time you say some shit like that, man. What the
Oh my
fuck?
god, man.
Fuck, dude. I can't correct you all the time, dude. I mean,
Accident susness.
yeah, I can't play the clip that you had when you were saying that you like helping guys with their fetishes. Remember?
Nah, I never
I don't want to play that
never
clip, bro.
said that. Never
We just
said
leave
that.
We'll leave that shit in the past. You know what I'm saying? Bygones be bygones. Fuck that.
Oh, the guy that was looking at the moon, that fucking clip.
Yeah.
There was some fucking crazy weirdo that came in that liked the patterns on the moon, and he was like talking like dirty to the moon and shit, all sorts of weird shit. And so
Did
he
he
wanted.
like a
So when I
6
was
and
that
a
was when I
9?
was showing. Yeah, that was when I was showing the 3D model of the moon, right? And he was like, "Show me that side, show me that side." And I showed it to him, and some guy like was asking, "Why you helping him?" And I was like, "I'm helping a guy with his fetishes." That's when like the whole fucking
Oh,
clip.
dude. I couldn't. I was like, I know you didn't say that. And I quickly was telling you, dude, say fucking no homo or some shit. Dude, like fucking. You're like, nah, man. I mean, you're trying to like save face and say it like a different way, but then you just joked around and shit. But then I don't know if you actually did you mean that the way you said it? 'Cause, you know.
Not really.
Okay.
Not really.
That's
Not
cool.
not that way, man.
Okay.
No.
All right, man.
You sure you didn't send him any feet photos after that, or what?
What?
Fucking slid in his DMs like a mug, dude.
I mean, he's attracted to the moon, right?
I thought you're Matt Mooney. Oh shit.
So Peter did bring in his new experiment. Did you see it?
Let me guess. He had a graph and some images and maybe some cartoons.
Pretty much.
He had some measurements done through a theodolite of an observation of a tower that was like 30 miles away.
It was like a Jesse Patholite shit.
I think it was 31 kilometers or something like that.
Except he did it over a body of water, but he was 50 feet up in the air.
We debated for too long, man. We don't even do it, you know. I don't debate with Alpha anymore, man. I haven't debated with Alpha in a fucking minute, dude.
Welcome
don't
to
wanna
Flat
do that.
Earth.
Am I a part of the team now?
Well, so far,
Yeah,
if
you
we
just
need
got to get rid of those stupid fucking fetishes you got.
Look, man, we'll throw you a turkey leg every now and again because I think some of these guys that claim to be flat earthers will feed them to you.
Got a fetish for globes and you definitely got a fetish for horizons. That's one you fucked up.
Oh, shit. It's funny,
Mate,
man.
you can go into the ban room, right? The guest ban room. If you go into the last one, I tried to re-ban him. Message comes up saying he is perma-banned from the channel.
Oh. When I was talking to... Yeah.
I get it.
When,
I get it. I get it.
Yeah.
But no, the answer is no. Even if Chris said that, the answer is still no.
Oh, shit.
Fuck that guy, Matt.
Who?
He's a fucking knob jockey, mate.
Jekyll?
Oh.
Yeah.
I thought I permabanned him.
You did. For some
When
reason,
did
he's on the channel today, though.
Maybe Crit did unban him or something. I don't know.
I just did it on a whim one day. It's like, yeah, I mean, this has been the same episode on repeat. I'm just going to end it.
Him and his little squeaky friend. She's a fucking
Who's the
mod
squeaky
up in the
friend?
top. Me.
Who's that?
Remember me?
Yeah, I remember.
She's a mod up in the top channel there. It's fucking so hard to deal with.
I've never been in any of the other rooms.
Okay, spread I'm back.
What happened? I couldn't hear you.
No, me neither.
I guess Crit unbanned him. Whatever.
Oh.
Wait, what?
So is he freed officially?
Well, if he joined, then I guess so, yeah.
I don't know. Maybe he... did you reban him, Jedi?
No, because when I tried to, it come up as he is permabanned. I'd have to unban him to ban him again.
I mean, when I got on permaband, it was a little glitchy, and I couldn't like type in the chat and shit. So I don't know. Maybe sometimes it glitches.
Wait, so he was in the chat even though he's already banned?
Yeah,
But
as
he was in
something
the
else.
VC too. He was talking to the VC, so he was unbanned. I think.
Like it wasn't.
No, he was on a different account.
No, it was the same account. Same account.
Yeah, I checked the ID, the one that you tagged in the chat. That's the count he was in.
Yeah, 100%. Because I had it added and everything, and there's no other names with that account.
Yeah, that's the one we banned. I don't know. That's weird.
Maybe Crit did unban him because before when I asked Jekyll if he could join, he couldn't join. And then I talked to Crit and I was like, well, it still says he's banned. And then he was able to join. So I'm guessing Crit unbanned him or something.
Wait a minute. No, this is a different account, I think, than the one I banned. Because I see that I've unbanned this one. So I don't know. I think he has a few accounts.
Oh, he definitely has a few accounts. We know that.
Jedi unbanned this one, actually. Like a month ago.
Jedi, you banned him. You unbanned him like a month ago. That's why when I talked to Crit, Crit was like, he should be unbanned. So
That wasn't Crit. Crit's innocent.
yeah.
No, he does that. He'll just go on an unbanning spree sometimes. He'll just decide, just let them all run loose for now, and we'll just ban them all again.
Crit's funny, man.
I remember advocating for him maybe a month, maybe 2 months ago. But that didn't seem to go down well. He spent a little bit of time back in after one ban, and I think he got banned again. I might have unbanned him once on an appeal from him, but I think he got rebanned again after that.
I'll never look at you the same, Jedi.
Shut your fucking face.
Timbo says, I thought we were better than that, Jedi.
Yeah.
Wait, it says he's permaban. Yeah, like Jedi said, you tried to ban him. It said he's already permaban. Yeah, I'm officially confused. I have absolutely no fucking clue what's going on.
Because Jedi unbanned him like a month ago. So within that period of time, did anyone ban him again? Because if not, then that means he's technically unbanned.
Not that I see. So yeah, I really don't know.
Don't worry,
I'm innocent. I've never banned anyone.
Yeah, because that's what happens when I happened when I talked to Crit last time. He said that technically he was unbanned a month ago, and he hasn't been banned since. So
Are y'all talking about Jekyll?
Yeah, still talking about him. He's still hogging the airspace, even though he's not here.
This dude's response to me posting like 15 to 20 cosmological constant crisis sources is what did he say? Flat Earth
Karl Popper,
crisis.
page 63. Something.
Yeah, you've all heard it. Sorry, guys. Please continue.
yeah, and hopefully he's freed. You know, me and him were locked up in that jail cell.
Uh-oh, you're back on that again, bro. What the fuck did I just say? God dang it, dude.
Oh, no homo, man.
Thank you.
Trolling. Isn't that against the rules?
Yep.
It's over for me.
Yeah, man, I said you had the potential. I didn't say you were tapping into it. Stop concern trolling.
Where are these confident globers at, man?
There's none in the VC, right? Oh, there's one, but you know.
The scarecrows? Nah, she just likes to joke around, poke fun.
Nah, you got to stop talking about yourself in the third person.
Oh shit! Did I do that a lot?
I've
Well,
never
you
heard
did. The other day you were saying Matt Mooney thinks. Matt Mooney says.
Dude, that's a
I went, what
douchebaggery
the
kind of
fuck?
move, man. Don't talk about yourself in the third person. Well, Matt
I
really
do that
thinks
a lot.
we could.
Really?
I haven't heard you.
Oh no.
It was just maybe 2 days ago or yesterday you were doing it.
Oh, maybe I was. Yeah.
I'm glad
Oh,
that
it
you
might
told
have
me that
been.
because
You
I
know
didn't
when
know that
you were
was
talking.
douchebaggery. Sorry.
You know when you were talking to Just Bill,
Yeah.
you were doing it then.
Oh yeah. Maybe. Oh, I remember last time I was talking to Just Bill, dude. He was asking me if
The Horizon
I
conversation.
know someone that's in space or something, and I said I'm gonna call him up right now. I called him up, man. Like I said, Bob said he saw curvature, so
Bob who?
Bob someone.
Bob the Builder.
Bob Saget?
Bob
Bob's your uncle.
Bob Mooney.
That's how you know.
Yeah, Bob Mooney.
I have no recollection of that conversation.
Baba Yaga?
Larry.
You don't remember when you asked me for like something about the ISS and I said that my uncle's up there or something? I forgot. Something like that.
What?
No, I don't
Stop
remember.
the cap.
What?
Dude, you got shit memory, man. That shit was
Yeah,
yesterday.
I think Bill was a little bit drunk the other day.
Yeah. Timbo, you were there, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, Bill, you got some shit memory, man.
Okay. Larry,
Always there except when I'm not.
What?
the other day, I'm trying to see if I remember this right. I heard someone talking about ether the other day, and it sounded like you are an ether guy. Is that the case?
Yeah, I'm open-minded to
Larry,
things
yeah.
that we can't directly observe. Right? Go ahead.
No, I was just wondering. Okay, so you worded that very specifically. So you have so you're saying you don't have any evidence for it?
No, I just think that a lot of people talk about ether. They just don't realize that they're talking about ether. But a rose is a rose by another name, right? Is that true?
Well, what is the what is it? Like, what is
Well,
ether?
I'm just curious. Is it true that if I had a rose and we called it something else, it's still a rose, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so when people talk about quantum foam or stuff like that, like boson fields, or they talk about 0-point energy or stuff like that, like the Casimir effect, they're talking about something that's there that, according to them, virtual particles pop in and out of existence, right? Like these gluons and all these different particles. So the idea of old model of the atom was like a solar system, very similar to what a solar system looks like. But nowadays, they talk about the atom as if it's like fields surrounding the nucleus. Is that true? Do you agree with that?
I hear you. Yeah, there's old descriptions of atoms, sure. But all of those things, the Casimir effect, quantum foam, those are all very different things. And I just want to know what,
Okay, so let me
ether
ask
is.
you like this. You want to know what the ether is? I don't know. Tell me what the background medium is when they talk about the vacuum energy catastrophe. What is that? What are they talking about? The vacuum energy. What is that?
I have no idea.
Okay. So
I don't even know what
in
you're talking
agreement
about.
that. Oh, okay. I'll cite my source for you in just a few minutes. I want to take the trash out real fast, and then I'll come back in and I'll cite a link from Harvard. I want you to take a look at it. Will you stick around for about 5 minutes?
Sure, I'll read what you send.
All right. Yeah. Vacuum energy catastrophe. So
Okay.
apparently the universe is expanding. You might have heard of that.
Well, what? Is
Yes, the
there
universe
evidence
is.
that the universe? Is there evidence that the universe is expanding?
I said
And is
apparently.
this Harvard? Oh, so not actually.
No, I don't believe it's actually expanding, but it's the standard model of cosmology.
He's reading, yeah. Or
So
he's telling
is
you
this
what he
going to tell me?
knows.
So if I read this Harvard study, it's going to tell me what ether is?
Bro, there's a vacuum, right? This vacuum is a concept. It doesn't really exist. Because when
Correct.
you pull all the atoms out of the vacuum, there's no more baryonic matter in the vacuum. It's still not empty. Would you agree?
Sure. Yes.
Okay, so this vacuum energy is causing a crisis in cosmology. There's no shortage of information on this. In the next 5 minutes, you could probably cite 5 or 6 papers on it. No shortage. So when they
Yeah, but
compare the expansion rate of the universe and the energy that it would need compared to the quantum field theory, there's an incredible 120 orders of magnitude where the theory of gravity doesn't match observation. What observation? The quantum field theory. So this quantum field where there's background, whatever, medium, it doesn't fit in the cosmology and it's causing a crisis in cosmology. So you could just do a quick search on the cosmological constant crisis. When you type that in your search engine, click on the Wikipedia, click on the first link, it'll take you to Harvard. I'll be back in like 5 minutes.
Eyes of freak.
Matt, thank you for posting what gas pressure looks like.
No problem, man.
Or at least thanks for the alley oop.
Gas be going crazy, man.
Yeah, look at that gravity, eh?
Is that
Yeah, what
kinetic
is
molecular theory? Sweet.
kinetic theory of gases? Talks about the simple model of thermodynamics behavior of gases.
Hey, you guys
Takes
look
out
at
a
Hell
gas
yeah.
that's composed of numerous particles.
You gotta. That's a Wikipedia, right?
I believe
Let's
so,
see.
yeah. Which are constantly in random motion. Their
That's it.
collisions with each other and with the walls of their container are used to explain physical properties of gas. Yeah, gases do have a lot of kinetic energy, which allows them to act the way that they do.
It's pretty good. There's a topic there that's called collisions with the container, with the container wall. Excuse me.
Yeah,
I
that's probably the best way to figure out how gases operate and stuff. I mean, you put them in a container and then you can, it's the best way to probably like measure and understand stuff.
Hell yeah, bro.
What happens to the gas when you remove the container?
If you have just a little bit of gas in a container, or whatever, if you remove it, it's gonna expand to the Nearest
Let's
space.
fucking
it can.
go, dude.
To the what?
It's going to expand to the nearest space that it can, or the low pressure.
Yeah, it's going to expand, that's correct. It's going to move into the lower pressure environment. If there's higher pressure in the container and you remove the physical bounds of the container, the gas will move into the lower pressure environment. The thing that's keeping the gas there is the container, right?
Well, yeah, for these small containers of gas, of course. I agree with that. I don't disagree with that.
Okay, so it's not stupid then.
I never necessarily called it stupid. I mean, I agree with you.
The whole container, sorry, and I quote, the whole container argument is stupid.
Oh, yeah. The argument that the Earth is contained, that's stupid. Gas pressure, well, it's stupid because we know that the Earth isn't contained. You don't even have to mention gas pressure. The fact that meteorites fall from the sky prove the Earth isn't contained.
You don't know what meteorites are, dude. You just think that they're rocks that fly around in a cosmic vacuum and then get pulled to the Earth through gravity and hit the atmosphere and burn up.
Well, you tell me this then. What makes more sense? The paradigm where we have a vacuum and we have an asteroid belt and them hitting the Earth, or a container that has rocks falling out of it? Which makes more sense to you?
The rocks. Do you understand what slagging is?
I'm not familiar with that.
And it's not your mum.
Welding term, yeah.
Yeah, so Timbo's got it right. So Timbo, do you just quickly want to expand on that?
Yeah, slag is the leftover stuff from a weld, a combining of two metals.
Due to electric charge, right?
Yeah.
What's that supposed to prove?
The leftover crap.
So what's that supposed to prove? It's just a demonstration that the potential for these things to be falling from the sky can be caused through magnetic or electric influences in the sky because of some effects that's happening up there, possibly to do with the covering or container of the Earth, whatever that is.
Really?
Yeah.
So
when you say, sorry, just let me finish, dude.
Okay.
When you say, what a meteorite is, well, maybe that's part of the dome coming down. I don't know.
Oh, really? So the dome's breaking off?
Possibly.
Does that sound logical to you, though?
If we talk about arc welding and what slagging is, yeah.
Oh, the dome is welding?
No. The slagging is a. Do you understand what slagging is?
I mean, he just explained it, but that's the thing, though.
Yeah, but do you get that could be a case for slagging happening, for things to be flying, bits of the container falling off?
Yeah, but we're talking about. All I'm saying to you, Jedi, is that doesn't seem more likely. I understand what you're talking about. It doesn't seem more likely than what the globe.
If we're getting onto more likely, what's more likely, that gas is under pressure due to containment, or that gas is under pressure because of some unverifiable, scientifically experimentable force that's not a force?
It's more likely that these asteroids are coming from the cosmic vacuum.
That there's a container, Matt. Come on now.
Matt,
No,
you
it's
just skirted.
not.
Matt,
can't
you just
concede
skirted.
that there's a container because there
Yeah,
isn't
but you
one.
just skirted. You just skirted what he said, bro. Like I don't.
He does this all the time.
Oh, it's not. It's not likely that there's a container at all.
Yeah, but that wasn't the question that he laid out for you. This
You heard
happens
the
a lot.
more likely part, right?
It's more likely. Hold on, just answer his question then. It's more likely that there is the acceleration down that I can prove.
The acceleration of gases at 9.8 meters per second squared. Show me that.
Gases don't have to be going down at 9.8 meters per second squared.
That's a concession.
I just posted you the kinetic theory of gases, which
we also go along with that.
Kinetic energy. And just if I can expand on that real quick, Jedi.
Matt,
Hold on, let me expand
what's
on
more
that.
likely, something that can be demonstrated or something that can't be demonstrated?
No, gravity can be demonstrated. So
we're talking about a container with gas, though.
I expect that when you have a container of gas, when you have a small little container that has gas in it, if you were to open it up, it's going to expand. I agree with you. That's axiomatic. Doesn't prove that the Earth is contained.
This is what the second law of thermodynamics tries to describe. Well, does describe, which doesn't matter about the size. It is a universal law.
If gravity were to exist, then would a container be gravity?
If gravity were to exist, no, because gravity,
Oh.
and I can give it to you, doesn't affect the entropy of a gaseous system.
Oh, really?
I can cite that as well if you want.
But would gravity be able to explain why things are kept down here and why things
What,
will go
like
all
gas?
crazy?
What, like gas?
Yeah. Like
No,
give the
because
temperature. You can hold on. You can mention temperature as well. If it's just a case that it's temperature keeping the gas from going all the way
what are
up.
you talking about?
Yeah.
Temperature?
Yeah.
Will
Temperature that acts on gas.
either give the gases more energy or not. They will vibrate more, move faster, and have more collisions with the wall. What the fuck's that got to do with keeping gas here?
So, oh, you're not following. So,
well, no, because you brought up temperature, which seemed to be a bit of a non-answer to the point, Matt.
Yeah. So, is temperature the reason why there's less gas up there?
It's one of the many reasons.
Yeah. So it's analogous to the point.
Like, not really, because you're still going to need a container.
No, the container that doesn't exist.
And the container that can be demonstrated through the obvious gas pressure that we're breathing, that can be experimentally verified, and then put into formula.
It doesn't exist.
What, the container?
Yeah, it
or
doesn't
the gas
exist.
pressure?
The container made out of rocks. Yeah, dude, it doesn't exist.
Okay, dude. That's just an assertion. It doesn't exist. Okay, then have you got a demonstration of, without you begging the question, that the sky's a vacuum? Have you got a demonstration of gravity acting as a container to gases?
Yeah, the atmosphere.
I said without begging the question that the sky's a vacuum.
Well, I do believe that the sky is a vacuum.
Okay, so without begging that question, do you have a scientific experiment that demonstrates that gravity is a container and reducing the entropy of gases?
Well, for me to do that on a smaller scale...
Matthew,
I'm
just
answering you the question. You got to let me answer the question.
Okay. I was going to try and make it easy for you,
For
but don't
me
worry.
to do that on a smaller scale would be harder because of the mass of the Earth. You know that gravity would work with mass as well, right? And then you have distance. So yeah, doing it on a smaller scale is going to be hard. It's like, show me water wrapping around a ball. It's like a stupid question, right?
Not really, because I can give you all of the gravity on the Earth.
Yeah, but you know you'd have to... Okay. The only issue you'd have is that the size of the ball that you're doing these measurements and experiments on
So you can't do
are
it,
not the size of the Earth.
So you can't
Which
do it,
means that the gravitational attraction to the water molecules will not be the same.
Okay, so if you've got a vacuum chamber on the Earth, where all of the gravity is, which way does gas go when you put it inside the container?
Well, gas has kinetic energy, so it's going to go in all sorts of places.
So you can't demonstrate this when I give you all of the gravity on the Earth.
What do you mean you're giving me all the you're giving me all the gravity on the Earth when using gases, or are you giving me all the gravity on the Earth for the
No,
ball
where
drops?
we are on the Earth, where all the gravity is, you can't demonstrate what you're asserting. Where all the gravity is, you can't show the gravity attracting the gas to the floor.
Well, yeah, I mean, things can defy gravity. I can move, like I already said before, that I can move my finger a millimeter, and that's defying gravity. So kinetic energy can defy gravity. That doesn't mean that gravity doesn't exist. And also, when I asked you the question, if I put an apple in the center of a vacuum and I were to release the apple, why down, not up, or why fall at all?
Yeah, do you remember my answer to that?
No, I don't.
Okay. I'm not going to be able to scientifically verify why there seems to be a vertical axis for things to travel along, either up or down. No one can do that, Matthew.
So you don't have an answer to it then?
Wait,
no
did
one
you just
can do that.
did you
Well,
just say that
that
your
just means that
finger
there's
is
no real answer.
that your finger is anti-gravity?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He said.
So I can get my finger out and I
What
can
the
move it up a
fuck?
millimeter, and that is defying gravity. Yeah, gravity is a pretty weak force, not that strong.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, but Jedi, that just you're saying
It's a
no one
pretty
can
weak
do it.
force. So yeah, so you don't have an experiment that demonstrates your claim.
Demonstrate that there's 9.8 meter per second acceleration down.
Acceleration of gases to the floor.
Well, I didn't say an acceleration to gases to the floor.
Well, this is the claim. Gravity is the container for gases.
Well, if there's an acceleration down, then that means that acceleration works for everything. Now, whether or not things are still defined.
No. How can you say that that works for everything when observably it doesn't? Gases, for example.
If there's a 9.8 meter per second squared, obviously
for solid objects.
Yeah, for
liquid, but not gases.
Well, gases would still be affected, but probably like at a very low rate.
That would be begging the question, dude. You can't verify that. You're just asserting.
Well, if we verify that there's a 9.8 meter per second square acceleration down, then we must that would directly imply that gases are also affected in some way, but just at a lower
gases
scale.
have kinetic energy, don't they? As you keep lovingly pointing out.
Not remove. Does the kinetic energy remove the?
Matt, you keep pointing this out like it's some kind of tripwire for us to fall over. You don't realise that this kinetic energy of gases is the very thing that's going to trip you over, because as you pointed out, the gases move freely and randomly in all directions.
I posted the link in the chat, Jedi, if you want to refer to it at 34 minutes after the hour.
Yeah, I got it. Matt, does entropy increase or decrease?
With what?
Does entropy increase or decrease?
Regarding what?
Regarding entropy. When defining what entropy does it increase or decrease?
I mean, depends on what you're talking about exactly.
Okay, we're talking about entropy.
Yeah.
Okay, does it increase or decrease?
With what?
Okay, you don't understand the question, dude.
Well, it's a silly question.
No, it's not. We're talking about the definition of entropy. And by definition, does it increase or decrease? Yeah, you don't know.
Matt, what's entropy?
He doesn't know.
Take 5, Matt.
Get on the Google.
Hello? Hello?
Hello? Hello?
Yeah, give me. I have to restart my PC. Something happened. I just hopped on my phone.
Get on the Google.
Gotta get on it.
Oh, okay. So maybe we'll have to ask it again. Matt, what's entropy?
Depending on what you're mentioning exactly, what do you mean by entropy? Talking about entropy with gas?
He's got to pull up the right script.
Well, I mean, I want to be highly specific here.
Not specific enough, is it?
Are you going to restart your computer, Matt?
I am restarting it right now. Just gotta.
When we're talking about entropy, what are the things that we are talking about? With
You're
regards
probably talking about the.
With regards to the second law,
yeah.
What do we mean by entropy?
You're probably representing availability or unavailability in a system with thermal energy, I'd assume.
Yes, so that the key word there is energy, right?
Yeah. Oh.
Cool. So that can be heat, that can be pressure.
Hold on, I'm reconnecting on my PC now.
He's going to reset.
If we're talking about the second law, it's kind of obvious what the system is that we're talking about, right?
Back.
So if we're talking about the second law, it's kind of obvious of the systems that we're talking about.
Yep.
Yeah. So is it increase or decrease?
Typically increasing.
So
It
when
doesn't
you
already
talk
like
about
that.
so when you talk about gravity, is that an increase or decrease in entropy?
I don't know how entropy would relate to gravity
Decrease.
specifically.
We're talking about the energy, and in this instance, the energy that we're talking about is gas, right?
Well, you just conflated the two. So we're talking about gas, or we're just talking about gravity. Gravity is an acceleration down, as I defined it.
Dude, I'm trying to mention gravity yet. Right, I'm just talking about the second law, and I'm talking about entropy and how it's defined. And as you just pointed out without you fucking talking through me, entropy increases.
Okay.
So when you talk about gravity, is that an entropy increase or decrease?
So you're conflating gravity with gas again. So what are you talking about, gas or gravity?
Fuck me.
Dude, you're conflating the two.
I'm not
Why are you conflating them?
I'm not conflating the two. That's a really bad word for you to use in this argument, dude. I'm trying to talk about the second law, and when we insert gravity into it, that's supposed to decrease the entropy of a system. I mean, I know you're only a teenager, dude, but for fuck's sake.
Well, I mean,
Anyway,
I don't think you know what you're talking about. You're not. Yeah, you don't know what you're talking about. It's supposed to. It's not supposed to decrease the energy in gas too much.
It is.
No,
If
it's
you're
not.
talking, yes, because it is not increasing in entropy into the vacuum above.
What does negligible mean?
Oh, for fuck's sake, man.
Well, I mean, let's have a discussion.
Why are you asking me a question?
Okay. The reason why I asked you what does negligible mean was because originally I mentioned to you that it would affect gases at a very unnoticeable rate.
So so it affects gas at an unnoticeable rate. So it's not noticeable then. So the gravity isn't affecting the gas.
Well, that doesn't change it. Okay, let me just explain. If we can prove that there's a 9.8 meter per second squared acceleration down, it would not. It would mean automatically that mass, right, or a sort of matter, which would be, or sort of mass, which would still be gas, would be affected regardless. Now, whether it's at a low rate doesn't change the fact that it's affected, right? We know it's affected.
Is it measurable?
Well, I'm not quite sure if it's measurable. Maybe not.
Well, go and get it then, because then you'll have the observation of gravity acting upon gases. Go and find that.
We'd still.
Go and find that.
Yeah, but we'd still know that it's being affected.
Would we? What, observably? Yeah. Do we observe this?
Okay, Jedi. If there's a 9.8 meter per second squared...
Dude, you're not going to start skirting around this by asking me questions. You're not following anything that I say.
No, I followed everything that you said.
Question. What did I say?
What
did I ask you?
Well, you just asked me to go find it.
What am I asking you to find?
The effect of gravity on gases, but I'm telling you that it already exists. I don't have to find it.
What? That you can observe gravity acting upon gases?
Well, I told you that it's at a very unnoticeable rate.
Oh, it's unnoticeable. Can we measure it?
Well, I'm not sure if you can measure it, but that does not change the fact that. Well, hold on though. Can you say something and let me respond?
No, because this is what you always do.
Yeah.
I'm trying to point something out to you, and you just keep wandering off into fucking something else without following my line of questioning to you.
Well, I just followed your law of questioning.
I haven't finished.
Okay, finish. I can go.
Dude, if you're not going to be a good faith interloper in this conversation, you can fuck off.
Well, I've been pretty good faith, I think.
Not really, because you keep asking fucking other questions that aren't relevant to what the thing I'm pointing out.
Okay, go ahead then.
No.
Go ahead.
No, you're done.
Okay.
Since Matt's done, I just want to interrupt just for a second with Matt's doneness and point out that I did cite my source talking about the Harvard link where they talk about the vacuum catastrophe. So apparently there is a background medium. I know that you don't like the word ether, right? I know that triggers a lot of people. And this is why it triggers people. Because Michelson Morley showed that the Earth does not move and that it's at rest.
Well,
sorry about your bad luck. Hold on, I'm not even.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, crescendo, bro, crescendo. Don't step on my crescendo. Okay, so Einstein said that it looks like it's at rest. That's why he had to come up with his theory of general relativity. Because if everything, quote, on Earth is as if it is in a state of rest, end quote, then he has to do something to keep the Earth in motion to save the heliocentric model. And the only thing that he could do was to say that all motion is relative. Thanks.
Right. Anyway, so my main point was that if we did prove a 9.8 meter per second squared acceleration down, regardless if we could notice it affecting gas, we know that it would still be affecting gas if it affects all states of matter, which it would necessarily have to. So it wouldn't matter whether or not we noticed it or not. We know that
You
it
don't know
exists.
shit, man.
Yeah, I do. I proved
No,
gravity in
you
here like a
don't.
million times. Yeah, I do.
You don't know that it affects gas.
Oh, if gravity exists, necessarily it affects gas.
You don't know shit, man.
Necessarily it affects gas. Do you want to go over it?
No, I can't be bothered with you, man. That's
Yeah, you
why I
can't
don't
be
even.
bothered because you know that
I don't even bother arguing with you anymore, in case you haven't noticed, because you just go around in circles and you don't
Well, because I
do
actually,
anything.
yeah, because you know that I'm not going to get stuck up in
Matt, how did
whatever
you
the
say
hell
that
you-
gravity affects gas?
I said they would necessarily have to if gravity exists.
Necessarily has to. If
Yes.
gravity exists,
Yes.
does
If
gravity
E then
exist?
Q.
Yeah,
Yes.
but does so
Yes.
gravity? So the statement should be gravity exists. Then
Mhm.
this is how gas behavior is done, right?
No. It's not how gas behavior is done. It's how gas behavior necessarily is going to be affected in a very
Okay.
low rate.
So you posted kinetic molecular theory, right?
Yes.
Earlier.
Yes.
Would you agree with everything that's said there?
Yes.
So what? And so the system being smaller and contained would differ from a larger contained system.
Yes.
How so?
Well, a larger contained system, because of how Newton's laws of universal gravitation work, a system with larger mass and larger density, which means it would have more attraction. So if we have something as big as the Earth, it would increase the attraction.
How do you know that?
Yeah, but the attraction that you're
That's how
stating, your attraction that you're stating would have to affect gas, right?
Yeah, it'd still be at a very low rate.
All right, at a low rate, but it will still be attracted. The gases would be attracted, right?
Yeah, technically. I mean, everything would. It's still technically attracted to the Earth.
So the
yeah, since
kinetic
it's not-
molecular theory, I'm just going to go through a bit of it because this is your debunk, right? Because that's if you made that hard statement, you're not a moving target anymore. All right, the experimental. I'm going to read a bit on this. I posted in the text chat, by the way, for you to click on. The experimental observations about the behavior of gases discussed so far can be explained with a simple theoretical model known as the kinetic molecular theory. This theory is based on the following postulates or assumptions. The gases are composed of a large number of particles that behave like hard spherical objects in the state of a constant random motion. That's number one. The 6 postulates. Number 2, the particles move in a straight line until they collide with another particle or the walls of the container. Number 3, these particles are much smaller than the distance between particles. Most of the volume of the gas is therefore empty space. Number 4, there is no force of attraction between gas particles or between the particles and the walls of the container. Number 5, collisions between gas particles or collisions with the walls of the container are perfectly elastic. None of the energy of a gas particle is lost when it collides with another particle or with the walls of the container. Number 6, the average kinetic energy of a collection of gas particles depends on the temperature of the gas and nothing else.
I gotta stand corrected. I said the wrong thing like maybe a few hours ago.
most of it.
Most? What do you disagree with?
Well, I think that they're oversimplifying the attraction between them two. So they
It said
the state of matter.
oversimplifying. It says there is no attraction between gas particles.
Yeah.
None.
So gas is still
What's
technically matter.
oversimplifying that?
Yeah. So
Nothing
it's
to
oversimplifying.
nothing. Yeah.
Yeah. See how you have to keep interrupting me because I have an answer. You just don't want to hear it. Right. So technically, because gas is matter, there would be some sort of attraction, but the attraction is so small that it's not. You shouldn't even mention.
That's a baseless assertion. That's a baseless assertion. How can you
No.
follow that up by any kind of experiment or demonstration?
Well, you don't really follow it up with an experiment.
Or a demonstration. Either one. I'm satisfied.
Well, the demonstration would basically the thing is gas is at a very weak state of matter, right?
Demonstration,
So,
please.
Well, don't we already know that?
No.
Show me a measurement.
You're making
a low state of matter.
You're making a baseless assertion.
I thought that's axiomatic. I thought that's like what we all agree on.
Axiomatic. You haven't proven that.
Wait,
it's not
Jenna.
axiomatic. You haven't proven it.
What's axiomatic?
What?
Matt, what's axiomatic mean?
But it shouldn't be debated, and it's absolutely true.
Really?
That's what it means. Yeah.
Absolutely true. So is that is that through demonstration?
That gas is at a very low state of matter? Yeah.
No, not that.
That's what's
dude.
That's what was just in contention.
No, I don't think so, dude.
Yeah, it was.
The interaction of gas molecules.
Well, that's not even what he was talking. Well, he mentioned that, but he also mentioned gas not being at a low state of matter, which I said was axiomatic. That is what I said was axiomatic.
Okay, all right. No worries if that's what you were talking about.
Yeah,
now, this demonstration of gas interactions.
What?
Are you saying that gas attracts gas because it's mass?
Well, I don't really want to argue that, but technically it would follow. It would follow because there's still matter. Yeah, technically it would follow, but it's not something that you're going to be able to fucking probably measure, right?
Oh, so we can't measure it, you can't observe it, but technically it happens.
Technically, it would follow.
That's a baseless assertion, dude. You don't know that everything that they can describe in the kinetic molecular theory is speaking against what you're saying, and you agreed with kinetic molecular theory. You are the one that brought it forward earlier.
Yeah, no, I agree with it. That's just
now you disagree with it. No, you disagree with it right now. No.
Well, they're oversimplifying the main.
I don't get why you say that, dude. You keep saying that.
Okay.
What do you mean oversimplifying it? Now, what's the complicated version? Because you can't even.
Okay, the complicated version.
Yeah.
Can I say? Okay. The complicated version would be that so basically, I'm attracted to my mouse. I'm attracted to my computer. I'm attracted to everything that has mass. Okay, that's the complicated version, which means technically those molecules have an attraction towards each other, but it's so low that we shouldn't even mention it.
Assertion. Have you ever proven this?
Well, if you agree with what gravity says,
no, I'm not agree. It doesn't need to be agreed with. It can only be used as a demonstration to be self-evident.
Okay,
so
well,
if you don't agree with what's true, okay, you have to understand that it just is, and so when you demonstrate it to someone, you're like, look, this is how it is. And then the person doesn't, I disagree with that. Well, it doesn't matter if you disagree with it. It's demonstrated to be true. What do you mean you disagree with it? So that's how it works. So you have a demonstration that shows your assertion of what you're saying, how gravity operates.
Yeah, I mean, if you want a demonstration for gases attracting each other, I will be 100% honest. There's no way I'm going to be able to give you that demonstration.
Thank you for your concession.
It's just that it would necessarily follow. That's all I'm saying.
That'll be
all. So you got to say, imagine this, right?
That'll be all. We're clearly over the. This is it, man. We reached a point where you now understand there's no way to prove this, and we are all good. That's it. I don't know what you want me to say, but that's all, folks. Like, what are you?
That is all. I mean, that is all technically. Yeah.
Technically, every time you say this word, technically, it's like some kind of caveat. Like, technically, it does, though we can't measure it and we don't observe it, but technically it happens.
Yeah, some things just necessarily follow. But yeah, Scott, did you want to say something? I know that you unmuted your mic for a second too. I don't know if you want to say something.
Scott was
saying... PV equals nRT is in the absence of gravity.
Right, so Scott, just very quickly, as I tried to tell you, Matthew brought in kinetic theory of gases. He brought it in and he agreed to it.
Yes, and the kinetic theory does not take gravity into account.
Oh, so it doesn't take gravity. Do you hear that?
It doesn't.
What an idiot. Dude, this guy's a fucking idiot, dude. I hate when he says shit like that.
Technically, Matt,
you can hate it all you want, it's right.
Shush. Technically, that hasn't got gravity in it. So stop trying to insert gravity into it, technically. Fucking idiots.
We
don't use gravity in the kinetic theory of gas.
Do you hear that, Matt? They don't use it. And technically,
it doesn't mean we don't use gravity in reality.
I didn't in that Wikipedia, I did not see
gravity. Jedi, what does that mean? Hold on, Matt. He says we don't use it in kinetic molecular theory, but we use it in reality.
Yes, it's describing an ideal gas, and no gas is an ideal gas.
Stop! You're just saying gibberish, Scott. He doesn't know
just
what he's saying.
just because you don't
Are we gonna
understand
allow
doesn't
him to
make it
keep?
gibberish.
No, it is gibberish, dude. Because
Just because you don't understand doesn't make it gibberish, man.
kinetic molecular theory is working off of the premise that it's happening in reality, numbnuts.
No,
What
it's
are you
not.
talking about?
No, it's not.
So
It's
what?
not.
How
It's
is
an it's an idealized state.
Where? In what state?
In an ideal
Narnia?
state that doesn't exist. Yes, literally, yes.
Narnia. So we're gonna just talk about some fantasy of kinetic molecular theory then.
Dude,
And
this is what they do in physics.
Define ideal gas.
With the thing Miggy just read is an ideal gas.
The thing that.
What did he just read?
The thing that Matt brought in.
Kinetic.
They're completely elastic. They're not attracted to each other. They're not attracted to the walls of the container. They're not attracted to anything else. No, that's a description of an ideal gas.
And when do we have those at? Where are
Nowhere.
ideal gases?
Nowhere. That's why they're ideal.
So everything's bunk. That's all bunk.
No, that's why they're ideal, and they're not real.
Scott, I hate when Scott. So people talking about ideal gases, right? Don't exist in reality, and the theory doesn't exist. Like none of it. It's all just bunk. So it's just people waxing intelligent talking about some shit that doesn't exist, according to Scott. Right?
Correct. Yes, ideal gases don't exist. That's why they're
You
ideal.
said it. That's it.
Thank you, Scott.
You better not use P
No,
equals.
dude. Hold on. What do you mean? Thank you, Scott. He just shellacked you, Matt, because now the thing that you brought it. Hold on. Yeah,
No, I didn't.
yeah, you did. Because what he did was he said that kinetic molecular theory is all fucking hooey. It's just some shit that people made up that doesn't adhere to realities, Matt.
Not
so thank
really.
you, Scott.
Not really.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. You disagree? Well, you're gonna argue with Scott now because he agrees that does not happen in reality. Yeah. Where are ideal gases located? Anywhere on reality?
Well, he's just talking about the ideal gas.
No. Do any ideal gases exist in reality, Matt?
What do you mean by reality? Like the containers that they're in?
No. You know how you and I exist in this realm that we live in and we call reality? That's reality.
Okay. So, I mean, gases exist in reality, yeah.
So kinetic molecular theory does not adhere to any of that.
Doesn't necessarily mention gravity.
What?
It's not. Doesn't mention.
Listen, dude, stop. Your diversion tactics. No amount of diversion tactics can get me away from I'm a dog with a fucking bone. You already know this, Matt.
You're a dog, huh?
With a bone, and I'm not letting go. So, going back to the point, he said ideal gases and the kinetic molecular theory do not adhere to reality. Do you agree with that?
No, I don't think.
No.
Can you unmute Scott? He did not say that, though. That's the thing.
Oh, yeah, he did. That's what I asked him. I was like, dude, why did you say that? That goes against Matt's example of bringing kinetic molecular theory into the conversation.
Well, can you ask him again?
No, I don't need to. I already got all I needed to from him. He thinks it's all hooey. Just people talking about a bunch of shit that's not real.
Well, what he's saying is it's an ideal gas law, and they don't mention gravity in there, so
yeah. Is it anything to do with reality, Matt? Yes or no?
Well, if it exists, it is something to do with reality. Yeah.
Okay. You say yes. He says no. Let's unmute. Let's see if he now will backpedal and agree with you. We'll see. I'll test the metal.
Okay.
All right, Scott. Does it adhere to anything in reality? The kinetic molecular theory. Go ahead.
He might not be here after you unmuted him.
No, he's here. He's definitely here. I know him. He's listening. He clams up. He doesn't want to answer because he knows now he's going to go against you, and then we're going to say, okay, Matt, now you and him disagree, and you guys are going to get in a little bickering fight about the globe and shit. But he did.
You would like that, wouldn't you? But it's not happening today, Mickey.
I know that.
It's not happening today, Mickey.
Because you know what I do, right? So you think that's what I'm going to do.
You lie and you meet people. Yeah, I know you very well.
See, that's why he's not going to answer, Matt. Because he knows the moment he does, he's going to disagree with you, and he likes listening to you defend the globe. That's Scott. So you're one of his little pet guys he likes. He's not going to mess with it. I got him fucking pegged, dude.
You're funny, man.
9 ways to Sunday.
Sorry, it really bugs me as well when people jump in and say we're talking about ideal gases when gases are non-ideal. I'm just going to read this to you. Many gases such as nitrogen, oxygen, hydrogen, noble gases, some heavy gases like carbon dioxide, and mixtures such as the air can be treated as ideal gases within reasonable tolerances over considerable parameter ranges around standard temperature and pressure.
Yeah.
So whether they're ideal or not, we can still treat them the same.
Is that in reality, Scott?
Well, it says within reasonable parameters, right?
Is that in reality, Scott?
It says within reasonable parameters due to pressure and temperature.
Yeah, and in that the way Matt has been right all the time.
Is that in reality, Scott?
Within those reasonable parameters, gravity does not play a part.
So it would have to be extreme pressures and extreme temperatures then, wouldn't it?
No.
For us to not treat them as ideal gases.
No,
that's what it
not.
says.
No, it doesn't.
It says,
you just don't know how to read.
I just have read it.
I know, but you didn't understand what you read.
Really? Let me do it again. You can point out the bit where I didn't understand.
Okay.
Many gases, such as nitrogen, oxygen, hydrogen, noble gases, some heavier gases, like carbon dioxide mixtures such as the air, can be treated as ideal gases within reasonable tolerances over a considerable...
Right there. What did that mean? Within reasonable tolerances. What does that mean?
So it will tell you in a minute when I read the rest. The reasonable tolerances are going to be down to temperature and pressure. So extreme pressures and extreme temperatures, then gases don't act ideally. Prick.
And once again, does it?
Do gases
nothing.
act
Hold
ideally
on.
in a
No, wait a minute, dude. Don't skirt the fact that this is happening in reality. I need you to answer that question. Does it happen in reality?
Does what happen in reality, Miggy?
I got this answer.
Question about kinetic molecular theory and also stating that ideal gases exist in this physical natural world. Yeah.
See, the thing is, when Alpha, when gases are subject to extreme pressures and temperatures, what happens to them? They begin to change state.
Change state, yeah. Phase change.
So outside of the fucking phase changes, which are demonstrated through extreme temperatures and extreme pressures, apart from that, we can treat gases as ideal.
Would ideal gases be subject to pressure gradients?
Oh my God! Stop! Oh, he's diverting. You
No,
didn't.
that's-
And I need
more
I need an
ideally-
answer. Fucking hell, dude! I need an answer to my question that I asked prior to you fucking trying to divert. Are these ideal gases adhering to the reality that you and I exist in, Scott?
No, there's no ideal gas that you can find in this.
There it is, Jedi.
Looks like Scott doesn't understand what I read out to him. Many gases, many gases such as nitrogen and oxygen, hydrogen, noble gases, so lots of gases. We can treat them as ideal gases unless they're under extreme pressure and extreme temperature when they begin to change to liquids.
Okay, would an ideal gas be subject to pressure gradient? Would you see pressure gradients in an ideal gas according to kinetic molecular?
You're skirting. Stop skirting. I hate when you do
They
that.
act more ideally at higher temperatures and lower pressure.
Would you have a pressure gradient?
What's it say?
You can do it.
Within the
I have faith in you.
When it's in the kinetic theory of gases, dude.
Where in the kinetic theory of gas does it say you can have a pressure gradient?
When you vary temperature and you start putting in or taking out the amount of gas within the system.
Okay, so where does it say you can have a pressure gradient in the atmosphere? Because we observe it, right? We observe a pressure gradient in the atmosphere, do we not?
That would be the two things I just mentioned. Temperature and the import and export of gases. Gas production.
But we can put the temperature, we can put the gas in a box, right? We can just build a box and it has gas in it, right? We will find a pressure gradient within that box, won't we?
Yes.
Where's that coming from?
That will be because of the temperature.
How
Depending
so?
on where the temperature is placed. So the heat source, depending where that is, and
we have no heat source.
Okay then.
Wow.
If we have no heat source, what's going to happen to the gas?
It's going to have a pressure gradient. It's going to have a pressure gradient.
Is that Avogadro's law or Gay-Lussac's? Let me just go look that up.
Yeah, the gases at the bottom will be under a greater pressure than the gases at the top, always. On
And not
Earth.
according to Avogadro's law, or was it Gay-Lussac's? Let me just look it up. Because I know you're right.
In what container?
No, I can't be wrong because I'm right.
Hold on. In what container?
The pressure will always be greater at the bottom of the box than the top of the box. Always.
In a container?
On Earth, yes.
In a container.
How? Why is that?
I don't know. You brought it up. Has it got something to do with temperature?
Well, I do know. I know it has nothing to do with the temperature because all you got to do is turn the box over.
Okay,
all you have to do is turn the box over and it's still at the bottom.
What is it? Tell us. What is it?
It's gravity.
What's gravity?
Pulling the gases down.
What's pulling the gases down?
Dude.
What are you talking about? It's not pulling the gases down.
That's how you have greater pressure in the bottom. It's the only explanation.
Sorry, not according to...
If Demok's here, I'm going to mute up.
Yeah,
Because he's an idiot.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm just not playing his game. So.
He's running.
Surely Scott's not running from Demok.
Go ahead, guys.
Dude, he just ran. I never seen Scott run,
bro,
dude.
Some dude, shut up and be serious, man.
Never seen him run, dude, ever.
Well,
Not
I
once.
have Demok muted, so I have no idea what he's saying. All I saw was his light on. I don't want to overtalk him. That's it.
Bye, Scott.
You gotta let Demok stupidity run by itself.
Demok, I wish that every time I turned on my mic, Scott would mute up.
Me too, buddy. Every time I say a fucking word in chat, that fucker's on me, man.
I'm only joking, Scott. But no, seriously.
No, you're not.
But it would be really great one day if you guys would just deal with stuff that we observe.
It'd be really great for you to actually explain what's happening in the physical and natural world, Scott.
Yeah, we can observe pressure gradients inside a box.
Yeah, and so all due to gravity, which you were explaining in what manner? Go ahead.
The pressure gradient will be pretty much the weight of the gas.
Weight of the gas.
Yes.
How do you weigh gases, Scott?
You put them on a scale like you weigh everything else.
Yeah. Oh, really? You grab them in
Yes.
your hands and you just drop it on the scale?
No, you put them in a box. You put them in a box.
Container? A container?
Yes. Yes.
Oh, so gases need to be contained in order for them to be weighed.
Yes.
Oh, how come you can't just weigh gases just by themselves in the open?
Well, how does a gas in a container have a weight if it's not gravity?
Well, the container itself is causing that pressure inside, right?
Why is the pressure great at the bottom?
It doesn't matter. You have pressure in the first instance. So pressure being created by the gas, the force per unit area inside the gas, inside the container.
Why is the pressure greater at the bottom?
Does it matter? We have pressure.
It does matter. It's everything that matters. But you guys don't want to deal with that because you don't want to deal with shit that matters.
Yeah, shit that matters.
You want to remain ignorant.
Ignorant. Yeah, we have a container. So that means that every time you try to weigh something, it's got to be contained. So you can't leave it in an open system, can you, Scott?
Why is the pressure greater at the bottom?
You say gas can be weighed, but every time you say, let me weigh some gas, let me put it in a container first. Because you can't weigh gas by itself, can you, Scott?
Why is the pressure greater at the bottom?
You haven't answered it. You want to keep going to that. Every time you talk about weighing something as far as gas is concerned, you have to put it in a container. So
I can remove the gas.
No, the container, not the gas. But if you have a container right now, you always remember that you always have to put a container around gas all the time. So every time you say that, you have to demonstrate that gas pressure requires containment. Every single time you think you're going to weigh, try to weigh gas without a container then. Try to do it without a container.
Take your box, would-be box, break it down, put it on the scale.
Break it down.
Right? Step one. Step it down. Yes.
Step it down. No, we're not going to step it down. We're going to step it to the place where
put the wood on the scale. You got it?
Wood on the scale. Nobody's going to put wood on the scale. I want to know how you're measuring gas without a container. Tell me that
shut up
story.
long enough, I will tell you.
No, the story with the gas pressure without containment. Go.
I will do this right now.
And weigh it.
Right now, I'll do this right now.
Let's go.
You put the wood on the scale, broken down.
What wood? I'm asking for measuring gas without a container. I don't need to put wood on a scale. I need you to put gas on a scale without containment. Do that.
Weight
Let's
of
see
the
that magic
gas
trick.
directly above it.
What?
And I'll show you how. I'll show you how you know that. Right? You put the wood on the scale, and you're weighing the gas.
What fucking wood, dude? You don't have any wood when you're just weighing gas. But is wood gas?
Example, you have wood.
Is wood gas? Is wood gas? I'm
No, it's
asking you to
not.
weigh gas by itself
I'm
without a
getting
container.
there. I'm getting there,
No,
but
you're not getting there.
you're trying to not.
Yeah, wood on a scale is not gas. It's wood. It's a solid.
You're trying to remain ignorant because you don't. That's
No, I'm trying for you to get to weigh gas on a scale without a container, because you're just proving containment, and what we've always been saying. So you're not negating the fact that you don't need a container. You are saying exactly what I know the gas law to adhere to, which is gas pressure requires containment. Every single time you want to weigh it, you're going to have to put a container and then the gas inside of it. I don't give a damn about your wood. Yeah,
true.
Try to weigh gas without containment.
I'm
What
just
example?
telling you. You put the wood on the
Where?
scale, you're weighing the gas.
Put the wood on the scale and you weigh the gas.
You're weighing the gas above it. You know how you can tell? By you assemble the container. You assemble the container, you seal it up, and you remove all the gas from in the container. You create a vacuum. And now it's lighter. And so you just weighed all the gas that was there by removing it.
Yeah,
And that gas, when you weighed it, was not in a container.
Yeah, every time you weigh gas, though, you have to put it in a container, though, right?
I just told you how you do it without it, right?
Yeah, minus the what's inside of it. So every time you think that you're weighing a gas, what happens to the gas that dissipates in the air that you are in right now?
You remove the gas from the container.
Yeah, what's going to happen to
and
the
it
gas?
is now lighter.
Lighter.
That scale has a lower reading than you had when the box was broken down.
Go and show an example. Show an example of that. Smartass. Do it. Demonstration,
there
please.
You go. There's the Miggy I know and
demonstration.
Not so love.
Demonstration, please.
That's what happens when you know I proved it to you.
I'm calling your bluff.
I know.
I'm calling your bluff.
I know.
Demonstration.
I know, Miggy.
Let's
it's
go.
Okay. It'll be
demonstration.
Okay, man.
No, I don't think you do know.
You know I'm right. And this is why you go to this thing.
Let's see the demonstration
now. Demonstration.
Yeah.
Yep.
Show it.
I know.
Yeah,
I
this
know,
is show
Miggy.
and tell. You tell first,
I
and now
know.
you're going to have to show.
I know.
What? You've given up? Is this you tapping out, Scott? Show us what you got. Show us your hand.
I
You got a
showed you.
7
And
deuce
you're
offsuit,
hurt.
don't you?
You're hurt.
Where's your demonstration?
You're hurt, Miggy. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hurt you
Scott?
today.
Man, you actually followed this fucking clown when I'm asking for a demonstration. He's not giving it. Really?
Well, he's showing.
How about
Well,
I
the
ask
thing
you?
is,
How about I ask you? No. How about I ask you for the demonstration now? Because you're getting irritating on me now. So where's the demonstration of gas pressure without containment? Go on.
people
He
don't
didn't
do
do
it
it.
without containment. It's ideal for a container. He's showing you how it'd be.
All right, so it's ideal for a container. So if every time that we try to weigh gas, we need a containment, that's just you proving our point that gas pressure requires containment every single time. If you want to weigh a gas, you can't do it without a container. You have to do it with a container. So enough of your shit, dude. And his shit too. Because when it came to demonstration, he lacks that. And so do you. Yeah?
I mean, he was just showing you how it'd be theoretically done.
Theoretically, we don't need fucking theoretics, dude. We need fucking
People
actual
don't fucking
demonstrations.
do it without containers, though.
All right, dude. Well, then what the fuck are you saying that it needs? You are the ones that say that we don't need containment to have gas pressure, but yet every example that you guys bring forward to weigh the shit is you need a containment. Fucking morons, man. The lot of you.
It's like I can take
It's
a
like
shit
what?
outside, or I can take a shit in the
I
bathroom.
don't give a fuck about your shits, dude. You need to take a shit on each other's arguments because that's what you all been doing. You don't know how to agree with each other. You bring in kinetic molecular theory, and then he disagrees with it being something that happens in reality, and that gases aren't ideal, and on. And Jedi demonstrated to him that it was, that's how it can be treated. Fucking, you guys are crazy.
There's also something called a gradient force as well, which is different gases at different temperatures pushing on other gases. So within this citation, I will point out that the reason why there's a gas pressure gradient is because of air at different temperatures.
What's more ideal, me taking a shit outside or me taking a shit inside?
No. What's more ideal is that he fucking demonstrates the bullshit that he says out of his mouth is incoherent pie hole, and he does it. He's like, "All right, Miggy, all right, I know what it is," and then you back that bullshit up by saying, "Oh yeah, he got you, man." Really?
Well, Alpha.
When it came to
Yeah.
demonstration, Matt, when it came to demonstration, why didn't he prove his shit? Tell me that.
Well,
Why
he didn't
couldn't he
give you
prove
a he didn't give you a citation because you ideally do it with a container, but it can still be done without.
Let's see it. Demonstration, Matt, right now.
I don't need to demonstrate it though.
Oh, so no demonstration from you either?
Like I said before, you can
So
take
no
your shit outside or
demonstration, Matt.
indoors. What's more
So
ideal?
no demonstration from you either. So no demonstration from him and no demonstration from you. Is somebody going to cheer you guys on and say, "Oh man, he got him good"? No demonstration, he got you. Fucking morons.
Somebody's butt hurt.
Yeah,
He
because
didn't-
you
he
talk,
didn't get
you talk,
you.
you talk a lot of trash, Scott. Yet when it comes down to
Somebody's butt
demonstration,
hurt.
when it comes down to demonstrations, you got nothing.
Scott been drinking again?
I guess.
No, I've been bowling. Just got
Is
back.
your wife back from Hawaii yet?
Yeah, she got back a couple days ago.
Did you have a good time?
She did.
And she's upset she's back with you.
So I don't get it, Scott. Do you disagree with Jedi's citation?
Which one's that?
The one where he explains to you about what gas does?
That's one type of thing. You can also have a single gas in a container. You'll have a gradient. You don't need different gases.
Yeah, but
to
you
have a
can't measure it
gradient.
without a container, can you?
Sure you can.
A demonstration right now.
Yeah, get a barometer.
A barometer.
Yeah.
Well, already in the pressurized system that we live in. Nice one.
Well, that's your assertion. You got
No,
any
it's
proof
not
of
an
that?
assertion. Yeah, you can measure pressure, you dumbass.
Yeah, you can measure pressure without a container.
No,
How do we know who's right?
Show the non-container. And you know what? While you're at
The
it,
Earth.
yeah,
The Earth is the
Earth.
container.
What a moron, dude! All right, show the non-container, and on top of that, redefine gas pressure
Yeah.
while you're at it.
Until you can show us a container, you got nothing.
No, definition of gas pressure. Define that monkey. And while you do that, I need a demonstration of gas pressure without a container. Two things you got to do that you haven't done. Do it now.
Take a breath.
Go.
That's your demonstration.
Take a breath. Take a breath, dude.
He's cooking you, Alpha.
He's what?
He's cooking you, man.
Cooking me how, dude? Where's his demonstration of gas pressure without a container? Go ahead, Matt. Tell me where it is. And yeah, did he define gas pressure? Because that's how it's defined.
Well, let him.
Hey, I thought it was propane and propane accessories, not propane and gravity.
He said take a breath. What do you mean let him? Let him tell me to take a breath?
He's trying to calm you down.
Huh?
He's trying to calm you down.
No, he's not trying to calm me down. He's not answering the question. I want him to redefine gas pressure as we know it now. Because it's defined already. So if he's going to redefine it and say that gas pressure requires no containment, then I need him to redefine gas pressure. And while he's at it, I need a demonstration of gas pressure without containment.
Let him define it then.
All right, go ahead and define it with gas pressure without containment. I like to hear it.
Gas
gonna be
pressure. Gas pressure, the average kinetic or momentum.
Dude, that sounds like fucking your tongue's falling downstairs. Get right with your statement. Gas pressure without containment. Define it.
The average momentum of the particles.
Citation on that definition, please. Go ahead. Cite your shit.
That's how you get pressure. By moving
Now,
particles.
citation, please.
How do you think you get pressure?
Don't ask me questions. I'm asking for a citation.
I just told you what the answer.
Nah, you told me. Yeah, you're just babbling now, aren't you? You're just babbling. Where's the citation that follows up that that's true?
I was giving you the answer.
No, the answer is not you just making shit up on the spot. I need a citation where it says what you just said. Go on. Cooking me.
Fucking
ass out of here.
That's what gas pressure is.
Scott, I know you think you're smarter than me,
It's
but
particles smacking
isn't
against
that the
the wall.
definition of
You're
gas
sucking
pressure,
him
dude?
off, Matt. What the fuck, dude?
I'm
You
not
really like
fucking
this
anyway.
guy's fucking like seriously, dude. He's fucking low bottom fucking troll.
No,
and how
really.
you cling to his fucking jock like he's fucking all
Miggy
that and
has
shit.
his sad on today.
Because like these, I don't get why these clowns praise you, dude. You're just a fucking dumbass when you come right down
Okay.
to it. Yeah, okay. You couldn't redefine gas pressure and cite that shit. You couldn't even demonstrate gas pressure without containment. No demonstration, no citation of your bullshit. So we're all good over here. So what else we got? Him clinging to your jock because he's your only hero in here. There's nobody else.
The fact that when your diaphragm
Shut the fuck up, dude.
Anyway, guys, gravity exists. Down and not up.
Yeah, say mass attracts mass again.
What were you arguing about?
Hey, is that the ether guy? Is that the guy that was asking me about ether?
Yeah.
Is that him?
Mr. Latino's in here.
Yeah, I've been just like inundating the chat with all kinds of stuff talking about vacuum energy, vacuum catastrophe, quarks.
I don't. What are you arguing about?
At the moment, gas pressure not requiring containment.
Change that battery.
Change the batteries in your smoke detector.
Yeah,
well,
please do that. Or
but,
at least get to that monkey and disconnect it or some shit.
I don't know which one it is. I think it might be all of them, but I'm not 100% sure. I'm in the process of moving, so I'm not too concerned about the fire alarms right now.
I know, but we are because we're gonna hear that chirping shit all the fucking time you have your mic.
Nah, I'm just gonna stay muted. That's alright. I'm got nothing to worry about.
Oh, by the way, Scott gave you your citation. Miggy or Alpha. I don't know why they call you Miggy, but
from where? So where's the citation from? His
in the
mouth?
chat, I don't know where it's from, but it's quoted. So
So it's quoted from where? Where's
gotta
it
ask
quoted
Scott.
from?
Gotta ask
I don't
Scott.
need to ask his dumbass. He doesn't know what
Well,
a citation
he
is.
posted it, so
Yeah, he posted his words in the fucking chat, dude. That's not a citation.
well, unmute him, see what it is.
I'm gonna fucking unmute his ass.
There's a million particles in the universe that we can observe. Your mama took the ugly ones and stuck them into one nerd.
I think I heard that song.
Epic rap battles of history, bro.
Oh, is that where it's from? Yeah.
How many more W's are gonna take today? How many more?
Fucking W's, dude. You put in kinetic molecular theory. Scott says it's all hooey.
No, he
It's
didn't.
not ideal. It's not in reality. Not in reality, he said.
Oh, he just gave you your citation. There you go.
Citation to
AI
what?
Overview.
To what?
It's an AI overview, but
Yeah, it is an AI.
well, it's still a citation.
So what are we gonna get from that?
Ask him, man.
I don't need to ask him. I
He
told you he
drained
didn't
you.
he didn't give me a citation of what I was saying for a gas pressure without containment and also redefining gas pressure. He didn't do that.
Well, he gave you one of what you wanted. So
Which
that
one?
works.
Which one?
He gave you the definition of gas pressure.
No, that's not the definition. That is not the definition.
Multiple definitions out there, man.
That one is not the definition. Type in gas pressure, Matt, and look up the definition right afterwards.
I like my definitions better.
Nah, it's not your definition, my definition bullshit. It's the definition.
Mm-hmm. There's a bunch of definitions
Multiple
out
definitions. Yeah. What
Gotta
is the
select what you
definition
want.
for gas pressure?
The average momentum of a molecule in an ideal gas. So
Type in gas pressure definition and see what comes up and see if it matches that. Go on.
who says it has to be a popular definition?
Popular. Yeah. Don't do the shit that you do to everybody else to me, dude.
I be cooking
Don't
everybody
do
else.
the shit that you do to everybody else to me. You
Oh, he
already know. I
decided
know
it
your
for you.
fucking
He
game.
decided it for you. He said it for you. You know you listen to me shellac a lot of flat earthers enough. You know my game through that. Alpha. Huh?
No, your
He just
antics and your gimmicks don't work on me. That's all I'm saying.
Ooh. Well, he just posted in the chat. He posted in the chat. This shit makes no sense. Well.
That makes no sense. Did you read it? Did you read it?
All I see in that citation is walls of the container, walls of the container, walls of the container.
Pressure exerted from the walls of its container. What did he say? What did he say it was? Special pleading? Special gases? Ideal gas that's so special. Isn't that the same ideal gas that we just covered that wasn't real? Doesn't exist nowhere.
Yeah, they do this all the time. They say one thing and then they backpedal and they make it sound like they didn't say that, and it actually exists because when they get shown that the citation that Jedi brought in shows that he was incorrect, and he tries to backpedal and say, "Oh, it does happen minutely, you know, not overall." He tries to get away with it. This is some slimy shit though that Scott does.
Oh yeah, there's a couple of them that do it. Jesse Patholite, he's pretty good. Jace, he's pretty slick. I mean, Jace knows a lot, you know, and he's good with the way he words shit most of the time. But yeah, they all got some other kind of David Copperfield trick. It's like, let me set up the stage and I'm going to show you the earth moves. Let me set up the stage and I'm going to show you the curve. It's fucking crazy, really. We thought we were going to look at some experiments, some science, some demonstrations, some something. All we're looking at is magic tricks with cat toys. It boggles my mind, the idea of telescopes and all that shit too. They think that they work the way they're told, or they can see like that. That's just crazy to me, man. But they can't see the ISS from an airplane at 35,000 feet. That would be less than 250 miles away. It'd be like, 240 something. But regardless of that, it's like, what good are your telescopes if they can't make out a UFO? They don't help you with rainbows. You can't see the ISS from an airplane with one. Something has to be clicking to these gentlemen, right? Somewhere, somehow. I mean, get your telescopes out and look at the ISS. How badass does it look? How far that way can you see it? Telescope from the ground. That should be the reference. Given the lie of the distance, regardless, you have a fake ass distance of 250 miles for your reference of the power of the telescope, which isn't even really real. But yeah, you want to prove what a telescope can do? Take it on a plane and view the ISS for us with it. Zoom in on the mountains. When people are like, look at those mountains out there, I don't care that you can see them. Get the baddest telescope you got, point it horizontally, look at the sun, look at the horizon, look at the moon. You want to see the mountains. Look at like Mount Rushmore, look at some other mountains. Just take a peek at them. See how good you can see them with your telescope. And the reason they think we can see forever on a flat earth is because they're supposed to be able to see their own butt looking forward on a globe. They just don't know this. They like to deny everything. If you got the ability to see far enough, know the radius and the circumference, 24,901. So that means the telescope can see 24,901 miles. It's going to have reflected light. You're going to be able to look forward on a globe and see the back of your own head. You're going to see yourself. That's how a globe works. Nobody's ever done that. So their telescopes must be jank. Yeah, they'd have a Guinness Book of World Records telescope view if they could only see the back of their own forehead or ass or the back of their head, not their forehead actually, sorry. Looking forward, see the back of their own self. And that's what Einstein's. So if we're going with Einstein, and that's Einstein's quote, right? Shit, get her done. It's time to make the best telescope that exists, one that can see 24,000 miles. Well, 24,901. You probably won't need the one. The light refraction will take you a couple of those miles. I mean, how do you even prove the ability of these telescopes with an object on Earth?
Mic check. Chickadee, chickadee, check. God, Mackie, what did you do? No mic checks. Okay.
You're good?
Oh,
I can hear you.
Thanks. Let's see if I posted that video. Where am I? Yeah, so I was posting stuff about the this background medium and it's really weird. way that this works, the whole Casimir effect and the particles in between the fields and all this stuff, it's not there when we look at it, but when we don't look, it's there for some reason. Hope you guys took a look at some of the stuff that I posted. I know I posted a lot, but yeah, it's really weird. Really weird that there's this 0 point energy or whatever they call it, but don't call it ether, because if you call it ether, then the Earth is geocentric in nature, and we can't have that. So, not based on science or anything, but based purely on a philosophical standpoint, we'll just not call it ether and just call it zero energy or something else. But yeah, it's pretty funny.
Zero energy.
0 point energy or zero energy.
I thought that wasn't no such thing.
Well, I mean, there's a medium in the vacuum, and that's why there's a vacuum catastrophe. Because whenever they say stuff like catastrophe or something like that, like pay attention. Like the axis of evil. How is there evil in science?
Well, zero would mean no medium in my mind, not some medium. So like you're not
No,
gonna.
0 point energy.
Yeah, no. Hold on. Listen, I know, but there can't be a 0 point energy. The
What's
mere word
0.9?
energy. Huh?
If you round up, what is 0.9? It's 1. 0.9 rounded up is 1.
Well, what about it?
Well, 0 point something is saying there's always something there.
That's my point. You can't have zero. You can't have zero of anything. So there is no 0 point energy. There's energy, and then there's the you use the shit. It's working. It's doing something. Action and reaction. Right? There's no zero energy. There's no 0 point of energy. Like if
Well,
it can't be destroyed, destroying it would be a 0 point energy, and then bringing it back from nowhere. Like I mean, I don't know. It just doesn't make any damn sense to me. If we live in a field of energy, there is no 0 point of that. That's all I'm trying to say.
So it says, by definition, these elusive particles only exist when we aren't watching, but their presence can be felt throughout the universe. In 1948, Hendrik Casimir came up with the ingenious idea to observe these virtual particles.
Sounds like electricity.
Of course. 0.5 volts is what one guy said. I can't remember his name, but he was a college professor, and he said in any system there's going to be 0.5 volts. That's
0.5. I love it.
Yeah. That's what I meant by 0 point energy, or that's what
Yeah,
they
no, I
mean.
know. I get you. I get you there. But if you wave your hand in the air, that's the static. That's the electricity. That's the electrical continuity. That's you can feel it. The same way you have sensation or feeling is through electrical impulses. So to say, hey, we can't see, touch, and all this other shit. No. You can touch the air. You might not be able to see or smell or taste a lot of it, but you can touch it and feel it. So it is a real thing. So that box on it checks out. Just like we can feel everything through electricity. I'm pretty sure every insect, animal, thing has some type of electrical thing that's our senses. Sight, taste, touch, smell, sound, all of it electrical in nature. As a signal transmitted and converted in our brain to the information that it becomes or whatever. And that's the same way they take the holograms and make you like you're going to be able to feel them or smell them or touch them because it's electrical. It'd be like a static field hologram. You can feel sound also. which is electrical. I'm just saying, it's always a converted ray to something, right? It's always something happening. So in the 40s, they didn't like the word electricity. They were just like, when crazy shit. Like, why are they always been against electricity and magnetism? Like, just as a standpoint of the whole, like, why is there a fight against that all the time?
They want you to think that everything's gravitic. You know?
Yeah, it's just
there's
crazy.
nothing to that. But based on the quantum field theory, the zero energy density of the electromagnetic field is estimated to be 10 to the 120th ERGS/cm. What is it when there's a 3? It's a 2 when it's squared. What is it when it's a 3? Anyway, it says an extremely high amount of energy. 10 to the 112th. So that's a Google. That's more than a Google. Ten to the 100th is a Google.
Stronger, right?
Yeah, that's an extremely high amount of energy. So it's always fluctuating in and out. So these, what they're calling these quarks and the stuff that makes up the nucleus of an atom, they say, is that these things are like popping out of the vacuum, and there's like two separate ones that like separate from each other. And the higher the energy, the faster they pop in and out of existence. Like blip,
That's not
blip,
what it
gone.
is. Holy fuck, that's crazy. It's a conversion rate. It's a fucking conversion rate, Larry. Literally. The water, when you put it in the vacuum, it's a conversion rate of that in the vacuum chamber, right? That's what the water converts to like the gas, evaporates. It's being converted like a reactor.
I don't know, but I posted this really old video at 2:22 or 22 minutes after the hour, and you guys can check it out. He's the guy that is giving you a computer model of this so-called quantum foam or virtual particles or 0-point energy, whatever. Apparently, there's a bunch of different fields. It's not just one. There's
And that's
multiple
stupid because
fields.
and that's dumb because electricity covers all of them. Energy basically covers it all. Or you could say the word heat. It doesn't even matter to me. Anybody who wants to use the word ether, you're more than welcome to. I like the word energy, electricity, electrical continuity. I mean, it's all. But it's the conversion rate they're speaking of. The reaction that happens in the medium due to the temperature, the friction, the resistance, the pressure, any change in mediation. That's what they're getting, the conversion rate. And they're acting like, and they all put their own spin on it. And it's just reality and the conversion rates. Literally.
And of course, this is just a cartoon, but we'll go ahead and post it anyway. This is what they're saying is happening.
Right, I'm checking it out right now.
These little quarks or particles. We often think of outer space as a never-ending vacuum filled with occasional galaxies. What we don't realize is away from our eyes, this vacuum comes alive. In order to understand what truly happens behind our backs in the vacuum, we must start by examining space itself. What is space? Quantum field theory tells us that space is comprised of fundamental quantum fields with a separate field for every particle that makes up our universe. Electrons, quarks, neutrons, and other fundamental particles are just the oscillation of the field with different energies. In specific, they have quantum energy, which exists as multiples of a baseline energy. Baseline energy in the vacuum. Don't call it ether, though. Or you're going to need to bring a case of Preparation H to the colleges.
What vacuum? What vacuum, Larry? You keep talking about the crisis of cosmology as if there's a vacuum in the sky.
There is no vacuum. That's what you don't understand. It doesn't exist.
No, that's what it seems like. Okay, so if it doesn't exist, then what the hell are we talking about?
The vacuum catastrophe.
The vacuum catastrophe that doesn't exist.
No, vacuum doesn't exist. There's always something in the vacuum. It doesn't exist. It's not a real vacuum.
There's something in the vacuum that doesn't exist.
No.
Understanding?
No, hold on. Any air in the vacuum, it all never left. So if all the air doesn't ever leave the vacuum, that means that the vacuum always has a little bit of medium or potential or a reaction still being conducted inside of it. It's a conductor. Now, do you understand? So that being said, it has medium in it under conduction always. Okay, go ahead, Larry.
But what does this have to do with the natural world?
Brother, hold on.
So,
if you had go ahead.
If you look at the stuff that I've been posting for like the past hour or so, and you read up on it, what you're going to find out is that there's these particles that pop in and out of existence with a positive and negative charge. As they separate, they gain charge, and then they collide back with one another. And the charge is neutralized, and it reaches equilibrium. This is what's going on when we're not looking. That's what I meant by I'm open-minded to things that we cannot see, that we cannot directly see. But the Casimir effect, which they've been doing this since Israel was a state, 1948, they've been doing this Casimir experiment, and Mr. Casimir made it possible to where we could see these virtual particles. So,
dude, I am not a quantum guy, right? But it sounds like bullshit to me.
Okay, that's fine. So you never heard of Heisenberg's uncertainty principle? That sounds like
I
bullshit.
couldn't tell you. I could not tell you Heisenberg's uncertainty principle.
Well, maybe he was an idiot. Maybe you're right, or maybe you're wrong. I don't know.
So you telling me Heisenberg's uncertainty principle is ether? You still haven't told me what ether is.
Yeah, I don't think
like what quantum. So quantum foam is ether. Heisenberg's uncertainty principle is ether. Vacuums are, you pull the air out, there's ether. Like what is ether? All these things that you're naming is not ether. Like I don't have a definition.
Okay, just do some research on quantum field theory.
I'm trying to ask you. You claim you know what it is.
Bro, take a breath. Just breathe through your nose.
What do you mean take a breath? You just called me an idiot, and now you're
No,
surprised that I'm...
I didn't. I did not call you an idiot.
You said either Heisenberg's uncertainty principle
I
is
said
incorrect.
he may be an idiot. He may be wrong. I wasn't talking about you.
Oh, okay. I apologize.
No worries. So, like I said, just if you want to know more about the quantum field, there's a quantum field theory. And there's lots of videos that you can watch about it. And I'm sure they're going to talk about things like virtual particles and quantum foam and 0-point energy and the Casimir effect and the uncertainty principle. They're going to talk about all that stuff if you do like 10 hours worth of research.
The only thing that I'm half-assed familiar with is the single slit, the double slit. What's that guy? Joseph Young or something like that. The first guy who did the single slit experiment or whatever. It's a very basic, I don't know, education, if you could even call it that. But none of it makes sense anyway. And none of it makes sense because, as far as I can tell, the language that we use isn't equipped to describe what's happening with this quantum stuff.
Well, I think there's more to the quantum physics than there is the theoretical astrophysics.
Well, theoretical astrophysics, right? Like, I don't understand, dude. I just don't understand why. Like, and then you're talking about redshift and how like the universe is expanding.
No, I don't
I
believe
don't
that.
understand.
I don't believe that.
Huh?
I said it appears to be. That doesn't mean that it actually is.
How
I
do
don't believe that.
You don't
how
have
does it
to.
appear to be, dude? When they made that, what was his name? What was that? Hubble. When Hubble was talking about the redshift, the reason why they rejected it, I'm under the impression that it was because it seemed as though we were in the center of everything,
Right.
like the Earth's position,
Right.
and it wasn't so much for some a quantum implication. It was just that it looked like we were in the center of
That's
creation.
how light works. Nah, it wouldn't create. It's not create. It's the Earth is the fucking creation. And in space, there is no other stuff. And if Hubble or anything are worth 50 cents, they know for a fact there's nothing to look at in space. There's nothing there. Beyond a certain point, all that shit is black, gone, done, nothing. So they're not looking at anything in space. And when they get redshift, every fucking light I've ever seen bounce off my black phone screen has a red shift, green shift. It's a circle rainbow coming from the thing, and it repeats itself. Red, green, blue, whatever, and then red again. And then, so when they say redshift, I think they're talking about a fucking rainbow effect. There's no, like, every time I see a light source brighten up, like the sun or anything, it hits my black phone screen. When it's black, jet black, I'll push the button off. Like, if I'm talking to you guys, I'll make it black. And the light will hit it, and it'll be red, something, red. So who's to say what the fuck they're talking about? They always get an action or a reaction from something in reality somewhere, like spectroscopy, whatever, burning, looking at something, and then they take that and infer it to the other shit, right? And that's what they do. So it's not to say that anything that they're actually saying for 100% is correct or real or has been proven. It's just the idea of, and we have to be able to discuss what the fuck they're talking about or pick it apart. So I think that's, you know what I mean? That's where we're at. It's not like we're putting, I wouldn't put my eggs in a basket of any vacuum in space or any shit like that. Just because I would tell you about a container we could make on Earth, that's different. See, but I got the common sense to tell you that, like, that's not a vacuum of space. That's a vacuum on Earth that we made. So, you know. Because, like, let's face it, you and I and Larry doesn't know exactly what the fuck space is. We haven't been there to test it ourselves to do anything, critical. So we don't know. And then the word ether, that's a really good question because some people, it's like an ethereal thing. Back in the day, ether was starter fluid, right? There was starter fluid ether. People got high on it. This and
Shit.
that, right?
Before that, it was a god in the Greek or Roman pantheon.
Right. Now, a lot of gods are all just electricity. They're all the virtue or the aspect of temperature change, water, wind, fire, ice, sun, anything to do with an attribute of nature that's fucking badass. The cause, right? Think about it. L-E, the one, the owner of the wind.
Fucking diva.
Yeah. Satan or whatever, like air, like all the airbender, all the stuff, man. It just all, to me, it's weird. It all boils back to electricity or energy, right? So some people take the ether instead of that type of ether, and they say it's an etherical thing, like the idea of the God type idea, to where it's like ether, I guess, is their placement for the like spirit, soul, ether, reality. So like creation, ether, reality, some type of step between the two, right? It's something like that. So a big ass amount of energy that's everywhere and has to do with being able to have physical attributes of doing shit with stuff or whatever, right? But physical and unphysical at the same time. It's fucking weird. But so I can only explain my idea of shit as just energy, a big field of energy. and either there's an action or reaction and there is not. I mean, there's always something going on, but you know what I mean? Like, that's what we record. In nature, right here on Earth, what we can prove and demonstrate is what the fuck we can record.
So did you click on that Harvard link that I posted for you, bro?
Arbor? I clicked on the
Harvard.
first one. Harvard? Let me see.
Alright, I'll post it again, just right now. So this is really, really simple. Like, this is not hard to understand at all. Quantum field theory predicts a very large energy density for the vacuum. And this density should have large gravitational effects. So the two subjects of the first sentence are quantum field theory, density for the vacuum, and large gravitational effects. So, however, these effects, okay, which effects? Gravitational effects. These gravitational effects are not observed. And the discrepancy between theory, that's Einstein's theory of gravity, and observation is an incredible 120 orders of magnitude. So that's 10 with 120 zeros. So not exactly a
And
little number.
this
Right?
is all through the paradigm of the outer space existing and being a place. Like it's
No,
all through a false
no,
paradigm. So
no. This has to do with the space that's right in front of your nose. Right now. The space that's right in front of your nose. There's no gravitational effects in this space right in front of your nose. So there is no generally accepted explanation for this discrepancy, although numerous papers have been written about it. As usually stated, the problem requires knowledge of the quantum field theory and general relativity, topics not normally studied by undergraduates. We've tried to make the problem accessible to undergraduates by using only the simplest ideas of quantum theory, such as the uncertainty principle and the harmonic oscillation and classical gravitational theory.
yep, but Larry, the very first sentence, it says quantum field theory predicts a very large energy density for the vacuum. There is no vacuum in front of my nose.
No, but listen to the word though. Energy density, right?
Yeah,
The very
you can create a vacuum.
no, I know,
Anywhere.
I know. But the very idea of a space vacuum isn't one that we create, and the idea that that would have density should be absurd, right? And
Yet this
expanding.
all seems absurd to me.
No, I know, but listen to what I'm saying. Density in a vacuum sounds absurd to me, especially for a fucking gas or anything that could build up in it. Like if it's a
Yeah,
never-ending vacuum, yeah.
it is.
So,
Yeah, because there's no medium in the vacuum.
right. So that's the absurdity of the vacuum.
Right, so there's no atoms, hardly any atoms in the vacuum. Most of them have been sucked out. So maybe a few molecules are lingering around that we can't suck out. But even if we could suck those out, and there's absolutely no atoms from the periodic table in this vacuum container, it still wouldn't be empty.
Correct.
There's a whole lot of shit in there that's not from the periodic table.
It's created. Right. You just reacted some shit.
So is it like this is like it seems like incredulity or like argument from ignorance though.
No.
You know what I'm
It's just
saying?
pointing out. No, it's just pointing out that that shit's not true. It literally is just pointing out the idea of what they say about the vacuum or whatever ain't true. We got the space between you and I. There is a medium in it. It does have a density and a gradient to it, and a.
Just listen to what this is saying. Okay. This is a problem between gravity and quantum field theory. So this is just the conclusion, right? Or this is just the like the title of the paper, right? But it says we believe that such simplifications is not only amusing pedagogical exercise, but clarifies how basic the conflict between quantum field theory and gravitational theory. We do not here discuss the various proposed solution to the problem, beyond the trivial and unsatisfactory one of assuming an ad hoc canceling term in the Hamilton or field equations. So there's a problem when you look at experimental science, which is what quantum mechanics is, right? And theoretical pseudoscience. When you combine them together and look and you see if they, gel with one another, they don't mix. So there's a problem if we have theoretical and experimental, and the theoretical isn't matching the experimental. So in other words, the theoretical gravity isn't matching the experimental science.
Right, because Einstein's theory is just a concept.
Got it. You got it. Now you get it. 100%, you got it. Because quantum mechanics is experimental. Like the Casimir effect, okay, maybe it's not an experiment because it's not a cause and effect type thing, but it's observable, right? It's something that you can measure. The Casimir force is attractive and repulsive. So it's actually doing shit as opposed to, gravity, which isn't even a force, and it doesn't, do what it's predicted to do. So this is basically a really strong refutation of the cosmological constant, which is from Einstein's theory of general relativity. And there's quotes of Einstein himself saying that the constant was his greatest blunder. And this is the proof that Einstein was right about being wrong. So that is a basic 101 of the cosmological constant crisis. Einstein's cosmological constant doesn't match with the vacuum energy. And then there's also the Hubble constant. And that's another huge problem because if the universe is expanding, hypothetically, I don't believe that, but that's what they say, then gravity should be pulling everything back together at the same time that it's expanding, meaning that it should be slowing down. But in the 90s, they saw that this hypothetical expansion rate is actually speeding up. So that's why they had to come up with this dark energy problem. This dark energy. When they did the math for the dark energy and they compared it to the vacuum energy, it was off by 120 orders of magnitude. So it's 10 with 120 zeros behind it. So the math ain't mathing for their lambda dash CDM model, which is the standard model of cosmology. So in other words, it's wrong.
Well, I mean, it's no surprise that mathematics is not reality. I mean,
Well, it can be, right? Like I have 2 testicles. If I were to lose one, I'd only have one, right? That can be reality, right? That'd be
but
pretty
it's
fucking
not
real if I
like,
lost one, right?
yeah, but you're not math. You're not mathematics, and neither is the universe.
Right. I'm just describing a situation where I could have an accident and lose one of my testosterone factories.
Right. But you'd be talking about a direct physical attribute or object or something like the number
Right.
of
So
that.
math can be correct, right?
Right. For the physical attribute of something that's real,
Right.
yes.
Depends what you mean by
Anything that you can't
correct.
touch in your
Yeah.
hand or hold
Okay.
in your hand.
How about
Then
this? Is 2 + 2 4?
Not objectively, no.
Oh, okay. Oh, not objectively. Okay.
No.
So are you in the
Because
ocean right now?
2 + 2 is actually just an abstraction, as the other guy said, right?
Okay, so it's not mathematically true that 2 + 2 = 4. Let me
Now you
guess.
changed it. Now you change it. Yes, it's mathematically true, but it's not objectively true.
Okay, is it objectively mathematically true that 2 + 2 = 4?
No.
Let me guess. 5?
Well,
It's just a
someone would
language.
probably ask for what?
Like 1, 2, 3, 4.
I mean, it's probably kind of
Yeah,
redundant,
but
but
for what? You know,
math
objective,
is
like,
just
yeah.
math is
Physically, it
just an
wouldn't equal
abstract, right?
anything. It'd be 4 in our mind, yeah. For the numbers,
We
equal
we
numbers,
could
yeah.
just change 2 plus 2 to be 5 if you wanted to, right? Doesn't have to be 4.
Well, it's all based on agreeance. We know
Yeah.
that. But no. Larry's correct, and you're correct. We're all three correct. There's no need to even worry about the shit.
Yeah.
Math does what it does for measurements and shit like that. You want to measure your door, you want to do some things direct. You agree on numbers to agree to buy the, get what your shit done. Now, the abstract portion of math, where you're like 50, 100,000 billion of these plus this, and you can't show us any of like you can't show us anything that you're talking about, whether it's the definition, the thing, the object that you're giving the math on, then that math is just the principality of math itself. Like 2 plus 2
Right.
equals 4. Yes, that's correct 100%. But 4 only of nothing, but just of 4. See?
Or
So
negative 2 apples.
now see, that's not, that I wouldn't even. Now you've
See, the
taken 2
negative
of my
2
apples,
is a concept, but if I got 2 fields of corn and I'm willing to trade you for 300 head of cattle and we write it all up in a contract, like that's all real.
right. It has a physical attribute to back the numbers.
Right.
That's what makes it real, 100%. Just the stuff that you can't tangibly do anything with. So if you talk unicorns, the math isn't going to be mathing. If you're talking globes, it's not going to be mathing. You're talking orbits, it's not going unless you can demonstrate that thing that you're getting the math off of or putting it with. That's when the math's not working for me. But other than that, yeah, math works. I couldn't say that 1 plus 1 wouldn't equal 2 to everybody to say that. You know what I mean? That would be crazy, but you know.
Do you think it would be crazy because that's what we have been using our whole lives? So it sounds kind of ridiculous to think 1 plus 1 is not 2.
Well, I mean, everything is what, like I said, dude. Even the idea, if I wanted to be funny and really super semantical, I could say the alphabet. We got 26 letters, right? And then in the alphabet of 26 letters, there's some numbers for you. We have one of each of these things. You have A through Z, and there's only one of each. It's not AA, BB, CC, DD, right? So in the attribute of the alphabet, it's not like 2 of any of those. So I think we've been bamboozled also because we do 1 plus 1. So I think that's weird. That if really in the idea of math, you only have 1 1, where'd you get the fucking other 1 from? But if you're not being crazy and semantical like that, and you don't want to argue with the math professor or nothing, then you would just be like, hey, cool, 1 plus 1 equals 2. I'm with you. But now 1 plus 1 of what? Now, if you don't have the physical attribute of what follows that 1 plus 1, then I could say logically, then I don't know. You know what I mean? Because we just have an attribute of fucking a number in the air of itself to be itself, of nothing. It's a non-physical number that does prove itself to be a non-physical thing. And that's the funny shit about language and the direction you can go with all this shit with discussion and debate, right? Larry can be correct, I could be correct, you could be correct, I could be wrong, you two could be correct. You see what I'm saying? Like, depending on the crowd and how good or bad their comprehension is, you know. We could all be burned at the stake. You don't like numbers? No, I like to play with people. I'm like 52.7. What's it weigh? What's the height? What's the width? What's the depth? What's the color? 52.7. What's the shape? And there is no answer for any of those. Nonsensical. Because that number as a position or an attribute of itself holds no fucking weight for anything. It doesn't stand for anything at all. That's the point of math not being reality. That's it.
So the Casimir effect has been demonstrated in many different ways over and over and over again. You could make it yourself. Like, this is something that you can do. So this isn't like theoretical bullshit. So it may not be like a scientific experiment. It may be more like a demonstration. But if it's demonstrable, then you can't really call it theoretical.
Correct.
So if there's energy in the vacuum, it's kind of like saying, there's no such thing as a real vacuum. Like, even if you could suck all the matter out of it, it's not an empty vacuum because there's still fields in the vacuum.
A buildup of energy continuously. Yeah, the more powerful the vacuum is in the idea of imagination, the more, like, if we had an expanding fucking oh my god, the power, son of a bitch. A vacuum of space is so much I mean, that would be so, oh my god. It doesn't even make
Think about this. If you take a generator, right, just a regular generator like alternator, right? What they're doing is they're spinning the magnets and making oscillating fields. Well, these oscillating magnetic fields somehow create or harness a charge through the coils, the wire that's coiled up all around it. Anybody who's ever looked at an alternator or a generator knows what I'm talking about. Or a stator, I think is what they're called in a motorcycle.
Yeah,
Anyway,
stator.
they create electricity, right? So when you think about that, did they just pull it out of thin air? Well, what's thin air? The vacuum. That's what a vacuum is. So that phrase of pulling it out of thin air, that's literally what you're doing when you're generating power. You're taking the oscillating fields and you're collecting it with the coils, and that shit will shock your ass, baby.
Yeah, it's basically, yeah, you're creating like a vacuum effect or some type of a static effect between the two. So
they're not creating it out of nothing, right? So they got to be creating it out of something, or more like harnessing it out of something. I'm not going to pretend that exactly that I know how that works, because I don't. But I know the alternators work because I start my car hundreds of times a week, and you would think the battery would go dead if I did that over and over and over again, but it doesn't. So the alternator works. I don't know exactly how it works, but it works.
alternates the energy back to rejuvenate it back to the battery.
Yeah, the kinetic motion of the magnet spinning somehow gets harnessed by the coils because of the oscillating fields. The oscillating magnetic fields is the key. And the coils. Dude, think about this. Tesla had a remote control boat. So he had a drone boat before the turn of the 19th century. Sorry, 20th century. So in the 1800s, Nikola Tesla had a remote control boat. Let that sink in. He believed in the ether.
Well, basically, I think really the main thing that they used it for back in the day to like give people the idea to understand why it was even brought up is like it has to do with the religious aspect of a soul, right? Heaven, hell, earth, a soul, physicality from a soul. The soul can also be looked at as the idea of an ether way, just to give you a
Yeah,
better
kind of
idea.
like an etherical energy. Yeah.
Yes, yes. The gap between what you would call not yet here and then here. The reaction to that, I guess. So yeah, I mean, just to put it, and I'm not even I don't even follow ether. I ask the same questions that everybody else would. I mean, uh, but I know people do. So it's not my bag to turn them down on it. Just like religious people believe their thing, and I believe my thing. Not totally 100% religious like that, but just I think there's a thing called the most known unknown. I think there is creation, creator, like whatever. I just don't know what that is. I think it's an unknown thing.
Let me put it like this. If Billy the Kid wouldn't have been killed in Fort Sumner in 1881, if he would have lived his full life, he would have lived long enough to see the remote control boat. If he wouldn't have been killed early.
Oh man, I think there was remote control boats back then with him.
Well, nobody showed it off.
Right.
Tesla showed his off.
Right. No, right. And you know what? The first time I ever saw that, way back in the day when we were on like on Pachos or whatever, that freaked me out. I was like, are you fucking kidding me? I was like 18 something. So it got me thinking. I was like, the pyramids, Tartarians, churches, harmonics, frequencies, self, towers, phones. I was like, you gotta be fucking kidding me. I said, these motherfuckers been knowing about Wi-Fi, remote, Bluetooth, the ability to send a signal remotely, Larry, because the idea of a soul. If God, their idea of whatever, can breathe life or give life into something, and it can walk around remotely like us and have a source of power of life, energy, I was like, shit, there really isn't a time these motherfuckers that have been built haven't known that you could do shit remotely. But you're 100% correct. They weren't trying to show anybody. It was based as magic. Magnetics, electricity, levitation, the Levites, the Magi. It was all kind of secretive. At first, it was probably everywhere, and then it became secretive. And then here we are today. Shit, I believe that the churches back in the day, when you sat in the room with the Holy Holies or whatever, and then the other dude sat in the room with the Holy Holies, depending on how close your churches was, those rooms could hear each other. Like they were connected. So if you went in a certain place in this church, this dude, the main dude of that one, could talk to the other main dude. And they could pass each other information and shit before anybody knew. Even across the church, from one side of the church to the next. From one room on this side to the room on that side. That way this dude would talk to him and be like the council dude or this, whatever. And then the other dude would be the dude like, oh, okay, well, I'm going to help you with your problem. Like he'd already like know or whatever. And they'd trick people, I mean, they already knew a lot of information, but you just gathered information. But just think about that. Way before anybody knew, you could have the ability to send a signal and tell motherfuckers they got to run, hide, whatever, fortify, bring you the whatever, and nobody else had the ability yet. Think about how powerful that would be. It was the media before the media. CIA before the CIA.
All right, I'm not used to staying up this late. I gotta go. Peace.
So the Earth is flat. Oh, it's Mick.
you.